It's the most mind-numbingly boring class in college, and Sungwoo, being the self-respecting student that he is, promptly drifts off into a deep, worry-free sleep. Suddenly, a massive system window blares into existence, jolting him awake. It's offering him a pivotal choice. The ultimate class for surviving. The impending apocalypse. At first, Sungwoo is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what's going on. He rubs his eyes vigorously, desperate to confirm he isn't still lost in slumber. That's precisely when the entire classroom abruptly plunges into an unsettling, suffocating darkness, and all the other students erupt into sheer, unadulterated panic. Sungwoo can only wonder what this sudden, inexplicable blackout in the middle of the day could possibly be all about. Just then, all the electronics completely flatline, going dead. System windows abruptly shimmer into existence, right in front of all the now utterly terrified students, and dozens of gleaming class cards, each boasting a different number of stars, materialize, accompanied by an ominous 15-second countdown timer. While everyone else remains paralyzed by fear, too afraid to choose, time is rapidly running out. Sungwoo decides to be the very first to bravely choose the card boasting the most stars, and it turns out to be the incredibly rare Necromancer class. Besides him, only one other clumsy guy in the class manages to choose the Swordsman class, and immediately receives a real, gleaming sword. But Sungwoo, surprisingly, doesn't receive any item at all, so he isn't entirely sure if he actually became a Necromancer. Meanwhile, everyone else remains completely classless, paralyzed by their overwhelming fear to choose. Suddenly, out of absolute nowhere, one of the students gets brutally stabbed by a pesky, menacing goblin. He lets out a blood-curdling scream and desperately calls out to the rest of the class for help. However, everyone just stares at him in utter shock as the goblin relentlessly stabs him again and again, to death. After brutally slaughtering the poor guy, the goblin slowly turns its gaze to the rest of the students, and they immediately realize that times might be next. Everyone instantly bolts, screaming and running. Everyone except our boy. To be perfectly honest, he didn't run, because he was absolutely terrified of catching the goblin's attention. Seeing the goblin in a furious rage, the students frantically demand the nerdy sword guy do times something asterisk, since he's the only one with an actual weapon. However, he just bursts into tears and utterly refuses to fight. Seeing this absolute mess, our MC realizes he is officially, unequivocally screwed. Just as the goblin pounces straight at him, he bolts away, trying to escape, but a chilling realization strikes him. He'll surely die if he dares to turn his back. So he spins around, sending the goblin reeling with a powerful kick. This goblin is surprisingly small, so the MC grabs a chair, ready to fight back. As it lunges towards him again, he brings the chair down, squashing it like a nasty bug. After slaying the goblin, a new notification pings. It informs him that he's just scored 10 gold for defeating a goblin. He stares at the message, wondering if their world has truly transformed into a fantasy game. Just then, another notification pops up, informing him that he can now control the dead, under his command. At level 1, he's limited to controlling just 3 goblins. As he's still trying to figure things out, the goblin he just killed rises back to life asterisk. It's an undead warrior. Sungwoo finally realizes that his class enables him to summon the undead. As the undead goblin stares at him with glowing eyes, 2 more goblins burst into the room. The students immediately panic again, shrieking for help. The MC steps directly in front of the goblins, with his undead soldier awaiting his commands. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders the goblin to attack the enemy monsters. The skeleton warrior lunges into action, using its blade to slash open the living goblins. However, the monsters swiftly start to fight back. Since it's a brutal 2-on-1 battle, one of them manages to slash the undead goblin's left arm. The MC realizes that he might have to step in if his goblin loses. These monsters didn't look that difficult to kill, with their deceptively childlike bodies. However, he desperately needed a weapon. He quickly called out to the nerdy kid clutching a sword, and asked him to hand over his weapon. The guy clutched his weapon tighter, screaming that he wouldn't be giving it away. The MC told him to fight the monsters himself, if he didn't want him to use his weapon, but the guy was too scared to fight at this point. Maybe he should just toss him to the goblins, and steal his sword to help his undead soldier. The MC snatches a chair and hurls it at the monsters. The skeleton, our soldier, seizes this chance to finish them off. With a swift, deadly strike of its blade, the MC rakes in more gold for dispatching 2 monstrous foes. He fixates on the single-armed goblin as it slowly shambles toward him with an unsettlingly cute expression. The MC gets a bit unnerved by the skeleton, its empty gaze fixed straight on him, so he snaps a command for it to look somewhere else. The skeleton dutifully lowers its head, as if the MC had just wounded its non-existent feelings. Just then, Sung Woo gets another crucial notification, reminding him of his power to command the undead. He swiftly casts his spell to revive the two goblins that he had just brutally slain. He now commands the maximum number of undead soldiers, allowed at his current, escalating level. As everyone grapples with the unfolding chaos around them, they start hearing chilling cries for help, echoing from other departments across their college. A chilling realization dawns. This terror might not just be attacking their college campus alone, but engulfing the entire country. The outside view is utterly devastating to behold. It seems as if the entire city is engulfed in a fiery apocalypse. Considering their dire, desperate situation, one of the students cautiously opens the door and urgently suggests that they keep moving forward. Another student urgently tells them to rush to Daesong, as he's got a car waiting for them in the lot. As they all scramble towards the stairs, a menacing group of goblins burst forth from the shadows. The goblin monsters charge maniacally at the group of students, but before they can even launch their attack, the undead skeletons ambush them with ruthless efficiency. The MC screams at the students to run for their lives, as his loyal skeletons take care of the rampaging goblins. In a wave of absolute panic, the students scatter and run toward different areas of the college campus. The MC tries to stop their panicked flight, but then, he realizes that it's better for them to go their separate ways. He knows that this twisted game follows some sort of rules. He thinks to himself, a grim determination setting in, that his best chance of survival is to keep fighting, since every battle allows him to become incredibly stronger. He watches, as his loyal undead minions continue to fight fiercely for him. Suddenly, one of the monsters goes absolutely berserk and savagely slashes the head of his undead soldier. With one of his valiant soldiers now down, Sung Woo's blood runs cold. This could spell big trouble. Right here, right now, his two loyal skeletons surge forward, clashing with the monstrous duo, and this time, his bone warriors absolutely annihilate them. With a satisfying times clink asterisk, he scores even more gold. Then a thrilling notification. His level has shot up. He eagerly pulls up his profile window, ready to inspect his stats. But instead of the usual attribute points, he's granted a level up card, promising a random, game-changing reward. He knows it's a total gamble, pure luck of the draw, but it's also one of the most crucial elements in this brutal game. With a deep breath, he finally picks the random skill card, which instantly boosts his maximum minion. Controlling capacity by a fantastic 1 point, this glorious upgrade means he can now command 4 minions simultaneously. But as he goes to summon yet another skeleton, a sudden realization hits. His mana is dangerously low. He quickly surrounds himself with his skeletal guardians, then sits down to strategize, even for just a moment. He's still completely in the dark about everything happening, so, for now, he resolves to focus purely on survival. With his loyal skeletons acting as his living shield, he cautiously begins to descend the stairs. The situation downstairs looks grim, a true nightmare. But he knows he can't remain holed up on campus indefinitely. He commands his skeletons to lead the charge, and they move out. As the skeletal vanguard descends further, they suddenly stumble upon none other than Hanho. Hanho utterly freaks out at the sight of the undead goblins, instinctively smacking one right in the head with his dagger. The MC sees his friend bawling and immediately calls out to him. His friend tearfully asks what these monstrous goblins even are, and he calmly explains that they're, well, kind of like his personal bodyguards. He then asks Hanho about the class he chose, and Hanho proudly declares he picked the rogue class, but because his friend was, frankly, a bit clueless, he chose a pathetic 1-star class, somehow thinking it would somehow elevate him to a brigadier. General, even the minions were disappointed in our bro. Hanho joins their fledgling group, and all of them begin carving a path straight out of the campus. As they trek along, the MC gets a sudden notification, announcing that he's just acquired the potent effects of synergy from moving in a group. The catch? This powerful effect requires the group to wield 5 daggers, which then showers them with bonus gold, and a boosted chance to land devastating fatal hits on enemies. The MC quickly realizes this amazing buff specifically applies to parties. When certain conditions were perfectly aligned, what's even more incredible, his fearsome skeleton army could also reap those glorious bonuses. This meant he could effortlessly trigger this powerful buff, all without needing a party by his side. As they carefully ventured deeper down, they soon stumbled upon a swarm of minions and a giant monster who clearly appeared to be their boss. As he swiftly engaged the goblins, a swift notification chimed in, revealing the monsters were affected by the terrifying scent of death, which violently decreased their stats by a shocking 30%. This devastating effect was only unleashed when 4 or more skeletons were standing by, of the same species, with this incredible buff roaring. Sung Woo, with a swift command, unleashed his skeleton minions to fight. They quickly overwhelmed the scrambling goblins and began to ruthlessly cut them down. But the real challenge awaited, embodied by the boss minion. The boss minion raised its hand, activating the Savage Wild Berserker skill. This immediately buffed the entire enemy minion horde and began ruthlessly turning the tide of the entire battle. The MC instantly recognized he needed to stay absolutely calm, even in this rapidly escalating situation. He knew he absolutely had to nullify that menacing buff if his skeletons were to stand even a glimmer of a chance at victory. He swiftly commanded his formidable one-armed skeleton to completely bypass the other scrambling minions and charge directly after the boss. The determined skeleton then lunged, and, with a single powerful slash, severed its arm in half. Suddenly, it was brutally kicked by the enraged boss, but its crucial job was done. With that dangerous buff now gone, the skeletons then effortlessly overwhelmed the enemy goblins. But the boss minion refused to fall so easily, so it valiantly put up a desperate final fight. And with a final roar, the boss also fell, and the MC, naturally, snagged some valuable bonus gold. He quickly noticed the boss had also dropped several valuable items. One was a gleaming spear, the other a potent wristband that powerfully buffed nearby allied units. After swiftly claiming his new items, he looked at the valiant one-handed skeleton standing right before him, eagerly awaiting its well-earned praise. Sung Woo smiled warmly and gently patted its head, a gesture that made the skeleton visibly perk up with excitement. He then decided to continue moving forward with his trusty friend. As they walked onward, voices suddenly echoed nearby. The MC swiftly ordered his skeletons to discreetly hide, to avoid startling the unsuspecting people nearby. A bustling throng of students had gathered at the exit gate, and a single brave guy was desperately trying to calm everyone down and reassures everyone, announcing he's already contacted the student council. It quickly becomes clear that the main college exit gate is completely locked, trapping them all inside with no way out. Our MC already recognizes this guy, whose name is Jinsok. He's a notorious bully, known for harassing women too. Since he was part of the student council, he's now acting like he's the one in charge. The MC wonders if he's just trying to show off by pretending to be the group's leader. Jinsok then tells Sung Woo and his friend that they need to help them protect the rest of the students. Since you have weapons, he probes about their class, then brags about killing a goblin himself. Just as the MC is completely cringing at the student council guy, the nerdy guy, wielding a sword, suddenly runs in and frantically reports hearing goblins right near the stairs. The council guy immediately orders everyone to hide in the cafe, while he and his group guard the front. Meanwhile, Sung Woo calls out to his friend, showing him the mysterious message now appearing on the door. It declares the door won't open until they defeat the boss. If they don't defeat it within a set time, the boss will only grow stronger. This isn't good! The MC instantly realizes he can't rely on anyone else to save them. They have to kill the boss if they want to escape. Just then, he comes across Jinsok once more, who introduces him to the nerdy guy he'd just seen. Jinsok then orders the nerd to hold the goblins. The MC asks if he saw the message on the door. The guy confirms he saw it, but he's waiting for a rescue team to arrive. He actually believes the Korean army could just come in and save them all. The MC knows he absolutely cannot just sit around and wait for help that might never come. As he starts moving back towards the stairs, he spots a horrifying horde of goblins running right at him. The nerdy guy nearly has a heart attack, seeing the goblins approaching at the same time. Then, even worse, skeleton minions also emerge, causing him to panic even more intensely. But the MC quickly signals his skeletons to stop. He declares that these creatures are now firmly under his command. He brazenly labels the student council president an utter fool, then unleashes his skeletal warriors into the fray. Fueled by a synergy buff and the chilling scent of death, the enemy monsters stand absolutely no chance of fighting back. As the terrified students gaze out through the cafe's shimmering glass windows, they witness Sung Woo's unstoppable skeleton army tearing through the minions. Our MC fearlessly joins his skeletal horde and starts expertly smacking goblins down with his powerful spear. Jinsok watches him with wide eyes, utterly shell-shocked, as he was planning to bolt at his very first opportunity. Just as the goblins frantically try to make their escape, the MC commands his skeletons to strategically block off the stairs. He knows he must convince everyone that he genuinely can control these terrifying skeletons to defeat the impending boss. He desperately needs them to team up and fight alongside him. Suddenly, his bracelet flares, activating the Wild Spirit buff. This instantly boosts the speed of all his formidable minions. These measly goblins aren't a threat to him at all right now, but he knows he might soon face much stronger opponents. Later on in this perilous ordeal, the students slowly begin to realize that the MC is the one who is truly controlling these fearsome skeletons. As his relentless army cleared through the last of the little goblins, everyone erupted into cheers, full of newfound hope. The students are finally starting to put their trust in him now. The MC quickly searches through the dead monsters for any items, but he only receives a puzzling notification, informing him that he's just received a mysterious roulette ticket. He wonders how they'll deliver this ticket, since he doesn't possess any inventory at all. They all make their way back towards the main group. The MC can't help but smirk when he spots Jin's sock, and sarcastically asks if he's been helpful in any way. Everyone stands in stunned silence for a moment, completely unsure of what to do next. The MC sternly tells them they cannot leave this place just yet, since they still can't break through the sealed door. He explains that they absolutely need to kill the boss first, and this terrifying boss is hiding somewhere in this very building. Hearing this, everyone instinctively starts to step back, as none of them dare to go against such a formidable boss. The MC warns them that the consequences for failing will be absolutely catastrophic for them all, and they might then have to face far, far stronger monsters. Suddenly, one of the students bravely raises his hand, and shockingly reveals that he's already seen the boss monster. It seems the monstrous boss is lurking up on the roof. Sung-woo instantly knows he must make his way to the roof, so he asks the students if anyone dares to join his squad. As expected, fear grips them all, none daring to step forward. Even his own friend, Jin Sok, wants to hang back. But our MC isn't having it. He practically drags him along. He needs him to buff up his formidable skeletons, after all. Just as the two of them are bickering, a girl named Jisoo sharply interrupts their conversation. She points out that recruiting more people could actually be a disadvantage, especially given their tight, confined surroundings. She argues the MC already has his powerful skeletons, so there's absolutely no point in bringing along others who are even weaker than his summoned army. The MC muses to himself that the girl seems a tad impulsive, especially since they don't possess nearly enough intel about the boss yet. He glances back at Jin Sok, but Jin Suk is trembling, practically shaking, and insists he must stay behind to protect the remaining students. Our MC realizes then and there that he won't be recruiting anyone else to join him, so he decides to press forward with his small, current team. As they ascend, they're immediately met by a surging wave of goblins. These menacing goblins are swarming them, both from the top and bottom of the stairs. Without a flicker of hesitation, Jisoo launches herself straight into the fray, brutally slashing them into pieces. Wielding a long sword, she appears exceptionally well-trained and formidable. Hanho is utterly impressed, marveling at her incredible skills. Meanwhile, our boy is expertly handling the skeletons attacking from above. After effectively clearing through that wave, they resume their ascent, and after just a few more stairs, they stumble upon the severely injured professor. The MC rushes to his side, urgently asking what transpired. He explains that after the monstrous attack on campus, he led his students toward the roof, believing it would keep them safe. However, this proved to be a catastrophic mistake. All of the students became horrifying victims of a terrifying monster lurking on the roof. He desperately grabs the MC, pleading with him not to go to the roof, because he doesn't want him to meet the same tragic fate. The MC firmly grips his spear and stands tall. He now has a brand new quest: to slay the boss and avenge the professor. The quest also ominously states that his very choice will impact his destiny. He knows this is the game's absolutely pivotal moment. With his skeletons assembled, he starts pushing forward. The moment they hit the roof, a message flashes before them, informing them they've officially entered the terrifying boss room. The scene on the rooftop is nothing short of catastrophic. Not one student made it out alive. After the boss's rampage, all that's left are scattered minions. Jisoo's fury ignites as she witnesses the devastation, and she's ready to rush in, eradicating every single monster. But Sung-woo holds her back, signaling for patience. He understands they need to keep their cool and think rationally through this dire situation. If they truly want to make it out alive, before long, The lurking goblins finally notice the hidden group. They snatch their weapons, swiftly moving to surround them. Hanho anxiously asks the MC if retreating is an option, but the MC intends to stand firm and unleash hell. He raises his hand, activating the formidable Berserker spell. With this powerful buff now active, his skeletal forces surge forward, crashing into the tiny monsters and immediately begin their ruthless assault. The MC shouts for the group to utilize the undead warriors as their unbreakable shields. He stays sheltered behind a minion and lashes out at any goblin that gets too close. Jisoo mirrors his strategy, engaging with ferocity, and starts fiercely slashing down the monsters. Meanwhile, Hanho stands awkwardly, unsure how to contribute. Still feeling useless, he awkwardly remains on the sidelines. Suddenly, he whips out a dagger and hurls it directly at the goblins. The dagger strikes true, instantly eliminating its target. He's utterly shocked by his own unexpected skill. Turns out, he possessed an innate talent for throwing. From years of expertly flinging pencils at his fellow college students, he wastes no time, hurling another dagger, and it, too, finds its mark with deadly precision. Our hero is now completely dialed in, as he fully grasps that he's discovered his true calling. As the enemy goblins start taking heavy losses, a debilitating debuff washes over them, which drastically diminishes all their stats. Overwhelmed by fear, they turn and flee, only to cower before a towering, monstrous goblin. The group's eyes widen as they instantly recognize this colossal creature as none other than the dreaded boss monster. With their fearsome boss now on the field, a fresh surge of motivation reinvigorates the goblins, so they leap back into the chaotic battle once more. As the group valiantly attempts to fight back, they're stunned to see one of the skeletons absolutely obliterated into pieces by a single, devastating strike from the boss. The MC frantically barks orders for all his minions to retreat. The boss relentlessly continues to pummel his skeletons, killing them one by one. He tries to revive the fallen minions, but he's quickly running low on mana, so he can't sustain it for much longer. Hanho attempts a surprise attack on the boss by flinging his daggers, but the boss swiftly blocks them. The boss, now furious, starts relentlessly chasing after him, causing him to scream desperately for help. The minions rush in, attempting to aid him, but the boss just brutally smacks them away. Yet, in a defiant move, one of the skeletons actually manages to land a hit on the boss. This only ignites his fury even further, and he viciously kicks the minion away. Then, completely out of nowhere, the sword girl appears and unleashes a swift slash on the boss. While he's momentarily distracted, she lands a solid hit, but it's still not quite enough to finish him off. The MC quickly realizes she's employing a strategic approach, so he decides to formulate a strategy of his own. He immediately surrounds the boss with his remaining minions, and orders one to strike him from the back. As the boss turns to defend himself, surprised, the MC launches his spear directly toward him. It connects squarely with his face, and he screams out in agony. The MC is almost completely out of mana now, with only 3 skeletons left standing. The boss recognizes their dire state and lets out a chilling laugh, believing victory is already his. He immediately unleashes a powerful strike with his sword, momentarily causing the MC to drop his guard. As the boss lunges and charges straight at him, he knows he has to think of something, and fast, otherwise they're all doomed to die. Fortunately, he spots a sword lying conveniently nearby. The boss makes the ground tremble, rushing furiously towards the MC. Sungwoo takes a deep breath, clenching his sword tightly. He then commands both of his remaining minions to rush the boss. That monstrous boss immediately smacks one of the minions straight into pieces. The other minions valiantly leap into the air and grab the sword, which was passed to them by the MC. However, it utterly fails to land a hit, as the boss is simply too quick to defend. With the minion now brandishing a gleaming sword, the powerful weapon synergy effect instantly triggers. This supercharges its attack speed, while magically lightening the weapon's weight. But wait, there's more. The minion then unleashes its one-armed warrior effect, granting it an incredible 88% chance to inflict a brutal bleeding effect. With its very first strike, our MC, fueled by these massive buffs, knows victory is within his grasp. He snatches a chair, then charges the boss, sword in hand. At the exact same moment, Jisoo and the minions sprint toward the foe. Our hero smashes the boss with the chair, creating a crucial opening, and they all plunge into a furious assault. However, the boss retaliates, slamming the ground with devastating force. A massive explosion erupts, sending them all flying backward. But suddenly, the boss reels as a dagger, thrown by Hanho, pierces its flesh. The MC recognizes this as their golden opportunity. He commands his one-handed skeleton to make the ultimate sacrifice, all to land one decisive blow on the boss. The minion had been a crucial player throughout the entire battle, but now, its time had come to an end. Then, in a shocking, unbelievable twist, the minion Still Times manages to land a clean hit on the boss with its blade, instantly triggering that devastating bleeding effect. The mighty boss finally crumbles and falls. And with that, our MC levels up. He then notices something incredible. His loyal skeleton has absorbed all the residual mana from the fallen boss, and has now leveled up itself. It's now level 2, boasting the impressive attributes of a commander. His friends chime in, revealing they've leveled up too, thanks to their collective victory over the boss. They all eagerly start discussing their new level cards, and the MC selects a random skill card. This incredible skill lets him forge weapons from bones, using mana. At his current level, he's limited to crafting just 4 weapons, and their quality completely depends on the bone he uses. With the boss finally vanquished, his exclusive quest concludes, granting him yet another powerful skill. This one boosts the total number of minions he can summon, but he still can't quite grasp the mysterious destiny part of his quest. As he ponders this, he spots a mysterious hood gently falling from the sky. His friend quickly snatches the hood, and excitedly tells him it will dramatically increase his chances of hiding from monsters by a whopping 50%. Meanwhile, Jisoo received a fiery whetstone, and by sharpening her blade with the stone, her blade ignited with a fiery glow during an attack. The MC suggests they put their items and skills to the test, but later, as they absolutely must keep moving. Back at the cafe, the students are beginning to grow restless with worry. Even the resident nerd can't help but wonder if they should have joined the fight against the boss. As Sungwoo overhears their doubts, Jinsu erupts, shouting wildly at the students, daring them to leave if they're so keen to complain. He sneers that if anyone wants to complain, they can go to the roof and just die. Just like the MC, the students immediately call him out on his utter nonsense, since Sungwoo is the only one truly protecting them. Hearing this, he completely snaps, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. He then cruelly announces that the MC has died, leaving them with absolutely no one to protect them. But just then, a terrifying horde of skeletons appears and scares the living daylights right out of him. The MC dramatically returns, asking if he really wanted him dead. He swings open the exit door right in front of him and prepares to finally leave the campus. The entire group, skeletons in tow, casts a pointed glance back at Jinsuk. The MC then pointedly asks if he has anything to say. He looks slightly embarrassed, making a sheepish face, but offers no response as whispers erupt behind him. Other students begin to whisper, suggesting that he's merely pretending to be a strong leader, when, in reality, he's still just a pathetic loser. Ignoring all the drama, the MC, Hanho, and Jisoo exit the building, their skeleton minions clattering behind them. After carefully inspecting the surroundings and finding them clear, Sungwoo suddenly spots a hidden passageway and immediately calls for everyone to follow. As they venture deeper inside, they discover several grisly corpses with completely smashed heads and a variety of bloodied weapons scattered all around. After a quick examination of the bodies, the MC concludes they were brutally killed by goblins, and wonders if any more are still lurking on campus. Hanho suddenly gets a burst of excitement, as he notices a group of people in the distance. The MC and the others cautiously approach the group, who are all armed with various weapons. It seems they have successfully fought off the monsters and managed to survive. Jinsuk then aggressively pushes his way forward. He grins widely, greeting a familiar face, Daesung. The other man instantly recognizes him too, clearly shocked that he's still alive. As their conversation unfolds, Jisoo's face darkens. She already knows this guy. Then, Jinseok leans in, whispering intently to him. Both Jisoo and Hanho mutter aloud, realizing they're undoubtedly discussing Sungwoo. But the MC couldn't care less. He simply stands there, a faint smile playing on his lips. Daesung then introduces himself to the entire group, proudly declaring himself the student council president. He muses on everyone's immense suffering, urging them to unite their strength if they truly wish to survive this ordeal. His gaze then falls on the skeletons. He points and questions their presence. The MC casually clarifies, explaining that the skeletons are part of his class card abilities. With a discernible hint of contempt, the council president then challenges the MC. Why would he choose creatures that literally kill others? Sungwoo instantly realizes Daesung is trying to paint him as dangerous. Daesung then states that if Sungwoo wants to join their group, he'll have to get rid of every single skeleton. Slightly irritated, the MC directly asks what would happen if he refused. The student council president, dramatically, raises a hand and poses a question to the MC. Does he times really times want these creepy, strange skeletons to join times their times group? Hanho initially fumes at the creepy description, but after one look at the skeletons, he surprisingly agrees with the president, though he still secretly finds them cute, of course. The MC explains that the skeletons are intrinsically part of his class, and destroying them would mean losing his weapons. He insists that survival in this terrifying new world demands protection, and his skeletons times are times that protection. Daesung simply smirks, telling him there's absolutely nothing to worry about. After all, asterisk they times will protect times him asterisk. He asks him one final time, does he want to join their group? Hearing this, Jisoo's annoyance boils over. She steps forward, her sword held defensively before her. She boldly tells him that they don't even times want times to join his group, and she points out that merely being on the student council doesn't make him special dice. Young looks at her and asks if she's from the Department of Social and Physical Education with a smirk. She responds that it doesn't matter anymore. As the university is destroyed, he suggests that they calm down and think about his offer again. This makes her even angrier. She reminds him how he embezzled student fees by forging checks during a festival, and reveals that she was the one who reported them on the university's website. Hearing this, he finally asks them to go their separate way. As the group begins to leave, he shouts at them and says that they'll regret not staying together. For the synergy effect, imagine saying this to a guy who can spawn an army of skeletons. After getting away from the student council members, the MC asks Jisoo if she has a personal grudge against Ace Young. She tells him that he is just a bully who comes to school to hit on girls and harass women. Hanho grumbles as he hears that. The student council president is a scoundrel. The girl suggests that they focus on getting out of the campus. For now, moreover, they should avoid places filled with people, because monsters may be hunting for big groups. Sungwoo thinks for a second and suggests that they take the footpath by the hill, since it leads to the main gate, but avoids most people. The team climbs a long wooden staircase, with the skeletons scanning the area. It feels a bit too quiet suddenly. Sungwoo raises his hand, signaling everyone to freeze. At the end of the stairs, they spot a huge orc, standing over several fresh corpses. This orc monster looks even bigger than the goblin boss. The MC realizes that this is the next wave of monsters. Without any warning, the monster swings its axe into the ground and charges at them. The MC is used to fighting monsters by now, so he smiles and thinks of it as an opportunity to make new. The massive orc immediately charges, targeting the skeletons, and brutally smashes them to smithereens. Without a moment's pause, after obliterating the skeletal guards, its menacing gaze locks onto Jisoo, who instinctively thrusts her sword forward, a little off balance. The orc's brutal axe crashes down, slamming into her blade, nearly overwhelming her with sheer force. As it rears back, preparing for another devastating strike, one of Sungwoo's loyal skeletons bravely sacrifices itself, shattering into dust to shield Jisoo from harm. The MC realizes he absolutely cannot let the orc close the distance, so he orders a skeleton to intercept the monstrous foe. The one-armed skeleton boldly steps directly into the orc's path. As the orc swings its weapon to strike, it deftly dodges the attack and lands a surprising blow to its shoulder. The MC urgently calls out to Jisoo, telling her to fall back to more stable ground, because fighting this brute on the stairs is simply impossible. She appears visibly frustrated by how easily the towering orc shattered her defenses. After retreating further up, the MC informs the group that getting too close to the orc is a death wish. The orc quickly recovers from the blow and begins stomping up the stairs after them. Meanwhile, the group swiftly heads for the dense trees. To restrict the monster's wide movements, the MC explains to Jisoo that he'll use the skeletons as necessary sacrifices. For his audacious strategy, he has plenty of fallen corpses nearby, ready to be reanimated, so he only needs to carefully manage his mana reserves. The enraged orc begins violently pushing through the trees, desperately trying to catch them after they've surrounded him. Sungwoo then orders his summoned skeletons to strike, and simultaneously, Hanho hurls a gleaming dagger straight at the monster. All the skeletons also join the fray, unleashing a volley of their own weapons at the orc. Two skeletons boldly rush the orc from its blind spots, but the cunning orc still manages to land a hit on both. And yet, surprisingly, the persistent skeletons manage to grab both of its massive arms, holding them tight in a powerful grip. The MC and Jisoo seize the chance, rushing towards him with their swords drawn. The orc wildly swings at Jisoo, but she deftly evades the attack, slipping precisely beneath its massive arm. and strikes its knee with a clean, sharp blow from her blade. The mighty orc stumbles and falls to one knee, just as the MC slices clean through its right arm. Victory is finally within their grasp. The one-armed skeleton launches itself into the air and delivers the final, crushing blow. Our MC sees a pop-up window that informs him he's just earned 110 gold for slaying the orc. The patrol leader is absolutely surprised. He realizes they just took down the orc's boss. Jisoo tells him that this orc wasn't as tough as the previous boss they'd faced. He walks towards the corpse and tries to summon it, but the system informs him that his level isn't high enough to raise medium-tier monsters yet. He summons some normal skeletons and asks Jisoo what card she picked. She recalls choosing the 3-star Tiger Hunter card because she liked its color. Since his mana is recovered, the MC decides to try out his new skills. He uses his ability to craft weapons from bones, producing a sword, a blunt weapon, a spear, and an arrow, all of the lowest grade. Each weapon can be traded for gold. As he holds the axe, he instantly realizes that the weapons are much lighter than he thought. He throws the axe to one of his skeletons and gives each of them a new weapon. This activates a few more weapon synergy buffs for the skeletons. He lends one of his swords to Hanho and instructs him to give it back to the skeleton. Later, the group starts making their way down the stairs. On their way, Hanho spots something unusual. In front of them is a sealed purple entrance, with a terrifying message that they must defeat the boss in 8 minutes, or face a double power boost to all monsters. Mac is frustrated as he realizes that this is the second time they've encountered such a situation. At the same time, an alert appears, informing them that orc squads are beginning a hunt, drawn to the scent of hunters and large groups. Jisoo realizes that the size of the group determines the number of enemies, so staying with a large group might not be the best idea. In this scenario, meanwhile, an orc shows up to hunt the student council team. Jisoo and Hanho can hear their screams. From outside the building, he feels incredibly relieved that they didn't join them. Our protagonists quickly realize that sticking together in a huge group isn't always a blessing. Suddenly, another urgent notification pops up, announcing the terrifying arrival of the first orc wave. The group now faces a terrifying total of 5 orcs. Hanho's eyes widen in pure panic as he watches them stomp closer, desperately asking the MC for his next brilliant plan. After just a fleeting second of intense thought, he smirks, a brilliant idea already sparking in his mind. His cunning scheme? To set an elaborate trap, utilizing the abandoned cars and skeletal remains around them. As the hulking orcs begin to lumber menacingly down the road, one of them instantly spots Hanho, provocatively standing atop a car, taunting them fiercely by boldly calling them pigs. Enraged, the orcs let out a guttural roar and charge straight for him. But just before they can get too close, a car door slams open, sending them tumbling and throwing them off balance. That's the signal. The MC and Jisoo explosively spring into action. Jisoo swiftly pulls out her gleaming sword, ready for battle, while he unleashes his cunningly hidden skeleton army to attack. The skeletons swarm the orcs from every single side, not giving the monstrous foes any time to react. With the terrifying orcs finally slain, a triumphant system notification pops up, proudly announcing their victory. Sungwoo immediately earns a cool 100 gold for conquering the first wave, and gloriously levels up to level 4. He quickly notices that he can now command a formidable total of 7 loyal minions, even though his overall mana capacity remains surprisingly low. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, Hanho is absolutely ecstatic about his brand new, powerful high-speed slash skill. The MC turns to Jisoo, eager to know what new power she acquired. She explains with a satisfied smile that she chose strength, instantly raising her combat power by 2 points and giving her a warm, fiery, invigorating sensation. The MC then tells Hanho to immediately give back his sword, and swiftly summons 2 more menacing skeletons to his side, getting ready for whatever terrifying challenges come next. He carefully hands the sword over to a waiting skeleton, which promptly reaches out and firmly grips it. As they cautiously make their way out of this chaotic area, they're struck by the shocking realization that the entire city is engulfed in utter chaos. As they walk, Sungwoo suddenly raises his clenched fist, signaling everyone to halt their advance immediately. Just ahead, a monstrous horde of orcs are savagely attacking a bus, desperately trying to slaughter everyone trapped helplessly inside. The 3 of them cautiously peek out from behind a sturdy tree and spot a horrifying total of 7 hulking orcs. Meanwhile, one of the terrified guys inside the bus desperately tries to hit the attacking orcs with a spear, but it's still not nearly enough. The MC knows they're all facing certain doom at this pace. Jisoo watches in horror as two massive orcs swing their axes, ready for another brutal strike. She exclaims that they absolutely must help them. Jisoo proposes a plan. They'll attack the orcs from one side of the beleaguered bus, while the spear guy flanks them from the other. However, the MC can't help but feel doubtful, questioning if the spear guy will be brave enough to actually face those orcs. He cautions her that depending on total strangers might not be their wisest move right now. Just then, a brilliant idea strikes him as he points at a truck. He declares they're about to show those orcs the true convenience of civilization. Inside the bus, a blonde guy, wielding a sword and shield, shouts frantically at another man, clutching a spear, criticizing him for utterly failing to hit the orcs. Jong Sully screams back, telling him to fight the orcs himself, with his very own shield and sword. The terrified passengers are trembling and openly weeping, convinced they're all moments from death. To their utter astonishment, the orcs suddenly cease their assault on the bus and spin around to see a car hurtling straight for them. The speeding vehicle plows right through, sending two shocked orcs flying high into the air. Witnessing this, the guys inside the bus are utterly dumbfounded, completely unable to grasp what's even happening. Then, the skeletons dramatically leap off the trucks and immediately launch into attacking the remaining orcs. One of the shaken guys inside the bus is somehow even more terrified of these skeletons than he ever was of the orcs. After the chaotic battle finally calms down, the guys huddled inside the bus cautiously wonder if the skeletons have vanished. Suddenly, a skeletal face presses right up against the window. The man instantly drops his spear in pure terror, stumbling backward and collapsing to the floor, screaming wildly for the skeleton to just disappear. Hanho then knocks firmly on the bus door, urgently urging the still frightened man to open it. The man clearly sees them, but is utterly paralyzed by his fear of the skeleton to comply, despite their earnest assurances that they are, in fact, human. After decisively taking down all the orcs, they finally leave the area. The scene then shifts to Hanho, powerfully striking a vending machine with his trusty hammer. Sungwoo turns to him, raising an eyebrow, and asks what on earth he's up to. He smiles and raises his hand, winking as he admits he has no cash but wants a soda. So, he's trying to break the machine. The recently rescued, blonde guy approaches the vending machine, attempting to buy a Coke for Hanho, only to find it's broken. The MC scratches his head and asks the group if they should continue their discussion. He points to a machine and asks if it spits out items. Kungu nods, explaining that they tried it, but they had little gold, so they could only use it once. He then glances at an old TV with a sticker reading, "If you need this, go ahead and take it," suggesting that following the instructions could yield an item suddenly. The TV screen lights up, welcoming everyone to the E-Class store. Sung-woo presses the screen to browse the offerings. The store offers a chance to try their luck, with 3 reward tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. E-Class stores sell items up to the gold rank. As he browses the shop, Hanho and Jisoo ask him if the shop would actually work. He tells them that they have to try it, if they want to know. Hanho has about 360 gold, while Jisoo has 584. Our boy, on the other hand, has 15 and 52 gold, which means that he can try the silver roulette as well. However, he also has the unlimited rank roulette ticket, which allows him to choose an item of any rank. Hanho watches him in shock as he chooses the gold roulette option. His luck is great since he gets first place in the spin. For this, he receives a blue ball called the Tear of the Sea Spirit. It is a legendary class item that increases his mana by 300 and mana recovery by 200%. This was exactly the item he needed, since he was facing mana problems. After the gold roulette, he decides to spend his gold on the silver roulette. This time he gets second place and receives a shield. Jisoo also gets second place and gets a skill called Leader of the Expedition Force. However, my man, Hanho, he snags third place, walking away with a handful of potent potions. A pang of disappointment, however, hits him hard. But Sungwoo, ever the pragmatist, assures him those potions might just save them. Soon after, Jisoo bursts in to inform them that the escalating chaos at the sports field still rages on mercilessly, so they have no choice but to jump into the fray and help. Hanho turns to the MC, a quizzical look in his eyes, and asks if they're rehashing the same old plan. The MC flashes a knowing grin, eyes fixed on a massive truck nearby, and unveils a plan far more ambitious this time. Meanwhile, far from their location, the student council group screams desperate pleas for help as they're relentlessly besieged by savage orcs. Daesong barks orders for everyone to group up and prepare for a desperate, frantic escape, as he valiantly holds the line, sword in hand. One of the guys frantically informs him about more people trapped and stranded in the stands. He sternly orders the man to ignore them, since they have no precious seconds to worry about others now. He then commands Jinsu and Hyungmin to take point, as their formidable shields make them best suited to lead. Suddenly, the group notices a massive bus, barreling straight at the orcs from behind. The bus annihilates them mercilessly, plowing through the horde, as the man behind the wheel lets out a maniacal cackle. After tearing through the last of the orcs, Hanho leans out of the bus triumphantly, and shouts for everyone to pile inside. The stunned players outside realize with a crushing weight that they should have followed them from the very start. Instead of foolishly lingering, Jisoo also leaps out of the bus and comes face to face with a snarling orc. This time, she demands her long-awaited revenge. As the orc lunges to strike her down, she swiftly blocks it with her gleaming sword, and this time, her sword doesn't yield an inch. She slays the orc with a fierce thrust of her burning sword and excitedly spins around, looking back, only to behold Sungwoo and his army of skeletons, systematically decimating all the other orcs. She watches, instantly noticing his brilliant strategy of attacking the orcs, while expertly maintaining his distance. This makes her feel a sudden pang of foolishness, since she had only dumped all her points into brute physical strength, purely to overpower orcs head-on. As he continues his relentless assault on the orcs, she can't help but wonder what he did before all of this. With the orcs finally dispatched, he glares at Disong, demanding to know what he's doing here, especially since he avoided his skeletons just moments ago. Disong lets out a nervous laugh, then asks him if he's truly going to hold a grudge against him, especially in their current dire situation. The MC fixes him with a furious glare and tells him he saw him abandoning people and just outright running away. Disong quickly explains that he was merely retreating, attempting to reorganize his team, he claims. However, everyone on the bus knows he's lying through his teeth. As they continue this heated conversation, they suddenly see a notification about the orc chief. Being enraged, the MC immediately gets on the bus and tells Disong directly that he will only be allowed to get in if he follows his orders to the letter. He orders him to hand over his armor first. Disong complains loudly and asks him how he's possibly supposed to protect his body without his precious armor. Sungwoo just smiles and tells him he has absolutely nothing to worry about, since he will be under his time's ultimate protection. After they leave, he gets a system notification telling him his level has increased to 5, allowing him to control medium-sized monsters. Another system alert soon follows, informing him that the maximum number of monsters under his control has just increased. He feels elated that he now commands 9 monsters. Suddenly, he notices movement directly behind him and turns to see one of his skeletons. Wearing all times the armor he took from Disong, he wonders if it's too heavy for it to even move. Remembering their past battles, though, he realizes this skeleton is far more reliable than the others. He sighs and tells the skeleton to undress. The skeleton looks at him with a silent despair, while he puts on a chainmail shirt over his white t-shirt. Hanho walks in and points at the massive crowd behind them. He tells him that they might need another bus if they want to keep rescuing more people. The MC tells him they won't focus on rescuing others anymore. He walks toward the crowd. With Jisoo and Hanho faithfully by his side, he grips the handrail, steadying himself as the bus sways. He urges everyone, declaring they must confront the orcs. A system window flashes into existence, announcing that the orc boss has initiated a full-blown global destruction operation. This means the monstrous creatures will relentlessly hunt survivors, until not a single soul remains. Sungwoo gazes at the anxious crowd, his eyes filled with hope, reminding them that, by the game's undeniable rules, they cannot evade these terrifying orcs forever. They absolutely must defeat the boss to escape this nightmare. A guy in a tracksuit, his fingers bandaged, nervously raises his hand. He nervously admits he saw a terrifying horde of orcs in the gym. He estimates there were a staggering 100 orcs in total. This shocking revelation horrifies the entire crowd. Just then, the system screams out a penalty for their imperfect teamwork. 3 new system alerts immediately appear. The first devastating alert states that at least 10 players are below level 5, resulting in a harsh reduction of movement speed and attack speed. The second chilling notification reports that at least 10 players haven't killed even a single monster. This significantly decreases their attack power and gold accumulation. The third grim message indicates that, due to the majority's crippling reluctance, The chance of a chaotic state of confusion has skyrocketed. Sung-woo sighs heavily, a chilling realization dawning on him. While they could potentially defeat most of the orc army in battle, the bigger picture has become crystal clear. The crowd stares at him in stunned surprise when he boldly declares he will fight the orcs himself. He firmly believes that having a weapon is utterly useless if one doesn't know how to properly wield it. Jisoo and Hanho frantically try to stop him, but he delivers the exact same message to them. The people in the crowd stare, utterly puzzled, wondering if he's completely lost his mind. The snarky members of the student council smirk as they slyly discuss how this could be a golden opportunity to eliminate him. Jinsok gazes out the window, calling him a fool and confidently predicting his swift demise. Jisoo thinks this isn't a good idea at all, so she desperately tries to convince him not to go alone. He reminds her that back on the first floor, she herself said there was no point in sticking together. His skeletons alone are far stronger than most of the people crammed onto that bus, so it's simply not useful to bring anyone else along. And a jolt of realization hits Jisoo as she thinks to herself, his strategies are typically ironclad, absolutely foolproof, but now, the stakes aren't just high, they're impossibly steep. As Sung-woo steps onto the arena, his loyal skeletons by his side, from the university windows, every gaze is fixed on him. His closest friends are sequestered inside the bus, parked a critical distance away from the action. They're his backup, ready to swoop in if anything goes sideways. Sung-woo freezes mid-stride, standing resolute in the field's center, as ominous, dark figures of his foes begin to emerge. The orcs, a monstrous tide, descend onto the field with a blood-curdling roar, bearing down on him with startling, savage speed. A thunderous charge begins, hurtling them straight towards him. Our MC, ever vigilant, quickly analyzes the monstrous horde, seeking to single out the orc chief from the rabid pack. Curiously, no system messages appear before his sight. He deduces with certainty this is a formidable mid-level boss. The massive red orc growls, raising its brutal axe high. He swiftly moves, stepping up onto the nearby stands, then barks commands, ordering his minions to charge ahead. The heavy shield groans as he braces it firmly on the ground. Standing defiant, positioned strategically at the top of the stairs, he makes a firm decision. This is where he will hold his ground. While the orcs roar, their charge aims squarely at the stairs. The skeletons raise their daggers, poised and ready to attack. The MC instantly activates his fearsome wild berserker skill, unleashing a surge of power that amplifies his goblin's strength and attack. Instead of engaging in a brutal melee brawl, his skeletal minions execute a surprising strategy. They suddenly unleash a barrage, flinging their daggers at the orcs. The daggers find their targets, dropping a few of the orcs, but the towering boss expertly blocks the incoming volley. A jolt of panic strikes the MC, as he realizes his ranged attack has been completely negated. He issues a desperate command, "Skeletons, charge!" He knows deep down that this plan is utterly suicidal, as every single skeleton is brutally annihilated by the orc boss. Right he stares, his eyes blazing with furious intensity. Sung-woo calmly places his hand on a skeleton's skull, and softly instructs it to wait, as the orc monsters smirk in triumph. However, just after they've seemingly destroyed every skeleton, a sudden, powerful blow connects with one of them from behind. Standing behind the orc is a formidable, undead orc warrior, a powerful new ally, now completely controlled by Sung-woo. A triumphant notification blazes across his vision, declaring that the teamwork synergy has officially activated, marking the triumphant first stage of this powerful synergy effect. The MC now gains access to the incredible weapon synergy, a powerful buff that requires a minimum of 5 axes to activate. This incredible effect drastically boosts both attack power and speed. As the battle kicks off, for a full 10 seconds, the regular orcs grapple furiously against the relentless undead, utterly relentless as they neither bleed nor tire. Perched atop the grand stairs, Sung-woo stands in proud command, Righty by his side. Together they bear witness, as the formidable undead orc army utterly overwhelms the living orcs below them. Meanwhile, some stunned students peer through the windows, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watch the MC single-handedly obliterate every orc in his path. Just behind the terrified orcs, Jisoo, Hanho, and even the bus driver are glued to this intense battle. Jisoo's eyes snap wide open in a wave of surprise. As her mind flashes back to her last talk with Sung-woo, she's struck by the realization that he's anticipated absolutely everything. As the MC casually glances at his system alert, watching his mana level surge upwards, a powerful wave of happiness washes over him. Could this be the incredible power of a legendary item? he can't help but wonder. Eerie skulls now float ominously above the battlefield as another notification pops up, informing Sungwoo that the orcs have been gravely weakened by the overwhelming, suffocating scent of death itself. Their core characteristics have plummeted by a staggering 30%. Utterly terrified, the orcs begin to fall back in a panicked retreat. But their mighty leader roars with fury, rallying them, triggering a powerful morale boost effect that instantly halves the debuff's devastating effects. With a renewed battle cry, the orcs surge back, directly confronting the MC. On the other side, Sungwoo's formidable undead army stands poised, ready to clash with the approaching orcs. Righty swiftly climbs onto the fence high above the MC, then hurtles down to back up the rest of the undead army. As it charges headlong towards them, he whips out his sword and begins a furious slashing assault. Some orcs find themselves caught in a deadly dance with the undead. On Sungwoo's chilling command, the skeleton charges fiercely at the enemy. Having dispatched the last of the orcs, the MC finally sinks onto the steps, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Suddenly, a system notification materializes before him, triumphantly announcing that he's earned a coveted lottery ticket, his reward for defeating 100 monsters. This incredible achievement lets him rank up to an infinite status, making him the 21st player in this epic tale to ever receive such an immense honor. A quick thought reminds him that 20 players are still ahead of him, having already claimed this prestigious ticket. But suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a bus rumbles nearby. Someone's trying to hotwire that bus and make a break for it. But bam! They slam right into the pink wall, completely blocking their desperate escape. Sungwoo just groans in frustration as he spots the arrogant student council crew, now completely overrun by a horde of ravenous orcs. These are the same fools who tried to flee in the bus. They scream for help as the orcs move in to snatch them. Totally exasperated, he facepalms hard. He's furious that these morons defied his commands and managed to screw everything up even worse. As Sungwoo steels himself to rescue the trapped group, the other students are rallied to join the fray. Though he usually prefers to dominate the battlefield solo, he grudgingly allows them to tag along, just as long as they don't interfere with his skeletal squad. He storms the building, 2 undead orcs right at his heels. He immediately spots the grotesque bodies of defeated goblins, grisly trophies strung up from the ceiling. The interior of this place is absolutely bone-chilling. The group freezes as an ominous glow radiates forth, piercing through the thick smoke ahead, revealing a hulking monster with terrifying, glowing eyes. Sungwoo grips the pulsing orb tightly in his hands, wondering if he's finally staring down the boss. He shouts for everyone to brace themselves. They're about to confront the true orc boss. The hostages are battered, bruised, and utterly bloodied. Some are even missing teeth, their faces a mess. The MC feels a sliver of relief that no one's dead yet, but he's also incredibly confused. He never thought orcs were smart enough to actually take hostages. The pathetic student council members glance his way, desperately pleading for rescue. He glares back, fiercely, and snarls that their dire predicament is entirely the consequence of their own foolish actions. And worse, they dragged innocent people into their mess. He despises those who refuse to understand his warnings, so he'll go all out, showing no weakness whatsoever. Any hesitation could be deadly for him. His plan: unleash a sudden, bewildering attack on the orcs and snatch the group to safety out of nowhere. Then, one of the orcs brutally swings its massive axe, and with a sickening thud, separates the student council president's head from his body. Everyone is absolutely aghast at this brutal display. But wait, the shocking revelations don't stop there. From the very roof of the building, the Times, actual Times, Orc Boss makes a terrifying entrance. A strange, ominous spell bursts forth from him. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of weakness washes over everyone. The system barrages Jisoo with urgent, flashing alerts, all screaming that she's plunged into a daze of confusion and disarray, all thanks to the chilling breath of the abyss. Her mana, too, relentlessly drains away with every passing second. At long last, the monstrous orc boss makes his grand, terrifying entrance. He's a junior-level black magician, a dark sorcerer, much like a sinister shaman of old. Han Ho's hands visibly tremble as he struggles to squeeze a bottle, desperately trying to pry it open. He gulps down the potion, instantly restoring his depleted mana, and even thoughtfully offers one to Sungwoo. However, Sungwoo simply rejects it, urging him to hand it to Jisoo instead. With a chilling grin, Sungwoo inhales the swirling streams of dark mana, finding this abyssal energy utterly invigorating. Meanwhile, a blazing system alert screams that the breath of the abyss has dramatically boosted his power, his mana reserves now soaring past 4,000. Now he understands the surge of pure, unbridled confidence he feels. The system further reveals that due to this intense accumulation of abyssal breath, the effects of his first awakening have been temporarily activated, dramatically boosting his characteristics and massively increasing the number of monsters he can summon. As he strides forward, his menacing figure is illuminated solely by the terrifying, ethereal glow of his own mana, casting him as a truly horrifying spectacle. Imagine, if you will, the audacity of using black magic on a necromancer. He relentlessly advances toward the boss, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he asks what the boss did. The boss, naturally, is utterly bewildered and confused, having never anticipated any times of this unfolding. Jisoo bravely rushes after Sungwoo, insisting that they must all attack as one. Just like before, on the rooftop, Sungwoo lets out a chilling, eerie smile, his entire being seemingly glowing with an overwhelming surge of mana. He declares, with an ominous tone, that from this moment forward, absolutely nothing will ever be the same as the undead spectacularly soar into the air. Hanho watches them, mesmerized, as all times, the lifeless bodies scattered across the rooftop violently burst back to life. His eyes remain wide open, fixed in sheer shock, as he stares at the countless system notifications, detailing the incredible synergy buffs they've suddenly acquired. Meanwhile, Sungwoo transforms into an absolute monster, eager for the boss to taste the time's true ultimate power of death itself. The orc shaman, beware, he starts smashing all the undead warriors into pieces. However, a system notification suddenly appears, revealing there's a guaranteed chance to revive all these undead skeletons. No matter how many skeletons the shaman slays, they just keep coming back. He kills one, Sungwoo revives it instantly. The orc shaman starts to grow utterly tired. He stares, dumbfounded, at the MC, who now looks like an absolute monster. My man accidentally turned into the boss. He then asks the shaman if he finally understands who he is facing. At this moment, he pierces his soul with his glowing eyes, and tells him that it is the true nature of death. The shaman shrieks, paralyzed by fear. As he has no idea how to defeat the MC, he tries to retreat, desperate, but the undead army surrounds him from all sides. Sungwoo sees this, and chillingly tells him that he is foolish to think that he can escape death. The poor shaman screams, utterly terrified, as all the skeletons leap at him from all directions. He tries to fight back, valiantly, but the numbers are overwhelmingly against him. At last, Righty delivers the final, decisive blow, and puts him out of his misery. Sungwoo gets a sweet 1,055 gold for killing the junior black magician. After slaying the orc chief, Righty absorbs his mana and dramatically increases its rank. Sungwoo realizes that his minions have to defeat the boss. In order to gain that precious experience, he then opens up the list of his loyal minions. He has a grand total of 33 skeletons, one of which is a formidable level 3 veteran. As he looks at the list, Hanho suddenly calls him and tells him that there is something strange coming out of the boss monster's mouth. As the MC takes a look, he realizes that it's an item. The item description says that it grants devil attributes to the user, and once equipped, beware, it will require many sacrifices to remove. He doesn't really understand what the devil attributes mean, and simply assumes that it will likely be the same as his Necromancer class. He dons the item, unlocking the formidable devil attribute. This power lets him siphon the enemy's mana clean away. And with every strike, suddenly, all of his skeletons collapse, dissolving into mere piles of bones. It seems the orc shaman's spell effect has finally faded. The group rushes back to the waiting students, who erupt in cheers for their hard-won boss defeat. They hail the MC as their undeniable hero. Yet, a deep sense of unease settles over him amidst the praise, for he knows he has no true need for others in this cruel world. He understands perfectly clear that, to maximize his own chances of survival, truly, he must avoid having too many people with him. Now that the fearsome boss has finally been defeated, the ancient seal shatters, and the exit doors grind open. The students breathe a collective sigh, wondering if they can finally escape. They all burst into chatter, debating their next move, each one pondering their crucial next steps. Some voices suggest they should simply continue following Sungwoo's lead, declaring it their absolute best chance at survival. Hanho gazes down at his phone, a worried shadow crossing his face, and then he tells the MC, his voice strained, "This is happening all over the world." He agonizes. "Are my parents even all right? Hearing this, the MC's thoughts immediately turn to his own parents. Suddenly, a large bus screeches to a halt right before them, and Kyung-soo booms, urging everyone to hop aboard. He declares he was a driver, back in his military service days, and he knows exactly where the military base is located. He's going to drive this bus straight to the base. Sung-woo smiles faintly and lies, claiming he can't go because his own house is just a stone's throw away. Kyung-soo then turns to the remaining students, urging them to get on, and reveals they've managed to secure 2 whole buses. More than enough to accommodate everyone. Everyone but the MC's group boards the buses. Kyung-soo waves him a goodbye and then drives the bus away. As the students disappear from sight, Han-ho looks around, wondering aloud where they'll head next. He then asks Jisoo about her own home. She replies that she used to reside in the school dorms, as her entire family lives on a distant island. She then tentatively asks the MC if she can stick by him, even admitting she might not be much help at all. He reassures her warmly that she absolutely will be useful, and grants her permission to stay. Han-ho then asks him the very same question, but the MC playfully tells him that he first needs to chop off one of his hands, ready to become a one-armed warrior. Then, right out of nowhere, Jisoo shoves them both dramatically to the ground, to shield them from an unseen, looming threat. Just as they hit the ground, a giant dragon swoops overhead. The entire group stares, stunned, at the terrifying creature, not knowing what in the world it even is. Meanwhile, the bus grinds to a sudden, screeching halt, and Kyung-soo notices several more dragons hot on their tail. A frantic passenger screams at him to keep driving, but he argues that it's far more dangerous for them to keep moving right now. The dragons only seem to be chasing the buses, the ones that are currently in motion. A system notification blares, informing them that the boss, the Wyvern alpha male, has officially appeared. In the very next moment, the dragon slams down onto the bus, tossing it high into the air and ripping it into pieces. Sung-woo witnesses this brutal display and quickly realizes he's nearly not strong enough for this time's new world, but he knows he can become stronger. With his back turned towards Jisoo, he declares that instead of just avoiding these monsters, they are going to actively hunt them down from now on. This revelation leaves her utterly bewildered, and she immediately asks him what he means. He explains that they can't just rely on simply adapting to every situation. If they continue doing that, they will only go from being easy food to merely becoming food that's at times little times harder to catch. In order to truly survive, they need to dominate the monsters. He clenches his fist with steely resolve, and the group starts marching straight towards a menacing group of orcs. As the orcs and players come face to face, a system notification abruptly pops up, telling them that the tutorial is now complete. If times was the tutorial, I'm not sticking around for the actual game. As the brutal hunt begins, Sung-woo uses his skeleton army to swiftly surround a horde of minions. The goblins desperately try to escape, but he's meticulously blocked off all their exit points. The relentless skeletons continue slashing them as they desperately run for their lives. Each decisive kill showers the MC with extra gold. After thoroughly eliminating every last one, he instantly gains a level. Han-ho emerges from his hiding spot and nervously laughs, boasting that he took care of them all by himself. Our MC lets out a weary sigh and declares they're all just tiny small fry. He muses that merely slaughtering goblins won't bring them any real benefit. His eyes scan over the level up cards and decisively opts to boost his strength. The moment he selects that strength card, a subtle, yet distinct, shift ripples through his body. Meanwhile, his relentless skeleton army continues to ruthlessly clear goblins from sight, netting him even more precious gold. He emerges to find Jisoo, poised with her blade. She flashes him a confident smile, and proudly declares that 9 goblins, in total, she dispatched all by herself. The MC then turns to Han-ho and instructs him to gather the daggers the goblins left in their wake. He meticulously stores all the daggers in an icebox as they get ready to forge ahead. He then addresses the group that from now on, goblins are a no-go, no longer worth their time. Jisoo asks, her eyes glinting, if he seeks stronger prey. He clarifies that while lowly goblins are only worth a paltry 10 gold, a single orc can yield a hefty 80 gold. Yet, he yearns to discover a monster horde that promises even greater, more lucrative rewards. The group continues their trek along desolate roads, with not a soul in sight, until suddenly, Han-ho spots several abandoned military trucks in the distance. Many deceased soldiers are piled up before the trucks, a truly grim and unsettling sight. As they cautiously draw nearer, they notice the soldiers are armed with mere shovels, instead of any actual, proper weapons. Then, in a flash, A soldier unexpectedly pops out from a truck, shovel in hand, and warily asks if they are, indeed, human. He's clearly terrified by the skeletons standing behind the group. Sung-woo offers a reassuring smile and waves, assuring him that they're human and mean absolutely no harm. The soldier promptly calls out to his sergeant, informing him about the folks waiting outside. Our MC, then, approaches the window to meet the sergeant. The sergeant apologizes for the awkward circumstances, explaining he can't step out because of his injured leg. Sung-woo instantly realizes he's been stabbed by a goblin. Sergeant Kim hangs his head, clearly frustrated with himself, admitting he got shanked by a mere minion, a creature no bigger than a small child. Despite the odds, they somehow manage to fend off the monstrous threats. The MC, bewildered, stares at the sergeant and demands to know why in the world they aren't armed with any guns. The sergeant reveals their weapons are utterly useless. They just won't fire. It wasn't a mechanical malfunction. No, every single one of their firearms simply ceased functioning. The moment the monsters made their terrifying debut, they were left with no choice but to fight with mere shovels and improvised swords. Seeing the sergeant's dire condition, Han-ho quietly nudges Sung-woo, revealing that he's got some precious healing potions. Kim's eyes light up as he practically lunges toward the window, spotting the bottle and desperately asking if he can have it. Sung-woo firmly shakes his head, turning away and declaring that they can't just hand over vital resources that are absolutely critical for their own survival. Upon hearing this, the sergeant, with a glint in his eye, leans his head out of the truck and quickly offers a valuable trade. Information. He promises to tell them absolutely everything he's seen and heard up until this very moment. The MC pauses, mulling over the proposition, and states he wants to hear the intel first, before he can even consider if it's worth their precious supplies. Kim then drops a bombshell. Massive wolves are roaming around. Beasts as colossal as bulls. They couldn't even manage to take down a single one, and their forces were utterly overwhelmed. What's more, there's also a mysterious QR code. He's encountered 2 of them so far. One is located within the station, and the other is deep inside the subway transfer center. The sergeant pulls out his phone, urging them to scan these cryptic codes, because it will install a vital app on their phones. This, he explains, is the only way they can possibly communicate with other potential survivors out there, seeing as all other forms of communication are completely defunct. Sung-woo, considering the bigger picture, finally hands over the precious potion, as his mind races, contemplating a wider community of survivors. The sergeant then asks about their destination, stating he's trying to rejoin his own unit. Sung-woo, skeptical, asks if he truly believes he'll be safe with his unit. Kim grimly reveals that when the monsters first materialized, their superiors actually confiscated their weapons, ordering them to fight the grotesque creatures with nothing but shovels. But he's certain they've sung a very different tune. By this point, the MC informs him they're off to an entirely new destination. Just as Kim gets ready to depart, he issues a grim warning about the menacing creatures lurking in the sky. The sergeant immediately breaks out into a cold sweat upon hearing that massive dragons are now soaring through the heavens. After they part ways, the MC pushes onward with his steadfast friends and their formidable skeleton army, encountering their very first QR code as they finally arrive at the station. Before installing the mysterious app, Han-ho anxiously questions the MC, wondering if the code might just install a virus on their phone. My man's worried about a phone virus in the literal apocalypse. This intriguing app features a handy message board and a dynamic news feed, allowing players to freely share vital information with one another. The game's admin also utilizes it to broadcast crucial updates. Sung-woo scans a post from the admin and can't help but wonder who could possibly be behind all of this chaos. He then glances over at the message board, which, for now, remains completely empty. Jisoo informs him that it costs a hefty 1,000 gold just to make a single post. Suddenly, they spot a brand new post from player 4,884, dramatically announcing to other players that their group is establishing a safe zone in the apartment complex of Hwaseong City. The post also features 2 intriguing comments, with one player specifically asking how to get in touch with the group. Upon seeing the address, Han-ho exclaims that it's surprisingly close to his own place. Sung-woo asks if they should even consider going there. He also marvels at how the person behind that post managed to so easily spend a colossal 1,000 gold. They had barely scraped their way to level 6, after enduring so much trouble and hardship, yet this other group was already at an astounding level 8. He stares intently at the post, thinking to himself that something about it just feels off. However, he still desperately needs to connect with some high-level survivors, so he presses on, heading directly towards the address mentioned in the post. Suddenly, he hears an urgent beep from his phone. He checks it to see a comment has been deleted on the post. The player then questions why it was removed, and the author of the original post tells them that someone was just talking crap, so they deleted their comments. This comes off as a bit strange to the MC as he continues staring at his phone. Meanwhile, we see another buff guy holding a phone. He lets out a creepy smile as he realizes that another victim has fallen into his trap. The sun shines brightly overhead as a man frantically tries to defend his daughter against a group of minions. He only has a baseball bat, which he uses to try to scare the monsters away. Soon he realizes that he can't hold them off, so he screams for help. However, none of the other players come to his aid, and they continue to watch him from the safety of the surrounding houses. As the minions get closer to the man, one of them gets stabbed by a dagger. Suddenly, an undead orc shows up and starts hitting them with its axe. The man watches in confusion as Sung Woo's undead army comes to his aid. At the last second, he holds his hand out for the man and tells him that he is safe now. The man tells him in a trembling voice that his house is nearby, but they ran out of food. The MC opens up his bag and gives him a few cans of food. He knows that it won't be enough, but that's all he has for now. The minions try to escape as the skeleton army overwhelms them. As the group chases them to some stairs, they come across a dungeon sign. Hanho asks the MC if they should go down and finish the minions before they can walk any further. The man stops them and warns them from going into the basement. He reveals that there is something even more terrifying than those green minions. Down in the basement, Sung Woo looks at the man with a smile and thanks him for the warning. After going down the stairs, they receive a notification telling them that they have entered the the Slime's shrine. As the group ventures deeper into the shadowy basement, they stumble upon a fallen minion, its head completely engulfed in corrosive slime. An undead orc quickly swings its axe, shattering the viscous goo. Each successful strike grants them a valuable 140 gold. Hanho clutches his rapidly melting dagger, grumbling about the slime's terrifying ability to dissolve even metal. The MC reminds him that bones are immune to its corrosive touch, making his mighty skeletons their ultimate, natural predator. Suddenly, Hanho catches an ominous sound, spinning around to face a colossal slime monster. With a single, devastating attack, the monstrous blob crushes a skeleton minion. Sung Woo immediately realizes a chilling truth. This slime can brutally crush and chew opponents, even if it can't dissolve them completely. Worse still, his skeleton's usual attacks are proving utterly useless, thanks to the slime's immense size and dense, unyielding form. Swiftly, he devises a brilliant strategy, beginning to forge bone weapons instead. Rather than summoning more skeletons, the MC skillfully crafts deadly weapons from bones, hurling them directly at the menacing slime from a safe distance. From afar, Jisoo expertly tosses a skeleton his way, and he instantly transforms it into yet another formidable weapon. While he's preoccupied with crafting, the slime lunges forward, aiming for a direct hit, launching a ferocious frontal assault. The MC strategically uses one of his orc warriors as a living shield, bravely intercepting the attack. The massive slime devours the minion, completely annihilating it. Witnessing this, the MC breaks into a knowing smile, declaring that the boss has just made a fatal mistake. Unbeknownst to the slime, the devoured skeleton actually concealed a bag brimming with bones. He then unleashes his weapon creation skill, instantly converting all those hidden bones into razor-sharp weapons, brutally tearing the monstrous slime apart from the inside out. The remaining skeletons spring into swift action, relentlessly smashing the slime into even tinier fragments, ensuring it can never regenerate. The valiant one-armed skeleton, as always, delivers the decisive final blow. They are handsomely rewarded with 2,255 gold for slaying the slime boss. Boss Sung Woo, ever the strategist, commands his loyal skeletons to carefully collect the slime in an empty glass bottle, knowing its potent acid might prove useful later on. As they gather the viscous mucus, one of the eager skeletons, our hero uncovers the very core of the slime monster. This gooey core can dissolve practically anything, or fuse objects together with a powerful bond. Our MC carefully picks it up, using a protective cloth, wondering if this could be a crucial compound ingredient. Suddenly, Hanho calls out to him, urging him to check the comments on Time's mysterious online post. Turns out, the post is riddled with a ton of deleted comments. Other players, sensing something amiss, have also reached out to the original poster for answers, specifically asking about those vanishing comments. But all they get is a dismissive, just ignore them. Someone then brings up the comment from the very first person, who was trying desperately to contact the mysterious group, asking if they ever actually made it. However, player 4884 reveals that they haven't arrived at all. They grimly suggest something terrible must have happened to them on their way. Hanho finds it incredibly suspicious that all times those comments are getting deleted. Meanwhile, Sungwoo ponders to himself, first, this group selflessly shelled out a massive 1,000 gold for that initial post, and they just keep spending more gold with these comments. He knows there's something seriously weird happening here. Our scene shifts to a gritty underground parking area, where a shady bunch of guys are just loitering about. One of them muses aloud, why are these players even bothering to hunt monsters when killing other players is way more profitable? A single kill can net them 500 gold for taking out a normal person, and over 1,000 gold for a fellow player, depending on their level. The other guy just laughs, confirming it's far easier to take down players. Plus, he grins. We actually enjoy it. Inside a nearby car, two other guys are sitting, and one asks the other about their boss. But the other guy looks absolutely out of his mind. He clutches his head as if it's about to explode, screaming out the name, Professor Red. His partner is clearly startled and a bit scared, asking if he's actually talking about Time's notorious serial killer. The tweaking guy then plunges into a horrifying flashback, where he's being savagely attacked by a monstrous creature. The monster, revealed to be a vampire, fixates on the man with his terrifying, sharp fangs, and chillingly tells him, I have need times for people like you. At this exact moment, our MC dramatically draws his sword and asks Hanho, can he ever take another life? After that vampire's deadly bite, the man was transformed into a low-ranking vampire. He just couldn't grasp how everything went so wrong. He'd only stopped at the convenience store, alongside his fellow gang members, planning a quick heist, or so he thought. But then, the monster struck, turning him into one of them. Once he embraced his new, monstrous form, he began mercilessly slaughtering his own gang. The ancient vampire watched, a chilling smile on its face, as he cut them down. One by one, the boss continued his bloody feast, guzzling blood from the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. All traces of his humanity had vanished. The vampire's gaze fixated on him, commanding him to keep feeding, keep growing, until their paths inevitably crossed once more. The boss snaps back from his horrific flashback, startled by the shouts of the man beside him. Another figure approaches the car window, demanding to know if there's a problem. The boss glares at the man, insisting everything is perfectly fine, then asks what urgent news he bears. The man thrusts his phone forward, announcing their unsuspecting prey has just arrived. Their online post just got another comment from player 157, claiming they're with two others. His group wants a meetup, calling them to the park. Hearing this, the boss wastes no time, instantly ordering the driver to speed to the park. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks, the open grounds of the apartment complex, making it all too simple to lure in unsuspecting fools, just like the one they just ensnared. Not a single apartment resident dares to utter a word of protest, trapped by their own paralyzing fear. The boss plans to eliminate every last one of them. Once their current supply of prey runs dry, suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes, spotting a group standing directly in their path, right there on the road. All of them hooded, their backs to the car, their faces hidden from sight. The boss, consumed by a bloodthirsty rage, screams at the driver the moment he sees them. Just run them all down with the car! The driver, without hesitation, obeys, and smashes into the group at full, deadly speed. However, upon striking them, all they saw was a shower of bones flying through the air. It turns out that those hoods weren't hiding any people at all, but actual skeletons. Sungwoo then swiftly uses those very bones to conjure menacing spikes, and sends them hurtling toward the car. The driver instantly loses control, and the car careens into a violent crash. The boss is left utterly bewildered, completely clueless about what's happening. Suddenly, someone shatters the car window, and violently drags him out, slamming him hard onto the ground. Our MC swiftly snatches his phone, and demands to know if he's the one responsible for that post. With a gleaming sword pressed against his head, the boss is utterly speechless, completely at a loss for words. Our MC had been quite suspicious. When he first noticed those suspiciously deleted comments, he thought it through and came to one chilling conclusion. These guys were absolutely getting something significant out of this. So, they decided to set a cunning trap, but he certainly wasn't expecting them to just brutally run them over with their car. The boss, still defiant, glares up at Sung Woo, and furiously demands if he even dares to know who they are. Without uttering a single word, our boy delivers a swift, brutal kick right to the man's face, as one of his terrified lackeys watches in disbelief. He then interrogates him with an absolutely icy expression about the exact number of people he has waiting upstairs. He chillingly threatens to rip his head clean off if he doesn't answer. Upon hearing this, the guy merely starts to laugh. He suddenly lunges forward, attempting a desperate attack, and taunts the MC, asking if he's ever truly killed a person before. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Righty materializes and brutally slashes his arm with his sword. The man screams in agonizing pain, blood gushing everywhere. Sung Woo looks down at him with utter disgust and coldly declares that, even with the brutal current state of the world, he's still not heartless enough to personally take a human life. His skeletons, however, are an entirely different story. His skeletons operate by completely different rules. As one of the monstrous orc skeletons raises its massive axe, poised to finish the guy off for good, the guy, unbelievably, merely starts to laugh once more. Our MC truly wonders if the guy has completely lost his mind, driven mad by the sheer agony of the pain. He then turns to the other terrified guy and chillingly asks if they should start by severing his legs, or perhaps his arms. First, that other guy, he's absolutely not times about this life. So, without a moment's hesitation, he urgently blurts out the chilling news: 8 people are upstairs. But before another word can escape his lips, the ruthless boss silences him instantly with razor-sharp claws. Hanho and Jisoo stare, utterly aghast and frozen in disbelief, as they witness him brutally slay one of his own allies. The boss's own severed arm shockingly transforms into a jagged, pointed blade. He violently tears out the poor man's head, then begins to greedily drink his blood. This grotesque act immediately allows him to heal his wounds and dramatically boost his combat stats. The fallen man, once a formidable 3-star ninja, was instantly cursed when the boss bit his neck. His class forcibly mutated into a low-rank vampire. In this wretched class, true leveling up is impossible, but you can absorb the stats of any player you kill. The boss, now fully replenished, stands tall and roars with primal fury, activating his terrifying Berserk mode. Instantly, all his stats skyrocket by a terrifying 20%. The MC grimly realizes there's a class out there, even more gruesome and monstrous than his own. The group swiftly scrambles into a tense defensive position, with the sturdy skeletons bravely guarding the front lines. Sung Woo knows, deep down, he knows that the vampire could annihilate them with just a single, crushing blow if they make even one wrong move. He quickly orders his summoned army to attack, but the monstrous foe proves far faster than he anticipated, forcing him to hastily command the skeletons to revert to defense. The enraged vampire effortlessly tears through the skeletal guardians, then barrels straight for the MC himself. He knows he must take out the summoner first, since Sung Woo controls all the undead. Sung Woo barely manages to bring his shield up just in time, right before the vampiric fiend assaults him with his sharp, transformed, pointy arm. But the vampire is immediately slashed from behind by Jisoo, a move that oddly makes him let out a chilling laugh. He instantly changes his target and savagely attacks her. As he lunges, trying to land a blow, he's suddenly struck by several daggers raining down from behind. He spins around to see Hanho standing there, a smirk on his face, with 2 deadly daggers gripped firmly in his hands. Hanho unleashes a barrage, shooting daggers at the vampire, like a human machine gun, which only infuriates the beast further. With a snarl, he changes his target once more. In the blink of an eye, the vampire launches himself like a bullet straight towards Hanho, giving him absolutely no time to react. But hold on a second, just as it strikes, Righty spectacularly parries his attack. The vampire deftly twists away, narrowly dodging the blade. But then, Sung Woo surges forward from behind, axe in hand. Yet again, the cunning vampire anticipates the strike with ease, utterly obliterating the MC's axe. Our MC instantly raises his shield, bracing for impact. But this vampire's strength is simply overwhelming. He effortlessly weaves through their assaults, mocking their attempts, declaring them far too slow to catch him. As his focus locks onto Sung Woo, a new threat emerges. Jisoo bursts onto the scene, appearing right behind him, unleashing her blazing sword attack in a desperate lunge. But he spots it coming a mile away, effortlessly sidestepping the blow. A chilling laugh escapes his lips as he scoffs, telling her he saw that attack coming from miles away. But just as he gloats, a new challenger strikes. Righty suddenly leaps, sword flashing, landing right on top of him, and brutally slashes clean through his left arm. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as the vampire's entire arm is severed. Sungwoo's eyes widen. This is their opening, their ultimate chance. He barks a command, ordering every single skeleton to swarm him, all at once, from every direction. But just then, the vampire's loyal goons suddenly burst onto the scene. A cruel smile spreads across his face, pleased by this turn, as he gloats, telling them they've arrived at the absolutely perfect time. Yet, there's a problem. His own men recoil in terror, horrified by his mangled, monstrous form. While his attention is diverted, Jisoo strikes, slamming her sword into him. Righty and the other skeletons immediately follow suit, piling on, mercilessly pummeling the vampire with simultaneous blows. He struggles, desperately trying to fight back, but it's too late. Our MC plunges his sword deep into the vampire's neck with brutal force. "Can you regenerate times this asterisk?" he growls, a chilling question on his lips, before violently ripping the vampire's head clean off. A reward of 1,000 gold instantly appears. Since the vampire was categorized as a level 1 player, the gold value makes sense. The MC stares, utterly horrified by the chilling realization that you can actually gain gold by killing other players in this world. His gaze snaps to the remaining goons, a terrifying intensity in his eyes, as he demands to know if times was the reason why. They were slaughtering innocent players. The entire group begins to tremble, gripped by sheer, unadulterated fear, as the skeletal horde closes in, completely surrounding them. The MC slowly, deliberately walks towards them, radiating a dangerous aura, then orders them, in a chilling tone, to drop their weapons immediately. In a panic, they all instantly surrender, no questions asked, throwing down every single weapon they possess. After a grueling interrogation, extracting information, one of the trembling men finally spills the beans about their mysterious big boss. But the unsettling truth is revealed. They have absolutely no idea who it truly is. The thing is, their boss was merely obeying orders, but little did they know that he could transform into a literal monster. Sungwoo begins to ponder, if that big boss is truly the one who created these monsters, and if so, what powerful class does he possess? This immediately makes him question if classes beyond the 5-star limit even exist. He then turns to the men and asks about the grim total of people they've killed up until this very moment. After hearing they've mercilessly killed over 21 people, he swiftly signals his skeletons to finish them off. They desperately beg him to spare their lives, insisting they were merely following orders. But Sungwoo, resolute, shows no mercy. He knows that if these men aren't dealt with now, they'll undoubtedly go on to kill more innocent people later. Jisoo is noticeably taken aback by what she just witnessed, but she ultimately agrees with his reasoning. Suddenly, the community post gets a new comment, urgently warning Sungwoo's group against meeting the other faction, as they are a notorious group of murderers. The sergeant reads this comment and immediately flies into a rage, as the grim realization hits him that ruthless people are now roaming around, slaughtering others, in addition to the monsters. He then spots another comment, proudly stating that User 157, the MC's legendary account, had skillfully eliminated all of those murderers, after ingeniously setting a trap with his skeletons. Reading this, the sergeant can't help but break into a wide smile. She suddenly realizes that this is the very same group he met earlier. One of the soldiers informs him of an incoming call, but he completely ignores him, declaring that their saviors are doing truly great things. The scene dramatically shifts to a guy in shining armor, who intently reads through the comments, and expresses deep gratitude for Sungwoo's group, for still selflessly looking out for others, even amidst their own dire circumstances. The man then confidently steps out into the bright light and asks his group if they should also begin to move. Meanwhile, as the MC's group walks down the ravaged roads, Hanho excitedly informs him of a new post. This post originates from a user dramatically named the Prosecutor of Yeongdongpo. It's a direct message, telling other players that they are welcome to comment on this post. For players who can't afford to make their own posts, this is a lifesaver. Using 1,000 gold Jisoo and Sungwoo as examples, as they discuss how people are cleverly utilizing the post to desperately search for their missing family members, and even strategize about synergy effects and fearsome monsters. It's clear this post is proving incredibly helpful to many players, especially those without enough gold to create their own posts. Our group finally arrives at Hanho's house. He gazes at his home with a heart full of worry, fervently praying his family is still safe inside. The MC quickly intervenes and urges him to calm down, advising caution above all else. since they have no idea what dangers lurk nearby. As they ascend the stairs, they spot dead orcs littering the path, a sight that only fuels Hanho's growing anxiety. He resumes praying fervently for his parents' safety. Just before he opens the door to his apartment, a massive slash mark scars the door, sending a jolt of terror through him. He screams, pleading for his mom to open the door. Suddenly, the door creaks open, revealing his parents standing on the other side, their faces etched with worried expressions. After a quick chat, he learns that neither of his parents chose a class card. His dad casually mentions the cards. Simply didn't pique his interest. As they all eat, Sungwoo asks the parents how they miraculously managed to fend off the orcs, and all the other apartments had their doors violently broken down by the rampaging orcs. Yet theirs was the sole door left standing. The dad, quite nonchalantly, reveals that he simply used pesticides to keep the orcs away. This revelation utterly shocks everyone, including our seasoned MC. The mom, beaming with pride, declares that all the orcs fled in terror the moment her husband sprayed them with pesticides. Hanho nearly chokes and spills his drink listening to this absurd tale. After dinner, his mother warmly thanks Sungwoo and Jisoo for safely bringing her son back home. She then offers them some refreshing green tea, as it's the only thing they currently have. Hanho quickly interjects that times also help them out by bravely throwing daggers, but his mom simply ignores him. As they all settle down to rest inside the house, a group of kids on bikes notice the lights, and an evil smirk spreads across their faces. Jisoo is the first to emerge from the shower, and Hanho's mom notices her seemingly frail body, instantly feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Meanwhile, Hanho, ever the strategist, ponders to himself that she's a staggering 30 times stronger than him. A wave of immense relief washes over our MC, as he finally gets to enjoy a well-deserved shower. He's incredibly glad that both of his friends' parents are safe and sound. His dad, incredibly, was able to weaponize the orcs' own keen sense of smell against them. Otherwise, both of them would have surely ended up like the rest of the unfortunate, fallen players. Yet, even with the world rapidly going to hell, there was still a small beacon of positivity to be found. Refreshed, the group meticulously begins cleaning their weapons. Hanho turns to the MC, probing for his thoughts on their next move. They can't exactly stay in this place forever, after all. He tells him they should first and foremost decide exactly where they want to go. Only then can they move out. Sungwoo thinks to himself that the first orcs who arrived were likely just scouts. If a larger group of them is lurking nearby, it might very well erupt into a massive, large-scale battle. Their immediate problem, however, is simply figuring out where to go, since they don't have a clear objective in mind at all. Just as he's deep in thought, Hanho shoves his phone up and practically screams at him to take a look. He tells him that the guy who originally posted to allow other players to comment freely has just made another surprising post. In this compelling new post, the player claims they've successfully set up a safety zone right inside the Yangdong post station, all with the impressive help of his 3-star class friend. However, in order to maintain this zone, they need either gold or crucial rations. Jisoo quickly scans the post and immediately asks if they can truly trust this person. Hanho, surprisingly, thinks the guy genuinely has other people's best interests at heart. On the other hand, however, Sungwoo is still incredibly unsure about this guy's intentions. He tells them that he now knows exactly why he made that other post yesterday. Even though they might not be lying about the safety zone itself, they still spent a whopping 1,000 gold to open a new message board, specifically for survivors. So, it seems incredibly unlikely that they are doing all this purely out of the goodness of their hearts. He then tells them to just look at the comments, which are absolutely filled with nothing but gushing praises for the player. Sungwoo now firmly believes that he orchestrated this, just to gain a highly favorable reputation among the players. It looks like they're about to form one massive group. If that happens, they won't even need to lift a finger. All the resources they could ever need will simply walk right into their laps. Hanho, however, can't believe this guy orchestrated it all purely for his own benefit. The MC tells him he might be overthinking things, but the station's too far for them to travel to, so they can't really find out for sure. Then, Hanho stumbles upon a comment from Chief Gu, claiming there's another times safe zone hidden away at the Huashang Fortress. The catch? He mentions in the comment that he requires rent. The MC isn't thrilled about the rent part, but his curiosity about the safe zone is piqued. He immediately asks his friend about the fortress's distance from their current location. Hanho tells him it's only about 20 minutes away by bus. Hearing it's not too far at all, the MC decides to make it their next destination. As they all get ready to leave, the MC apologizes to the parents for suddenly asking them to come along. Dad smiles, assuring him that it's perfectly fine. He's safely brought back his son, after all, so he's happy to follow his lead. Hanho's mother then tells him that apart from monsters, there are also times bandits running wild in the neighborhood. The MC is a bit confused by this revelation, so he asks them what exactly they mean. The dad explains that they're just a bunch of high school kids who zoom around on motorcycles, stealing stuff from people. Sung-woo sighs, realizing he now has to deal with such petty criminals too. Suddenly, they hear the unmistakable sound of a bike approaching. As they all look back, they see a group of teenagers trying their best to look tough. They stop right in front of them, and times demand that they hand over all the goods they have. The kids even threaten them with their overwhelming numbers and baseball bats. The MC looks at them with a smile and asks if they truly have the greater numbers. Behind him, several glowing eyes begin to appear. The kids suddenly turn tail and vanish before he can even say anything else. This leaves the entire group completely bewildered. What could have possibly terrified those kids? They have no idea. Our MC glances back, a deep worry etched across his face. And there they are. A terrifying pack of gigantic wolves. Their eyes locked, staring directly at our group. But surprisingly, the wolves aren't charging immediately. So, he quickly suggests they start backing away, slow and steady. He absolutely doesn't want to get into close combat with these monsters, especially these four-legged beasts. And that's even without considering their razor-sharp claws and deadly fangs. Their incredible balance is just far too superior. If anyone in his group were to fall, even for a second, they certainly wouldn't be making it out of this alive. The group carefully retreats, slowly backing into the apartment building. Hanho anxiously asks the MC if they're finally safe inside. But with those wolves still glaring, relentless eyes fixed on them, he knows they could just smash right through this place and drag them out. Just as he's strategizing his next move, one of the massive wolves suddenly charges straight at them, slamming headfirst into the apartment's front wall. Without hesitation, Sung-woo instantly hurls an acid bottle right at the attacking wolf. The acid burns intensely, and while the wolf howls in agony, the MC shouts orders to his waiting skeletons, commanding them to unleash their spears at the wounded beast. Their only real advantage over these swift wolves is their ability to throw projectiles. As another wolf attempts to breach their defenses, the MC commands one of his orc skeletons to charge. The wolf easily tears the skeleton apart, viciously biting its head clean off. But then, unexpectedly, a sickening green acid begins oozing from its mouth. The MC lets out a triumphant laugh, revealing that the skeleton was cleverly carrying that corrosive slime. And to seal the deal, Righty leaps down from the building's first floor, plunging a deadly blade right into the wolf's head. For taking down the wolf, the MC gains a sweet 240 gold. The remaining wolf is absolutely petrified, watching as the skeletons relentlessly close in on it with their spears raised high. It doesn't take long at all for them to dispatch every last one of those wolves. Sung-woo earns valuable experience, finally reaching level 7. Jisoo looks down, a somber expression on her face, and tells him that she feels they're becoming nothing but a growing burden. The MC assures her that simply isn't true, explaining that the situation itself just wasn't favorable for them to act. He gazes at her, a thoughtful expression, and thinks to himself, and despite her official class being the formidable tiger hunter, he should truly see her as a specialized force, given her unwavering focus on relentlessly boosting her sheer physical strength. On the flip side, Hanho just can't seem to gain any ground in power. He attempts to bring the wild wolf under his command, but it utterly fails, as his level remains far too low. He quickly suggests they press onward, without delay, as even more terrifying monsters could be lurking nearby. Meanwhile, in another part of the chaotic city, a military helicopter finds itself relentlessly pursued by colossal flying dragons. The frantic captain screams at the pilot, demanding more speed, but the pilot grimly informs him they're already flying at their absolute maximum velocity. He then hurls angry insults at Sergeant Kim for his supposed failure to describe these monstrous dragons with sufficient detail in his official report. The pilot, however, reminds him that he was the very one who scoffed at his earlier warnings, dismissing them simply because he was just a sergeant. Suddenly, a chilling notification flares to life. The dreaded field boss, the fearsome Wyvern, has made its grand, terrifying entrance. The massive Wyvern seizes the helicopter effortlessly with its razor-sharp talons and pulverizes it as if it were mere dust. It then majestically descends, landing atop a colossal skyscraper, unleashing a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Sungwoo and his entire group witnessed this horrifying display, utterly petrified. Hanho had foolishly believed the military helicopter might actually be able to contend with these monstrous invaders against the monsters. But he was terribly, terribly mistaken. His dad sharply observes that the dragons are preparing to settle down for the night, right there on the building's peak. They're alarmingly close to the fragile safe zone, but moving is impossible while that colossal beast lurks above. Sungwoo tells them, with a calm resolve, that the dragons will eventually depart, and suggests they all try to get some much-needed rest. As night falls, the dragons slumber atop the towering buildings, while the vulnerable group attempts to rest uneasily on the ground below. Suddenly, the MC's eyes catch a blinding flash of light, followed swiftly by a chilling system notification, hauntingly similar to the one they first witnessed at the very dawn of this terrifying apocalypse. It's the momentous second phase of card selection. Hanho frantically screams at his parents, pleading with them not to repeat his grave mistake by choosing a low-star, virtually useless card. His dad confidently assures him he won't make a single misstep, boasting that he's been playing cards for 20 long years. As Sungwoo intently scopes out the available cards for analysis, he suddenly realizes there are only 15 precious seconds left, because he, the quick-thinking Sungwoo, has already made his crucial choice. This card will act as a secondary class card. In addition to his current class, one of the cards suddenly disappears. In front of his eyes he realizes that other people are also picking up the cards. Hanho carefully looks at the card, trying to find one with the most amount of stars. The MC knows that he can't just pick his secondary class based on stars, since he needs to find something that he can use in combination with his current class. He finally comes across a card that fulfills his needs perfectly and instantly chooses it. He chose a 3-star link card for the Dark Mage class. A system notification tells him that this card will be combined with his current class card. To grant him new skills, he looks at his still and is pretty happy with his choice, since they all fit perfectly with his Necromancer class. Meanwhile, Hanho is crying, since he accidentally picked up a 1-star priest card. The new skill he got allowed him to be shielded from enemy attacks for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. As he is crying, he hears his dad asking him if he chose the right card. He looks up to see his card, with a 3-star Pioneer class card that allows him to create safe zones. Sungwoo gets excited as he sees this, since they don't have to go to the fortress anymore. As Hanho's dad continues flexing on him, he asks his mom what class she picked. She tells him that she picked the 1-star chef class card. Hearing this, he says that she should have picked a class that was useful in battle. While all this is going on in the background, Sungwoo looks at Jisoo and asks her about her card. She tells him that she picked the 3-star Hitman card. It gives her a supreme sense of passive skill that heightens her senses whenever she is in danger. He realizes that the MC has grown quite strong. He can efficiently employ tactics in battle and make level-headed decisions, even in stressful situations. Jisoo thinks that she can never be like him, no matter how hard she tries, however. But she desperately needs to get stronger, so she decides to forge her own unique path. If she can't mirror his power, she knows she absolutely must become stronger, hardening both her mind and her body. Our MC then calls out his dad, pressing him to explain his skill in greater detail. His Pioneer class lets him conjure a special Pioneer's Camp. This camp demands 10 mana every 10 minutes, allowing players to take shelter from monster attacks. However, this shelter has a very limited area, and can be obliterated by powerful attacks. But once a player's mana runs out, the safe zone will then start costing 100 gold every 10 minutes. Sungwoo immediately realizes that it will be incredibly difficult to maintain a safe zone in their current, exposed position. Moreover, trying to gather a large group for the zone didn't seem like a smart move either. He wisely suggests that they only deploy that skill during dire emergencies. They also need to scout out an ideal location for the zone. Hanho then asks him if they won't be venturing to the fortress anymore. The MC takes a sharp look outside and tells him that it won't be necessary anymore. He firmly believes that all the existing groups will only try to abuse their newfound power, so it's far better for them to avoid meeting them. As he peers out the window, he notices a massive dragon beginning to move. The dragons finally take flight, soaring away, and they can finally leave the building safely. The MC then asks Hanho to diligently search for the precise location of all the stores in the forum. Sungwoo is currently sitting on over 24,000 gold. He knows he absolutely must spend this gold if he wants to grow even stronger, since they never know when they might run into those terrifying, high-level monsters again. Hanho still can't pinpoint the location of the stores, even after meticulously going through the entire forum. Then, suddenly, the group hears the unmistakable roar of motorcycle engines. The kids are back out again, now that the dragons have departed. Hanho tells the MC that it's probably those very same kids they ran into yesterday. He smiles, proposing that they should simply ask the kids about the stores, since they're always zipping around, liberally borrowing gold from everyone. They'll also need a fantastic place to spend it. Our heroes buzz with excitement about the store as they walk. They struck out big time during their last visit, but this time, they're bursting with hope for epic new items. On their very next attempt, remember, 90% of gamblers quit right before hitting it big. Our group finally rushes back to their secret hideout, but it looks completely deserted, so they quietly unlock a hidden room, only to find all their friends huddled there, hiding. He immediately asks them about Eugene, who seems to be utterly missing, and the kid instantly bursts into tears. He tearfully reveals that the man came again and took Eugene, all because she hadn't collected enough money. Suddenly, Eugene herself strides into the room, and sharply tells him to shut up. The guy nervously asks if she's okay, but his expression instantly shifts entirely. The moment he sees her face, she looks just like a terrifying vampire. He walks right past her and into the room of their boss. The boss immediately calls him by the name Tai Shang, and immediately asks why he killed Wu Sok. He replies that the man was fiercely loyal to their cause, and was even their esteemed leader. Tai Shang tells him that he attacked them first, so they had absolutely no other choice. The boss then asks if he plans to kill Eugene too. He stands up and sternly tells him that, if vampires hold back from drinking blood, they inevitably begin to lose their sanity. Tai Shang hesitantly asks him if he even knows how many people Wu Sok had already killed. This comment instantly seems to enrage the man, and he furiously asks if he's talking back to him. He sharply reminds him that their boss has generously allowed them to work for him. They won't last long if they dare defy their orders. Tai Shang starts walking away, and tells the man that he will figure it all out. However, the man isn't done with him yet. He stops him dead in his tracks and tells him that, if he doesn't gather 10,000 gold within 2 days, he will be the very next one to die. While all this intense drama is going on, he starts hearing loud voices outside the room. Sungwoo and the group have officially entered their hideout. The MC immediately complains about their terrible customer service. The boss, confused, thinks he wants to buy something, so he asks him what exactly he wants. He dramatically points his sword directly towards him, and fiercely orders him to hand over everything he has. The vampire guy lets out a chilling laugh, warning them that they have absolutely no idea what they've just walked into. But as Sungwoo zeroes in on his gleaming fangs, he coolly asks if this guy is the gang's boss. Back in the apartment, the enraged boss suddenly realizes, with dawning fury, that they were the ones who wiped out his entire gang. He charges at them, a whirlwind of pure rage. But then, an orc skeleton moves in, grabbing him by both arms. The MC presses his sword blade right against the vampire's neck, then chillingly asks if he can regenerate a severed head. The two orc skeletons quickly seize the vampire, as Sungwoo shoves his sword halfway into its neck. He threatens instant death if it so much as twitches. Then, he directly asks if Times is the notorious vampire lord. Hearing this, the vampire bursts into a maniacal laugh. It instantly shatters its restraints, completely obliterating the sword. So the vampire lunges straight for the MC, but a flurry of daggers suddenly slams into it. It's almost as if the MC can perfectly predict its every move. Before the vampire can even react, Jisoo bursts forward and viciously slashes one of its arms clean off. It screams in agony as dark blood erupts from the severed limb, and it can't even properly regenerate its arm because of the searing fire effect from her powerful attack. Jisoo presses her advantage, going in for another strike, her sword blazing with intense fire. However, this time, the vampire deftly manages to shift to the side just in time, but she quickly ducks and lands yet another slicing blow. This infuriates it further, and it retaliates with a furious onslaught. Yet, it seems she can more than keep pace with the vampire's incredible speed. As their fierce battle rages, it suddenly seizes her sword, attempting to turn it against her. But thanks to her newly acquired skill, she instantly senses the danger and effortlessly dodges the attack. Suddenly, the vampire is ambushed from behind by the orc skeletons, thanks to the MC's powerful new skill. They're now empowered by the chilling effect of Death's aura, making them significantly stronger than before. This same aura also greatly debilitates their enemies. Sungwoo mentally notes to himself, all his undead soldiers would have utterly collapsed when facing this vampire before, but now, they can hold their ground because of his incredible new skill. The orcs swiftly force the vampire to its knees, with absolutely nowhere left to run. It screams, demanding to know what they want from it. It locks eyes with the MC, suddenly realizing he times is the true threat. Commanding his terrifying skeletons, the vampire spots his seemingly weak state, so the cunning vampire immediately plots to take him out with a single, decisive blow. His cunning strategy? Get closer to him by feigning a friendly conversation, then swiftly take him out. However, before he can even make a single move, he's viciously impaled by razor-sharp bone spears. Sung Woo taunts him, declaring he should still be able to talk. Even with those brutal spears piercing right through his chest, he fixes the vampire with a terrifying, icy gaze, and coolly asks if he'd like times more asterisk. Meanwhile, Taesong stares on in utter disbelief, as he struggles to comprehend how they managed to defeat such a powerful monster so easily. The impaled vampire merely begins to cackle and sneers, telling them not to think so highly of themselves. Just because they managed to briefly beat him, he then begins transforming into a truly terrifying creature, and snarls that they will all perish once their larger plan succeeds. Sung Woo has heard enough. He orders Jisoo to finish him off. She immediately slashes his head clean off, and he dies. And Taesong looks on at this, horrified, and immediately starts begging for his own life, desperately claiming that he and his friends had absolutely nothing to do with any of this. And Sung Woo offers him a chilling smile and tells him that he simply wants them to hand over everything that they have so brazenly stolen. The thieves quickly hand over all of their gold, but it's disappointingly not that much. Jisoo stares at the dead body of the vampire and thoughtfully asks if this boss is the same person the other vampire was talking about. The MC tells her that whoever it is, he seems to be rapidly growing in power. He even has dedicated money collectors, so it looks like he's being incredibly strategic about all of this. Jisoo can't believe that someone has adapted to this drastic new situation, even quicker than Sung Woo himself. It felt like those guys were much more suited for this new, brutal world than the previous one. The MC knows that more vampires will inevitably show up soon, since the boss and his dangerous subordinates have the terrifying ability to turn players into vampires. He briefly wonders if he can simply ignore them. But it's just not that simple, is it? He desperately needs the help of his entire team. Just to defeat one of them right now, if they were to group up and launch an attack, they would stand absolutely no chance of fighting back. He knew, deep down, that they would inevitably face these vampires again, especially after today's chaotic events. The MC then shifts his gaze to the teenagers and inquires about the store's location. Taesong, bursting with enthusiasm, eagerly offers to lead them straight to the store. The very next moment, they all suddenly freeze, as a chilling system notification pops up before their eyes. It ominously talks about players who haven't chosen a card yet, despite already being given a second chance. This isn't just any usual notification. It glows an alarming red, and the MC immediately can feel that something truly awful is about to unfold. One of the terrified teenagers starts to scream as he realizes he hasn't chosen a card yet. He frantically explains that it all seemed a bit fishy to him, and he simply doesn't trust the system. He then points an accusing finger at another guy, telling everyone that he hasn't picked a card either. Another terrifying red system notification then grimly informs them that those who haven't picked a card yet will be violently transformed into hideous monsters. Both players shriek in terror as their bodies immediately begin to twist and transform. Song Woo stares intently at their grotesque transformation, and he instantly knows they won't stand a chance fighting them if their transformation is allowed to complete. He shouts, ordering everyone to attack them now, while they're still in the agonizing process of transforming. Meanwhile, back outside, Hanho's parents grow increasingly anxious as they wait. His mom nervously wonders if it's truly okay for them to be hurting all these thieves. The dad stomps his foot decisively, telling her firmly that those teenagers made a lot of innocent people suffer and even killed some of them. So they absolutely deserve everything that was happening to them. Inside the building, the orc skeletons are trying their best, desperately trying to destroy the nascent monsters before they can fully transform. The MC knew, with grim certainty, that their only option was to kill them. During this vulnerable transformation stage, suddenly, one of the fully transformed wolves lunges, attacking the skeletons, shattering it in half. The MC stared, utterly stunned, at this display of power. He couldn't fathom such overwhelming, raw strength from a monster. Right away, The orcs relentlessly battered the werewolves, until they finally brought them down for good. Each vanquished foe dropped a whopping 3,000 gold, instantly skyrocketing the MC's level to 8. He gazed at the fallen monsters, a chilling horror creeping in, as he pondered, with a shiver, just what kind of terrifying creatures these truly were, given the immense amount of gold they dropped. He then chose a random stats card, which boosted his speed by a solid 3 points. He seemed genuinely pleased with this fortunate draw. Jisoo then explained that this upgrade was incredibly advantageous, stressing the importance of increasing his stats because his enemies would undoubtedly target him the moment they realized he was the one orchestrating all the skeletal soldiers. Meanwhile, Hanho was still utterly panicking, nearly losing his mind, as he frantically questioned whether they'd have to keep facing such unbelievably terrifying monsters. Upon hearing this, the MC calmly revealed he had a daring plan brewing. He intended to try turning these very monsters into his minions. He hadn't yet attempted this on humans, fearing it would ruin his reputation among other players. However, the situation had drastically changed. There were countless other players out there, who still hadn't chosen a card, their fates sealed. All of them would soon be horrifically transformed into monsters. And if he wanted any hope of fighting them, he had to stop caring about his reputation entirely. As he continued to raise new skeletons into his formidable minions, he mused to himself, a new ambition sparking that his growing army might even be able to go toe-to-toe against the mighty vampires themselves. Taisheng watched, utterly agape, as his own friend was horrifically transformed into a skeleton soldier for the MC. Sungwoo then fixed Taisheng with a chillingly cold stare and demanded to know the exact location of the store. Taisheng, still visibly shaken, explained that the mysterious store was nestled within a used car complex, a place controlled by people who indulged in all sorts of heinous acts. They weren't just doing bad things, they were truly evil. While his own group merely dabbled in petty theft, these individuals worked directly under the command of the vampires, actively hunting people on their behalf. Hearing this chilling news, Sungwoo immediately ordered Taisheng to lead him straight to them. They marched boldly into the dilapidated car complex, completely flanked by a formidable escort of orcs and werewolf skeletons. But as they entered, the MC's instincts screamed that something was deeply, terribly off. With no guards anywhere in sight, he felt a strange calm. Then, a sudden, jarring sound rips through the quiet. A deafening noise echoes, prompting him to instantly order everyone to hide. They cautiously watch as a colossal bear monster clashes fiercely with a vampire. The vampire, undeniably on the back foot, appears to be losing this brutal battle as the bear relentlessly pummels him with its heavy iron chains. Sungwoo's sharp eyes immediately catch sight of the chain, and a thought sparks in his mind. Could the vampires truly be holding this monstrous beast captive? He soon grasps the chilling truth. This was likely once a human, whom they kidnapped and forcibly transformed into a monstrous creature, simply because they failed to choose a card in time. Just when the brutal fight seems to finally be over, the vampire, with a sudden burst of rage, charges at the bear once more. Though visibly injured, the bear roars and powerfully slams the vampire back. The MC's eyes gleam as he realizes this turn of events is actually time's good asterisk. If he plays his cards just right, he can finally bring the powerful bear monster under his control. As the two monstrous combatants roar and plunge back into their vicious fight, the MC swiftly orders his werewolf skeletons to attack them both. One of them deftly manages to stab the vampire, but the bear fiercely fights back, trying to grab the werewolf. Yet, the other skeleton swoops in, slashing at it with precision, unleashing its razor-sharp claws. The MC receives a substantial 3,500 gold for killing the bear, but he has reached his maximum capacity for minions, so he'll have to destroy one of his current skeletons to bring the mighty bear under his command. He decisively destroys one of the orc skeletons and replaces it with the newly controlled, powerful bear. The bear is absolutely massive, seemingly reaching the maximum size for a mid-level minion. Suddenly, Han-Ho's eyes widen as he spots their Times school bus, conspicuously parked among the other abandoned cars. The horrifying realization dawns on the group. The vampires have captured all the students. Sungwoo quickly realizes that, if every single student on the bus was caught, the number of enemies he would have to face would be absolutely staggering. They can't just rush inside blindly, either, since such a move could easily backfire. He looks at Taisheng, asking him about the store's location. As he tries to give him the directions, someone suddenly slaps his hands away. He turns around, utterly stunned, to see his friend, Yujin, but she has been grotesquely transformed into a vampire. The vampire laughs, a chilling sound, as he hears the girl's name. He calmly tells him that he hasn't hurt his friends, since he considers all of them to be his own children now. He's here to uncover who has been systematically killing all his vampires. Sung-woo realizes, with a jolt, that the girl is possessed. He wonders if the vampire intentionally sought him out, especially after sensing the demise of its kin. Then, he sharply tells the vampire that it's far too chatty for a formidable vampire lord. The vampire lord merely erupts into booming laughter. He boasts about his habit of painstakingly explaining things, especially to utter idiots, for which reason some even affectionately dub him the professor. But since they likely couldn't care less what he has to say, the vampire lord swiftly informs them that he'll cut straight to the terrifying point. He declares, chillingly, that they are all dead meat. Suddenly, he slaps a lesser curse onto our MC, a curse that can only be undone by potent holy magic. The vampire lord cackles with malicious glee, as he preps to ruthlessly slaughter the MC and his friends. However, before he can even lift a finger, he's blindsided by a lightning-fast kick to the face from Sung-woo. Han-ho witnesses this incredible feat, and incredulously asks if Sung-woo is even human anymore. The MC fixates on an ominous red mark emblazoned on his hand, and immediately wonders if it's connected to the curse. Fortunately for our hero, however, the mark isn't actively harming him. Not yet anyway. Suddenly, Han-ho materializes in his full priest outfit, extending a helping hand towards the MC. Like an angel, he reaches out. The MC glances at him, and sarcastically muses that the country's standards must have truly plummeted. If someone like his friend can actually become a priest, Han-ho grasps his hand, valiantly attempting to dispel the curse. But alas, his holy magic simply isn't potent enough. The curse, unfortunately, reveals the MC's exact location to the vampire lord every 12 hours. And in the very next moment, he gets another crucial notification for a new quest. It's no ordinary quest. It's a times special ×1. He absolutely must slay the vampire lord to complete it, with rewards of a whopping 30,000 gold and a coveted C-rank item ticket. This quest, surprisingly, simplifies things considerably for the MC, as he resolves to take down the vampire lord once and for all. Before he gets killed, he then strides over to Tai Shang and interrogates him about the vampire lord's lair. The determined group then barges into the D-rank item store. This time around, they face a critical choice between 4 distinct balls, ranging from humble bronze all the way to gleaming platinum. The most opulent ball, naturally, clocks in at 100,000 gold. Our bold MC, ever the leader, decides to step up first. He's got his hands on an unlimited rank ticket, a golden key straight to the coveted platinum ball. But he's playing the long game, saving it for later. He knows waiting will yield far greater rewards. Our hero's still a solo powerhouse, crushing it on his own. No desperate need for new gear just yet, thank you very much. So, he goes for the dazzling gold option, and another screen pops up, presenting even more tantalizing ball choices. A quick flashback to his last haul, and he knows he needs that first place ball. Price be damned. It promises the highest chance of snagging the ultimate prize. With an evil smirk, he goes all in. Jackpot. He snags the highly coveted first place prize. His reward? A golden coupon for a master-ranked, exclusive class skill. And get this, it costs 0 mana. It lets him conjure a perfectly safe haven for his minions, where they can rest and recover in peace, until he summons them again. But beware, summoning multiple minions at once will unleash the dreaded curse of death. Its power escalates with every minion summoned. Jisoo and Han-ho glare, absolutely livid, because he's hogging all the good loot. She shoves him aside, eager to try her own luck. Meanwhile, Sung-woo tests his shiny new spell, sending his minions into their safe new space. It's practically a massive, personal inventory just for him. He can stash his minions there whenever he likes, and pull them back out on command. He turns back, beaming with excitement, ready to ask his friends about their new gear. But what he sees sends a chill down his spine. Both are utterly horrified. Turns out Jisoo snagged a measly B-rank medkit, and some hiking equipment. Meanwhile, Han-ho walked away with a tough bullhide cuirass. Seeing their dismal hauls, he nervously asks if they should really keep going. Meanwhile, back at the vampiric lair, the vampires hold all the students captive, their lair littered with the lifeless bodies of all his friends, lying tragically around him. Kyung-soo wonders, agonizingly, if he should have just followed the MC. Then, the crushing realization hits him. he was dead wrong to lead everyone toward that military base. Because when they finally arrived, after masterfully evading all those fearsome dragons, they found it utterly destroyed and eerily abandoned. And everyone, lost and terrified, looked to him, asking what to do next. Panic exploded among the students, a wave of fear rippling through them. Every single one scrambled, desperately trying to map out their next move. With eyes wide and hopeful, they all turned to Kyung-soo, seeking his lead. Overwhelmed by their gaze, he internally questioned everything. Why am I suddenly burdened with all this responsibility, he pondered. He had only driven them to the base, nothing more. Then, a student thrust their phone into his face. The fortress has a safe zone, they urgently informed him. With every eye fixed on him, awaiting a definitive answer, he suddenly realized that times was the reason they had survived thus far. Stealing his resolve, he decided to place more trust in his own judgment. With a new conviction, he confidently led everyone toward the fortress. But, as fate would have it, this was a terrible decision. Instead of sanctuary, they were violently ambushed by merciless vampires. These bloodthirsty creatures slaughtered the students without an ounce of mercy. The few who survived were brutally enslaved by the vampires. One of the vampires landed a harsh kick on Kyung-soo. "Keep moving!" the fiend sneered, forcing him forward. "We can just eat you if you're too tired," he cackled with glee. The sheer cruelty of their words echoed through the air. As the vampires gleefully discussed devouring them, Kyung-soo stared ahead, his spirit sinking into utter despair. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was doomed. He would soon follow the fate of all his fallen friends. But just as the vampires lined up the students, a new horror appeared. They suddenly noticed a peculiar skeleton figure standing right before them. It was no bigger than a mere minion, barely a threat. Yet, it stood defiant, its tiny sword pointed directly at them. The vampires erupted in mocking laughter. They dismissed it as just another insignificant monster. One vampire foolishly lunged, intending to rip it to shreds. But in an instant, was impaled by a barrage of spears. Suddenly, Sung-woo's entire formidable army materialized from the shadows. Kyung-soo's eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting within him. The MC was here. He was finally here to save them. As Sung-woo strode confidently before him, Kyung-soo realized something astonishing. Sung-woo looked incredibly, undeniably stronger than before. A gaping chasm in power had formed between them, he mused. How could two college students have such vastly different strengths? If the remaining vampires struggled to rise, bracing for a counterattack, but before they could even move, one of them was instantly mutilated by the powerful skeleton bear. The MC stood tall and commanding amidst his colossal army. "Annihilate every vampire," he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. "Leave one alive, though. I have questions for them." Kyung-soo watched the unfolding spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. He slowly, profoundly realized this group was far more powerful than he ever imagined. It wasn't just the MC. Even Jisoo looked incredibly formidable. With no escape, the last remaining vampire desperately pleads for mercy, as the formidable orc skeletons pin him firmly in place. Sung-woo wastes no time, demanding details about the players, and the lurking vampires still inside the building, along with their current levels. The vampire nervously reveals that there's only the area manager remaining, a formidable, level 5. As for the trapped players, there are 12 inches total, with the strongest among them only reaching level 4. Our MC thanks the vampire for his honesty, but clearly, he has no intention of letting him live. The vampire, frantic, quickly blurts out that he also knows about the building's intricate security and the precarious situation inside. But before he can say more, Kyung-soo instantly stabs him. He looks up and urgently declares he knows what's truly going on. Inside that factory building, he breaks down, crying, and desperately tells them that they cannot let any of these vampires live. Even though his friends might have been cowardly, they certainly didn't deserve to die like that. Sung-woo gently pats him on the shoulder and reassures him that he's done well just by surviving this far. These vampires they see all around them don't just suddenly turn into killers overnight. They cunningly hide among ordinary people, and all they need is the perfect opportunity to strike. He states that the world they once knew might indeed be gone, but they cannot simply let such monsters roam around freely any longer. And as they work to sort out the kidnapped players, one of the guys boldly asks the area manager, "Just how long are you planning on doing this?" The area manager smirks as he nonchalantly tells him that these people are merely a source of food and precious experience for him. They're much easier to catch than typical monsters, and arguably far more useful too. He declares that their CEO possesses truly incredible insight and vision. The guy's eyes light up, clearly excited by this, and tells the area manager that he also wants to become a part of their grand vision. The vampire assures him that he, too, can become a regular member if he continues to work hard. He reveals he also started as a lowly warehouse worker, and eventually ascended to become a permanent employee. As he spoke, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air. He whipped around, only to find the MC standing right there, completely alone. Sungwoo couldn't help but let out a cynical laugh, as he chillingly informed him that they were merely calling their abandonment of humanity innovative. The manager, glaring, demanded to know who he was, then began striding purposefully towards him, his entire crew in tow. The terrified students trapped in their cages instantly recognized the MC, and a wave of pure relief washed over them. The lead vampire roared in outrage as he overheard them talking, sharply reminding them they were nothing more than mere food. Sungwoo fixed him with an utterly chilling gaze, then asked if his CEO hadn't bothered to tell him who he was. The vampire suddenly pieced it together, realizing he was the one who killed Manager Park. The MC let out an amused chuckle as he heard the word manager, then scoffed, asking if this was some kind of elaborate white-collar, make-believe game. Seeing him walk into the factory all alone, the manager recognized his recklessness, but he still couldn't quite believe he could take all of them on by himself. Sungwoo merely smirked, coolly informing him he could take them all on, using his incredible skills. Suddenly, thick, ominous black smoke began to rapidly spread across the entire floor. The terrified workers instantly panicked as a chilling notification popped up, proclaiming that the Great Spirit had been activated. One after another, grotesque skeleton minions began to erupt from the swirling smoke. With these relentless minions now spawning, the terrifying Curse of Death effect also fiercely triggered, immediately decreasing the stats of all times the employees. The lead vampire finally understood what at truly felt like to face someone utterly terrifying. They began to utterly crumble as the relentless skeleton minions aggressively went after them. The manager desperately tried to calm his panicked crew down, but to no avail. As the vampires managed to kill one minion, it was instantly revived right before their eyes. The manager's fury began to boil over, and he furiously kicked one of the orc minions to pieces. He then furiously lunged after the MC, knowing full well he was the one controlling all these menacing minions. However, before he could even make his decisive move, he was suddenly struck in the head by a hurled acid bottle. Hanho stood ready at the first floor window, with a perfectly clear shot right at the vampire. As the mighty vampire finally tumbles down, Jisoo springs into action, rescuing all the terrified hostages. And in that very same breathtaking moment, Kyung-soo slams his massive bus right through the factory wall, urging all the freed hostages to quickly get inside. The enraged vampire tries to give chase, but he's in for a surprise. He's completely oblivious that Rai-D is now charging straight for him, riding ferociously atop a magnificent wolf. As the massive werewolf skeleton sends him crashing to the ground, Rai-D, seizing the moment, springs high into the air and prepares to unleash the devastating final blow. And thanks to Sungwoo's utterly insane buffs and debuffs, the vampire now stands absolutely no chance. The MC coolly informs the vampire that this very abandoned factory they so foolishly chose for their operations was actually one of the easiest targets for a raid. The vampire's composure starts to crack with worry, as he realizes that, in addition to being incredibly strong, the MC is also terrifyingly smart. As he bleeds heavily from one of his arms, he suddenly hears the chilling voice of their CEO, offering him immense strength to utterly obliterate the MC. Sungwoo stares at the vampire in utter confusion, as he starts to grotesquely grow bigger, becoming even more like a feral, rampaging monster. Suddenly, he gets a dire notification. A high-level vampire has gone completely berserk, staring at his horrifyingly changed appearance. He asks if this monstrous form is his true one. The berserk vampire lunges at them with pure, unadulterated rage, and immediately starts attacking the skeletons. The MC orders them all to fight back with everything they have, but the vampire incredibly manages to hold them off by himself. He moves with incredible speed, annihilating the skeletons effortlessly. He barely notices Jisoo for a split second, as she gracefully leaps right over him and expertly slashes him on his back with her sword. As he violently turns back, she grabs Rai-D and fiercely hurls him right at the vampire. Rai-D slashes straight through the vampire, as he simultaneously maneuvers in the air. Just then, another charging orc tries to hit him, but the vampire ruthlessly smashes it into countless pieces. As the vampire destroys his powerful minions, the MC immediately brings them back to life. Hanho watches, visibly impressed, that Jisoo is able to hold him off all on her own. However, the MC looks noticeably worried, and explains that this isn't good for them at all. He knows that the vampire, in this state, he's running out of time, rapidly approaching his limit, before his body gives out from the massive blood loss, especially in his current berserk frenzy. But he could also deplete his mana reserves, even sooner than a collapse. If his orcs falter and the front line breaks, he'll be in serious trouble, no doubt. His ultimate concern, though, is that this vampire is merely a minion of the true, lurking boss. Sung-woo can only imagine just how terrifyingly powerful the actual vampire lord must be. As our protagonist resurrects his fallen minions, his eyes land on the eerie corpse of a werewolf monster. A sly smile plays on his lips as he silently apologizes to the vampire for taking control of one of his prized, captured beasts. With an extra werewolf now bolstering his ranks, all his minions immediately gain a powerful, new synergy buff. The vampire, utterly bewildered, notices his skeletons have suddenly become exponentially more formidable. He commands his werewolves to savagely rip the vampire to shreds. They instantly obey, tearing into him and devouring him alive. Sung-woo locks eyes with him, a chilling gaze, and tells him to deliver a message to his boss. Their little enterprise in Hwasong is officially bankrupt. He pockets a hefty 10,000 gold for slaying the vampire, yet the system still labels him as player. The MC muses to himself, a new idea sparking, that he might just be able to convert this vampire corpse into one of his loyal minions. In the past, he'd always killed vampires, by severing their heads, preventing any chance of regeneration. However, this one still had its head perfectly intact, meaning he could potentially revive him as a minion. He brings the corpse back to life as a formidable vampire skeleton, then declares that he'll now be working for times him asterisk, rather than that paltry vampire lord. Suddenly, the MC receives an unexpected notification, informing him he can now access the very memories of the corpses under his direct command. He wonders what this new ability entails, then immediately delves into the vampire's memories. He'd never been able to glimpse the memories of any of his other minions before, leading him to wonder if this is an amazing new skill. He sees all the vampires gathered, locked in a crucial meeting with the imposing vampire lord. As he chugs down a massive glass of blood, he presses them about the game's true purpose. When no one dares to answer, he declares their ultimate goal: to evolve. It matters not if this game was created by a god, or an unknown being from outer space. What truly times mattered, was that they finally had their chance. They could shed their fragile, former selves, and birth a magnificent new species. The vampire lord dramatically declares his aim: to forge an entirely new world order. Sung-woo glares at him, his face contorted in anger, as the shocking truth hits. This times is the vampire lord. The vampire lord then informs everyone he has been granted an exclusive new quest, and they are all obligated to aid him. Everyone, without a moment's hesitation, agrees. Upon hearing this, the MC wonders if they've been brainwashed after getting bitten, given their instinctive loyalty to the vampire lord. He then announces a grand party he'll be hosting in Hwashang. He commands them to invite as many people to the Bada neighborhood as they can, and have some fun. He then instructs manager Kim to handle all food and farming supplies. The MC then realizes that they are actually setting up human farms and barbaric slaughter parties. Their wicked plan is to lure people in by giving them a false sense of hope, disguised as safety zones. Moments later, the MC receives an exclusive quest. He remembers a similar quest appearing when he witnessed his professor's death. This quest revolves around the horrific massacre party being organized by the vampire lord. Sung-woo can either choose to prevent the massacre or take advantage of it by using the corpses. The action he chooses will determine his destiny. Hanho tries desperately to wake the MC, but it seems he is still stuck in the vampire's memory fragment. He starts crying as he thinks something terrible has happened to Sung-woo after taking control of the vampire. When the MC finally comes to his senses, he dramatically places his hand on Hanho's head and demands to know who he was accused of messing with. This instantly sends a shiver down Hanho's spine. Sung-woo, at last, releases his grip on him, then sharply reminds him of his vow to do anything he asked. He flashes a chilling smile, declaring his desire for Hanho to join him on a quest. Meanwhile, the fearsome vampire lord seethes with rage, furious that the MC dared to slay his trusted vampire manager, even after he'd been imbued with a fraction of the lord's own immense strength. Madame Yang, trembling, nervously questions if Sung Woo might upset his grand designs, but the vampire lord scoffs, dismissing the idea entirely. He boasts that Sung Woo's feeble skeletons pose no real threat, and after the impending great feast, he intends to hunt him down and utterly obliterate him with a potent curse. Outside the factory, everyone is buzzing with activity, diligently collecting daggers, and an arsenal of other weapons salvaged from the fallen vampires. Hanho hesitantly turns to the MC, asking if what they're doing is truly alright. Sung Woo, intrigued, prompts him to clarify his concern. Jisoo then reminds Sung Woo of his earlier warning, explaining that a colossal massacre is looming over Hwashang Fortress. She urgently asks if they should rush and prioritize halting the vampires' schemes. Simultaneously, Hanho, eyes wide, urgently informs the MC of a massive development online. It seems like something significant is brewing across the internet. Apparently, vampires are attempting to lure players by dangling promises of safety and free entry to their fortified camps. A specific post, from someone dubbed Manager Goo, is actively working to draw in unsuspecting survivors. Hanho mulls over posting a dire warning, but the MC quickly intervenes, stopping him cold. He explains they can't be sure if a warning would truly deter those desperate enough to cling onto even the faintest glimmer of hope. Furthermore, if the vampires are compelled to alter their meticulous plans, he'll completely forfeit his strategic advantage, since he already possesses full knowledge of their intentions. They currently lack any means to halt them directly, so their focus should instead be on utilizing this time to finalize their own preparations. He then turns to Jisoo, asking if she unearthed anything valuable. She triumphantly reveals that she discovered a trove of useful potions within the depths of vampire manager Kim's warehouse. Hanho also unearths a crucial wireless charging battery, perfect for powering up their communication devices. Jisoo, additionally, discovers a shimmering white potion, ominously labeled treatment, a potent cure for infections. Sung Woo wastes no time, applying it to Tai Shang's friend, partially restoring her to a semblance of normal. Tai Shang and his crew shower him with profound gratitude. The MC understands the immense hardship the girl has endured, up until this very moment. Though the potion didn't grant a full recovery, its effects were still remarkably powerful. He then turns his gaze to Tai Shang, issuing a stern warning to protect his friend, should the vampire lord attempt to possess her once more. He grimly states he'll be forced to kill her if it comes to that. With unwavering resolve etched upon his face, Tai Shang declares he won't allow such a tragedy to unfold. The MC's brow furrows in confusion, as he ponders if Tai Shang is implying they'll actually try to stop him. Should he come for their friend, he realizes they may be outlaws, but deep down, they're not truly malicious. So, he makes the choice to set them free. However, he warns them they might cross paths again in the future. Next, Sung Woo turns to Hanho's dad, Mr. Lee, urging him to unleash his skill to conjure a powerful safe zone around the factory. Within this sanctuary, recovery is dramatically enhanced, with Mr. Lee holding absolute dominion over the area. Everyone instantly feels a surge of relief as their wounds mend. And because Hanho's mom possesses the chef class, she can whip up incredible dishes that grant powerful buffs to all. Jisoo observes all the players, remarking that the survivors are finally beginning to adapt to their dire new reality. Sung Woo then queries if she, too, received an exclusive quest. She feigns confusion, claiming no such quest appeared for her. It seems he's the sole recipient of an exclusive quest. He reassures Jisoo that she's under no obligation to join him. Yet, she firmly states her desire to go. He questions if this decision stems from her unwavering sense of justice, but she quickly denies it. She explains she can't simply keep fleeing from the relentless monsters indefinitely. Death will inevitably find her sooner or later, if she persists down this path of evasion. Therefore, she's determined to fight for her very survival. As their conversation unfolds, a system notification suddenly flashes, revealing that all remaining survivors have now entered Chapter 1 of this terrifying new game. The admin congratulates all who have managed to endure and reach this point, acknowledging the countless lives tragically lost, and revealing that those unable to adapt have horrifyingly transformed into savage werebeasts. The true challenges, however, are only just beginning, as survivors must now valiantly battle both terrifying monsters and ruthless humans. Only the boldest will truly survive. This crucial message also includes 4 vital warnings. First, the event will rage on for a full 7 days, and no one can possibly leave the Suwon and Hwashan fortress areas during this harrowing period. Second, victorious players will earn double the gold. Third, Every second-round player who defeats a werebeast has a thrilling chance to receive a random combo card. Lastly, a formidable boss monster will appear in each region, offering incredibly powerful items as rewards for defeating them. These exclusive items simply cannot be found in any shops. Sungwoo intently gazes at the screen and instantly realizes that they can no longer go to other regions. Period. Jisoo stands firm, her expression resolute, and declares they must stay right here and bravely fight, instead of foolishly running away. Hanho, meanwhile, feels utterly frustrated, since Sungwoo is practically forcing him to join his incredibly dangerous quest. The MC then reminds him that Jisoo has been with them from the very start, even though she's more than capable of surviving entirely on her own. On the other hand, he's far too weak to last even a single day alone. Changing the subject abruptly, Hanho mentions that people are buzzing with responses to his recent post on the community forum. Most of the comments are quite varied, but one specifically stands out. From the prosecutor of Yang Dongpo, a person who has impressively created a safe base with a level 3 pioneer skill and formed a powerful guild called Independence. This guild's paramount goal is the survival of the entire group, and they actively plan to establish a vital safety zone for survivors. The MC doesn't believe the guy actually expected him to join the guild after seeing his post. He simply wants to show others that they are absolutely not acting in bad faith. Hanho can't believe the guy could think that far ahead. Sungwoo tells him that some of the more ambitious people are truly starting to come forward now. His friend then asks him, "Where exactly are we going?" He tells him, "We're going to level up," and then he asks about his level. Hanho sheepishly admits he's only level 5. The MC instantly senses their weakness. Just then, Kyungsoo slams on the brakes, announcing they've already finally arrived at their destination. As they step out, Hanho turns to the MC, asking if this times is truly the place he intended to bring them. He confirms Hanho is absolutely right, declaring this entire area their new hunting ground. It's absolutely teeming with monsters, lurking behind every shattered car and scrap of debris. Suddenly, a massive, fiery rock rockets toward the group. They barely manage to dodge it, scrambling behind wrecked cars for cover. These seemingly little monsters can wield magic, but they're still no match for Sungwoo's formidable skeleton army. As Jisoo and his skeletal warriors finish them off, the MC explains these creatures are called kobolds. The main goal here? To power up Hanho and help him level up, while also scouting for potential new minions. For the MC, his absolute best bet is to find humans who have been tragically turned into monsters, as recruiting them would significantly boost his power. Unfortunately, though, these kobolds just aren't strong enough to be truly useful as minions. He already has his formidable werewolves with him, who can easily tear through multiple low-level vampires. Suddenly, Jisoo calls out to the MC, urging him to look at the massive grocery store. The entire parking lot is eerily filled with bodies, grimly reminding her of their old college campus. The MC instantly realizes this could have been the very place where one of the dreaded tutorials had taken place. She asks him if he truly believes there are any survivors left inside the store. The MC explains that heavily crowded places tend to draw in swarms of monsters, which means the chances of any survivors are tragically pretty low. Hearing this, Kyungsoo guesses that remote rural areas or tiny villages, like Jeju Island, might actually be safer due to their low population density. This makes Jisoo feel a glimmer of relief, as her own family lives on that very island. She notices Sungwoo's worried gaze, and assures him there's no need to worry. She never expected to see her family anyway, and besides, she knows they're probably doing just fine, since they're a bunch of big shots. The MC quickly realizes that she clearly has a difficult relationship with her family, so he, deciding not to press her for any further answers, just as they step inside a bustling mart, the entrance suddenly seals shut with a burst of magic, instantly transforming the entire space into a vast, large-scale dungeon known as the Sorcerer's Fortress. Their only escape? Defeating the dungeon's fearsome boss. Suddenly, a colossal magic circle erupts beneath their feet, instantly scattering everyone to isolated, unknown locations. Hanho plummets dramatically from the ceiling, landing right amidst a snarling pack of kobolds, who gleefully cackle about ambushing a lone, weak human. At first, he foolishly believes he can take them on, but then the terrifying reality of being alone sinks in, and panic strikes. Bro's life expectancy plummets from half a day to a mere 30 seconds as the kobolds savagely pounce. Yet, in a stroke of sheer luck, he accidentally takes one down, As they furiously launch a barrage of attacks against him, he can't help but believe this is truly his final moment. However, a shocking realization soon dawns on him. Their relentless attacks aren't actually harming him at all. He suddenly recalls his priest class's incredible skill, which grants him invincibility for 10 seconds. Immediately following a kill, the kobolds stare in utter confusion, baffled as their savage blows simply have no effect. Hanho slowly stands, a terrified yet defiant expression on his face, and asks them, with a chilling undertone, if they just called him a weakling. Meanwhile, the resourceful Kaiyang, Su, and Jisoo have teamed up, desperately searching for their scattered friends. Rounding a corner, they gasp, as they spot an ominous trail of blood, only to then discover Hanho himself, triumphantly standing over a shocking pile of defeated kobolds. Jisoo stares in utter disbelief, unable to process the incredible sight, but he proudly declares that he has finally unlocked his long-dormant, hidden potential. With the trio now joyfully reunited, they unanimously agree there's no need to fret over Sungwoo, since he can effortlessly handle all the monsters by himself. And just as they predicted, the MC and his loyal minions are absolutely slaughtering the kobolds. He effortlessly finishes them off, one by brutal one, but a slight worry for his friend gnaws at him. As he tirelessly searches for the elusive exit, he stumbles upon a severely injured survivor. The poor soul appears to be in an incredibly rough state, and even powerful potions seem unlikely to offer much aid. The dying man barely manages to lift a trembling finger, weakly pointing towards a mysterious box. Sungwoo carefully picks it up for him, asking if a crucial potion lies hidden within. But as he dramatically opens the box, he finds a mysterious, glowing egg. The item description then ominously reveals that a creature is poised to hatch from this egg, and with it, his entire destiny will shift with his final, desperate breath. The dying survivor reveals to our MC a crucial detail. The dungeon boss clutches the vital token needed to claim this very egg. This precious egg originally belonged to the survivor, but the boss monster somehow snatched its crucial token. Our MC's heart sinks with a heavy realization as he comprehends the survivor was a mighty, 5-star dragon knight. He speculates the knight probably got lost within the dungeon, while desperately searching for the store, and all his hard-earned tokens were plundered by the boss monster. It seemed that, for this knight, his class could only reach its true potential much later. But tragically, he never made it that far, even though the item description labels it a mysterious egg. Our MC knows it's absolutely a dragon egg. He muses to himself that the knight probably shared the egg's secret, since he wanted someone to finish this perilous game. As he stands lost in thought, more kobolds attack, but his powerful minions effortlessly cut them down. Now, Sungwoo is absolutely set on finding that token and delivering a powerful revenge for the brave boy who perished right before his eyes. As his minions continue to relentlessly slaughter the kobolds, he finds it incredibly strange they keep charging him. Utterly devoid of fear, it looks like they're simply attacking him in a mindless frenzy. Suddenly, a deafening sound. He hears a massive explosion and spots a kobold sorcerer. Despite its menacing appearance, one of his loyal minions swiftly takes it out, along with all the other remaining kobolds. Our MC levels up, gaining new strength, and decides to go with the powerful skill option, since he desperately wants to increase the maximum number of his formidable minions. However, he instead gains a brand new skill, Corpse Explosion. This skill costs just 10 mana to spectacularly blow up a corpse. He immediately gets a thrilling chance to test his new skill, as more monstrous enemies try to attack him. He orders his powerful minions to stay back, and unleashes the skill on one of the fallen corpses, causing a truly massive and devastating explosion. The kobolds outside reel back, visibly shaken, as they hear the deafening sound of that massive explosion. Then, as if from nowhere, Righty bursts through the door and absolutely clears them out. The MC showers him with praise, and oh, does it make him absolutely beam. They then stumble upon the dungeon boss, completely ensnared by ominous roots. And who is it? None other than a high-level kobold sorcerer, brimming with dark magic. Impenetrable, it's guarded by a shimmering force field, a barrier that can only be shattered by obliterating 3 hidden cores. These vital cores are scattered mischievously throughout the entire dungeon. The ancient text clearly warns that it cannot be touched, utterly immune to any ordinary attack. Gazing at that force field, the MC's eyes widen as he finally understands why. Why the boss had been patiently sitting there, unmoving, while all his other guards were thrown into a frantic battle. Suddenly, the boss unleashes a truly deadly spell, a curse that will instantly claim anyone below level 10 within the next hour. The MC's heart sinks as he knows exactly what this implies. Every single person in his party is tragically below level 10. Those hordes of kobolds charging them earlier? They were merely a distraction, buying precious time for this devastating spell. He quickly tries to unleash his minions on the boss, but they prove utterly useless against that impenetrable shield. Thinking on his feet, with a brilliant burst of strategy, he commands his minions to stack every single kobold corpse, forming a grotesque mountain around the boss. Then, he detonates them all in a colossal, earth-shattering explosion. But when the dust settles, the boss stands there, completely unharmed. Enraged by the attack, the boss sacrifices some of its own life force to drastically speed up the deadly curse. With only 52 minutes left, Sungwoo's worry skyrockets. He now has even less time to hunt down those crucial cores. Frustrated, Sungwoo charges towards the cores with fierce determination. He knows this is the only way to break this devastating curse. Harnessing memory fragments from revived kobolds, he swiftly learns the precise locations of the cores. He then rapidly obliterates the first of the 3 cores. But now, he's left with only 19 frantic minutes to find the final 2. He relentlessly pushes forward, reviving monsters as he goes, and plundering their memories for vital clues. He quickly uncovers the exact spot of the next core, and immediately sprints towards the first floor. As they rush to the next floor, they encounter a gruesome sight. Countless dead kobolds. Sungwoo immediately wonders if Jisoo was the one who annihilated them. Then, a critical notification flashes before his eyes. The second core has been destroyed, asterisk. He thinks to himself, a spark of hope igniting. She must have also seen the urgent notification about that terrifying instant death spell. He spots someone fiercely battling monsters up ahead, and his first thought is that it must be her. He quickly shouts for her to find Hanho and Kyungsoo. But to his utter astonishment, the one single-handedly decimating the kobolds is actually Hanho. With unwavering confidence, he locks eyes with the MC, a defeated monster clutched in his hand, and casually informs him that he's late. Sungwoo stares, utterly bewildered, wondering if this is a dream. Just then, Jisoo bursts onto the scene, declaring she's successfully destroyed one of the pesky cores. However, the MC's mind is elsewhere, more eager to uncover what exactly happened to Hanho. To spark such a drastic transformation, Hanho, now full-blown hero, exclaims, they have absolutely no time to waste. They need to rush off and find the next core. Only 13 precious minutes remain on the clock. As they finally reach the final core, the fierce kobolds desperately defend it. The MC realizes they can't afford to waste time, battling every single monster. He urges the group to solely focus on locating the core. It isn't long before Jisoo spots the core. The time limit dwindles to a mere 10 minutes, and Sungwoo lends a hand, propelling the nimble Jisoo over the kobolds to shatter the core. With the protective force field now down, they have just 9 minutes to defeat the boss. The MC is absolutely furious at the boss, determined to teach it a painful lesson. When they find it, Hanho briefly snaps back to his normal self, and remarks, it should be easier for the MC to kill the boss, right? Since you can just blow up corpses. The MC then reminds him that he already used that particular spell, right in front of the boss, so it's probably expecting it. Hanho, ever the strategist, suggests blowing up the time's entire building asterisk. This brilliant idea sparks a thought, and the MC orders everyone to regroup and make a mad dash for the boss room, knowing they don't have much time left. They reach the boss just in the nick of time, when a scorching fireball from one of Sungwoo's kobold sorcerers brilliantly disrupts the boss's instant death spell. The MC glares at the boss with unbridled fury, demanding if it has any other tricks up its sleeve. Enraged, the boss dramatically transforms into a colossal fallen tree spirit. It unleashes a terrifying roar and immediately begins its relentless assault on the group, smashing through its own minions effortlessly. The boss attempts a crushing strike on the group, but they narrowly dodge out of the way at the very last second. Jisoo expertly wields her fiery sword, igniting a massive branch. Despite its rapid regeneration, our MC barks at her to move aside, then commands his loyal werewolf minion to hurl the fallen kobold corpses right at the boss. He detonates the bodies with a massive blast, just as they soar in close proximity to the monster, scarring its face as he watches the smoke clear. Our MC confidently believes this was enough to finish it, but shockingly, the boss has already regenerated. Suddenly, a blazing fireball from a kobold sorcerer strikes the boss from an unexpected angle. The whole group unleashes a fiery bombardment on the boss, but even that isn't enough, as it simply keeps regenerating. Sungwoo shouts for them to keep the pressure on the boss, when suddenly, a crucial notification pops up. It reveals the boss has completely depleted all its mana, and will now begin losing its precious health. Our MC grins knowingly as he finally reveals he's been secretly using the Devil's Bloodstone all this time to strategically drain its mana. However, even with its mana completely depleted, the boss still lunges at them with fury. The MC swiftly orders everyone to retreat. The boss struggles, attempting to pursue them, but collapses due to its overwhelming weakness. Before fully exiting the room, our MC glances back, revealing he'd kept most of his skeletal army positioned strategically on the first floor. As everyone reaches safety, he detonates the massive pile of dead kobold bodies. His minions had meticulously stacked right below the boss. With no mana left to regenerate its wounds, the boss, the fallen tree spirit, finally perishes. For defeating it, the MC earns a whopping 12,140 gold, and gloriously levels up to 10. The system also blesses him with a valuable roulette ticket. As he's the 69th person to reach level 10, his maximum minion count increases by 5, and he's gained an incredible new skill, Death Response. This allows him to summon 10 temporary zombies for 10 minutes, without them affecting his precious minion count. He quickly realizes he can now command up to 25 undead, and that's not all. He also possesses the fabled token of the Dragon Knight. As he dramatically raises his sword, he's utterly confident he can now defeat the terrifying vampire lord. The Dragon Knight's token is actually the legendary Masterless Sword that boosts his strength by a whopping 6 points. Though, he still can't open the mysterious dragon egg. Yet, since he isn't a true dragon tamer by trade, he discovers he can hatch it by simply nurturing it for 5,000 grueling days. However, he can dramatically reduce that waiting period by slaying powerful monsters, all with the help of his new sword. Our protagonist quickly realizes the harsh truth. He'll have to endure a staggering 13-year wait to finally use that dragon. Jisoo then pipes up, telling him this must be the steep penalty for not possessing the times right times class for the job. Meanwhile, Seongwoo boldly declares that he can prove his worthiness to the sword itself simply by mercilessly slaying monsters, which means the more formidable monsters he hunts, the less time it will take for that precious egg to hatch. However, this incredible sword also generously bestows strength, so he's more than happy to keep it right by his side. Suddenly, Hanho alerts him that his phone is ringing. He receives an urgent message from Taesong, who's currently undercover at Hegung Square, spying on the vampires. His report confirms a large number of people are present, but so far, not a single vampire has appeared. The MC breathes a sigh of relief. Glad Taesong is still doing okay. Rewind to the factory where our hero had ordered him to seamlessly blend in with the rest of the unsuspecting survivors, and keep a sharp eye on those sneaky vampires. He also carefully advised him to send a private message should anything out of the ordinary occur. Taesong, ever so willing, happily accepted the job, considering he had already been spending time with vampires all along. In fact, it seems he still hasn't spotted any vampires within this supposedly safe zone. Just then, one of his loyal orc skeletons reports in, informing him that they've discovered 2 dead werewolves. The MC wonders if the elusive tree spirit was responsible. He swiftly revives them, adding them straight to his burgeoning army. He now proudly commands 5 powerful werewolves, and his overall minion count has surged to 15. Now that he is fully equipped and ready for action, the MC decisively sets his course toward Huaxiyang to utterly eliminate the lurking vampires. Meanwhile, the survivors grow increasingly anxious, as those who invited them are nowhere to be seen. From a nearby building, the sinister vampires watch, as they patiently wait for the perfect moment to strike. Regarding the survivor, the vampire master enters the room, and gravely tells them it's high time for them to get ready. One of the eager vampires then asks him if they are finally going to feast upon the survivors, but the chilling vampire master simply smirks in response, and declares they're off to eliminate the very guys who dared to attack their factory. The other vampires look utterly confused, as they thought a wild party was on the agenda first. But the vampire master sharply informs them the plan has dramatically changed. With their target now within striking distance, he demands he's dead before he can even think of disrupting their grand scheme. The vampire master then sternly tells the others that this command comes straight from the all-powerful vampire lord himself, so they better not hold anything back. Meanwhile, Taesong spots the vampires charging out, and immediately rings the MC, relaying the urgent intel through his phone. The vampires quickly reach the elementary school grounds, spreading out as they hunt relentlessly for the MC. He's still under the lingering effects of a vampire's curse, making it sickeningly easy for them to pinpoint his location. They snicker, mocking how foolish he was to ever drop his guard. But as they press deeper inside, they suddenly stumble upon the gruesome body of a massive dire wolf. Examining the brutal claw marks, they quickly deduce it was likely slain by one of the MC's own werewolf minions. They then catch sight of a glistening blood trail and immediately begin to follow it. The vampire master mutters, wondering aloud how their esteemed area manager could possibly have lost to this kind of loser. They all scoff, convinced the MC is some kind of naive idiot who doesn't even realize blood trails are a literal monster magnet. Suddenly, one of the vampires exclaims, "The blood trail leads straight to the auditorium." With the MC's exact location now locked down, the vampire lord himself barks out an urgent order. All remaining vampires must eradicate him as swiftly and mercilessly as humanly possible. They acknowledge his ability to control minions, but the vampire master arrogantly believes he can still easily beat him. He anticipates the MC will have around 5 werewolf skeletons in his summoned army. He is, after all, the times vampire master, and serves directly under the fearsome vampire lord. He's confident he can effortlessly handle 2 of them on his own. Given their overwhelming numbers, he's absolutely brimming with confidence in their chances of victory. He leads the horde of vampires inside, and there, he spots the MC, standing defiant with his minions. The vampires then quickly notice he only has a paltry few skeletons by his side. This sight skyrockets their confidence even further, and they surge forward, hot on his heels. As the MC flees, he cleverly lures every single one of them into a tight dead end. He suddenly stops, turning to face them, and declares that this times will be their ultimate, final resting place. The vampires begin to stir with unease, realizing something is terribly amiss. He coolly states they were merely counting his skeletons, reminding them they haven't seen all his incredible skills. Hearing this, one vampire tries to mock him, asking if he's perhaps hidden a few more skeletons around the area. Sung-woo simply grins and tells him straight. He doesn't just command a mere pile of bones, he commands an army times of them. With that, he dramatically summons the rest of his spectral minions from the void, then unleashes Death's response to call forth hordes of zombies. The vampires almost lose their minds at the horrifying sight of the shambling undead. Meanwhile, Sung-woo casually sits back and relaxes, letting his terrifying minions do all the work. Righty commands the skeletons to give them a tactical power boost, and the zombies begin tearing through the vampires relentlessly. The vampires almost feel suffocated by the sheer amount of debilitating debuffs. Sung-woo is truly teaching them what happens when you dare fight an army of undead. One furious female vampire charges at the MC, but is instantly struck by Kobold Sorcerer's fiery fireballs, and Righty decisively finishes her off. The MC earns a sweet 2,000 gold for this brutal kill. With the rest of the vampires lying dead, only the formidable vampire master remains. However, he is incredibly strong, and begins tearing through the skeletons and zombies with ease. 2 zombies manage to get a bite in, but he easily shakes one off. As the vampire master leaps ferociously toward the MC, determined to end him, he sits patiently, a confident smile on his face, calmly telling the vampire he should look more carefully before attempting to attack him. Hearing this, the vampire master begins to panic, demanding to know what he means. Flashback to 2 hours earlier. As they all stood outside the school building, the MC gave specific, crucial orders to one of his minions. He tried to explode his orc skeleton, but it surprisingly didn't work. He quickly realized the orc was a skeleton, not a corpse, so the skill couldn't affect it. He then cleverly used his Death's response skill to summon a terrifying bunch of zombies, and wondered if they were about to spectacularly explode, especially since, moments ago, they were just lifeless corpses. Our MC uncovers a crucial detail. When his zombies are in motion, they're officially recognized as formidable summoned minions. But the instant they stop, they revert to being mere, inert corpses. With a fierce resolve, he detonates his last remaining zombie, unleashing a devastating blow directly onto the vampire master. He taunts him mercilessly as the villain collapses to the ground in agony, just as one of his own werewolves savagely tears off his leg. The wounded vampire master, clutching his stump, demands of Sung-woo, "Do you truly believe you can stand against our times boss?" Our MC, unyielding, finishes off the vampire master for good. With a swift strike from his nameless sword, instantly netting 20,000 gold. He also dramatically slashes the egg's hatching time down to 4,449 days. Next, he revives every single vampire corpse in the vicinity, and because he now commands a force of more than 5 vampire skeletons, he instantly gains a powerful synergy bonus. This grants a 5% bleed effect on all their attacks, plus a terrifying Berserk mode that activates right before they fall, boosting their combat stats by an extra 10%. Feeling an electrifying surge of confidence in his burgeoning army, our MC is absolutely primed for the next brutal challenge. Meanwhile, a critical message pings in from Jisoo, warning him that the vampires are indeed on the move. The guards in the safe zone have suddenly started acting suspiciously, demanding that everyone hand over their weapons, just to enter the supposed safe zone. Our MC immediately deduces that the vampire lord must have sensed the demise of his elite royal guards and is now frantically scrambling to apprehend him. It turns out, all of the lord's vampire guards have been working for him. Within the survivor camp all along, an old player's keen eyes spot werewolves gruesomely impaled on a distant rooftop. The stunned crowd murmurs, wondering who could possibly have achieved such a feat, as whoever did it must possess immense strength to defeat those beasts. It's almost Jisoo and Hanho's turn for the mandatory weapon check. Jisoo eyes one of the guards intently, who brazenly tells the nervous players that they are confiscating all their weapons, supposedly for the safety of other players. He shamelessly claims they've already managed to slay 4 werewolves, thus rendering the players' weapons utterly useless. Jisoo feels a wave of profound disgust for these humans, who are openly collaborating with the vampires. All they desire is to make it terrifyingly easy for the vampires to slaughter the very people they're supposed to protect. Just then, Taishang smoothly sneaks up beside her and whispers that he's cunningly hidden her twin swords. All thanks to their friend young Shik, everything went exactly as planned. He's no ordinary buddy. Either he's a 2-star swordsman. Hanho, ever the strategist, immediately asks him, "Did you bring all the gear I asked for?" And Taishang, cool as a cucumber, gives the nod of confirmation. With their quick check-in complete, they swiftly join the bustling crowd of other players. Before long, the sinister vampire lord makes his grand entrance, flanked by his masked minions. They're all masked, their fury towards our protagonist practically radiating off them. Hanho, sharp as ever, instantly deduces it's the notorious vampire lord himself. He shrewdly guesses they're donning those masks to conceal their menacing fangs. Our heroes have tucked away the crucial sword in a super-secret, safe location, and now, all that's left is to patiently wait for our main character's epic arrival. As the vampire lord begins his chilling, dramatic speech, the masked vampires stealthily encircle the entire unsuspecting crowd. Facing the terrified masses, the vampire lord dramatically proclaims that humanity's ultimate downfall is not just coming, it's absolutely inevitable. He scoffs at their inherent weakness. Then, with a theatrical flourish, pulls down his mask, as he menacingly tells everyone present that they are all fated to become mere sacrifices. Sacrifices needed to fuel the next terrifying stage of evolution. Panic erupts as fear seizes the survivors, and the vampires begin their brutal assault. Desperate, the survivors spot a potential escape route and try to make a break for it. But alas, it's completely surrounded by deadly electric fences. They've all tragically stumbled right into the vampire's elaborate trap. Now utterly ensnared, the vampire lord beams with cruel satisfaction as he watches everyone frantically scramble, trying to escape their grim fate. Amidst the swirling chaos, Jisoo bravely tries to rally and lead the survivors towards some semblance of safety. The vampire lord, ever watchful, spots the swords clutched in her hands, genuinely puzzled how she could possibly possess such weaponry. But just at that very moment, Kyung-soo, with a burst of daring, smashes a school bus right into the electric fence. The impact obliterates the formidable electric barrier, instantly giving our trap players a thrilling chance to escape. Jisoo and Hanho leap into action, bravely leading the survivors to freedom. Enraged, the vampire lord spins around, locking his furious gaze on our MC, who has just nonchalantly stepped off the bus. Our hero meets the vampire lord's glare with a cool, knowing smirk, then mockingly crowns him the Mosquito King. He then turns his gaze to the surrounding vampires, boldly asking them, "Hey, why aren't you guys having any fun yet?" The vampire lord, amused by his audacity, begins to cackle, declaring that our hero has arrived right on time. He fixes his gaze on him, his sharp fangs glinting menacingly, promising that they are about to have an absolute blast of fun. Then, with a chilling shift, he turns his attention to Madame Yang and issues his next terrifying command. This party definitely isn't off to a great start. She declares they're still missing their main course, and with a chilling command, she orders all the other vampires to swiftly surround the fleeing survivors. The vampire lord then challenges him, asking if he truly intends to rescue the survivors himself. Sungwoo calmly reassures the lord that his powerful teammates can easily handle the vampire girl. The vampire lord bursts into laughter upon hearing the word teammates, and tells him that under different circumstances, he might have even considered hiring him to work for him. Sungwoo sharply retorts that he doesn't need any of that, as he already has friends of his own. Suddenly, a monstrous werewolf skeleton lunges from the bus and makes a direct, terrifying dash for the vampire king. The vampire lord looks thoroughly unimpressed, and mockingly asks if Sungwoo truly thought that could kill him. As the vampire lord prepares to effortlessly dispatch the werewolf, he suddenly realizes it's a cunning trap, packed full of goblin corpses. The MC detonates it all, unleashing a devastating, massive explosion. All the surrounding vampires begin to panic. As they witness their powerful boss now sprawled on the ground, they desperately try to reassure themselves that their lord couldn't possibly be defeated that easily. They spot the MC slipping quickly back inside the bus, and immediately give chase, storming after him. But all they discover inside is a gruesome pile of monster bodies. Sungwoo, however, makes his escape through a hidden hole, just as he expertly detonates the entire bus, decimating a massive number of unsuspecting vampires. Meanwhile, the ruthless Madame Yang is relentlessly hunting the survivors, accompanied by her human collaborators. The human collaborators following her hear the massive explosion and cautiously wonder aloud if something dreadful has befallen the vampire lord. She confidently assures them that he is far too powerful and could never be killed by the likes of the MC. She sharply tells them to focus on hunting the survivors instead. However, but as she casually looks back, she sees both of her human collaborators lying dead on the ground. She instantly senses a chilling, deadly presence right behind her, and narrowly dodges a lightning-fast attack from Jisoo. She glares at the powerful vampire girl with burning fury in her eyes, as she grimly prepares to take her on, all by herself. Meanwhile, Hanho and Taesong have successfully led the remaining survivors to a safe place. Everything finally seems to be going perfectly well for them, all thanks to Sungwoo's brilliant, masterful plan. Hanho still keeps his trusty daggers close, just in case. Yet, they desperately hope they won't have to use them. Unfortunately for them, a vampire suddenly materializes from behind. The vampire lord himself had stationed him there to guard the perimeter. The vampire mocks them cruelly for getting caught, then brazenly asks if they'll help him level up. Taesong impulsively rushes in to fight, thinking this vampire looks much weaker than the others. Hanho tries to stop him, but to no avail. The vampire swiftly dodges Taesong's attacks, and nearly bites his neck clean off. But Hanho interrupts just in the nick of time, throwing his lethal daggers. The vampire leaps into the air to avoid Taesong's punch, but Hanho throws even more daggers, striking the vampire right in the face, and sending him sprawling to the ground. Hanho can't believe he's just defeated a vampire. However, he soon realizes he hasn't received any gold yet, so it's probably not over. Furious, but still alive, the vampire slowly stands, and curses them for scarring his beautiful face. Meanwhile, the MC has cleared out all the lower-level vampires with his explosive power, but he knows the real threat is still out there. The vampire lord suddenly jumps right onto the bus. This time, he even has wings. Bro bought a premium skin? The MC realizes it won't be that easy to kill him. He summons his undead minions from the void, as the vampire lord charges straight toward him. When the vampire lord lands in the center of destruction, his orc skeletons, he smashes through them with ease. Realizing they won't hold him off for long, Sungwoo calls forth a wave of zombies from the ground. The vampire lord is a bit surprised to see the zombies, but he doesn't really care, since he knows they pose no real threat to him. As the vampire lord kills one of them, the MC quickly tries to detonate the corpse. This time, the vampire is prepared, as he uses his bloodfly to create a mist of blood, shooting it out at incredibly high pressure. Even though the skill isn't that strong, it's enough to stop him from detonating the corpses. Switching tactics, the MC sends his fierce werewolves forward, activating the Cerberus synergy, which dramatically boosts their strength against a single enemy. But with a chilling display, the vampire lord effortlessly carves through 3 werewolves in a single devastating strike. Our hero, the MC, instantly realizes he's utterly outmatched by the vampire in close quarters, and instantly commands his minions to unleash a barrage of spears. As the vampire lord gracefully evades every single spear, he scoffs, declaring how utterly boring this is. He boldly claims this pathetic display is the very limit for humans, those who stubbornly refuse to evolve. Sung-woo challenges him, asking if he truly considers monsters like himself evolved. The vampire lord, oozing pride, proclaims that this form is a colossal leap beyond mere humanity, and he utterly believes the strong are destined to rule the weak. That's simply the natural order that has always prevailed. Throughout all of human history, modern society, however, sought to brand him an outcast, all because he happens to be a serial killer. Yet, his true opportunity finally arrived with the apocalypse's dawn. Our self-proclaimed vampire lord fancies himself one of the chosen ones. Just like other delusional humans, he believes someone specifically chose him to shepherd the world into its glorious next stage of evolution. Sung-woo clutches his head as he realizes the vampire's grand plan is just utter, unbelievable crap. He asks if he still believes in all that nonsense, telling him no one has taken it seriously. For the last 100 years, the vampire lord keeps obnoxiously yapping about being the ultimate new form of evolution until he hears Madame Yang's desperate cries for help. She can't believe she's losing to a human, given her conviction that she's vastly superior. During their entire brutal fight, she hasn't landed a single hit on Jisoo. She explains to him that the reason she hasn't connected once is simply because she hasn't bothered with any training. All this time, she's relied solely on impressive raw strength, but all her attacks are identical and predictable, lacking any coordination whatsoever. This happened because she spent all her time basking around the vampire lord and coasting on easy experience. Jisoo then unleashes a powerful double slash on Madame Yang, bringing her down and decisively finishing her off. She thanks her, grateful for reigniting her self-confidence. Meanwhile, things aren't exactly going well for Hanho and Taesong. The vampire then offers them a chance to join his side, insisting that in this brutally unfair world, their survival odds were far better than any vampires, especially under the vampire lord's mighty protection. He reveals they were once just ordinary students, exactly like them, with no other option for survival in this monster-ridden world, crawling with monstrous threats. They decided to align themselves with someone powerful and live off their strength. He asks them once more, "Will you join me?" Hanho agrees, confirming that he's absolutely right, which makes Tai Shang think he's about to team up with the vampire. But then, he declares that his chosen side is far stronger. Suddenly, from behind the vampire, a mysterious rider on a motorbike appears, capturing the vampire's attention for a critical moment. Seizing the chance, Hanho hurls a dagger with deadly precision. The vampire swiftly dodges, and the dagger slams into the rider's chest. Fortunately, the rider is completely unharmed. Turns out, he had a minion sitting right in front of him. It was all part of Hanho's cunning plan, and his real target was the goblin. He then transforms into his awe-inspiring Giga Chad form, standing confidently before the stunned vampire. The vampire begins to tremble with fear as he witnesses Hanho in this new, terrifying form. He tries to land a full-force blow, but it doesn't faze Hanho in the slightest. The vampire feels like he's hitting an unyielding metallic wall. Hanho towers over him, unleashing rapid stabs, using his incredible high-speed slash skill. Taesong and Kyung-soo also jump into the fray, attacking the vampire in a coordinated assault. The vampire tries to strike Taesong down, but Hanho heroically blocks the attack with his own body. He then taunts the vampire, explaining he's been boosting his agility. All this time, not to evade, but to bait his enemies. Now, the vampire has absolutely no chance to run away. Hanho effectively acts as a living punching bag for the vampire, while the other two unleash their attacks to finish him off. The vampire senses their individual attacks aren't strong enough on their own, but when combined, they could actually knock him out. What's more, they have a fast-moving tank to protect them. While relentlessly hitting the vampire with his dagger, Hanho suddenly realizes his power is fading, while the vampire swiftly deduces his special skill has a ticking clock. Just then, a goblin is hurled straight at Hanho, which he swiftly dispatches with his blade, immediately reactivating his skill. So, one of the guys is tasked with tossing goblins his way. From a safe distance, Hanho boldly taunts the vampire, declaring he can keep powering up as many times as he desires, especially with their endless goblin reserves. He then reminds the vampire of his earlier words about how living with the strongest was supposedly the ultimate path to survival. But Hanho declares he was utterly mistaken. True survival, he asserts, blossoms through the power of friendship with people you can truly trust. Our bro is seriously about to defeat a formidable vampire with the power of friendship. He strikes a hilariously weird pose, and proclaims their survival is fueled by love and peace. The vampire actually trembles in pure terror, crying out that he's losing, because they're ganging up on him, and honestly, he's not entirely wrong. Meanwhile, the vampire lord seethes with rage at his elite vampires' crushing failures as he watches them fall, one by agonizing one. Sungwoo boldly tells the vampire lord that he's next in line, declaring he already knows all of his weaknesses. First up, the vampire lord cannot wield weapons. Initially, he assumed they simply had no need for weapons, given their naturally sharp claws, but after taking control of several vampires as his minions, he discovered it was actually a class penalty. Considering the immense variety of weapons available, this is a colossal disadvantage for them. Second, he boasts low defense but incredibly high regeneration. Plus, his movements are large and inefficient. Third, he has absolutely no mana, meaning he must completely rely on blood to fuel his devastating abilities. The MC then reveals he's been using Devil's Bloodstone, which was subtly draining his health with every single hit. And his ultimate weakness? He just talked too much. The MC tells him straight up that if he were in the vampire lord's shoes, he wouldn't waste time talking to his enemies, but would immediately go straight for the Necromancer. Then, enraged beyond measure, the vampire lord activates a terrifying blood field and wildly charges forward. But Righty, ever so quick, steps in and perfectly deflects the attack. With a masterful parry skill, Righty then unleashes a bottle of potent slime liquid right into the vampire lord's surprised face. The corrosive acid immediately begins to melt his skin and blur his vision. Low on vital blood and far too weak to regenerate, he's now completely vulnerable. The MC, seizing the moment, orders his minions to finish the vampire lord. Although still a looming threat, he's visibly weakened, and the scent of blood draws him towards werewolves, hung as gruesome trophies, on a nearby building. He reaches the rooftop, only to be viciously ambushed by a lurking werewolf minion, who plunges a blade into him from above. Sungwoo, reveling, mocks him, revealing he'd been cunningly sourcing his own werewolf minions from that very building. Severely wounded, the vampire lord crashes violently to the ground. The MC, wanting a dramatic finish, decides to end it. His minions promptly toss the vampire lord into a room, overflowing with gruesome monster corpses. He then detonates the entire building, finally eradicating the vampire lord for good. He earns a staggering 10,000 gold for slaying a special player, along with another 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket for triumphantly completing the No Country for Wicked Men quest. His destiny is profoundly altered, granting him an exclusive new skill. When his group finally arrives, they celebrate their hard-won victory together. He looks back at them, a small smile gracing his lips, thinking that while the world might be crumbling, he's absolutely sticking with this crew. The very next morning, everyone is singing his praises. Many had been rescued by Sungwoo's group just moments before. Hanho then tells him that a lot of people have started to recognize them. The celebration, however, is dramatically interrupted by the sudden arrival of a regiment of soldiers, led by none other than Sergeant Kim. He tells them he witnessed the epic battle from a distance and was incredibly curious about its outcome. Su-ing greets him with a warm smile, expressing her gladness to see him doing well. She then pointedly asks why he's here. The sergeant reveals they've been monitoring a mysterious group of people who claimed they were creating safe zones for scattered survivors. However, they never imagined the situation would spiral into such chaos. The MC looks at the soldiers, feeling a wave of relief that they didn't try anything hostile. Speaking of those vampires, since they don't seem all that powerful to him, Kim then reveals someone's eager to meet him. Our hero is puzzled and asks who it could be. Kim smiles, delivering a surprising revelation. The Korean army is still alive and thriving. Meanwhile, an army officer gazes out the window, his 4-star insignia glinting on his cap. Later that night, our protagonist stands in an office, reviewing his profile. He's currently level 10, boasting a staggering $300,000 in gold. Half of that gold was reaped from his recent battle. He realizes that simply running and hunting monsters is nowhere near as efficient as completing quests, and his skill has just gotten a massive upgrade. He can now craft formidable bone armor in addition to his deadly bone weapons. As he manifests the armor, it immediately envelops his skin, clinging tight. It fits him absolutely perfectly, leaving virtually no room for attacks. Moreover, he can move quite fluidly in this armor. He decides to outfit all his minions with this new armor, making them far more durable on the battlefield. The quest also bestowed upon him a powerful item. It's a heroic rank crossbow that lets him fire arrows in rapid succession, without ever needing to reload. This is truly an ideal weapon for him, since he primarily operates from the backlines. With these phenomenal upgrades, he feels incredibly stronger, convinced he can take on anyone. Suddenly, he senses a blazing fire erupting behind him. He looks back, only to see his old home burning fiercely to the ground, and his parents desperately calling out for help. They plead for his help, reminding him he's strong now. Sungwoo desperately tries to summon his minions, but he agonizingly realizes he's still just a powerless kid. He watches, utterly helpless, as his parents suffer in the inferno. Overwhelmed by fear, he turns and flees. This entire harrowing scene was a fragment of his past. He thinks to himself that he's still that very same weak kid. The nightmare jolts him awake from his sleep. Han-ho watches him stir, noticing his sudden awakening, and casually informs him he's been out cold all day. He then points toward the door, announcing that Sergeant Kim is back once more, accompanied by those persistent soldiers from yesterday, the ones who pressed him to accompany them back to base. But he firmly sent them packing, announcing that if anyone sought an audience with him, they would have to come to his presence. He wasn't keen on meeting anyone at that moment, utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he rises and instructs Han-ho to keep the approaching individuals waiting outside for a moment. His mind, however, is still fixated on that disturbing dream. He yearns to become mightier, so he never has to abandon anyone ever again. While Han-ho valiantly attempts to hold the soldiers back, the lieutenant shoves him aside and barges right through. He immediately introduces himself as Lieutenant Major Taehyung Park, then directly questions the MC if he is indeed the famed Necromancer. Sergeant Kim stands steadfastly beside the lieutenant. The major then takes a seat, declaring that he has no intention of wasting a single second and will get straight to the point. He explains that they had been monitoring a suspicious group operating in Hwasong, and pointedly asks if the MC was responsible for taking them out. He presses for exact details on what transpired, then inquires if he would be willing to join them on their future missions. The MC responds that he can certainly recount how he vanquished their target, but admits he doesn't grasp how he could possibly aid them in their expeditions. Lieutenant Taehyung then gestures directly at him, declaring that he wants him to enlist in the army. This instantly sparks irritation in the MC, as joining the military is the absolute last thing he desires. He curtly demands to know why he should join the army. The persistent officer continues to yap on about how the army and government, together, could restore order with the MC's invaluable assistance. They essentially want him to handle everything, given their own perceived uselessness in this apocalypse. Taehyung then brings up a figure known as the prosecutor of Yangdong-po, stating that this individual is forming a renegade group. This same man previously saved countless citizens, and even established the very first guild in Korea. He was also instrumental in establishing vital safety zones. The MC silently acknowledges him as quite an impressive figure, especially since he single-handedly defeated a boss monster in his own territory. Lieutenant Taehyung, however, harbors a starkly different opinion about this renegade, primarily because he rejects the government and refuses to align with the army. The MC, in a flash, coldly declares his strong disagreement with Taehyung's assessment. He asserts that they possess no right whatsoever to declare. The unsettling prospect of anyone forming a renegade group, yet, the army and the government utterly failed to protect their people. During this desperate time of crisis, everyone was forced to adapt to their dire new reality and simply survive. Our hero then tells the army guy he'd rather be a lone mercenary than ever enlist in the army. Furious, the lieutenant grabs him by the collar, his anger flaring instantly, but the MC smacks his hand away. Standing to leave, the lieutenant warns that he'll regret not joining them, since surviving alone in this world is impossible. Sungwoo looks back, Righty steadfast by his side, and calmly states that he prefers being alone. Bro, he literally has an army of his own with him. The other players, though, feel far safer with the soldiers around. Han-ho, however, clearly dislikes this arrangement, since he believes they were the true saviors, not the army. Not the army. Jisoo tells him it simply can't be helped, as people desperately need someone to rely on. Even Han-ho, deep down, feels better with them around, since, presumably, they can fight much better than any ordinary person. Jisoo, meanwhile, keenly observes the soldiers and notices an unusual detail. They look quite anxious. This immediately piques her curiosity, as they are specifically trained to remain calm, no matter the danger. Han-ho, stepping up, approaches some soldiers and asks if they are affiliated with Sergeant Kim. He tells them he met the sergeant a while ago and encountered a soldier named Kwan. He then asks the soldiers if he can meet him. One of the soldiers curtly tells him that he honestly doesn't know where people from other units might be stationed. The other soldier interjects, claiming it's classified information, so they can't disclose anything. Jisoo hears this exchange and finds it incredibly odd, since he's only asking about a mere private. They both immediately suspect that something is gravely wrong with these soldiers. Meanwhile, Sungwoo steps out of the office, after decisively rejecting the army lieutenant's offer. He had hoped to remain on good terms with the army, but the lieutenant's attitude truly pushed him too far. As he walks away, he's approached by Sergeant Kim, who immediately offers him an apology, since it was Kim who had asked him to meet. Next up, the lieutenant. Our MC understands he was simply following orders, so he holds no grudge. He then asks if the lieutenant dispatched him to change his mind. As Kim gives a nervous laugh, Sungwoo sighs and states that the army must truly need him. The sergeant confirms they absolutely need him, but the battalion commander's words were entirely out of line. That was totally unacceptable. So he leans in closer and reveals he has something crucial to show him. Something absolutely top secret. As the pair makes their way through the underground parking, our MC can't help but wonder what this secret could be. Suddenly, the sergeant raises a hand, signaling him to halt, as a group of soldiers stands directly ahead. He warns that getting caught could mean instant execution if they're found out, of course. But the soldiers are completely demoralized, so he's confident they can sneak right past them. This revelation makes the MC even more curious about the secret, considering that the sergeant is willing to put his very life on the line. The two then descend a flight of stairs, entering a new room. And there, the sergeant reveals a magnificent glowing crystal, carefully stored within a sturdy box. He then explains its name, the legendary Prophecy Stone. There are several more of these artifacts, scattered far and wide throughout the world, and whoever touches them receives a startling vision of the future. If someone successfully finds one of these stones, it grants them a monumental, undeniable advantage when compared to all other players. Sungwoo finally reaches out and touches the stone, and begins to experience a startling vision. He finds himself weightlessly floating in the air, almost as if caught within a vivid dream. Suddenly, a horrifying skeleton wyvern streaks past him. As he looks down, a chilling expanse of corpses stretches before him. It seems the entire city has been utterly transformed into undead minions. As he carefully surveys the skeletal horde, he suddenly notices himself and Jisoo standing right among them. Hanho, as always, is present too. Down below, among the less important minions, the MC's eyes widen as he realizes that the true architect behind all this chaos is the fearsome Lich King, commanding his minion army from above. But as his gaze focuses on the formidable Lich King, the Lich King suddenly turns, his eyes locking onto him, and absolutely obliterates him into a pile of ash. Our MC is suddenly thrust back into his own body. Then, a jarring system notification pops up, revealing these terrifying events are set for January 1st. He begins to tremble, clutching his arm in sheer panic. The sergeant confides that he witnessed an army of skeletons in his recent vision, and it immediately made him think of our MC. Just then, Sungwoo receives an exclusive new quest. He must seize the Grim Reaper's scythe. He needs to reach level 15, just to uncover the scythe's hidden location. And if he fails before January, he'll be utterly overwhelmed by the Lich King, effectively making the sergeant's chilling vision a reality. He facepalms, realizing he's saddled with yet another times quest, all thanks to the sergeant's unnerving prophecy. He has mere 2 months to hit level 15, and track down that elusive scythe. Sure, he looked totally badass in that vision, but he's got zero interest in living out that horrifying future. He presses the sergeant for info on their area's boss. Monsters, he'd been avoiding them until now, as seeking them out was incredibly risky. But now, he has absolutely no time for caution. Besides, they're the fastest way to level up, after all. The sergeant, Kim, confirms he does know of a boss monster, and it's the absolute greatest source of frustration for the lieutenant. The lieutenant's main goal was to purge the area of monsters and restore stability to the region. However, that's utterly impossible without powerful players like our MC. Hearing this, the MC agrees to assist in defeating the boss monster, but he swiftly adds that he's not doing it for free. He demands a hefty payment for his incredible service. The soldiers return to the commander, informing him that the MC is demanding over 100,000 gold to join their ranks. This sends the commander into a furious rage, demanding to know how he dared make such an outrageous demand. One of the soldiers calmly explains that they genuinely don't have anyone as powerful as our hero. He vividly recounts seeing him single-handedly fight vampires, and it was absolutely shocking to witness. The commander pauses, deep in thought for a moment, then asks him, "Do you truly believe Sergeant Kang could defeat him?" The soldier replies that, while Sergeant Kang is undoubtedly strong, but our MC isn't alone, he's got an entire army with him. The commander, however, is absolutely refusing to agree to his outrageous demands. However, a soldier quickly explains that no matter what they've tried, they simply cannot defeat him, because his power far surpasses even that of a full battalion. As the lieutenant begins to reconsider, Sergeant Kim makes his timely entrance, and passionately argues that bringing in the MC would be far more than worth the investment. He assures him, with unwavering conviction, that the MC is true to his promises. The army troops, currently, bring in roughly 60,000 gold each day, which means they'd have to compensate the MC with nearly 2 days' worth of their earnings. The commander immediately grasps that the sum is utterly astronomical, but he's left with absolutely no other choice in the matter, given their urgent need to secure crucial strategic points. One of the most critical points is the 1st Fighter Wing. A terrifying, colossal monster has seized absolute control of the airstrip, effectively preventing the army from deploying any of their crucial aircraft. They've already dispatched dozens of their finest men, but every single one was utterly annihilated by the monster. If they can somehow eliminate this monstrous threat, they'll finally reclaim their ability to travel by air. With all of these critical factors now firmly in mind, the commander reluctantly concedes to the MC's steep demands. However, he secretly swears to make the MC pay dearly for this, someday. As one of the soldiers steps forward and hands over the hefty, agreed-upon sum of gold, he promptly instructs him to proceed with the mission. Without any further delay, Sung Woo reveals he's tied to the area for 5 more days, because of an ongoing event. And he questions the soldier if it would be acceptable for him to take down the monster within that 5-day time frame. The soldier then informs him that they first need to extensively repair the airport and meticulously assess all the incurred damages, which means he must complete this perilous feat in just 3 days. He then introduces him to the formidable Sergeant First Class Kang, the lone survivor from the team that was initially sent to confront the monster. The sergeant then casts a sharp gaze at the MC and, surprisingly, states that he'll be his assistant, even though he technically outranks him. He then briskly demands to know Sung Woo's current level, fully anticipating a number far beneath his own. However, much to his surprise, Sung Woo, with unwavering confidence, reveals he is level 10. This utterly blindsides the sergeant, who immediately presses him. Is he secretly wielding some sort of cheat? He claims he's been relentlessly hunting orcs, yet his level remains surprisingly low. The MC, with a chilling gaze, simply tells him he just needs to hunt down much times stronger monsters. The sergeant's anger is practically boiling over. He warns him that the boss lurking within the airport is on an entirely different, terrifying level. The MC coolly thanks him for the advice, then challenges him to actually try and level up over the next 3 crucial days. Meanwhile, the anxious survivors are frantically searching for him, as they desperately trust in his unwavering protection. Kyung-soo gazes upon them, and grasps that even more times people now need his protection. Now, a profound question crosses his mind. What on earth will they do with such a massive crowd? He had explicitly instructed Hanho's father to only deploy the safe zone's defenses when true danger strikes, as its upkeep demands precious gold. The mother, her voice laced with worry, asks him what their next move should be. He assures her they will forge their very own town, built by the strength of the remaining survivors. Every single person who survived this ordeal must possess some unique, valuable abilities that they can unleash and put to extraordinary use. Those naturally skilled in daily tasks can become their vital builders, and those with a talent for combat can bravely serve as hunters. Their ultimate objective: to massively increase their gold reserves and bolster their formidable military strength. Hanho's parents, moved by his vision, erupt into applause as they eagerly take in his brilliant plan. He quickly clarifies that this grand scheme wasn't his own, but merely a brilliant instruction from the MC himself. He confesses he doesn't feel worthy of their heartfelt praise, having failed those who placed their unwavering trust in him. Witnessing his self-doubt, Hanho's father offers him profound words of wisdom and gently reminds him that he gave his absolute best to lead those people, and that asterisk, in itself, is an act requiring immense courage. Meanwhile, the MC and his formidable group stand triumphantly amidst roaring flames, surrounded by a gruesome mountain of monster corpses. Hanho stares wide-eyed at the carnage, and whispers that it looks like nothing short of a total slaughter. The MC, with a grim smile, agrees that he's absolutely not wrong, because they have indeed grown incredibly, terrifyingly strong. Any monster foolish enough to dare attack them is instantly cut down, right on the spot. Anyone daring to call for help must first contend with his formidable minions. And those who attempt a large-scale assault, they're utterly annihilated by his devastating explosions. Should any brave souls somehow manage to survive, he ruthlessly dispatches them with his deadly crossbow. As the group ventures further into the mysterious building, they stumble upon a peculiar marker bearing a hammer emblem. The MC, intrigued, ponders its cryptic meaning, then resolves to step inside the marked room. Inside, he discovers an array of intricate crafting tools and receives an astonishing notification. He can combine 3 of his cherished items, but this powerful fusion comes at a steep price, 100,000 gold. The MC is utterly dumbfounded, realizing he can merge his legendary artifacts. He can only imagine the sheer might of the resulting creation. The MC already possesses the Tear of the Sea Spirit, a rare find acquired from the store, and the formidable Devil's Bloodstone, a trophy claimed after vanquishing the Orc Chief. He also holds the Slime Core, taken from the monstrous slime boss. He muses that he should actively seek out items, specifically designed for powerful combinations. Hanho quickly reminds him that the outcome of such a combination will be entirely random. He desperately hopes it transforms into something he can actually wield. Song Woo, however, playfully jabs that he's notoriously lucky, so it's probably not times going to happen. The system then notifies him that the combination process will demand a staggering 100,000 gold. Plus, there's a nerve-wracking 2% chance of losing his precious items entirely. Despite the risks, he boldly proceeds with the monumental fusion. The items shimmer, merge, and finally finish combining, bestowing a brand new artifact upon the MC. This incredible item is revealed as the legendary Chaos Crystal. It bestows upon its wielder the powerful Chaos attribute, which dramatically boosts their mana and mana regeneration, while simultaneously granting them the terrifying ability to steal both health and mana with every single attack. Song Woo, utterly bewildered, wonders if this new Chaos attribute differs from the Devil's attribute he previously wielded. He was expecting an item soaring above legendary rank, but this, too, was an undeniable, magnificent upgrade. Before, he first had to completely drain all mana from an enemy, before he could even begin to absorb their health. But now, he can devastatingly steal both, simultaneously. His friends erupt in cheers, congratulating him on his fantastic new item. Then, Jisoo confidently steps up to the magnificent crafting machine. She, too, receives an exciting notification that she can craft, and she can combine 2 of her items, but it'll cost a hefty 15,000 gold. After a tense combination, she obtains a wicked blade with an on-off ignition function, ready to unleash its power. This terrifying blade also inflicts searing burns whenever she strikes an enemy. A look of pure satisfaction spreads across her face as she admires her new item. Hanho, however, glares at the 2 of them, a storm brewing in his eyes. He then furiously slams the crafting table, utterly enraged. He demands to know what happened to his own combined item, his voice rising in anger. Yet, to his dismay, he receives absolutely no notification. Sung Woo, feeling genuinely bad for him, offers a kind consolation. He promises to buy Hanho something special from the store. But when they finally reach the old car complex, a shocking sight awaits them. They discover the store has been utterly annihilated, completely destroyed. Hanho bursts into tears, his voice trembling as he demands, "Who did this?" The MC intently examines the shattered screen, a thoughtful frown on his face. He declares with certainty that this was no mere monster's doing. Eerily, there's some chilling writing carved into the wall. It's a stark warning of a terrifying new species, one that intends to replace humanity entirely. The cryptic writing appears to be claw marks, sharp and precise, but they're far too perfect, too deliberate to be from a mere monster. The MC deduces that this must be the work of someone, or something, incredibly intelligent and cunning, something that possesses the terrifying ability to understand human language. For now, the group wisely decides to retreat and head back. As they make their way out, they unexpectedly encounter Sergeant Kim once again. They immediately question him, demanding to know what he's doing here. He explains that he and the other valiant soldiers received a crucial ground quest and were out here diligently hunting. He clarifies it's essentially a daily quest they must fulfill. They're tasked with hunting a specific number of formidable monsters, and they must do so by the end of each grueling day. If they manage to successfully complete this challenging quest, Their commander reaps all the glorious rewards. The MC probes, asking if the soldiers themselves receive any rewards. Sergeant Kim dramatically reveals that their attack, power and strength will surge by a whopping 10%, but only if they successfully complete the quest. However, no matter how many relentless goblins they slay, they just keep appearing, seemingly out of nowhere. It's almost as if they're instantly respawning, an endless horde. The sergeant desperately hopes that isn't truly the case, because if it is, then all of their valiant sacrifices would have been utterly meaningless. Jisoo then cautiously asks him, her voice filled with concern. She wonders if any of his soldiers have attempted to flee. After all, they must be absolutely desperate to see their families. He reveals that many soldiers initially fled in desperation, but that number swiftly plummeted once they grasped the harsh truth of isolated survival. Furthermore, desertion faced severe repercussions in the army. Right now, the army is just mindlessly sending them on these daily quests, completely devoid of any strategy or clear plan. It seems they're desperately trying to buy themselves time. All of their gold has been stripped away, so they can't even use the vital online forum. Our astute MC realizes the army hasn't adequately adapted to the dire situation. This is precisely why guilds of formidable individuals, like the powerful prosecutor of Yangdongpo, found far greater opportunities for growth and power. The MC, ever proactive, decides to press onward and generously offers the sergeant to treat their injured soldiers back in their town. Meanwhile, the players in town are getting relentlessly attacked by a monstrous horde of huge bear monsters. The defense team bravely tries to hold them off, but the monsters are simply too overwhelmingly strong. They slash through the defense line with terrifying ease. The terrified players abandon their posts and start scrambling desperately for their lives. Junsu frantically tries to call them back, but no one listens. Before he knows it, one of the colossal bear monsters is standing menacingly right on top of him. He starts to frantically wonder why all this is happening precisely while the MC is away. He suddenly gets a powerful surge of motivation and fearlessly charges at the bear with his spear. He expertly slashes one of them in the eyes, instantly causing the bear to go blind. This electrifying success gives him even more confidence, and he begins to think he can buy them more precious time. However, he's immediately clawed by another bear that cunningly sneaks up on him. As the bear almost kills him, he desperately cries out to the MC for help. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Righty dramatically jumps in and slashes both arms of the bear. As the bear roars in agonizing pain, Jisoo expertly stabs it in the face with her flaming sword. Hanho also dynamically joins the fight and swiftly finishes off the remaining bear. Finally, the MC steps in, flanked by his formidable minions. He's absolutely thrilled that some strong monsters showed up, since he was actively looking for some powerful new minions. The soldiers are left utterly amazed as they behold his power unfolding before their very eyes. He instantly unlocks a massive synergy bonus, the Wild Tyrant effect for commanding a horde of bears. This bonus utterly cripples enemy defenses by a solid 10%, and simultaneously fortifies his allies' defenses by 10%. Sergeant Kim intently surveys his entire group, and a stunning realization dawns on him. It's not just Times him asterisk, but the Times entire Times group is a formidable powerhouse. Each of them unleashes their powers with masterful precision. He grips his axe, knuckles white, a fierce resolve in his mind, as he thinks to himself, "This isn't fair. Not fair at all." He's convinced his fallen comrades in arms, and even their replacements, could have fought with this same incredible potential if they hadn't been thrown headfirst into battle, without any kind of plan. It was suicidal. They didn't deserve to die such an unjust, senseless loss. He's plagued by doubt, wondering if he truly did the right thing by blindly obeying the reckless orders of his seniors. The MC then confidently declares to Sergeant Kim, "Relay this message to the commander for me. I'm primed and ready to face off against the boss. We'll reclaim the airstrip first thing in the morning." Survivors of the gruesome bear attack receive urgent healing, as Hanho and Jisoo both applaud Kyungsoo for his heroic stand, holding off the werebears alone. Sungwoo also commends him, saying he did incredibly well, since anyone would have struggled to hold them off on their own. Then, swaggering into the scene, Sergeant Kong arrives, and immediately sneers at the utterly devastated condition of the town. The MC is visibly incensed by his callous reaction. This is his response to a tragedy where countless people died. He explains they'd suffered a ferocious werebear assault just the night before, to which Sergeant Kong smugly replies, a condescending smirk on his face, "Oh, I'm well aware werebears are formidable opponents. I personally bested one myself, you know. Sergeant Kim had already clued Sungwoo in that Sergeant Kong possesses an elite, high-ranking class. A 3-star striker, one who fights with devastating martial arts instead of weapons. However, the combo card he picked remains a mystery. During the second phase, Sergeant Kim urgently asked Kang, "Are you ready for the upcoming boss fight?" Since the MC has completed every single one of his preparations, Kang immediately flares up in anger, thinking he's being treated like the MC's personal messenger. He smacks him sharply on the foot and declares Sungwoo can tell him everything personally, by himself. He then demands of him, "So, what is it?" When he's out there slaying monsters just like he's supposed to. When Kim responds with a determined nod, Kang then snarls, demanding why he's whining about his comrades, dying on the job day in and day out. As Kang turns to leave, he nonchalantly mentions that he's not raking in as much gold as he used to, and even worse, he warns that the commander is tracking their every move. The MC overhears this chilling revelation, and it dawns on him that the army's method of extorting gold from their soldiers is practically a form of modern slavery. Sergeant Kim has finally had enough of Kang's arrogance. He lashes out, furiously accusing Kang of causing the deaths of countless comrades, all because he prioritized his own selfish leveling. Kang violently chokes him and demands if he's forgotten his place. He sneers, proclaiming that all the privates need to keep their mouths shut and just keep raking in that gold. After all, he's times the one battling all the toughest monsters, and he claims the troops only died because of their own time's incompetence. Kang further mocks him for choosing the measly blacksmith class, sneering that he's clearly too scared and just wants to hide behind others. But in reality, Kim chose to be a battlesmith because he desperately wanted to do everything he could to keep his precious troops alive. Sungwoo, utterly fed up with this whole display, grabs Kang by the arm and flatly tells him he doesn't have time for this petty drama. Kang shrugs him off, grumbling that he really wants to teach that guy a lesson, but they have times to move on. He then offers a half-hearted apology, since Sungwoo had to witness it all. Kim clarifies that Sergeant Kang feels deeply threatened by the MC, which is why he was taking it all out on him. Sergeant Kim then departs with his team to prepare for the intense upcoming boss battle. Sungwoo feels a pang of sympathy for Kim, but knows he can't truly intervene. Soon, the MC and the remaining soldiers reach the airstrip, which is in absolutely terrible shape. Kang brags that he messed around with the boss just yesterday, and warns it's pretty strong. The MC glares at him with an utterly annoyed expression, furious that Kang hasn't shared a single useful detail. He knows now, more than ever, that this raid absolutely cannot fail. Yet, his envy still gnaws at him, keeping crucial details under wraps. However, there's a crucial piece of information already out. Sergeant Kim has already spilled the beans about the boss monster. So, our hero isn't worried anymore. And just in time, suddenly, the colossal boss monster makes its grand entrance. It's an absolutely massive troll, a true behemoth. Its sheer size dwarfs even the mighty aircraft around it. Our MC's jaw drops as he stares, utterly stunned by its scale. This beast is far larger than he ever anticipated. He instantly realizes his original plan to overpower this boss. Using his werebears simply won't cut it anymore. The monstrous boss fixates on them and starts lumbering forward. Sergeant Kang, ever the provocateur, mockingly chimes in, telling our hero that it's still not too late to forfeit his 100,000 gold and make a hasty retreat. Our MC raises a confident hand, assuring them he's perfectly fine. It's not like he ever relies on just one-time strategy. Sungwoo unleashes his terrifying death response, sending his horde of zombies to latch onto the troll's mighty legs. But the troll swiftly obliterates them with a single, devastating, ground-shaking attack. He then detonates a zombie, aiming to blast the troll apart. Yet, the monstrous troll heals its wounds with astonishing speed. Our MC grimly realizes this beast boasts incredible defenses, even though at times have been weakened by the curse. It seems the curse isn't affecting this boss monster at all. This boss doesn't flaunt any unique abilities, unlike the slime monster or those tricky vampires. Instead, it relies purely on its overwhelming physical strength. Kang, naturally, starts running his mouth again, declaring they can't even run now without massive casualties, as they'd lose a whole squad of soldiers in the escape. But our MC isn't planning on leaving until this boss is defeated, so he plants his feet firmly, ready to fight back with everything he has. Even with Hanho scared absolutely out of his mind, he stands tall with Jisoo and his friend, determined to defeat this beast. Meanwhile, the company commander gravely informs Lieutenant Kang that the prosecutor of Yangdongpo is rapidly gaining influence. By successfully uniting various survivor groups, the commander wants to update the public about the army's status through an official forum post, but the lieutenant quickly stops him, sternly stating that the army simply cannot trust an unverified communications network with such vital information. He warns him that information is their very bloodline, and as soon as they reveal themselves to the public, they risk instantly giving away their position to the enemy. They still can't pinpoint who conjured up this game. Upon hearing this, the commander isn't convinced this is their wisest move. They might lack full comprehension of the system, but it's still undeniably influential in this world, far too significant to ever overlook. It's their sole means to communicate with their scattered troops. The lieutenant then questions him, asking if all forces are already in the loop. He's planning to eliminate Sung Woo once the formidable troll boss is finally subdued, as he refuses to leave any lingering threats, especially those who won't cooperate with their plans. He's already dispatched Sergeant First Class Kang to meticulously oversee the entire operation before absconding with all of Sung Woo's precious valuables. The lieutenant remains concerned about the MC's companions, particularly about Jisoo, wondering if they truly pose any danger to their scheme. The commander scoffs, stating she's merely a girl, thus, she couldn't possibly be a formidable opponent, and the other friend is practically an utter waste of space. He dares call him useless, especially after everything that unfolded in the last chapter. The lieutenant then commands him to head straight to the airstrip to ensure their intricate plan unfolds without a hitch. He doesn't want to eliminate them immediately, as he intends for them to hand over all their accumulated gold first. It then dawns on the commander that this whole venture feels far more like a blatant robbery than any tactical mission, given the lieutenant's greater concern for pilfering gold than neutralizing a looming threat. Back on the chaotic battlefield, Hanho tanks every troll's brutal attack with his invincibility skill, barely registering the immense impact. As the troll begins to tire, Jisoo swiftly stabs him from behind, leaving her shimmering sword deeply embedded, an invincible rope already secured to its hilt. Hanho then expertly circles the massive troll with the rope, utterly astonishing Kang, who had wrongly assumed that the MC's friends were merely leeching off his efforts. But after witnessing them in fierce action, he now questions if Sung Woo actually gained his fame by shamelessly taking credit for their time's incredible achievements. Hanho's invincibility is moments away from expiring, but Sergeant Kim arrives, wielding a fresh supply of goblins, perfectly poised to instantly recharge his abilities. Hanho swiftly hurls a knife, expertly taking out some goblins, instantly reactivating his powerful force field. Sergeant Kang can only stare in utter disbelief, only to witness him mercilessly slaying goblins. As he clashes with the formidable boss, a sudden realization dawns. His powerful skill demands monster kills to maintain its potent effect. He glances over at Jisoo, pondering that she isn't trained for human-on-human combat. He's confident he could still take her down, since battling humans versus monsters is an entirely different beast. Yet, he never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. He muses, "Should I just eliminate the MC right now?" As Sung Woo intensely gazes at the monstrous foe, a vivid flashback of their elaborate plan unfolds. Hanho and Jisoo had proposed binding the monster's feet with a sturdy rope. He deemed it far too perilous, insisting it would be safer for his loyal minions to handle the risky task. Jisoo firmly countered that if his minions fell, their entire strategy would crumble. Furthermore, she highlighted that they were both much quicker than the minions, giving them a superior chance to successfully bind the beast. The MC remained unconvinced about the plan's safety, telling them he needed more time to ponder. Jisoo sharply retorted that he wasn't their babysitter, so he didn't need to overthink their well-being. They were partners, and he simply needed to trust them. Back in the heart of the boss battle, the MC watches on, as the duo expertly manages to bind the colossal boss, causing the massive monster to dramatically collapse. He tells them he's incredibly impressed by how much they've grown. Now, it's his moment to shine. He activates his great spirit skill, dramatically summoning all of his spectral minions directly from his inventory. Sergeant Kang is utterly terrified by this spectacle, wondering if this is the true, terrifying power of a necromancer. One of his loyal minions swiftly hands him the Dragon Knight's masterless sword, and he charges the boss. With the boss utterly immobilized, they all unleash a relentless, non-stop assault, The boss manages to devour one of the charging orc skeletons, as it attempts to land a blow, but the MC immediately detonates the skeleton's explosive bag, full of corpses, triggering a massive explosion right inside the boss's gaping maw. He then steps forward with resolve, striking the boss's head with a mighty swing of the masterless sword, finally finishing it off. For slaying the boss, he earns a staggering 220,000 gold and rockets up to level 11, boosting all his stats by 2 incredible points, and claiming a magnificent special item chest. All thanks to slaying the boss with his legendary masterless sword, he dramatically slashes the egg's hatching time by 98 days, leaving only 4,850 days left until the grand hatch. For his well-deserved level-up skill, he triumphantly selects the formidable Great Bone Weapons card, granting him the power to forge even more diverse weapons from mere bones. Sergeant Kang stares in utter disbelief. The boss is truly dead. The MC calmly turns his gaze to him and coolly declares he has fulfilled his contract. He then states he'll be keeping the boss's corpse, since his sole mission was to kill it, nothing more. Kang inwardly wonders if he could actually take him down, if he were to attack him right here, right now. With 20 loyal soldiers backing him, his confidence is absolutely soaring. He schemes to get right up close and snap his neck in one swift, decisive move. Sung Woo simply smirks, already privy to the sergeant's every thought. He calmly informs him it's far too late for such plans. Realizing he's been completely exposed, Kang lunges, attempting a direct, frontal assault. His furious attack unleashes a massive shattering explosion, but the MC miraculously blocks it, raising his shield just in time. Kang stares in absolute disbelief as his surprise attack utterly fails. He barks orders for his soldiers to handle the minions, while he personally takes on the MC. He's convinced the MC will be too weak to fight without his beloved skeletons. As Kang unleashes another fierce attack, Sung Woo defends with his shield, but it shatters instantly. He attempts to strike back with his sword, but Kang swiftly kicks his arm, sending the sword flying. He cackles triumphantly, certain the MC is now utterly disarmed. Suddenly, a sharp dagger slashes across his face. He quickly stumbles back, but the surprise attack leaves a nasty gash on his cheek. He frantically demands how the MC conjured that dagger, when he clearly had absolutely nothing a second ago. Sung Woo calmly reveals his armor is also crafted from bones, and he can instantly convert it into deadly weapons. The sergeant roars back at him, boasting he's still undeniably superior to him, especially when it comes to close combat. But then, he suddenly finds himself completely surrounded by menacing skeletons. The MC coolly reminds him that he can also forge weapons, using the very bones of his fallen foes. Unleashing his skill, he conjures bone spears to ensnare him. The sergeant frantically calls for backup, but his own soldiers reveal a shocking truth. They've already pledged their loyalty to the MC. Sergeant Kim steps forward, speaking with conviction, declaring they've finally chosen to truly survive. All the soldiers are utterly fed up with being slaughtered. Like defenseless sheep under his reckless leadership, Kang screams, his voice raw with fury, denouncing their actions as mutiny. They aren't even fighting to protect the innocent citizens. All they're doing is lining the army's pockets with gold. The rest of the soldiers quickly rally, joining Sergeant Kim, and vehemently agree, proclaiming him right. Suddenly, the company commander bursts onto the scene, demanding to know what's happening. Sergeant Kim, unflinching, informs him that the other platoon has exposed their true, clandestine mission. They absolutely refuse to serve an army like this. Upon hearing this explosive truth, the company commander immediately tries to intimidate them back into submission. He warns them, his voice laced with menace, that they can't possibly survive alone. In this brutal, unforgiving world, Jisoo scoffs, observing that the commander is only digging himself deeper and deeper into an inescapable hole. The commander, now absolutely furious, continues screaming at the soldiers and threatens them, declaring they will face severe penalties if they dare abandon the army. Kim glances at Sungwoo's group, a somber thought crossing his mind, that they were effectively reduced to slaves, all because they were paralyzed by the fear of punishment. However, with the powerful MC and his allies now standing with them, they truly had absolutely nothing to fear. Sergeant Kang's rage finally boils over, reaching its breaking point, and whips out a sinister syringe. The commander frantically tries to intervene, but it's too late. He plunges the needle in, injecting the mysterious drug that horrifyingly transforms him into a ferocious, tiger-like beast. Now utterly crazed and vastly stronger, he brutally murders the company commander. Kang, now a raging beast, turns his gaze to the MC and lunges. But he'll have to contend with Jisoo first. She fiercely strikes at his monstrous head, which, surprisingly, gives the beast an opening to counter. But she swiftly ducks, her supreme sense skill kicking in just in time. Wielding her flaming sword, she expertly manages to stab his massive paw. Kang, in his monstrous form, possesses overwhelming strength to effortlessly grab her with a single arm and violently hurl her aside. She coughs, spitting out blood, clearly reeling from the brutal impact. The rampaging war tiger. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. A new synergy effect. It's revealed that the MC has summoned over 3 of his loyal canine skeletons. His eyes blaze with fury, enraged to see his friend brutally injured, and utterly dismisses any thought of keeping him alive. He commands his skeletal horde to rip him to shreds. Meanwhile, the lieutenant's eyes light up with anticipation as he spots Sergeant Kim, returning victorious from the mission. He learns from Sergeant Kim that the boss has been defeated, but grim news follows. The company commander and Sergeant Kang are dead. Hearing this, a chill runs down his spine. He nervously presses, demanding to know what happened to the MC. At that very moment, Sungwoo strides into the room, the fearsome were-tiger, by his side as his newest minion, and declares that he wishes to discuss the mission with him. As Kim returns to the other soldiers, a wave of confusion washes over them, since he was supposed to be still out on the mission. Then, sheer terror grips them all. As they spot the horde of minions following close behind him, they cry out, "This is treason!" Kim simply smiles, announcing to everyone, "You are free now." Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the MC unceremoniously hurls the lieutenant before the commander. The commander sternly informs him that he is deeply disappointed, since he utterly failed to prevent this blatant act of treason, when he clearly had the chance. The MC suddenly comprehends why the soldiers truly follow him, because he leads them straight to their deaths, and if anyone disobeys, they simply brand it as treason. The commander vehemently refutes his accusation, insisting it was a legitimate mission. The only reason they even survived is because they took swift, decisive action, and also discovered a new way to boost their dwindling morale. The MC confronts him, asking if he's referring to the game's infamous synergy effect, which he himself previously declared as an enemy. He orders his troops to fight relentlessly for him, and subjects them to terrible suffering if they dare disobey. The commander slams his cup down onto the table with a crash, and adamantly claims it was vital for their troops' survival. He reveals that when the apocalypse first unleashed its chaos, they sacrificed countless lives to drive back the encroaching hordes of monsters. As a chilling result, they received a special synergy effect. The commander then chillingly explains that this synergy brutally forces the soldiers to follow him. Each day, the soldiers are compelled to complete a group quest, in exchange for a mere slight boost. But anyone who dares to disobey or attempts to leave immediately becomes a gruesome target for nearby monsters. Every other unit in their zone was utterly obliterated, but somehow, they times managed to endure, all because he kept throwing his troops into the fray. The MC counters, saying he's merely battling mindless, unorganized monsters without a leader. He likens their world to a brutal survival game, where humans are mere pawns on a cosmic chessboard, manipulated by a hidden, higher power. Then, Sungwoo directly demands to know why he ordered his troops to times kill times him. The commander admits Sungwoo is a threat, and he absolutely cannot allow groups like his to grow strong and challenge the government. The MC quickly realizes. The commander doesn't even flinch at offending him, confident he can take him down with just a crossbow. He orders the commander to release his soldiers from their forced, unwilling allegiance, and surrender every last piece of his gold. At first, the commander erupts in anger, insisting everything belongs to the military. But when the MC clarifies, with chilling resolve, that he's not here to negotiate terms, but will seize what he wants by sheer force, the commander immediately backs down, handing over 45,000 gold. The MC, however, feels a pang of disappointment, having expected to amass a far greater fortune from him before departing. Before leaving, he then presses the commander about the werebeast Vial. The commander hesitates, but eventually spills the beans revealing he acquired the vial from some wandering peddlers. The MC remembers seeing a unique slogan at a destroyed shop that perfectly matches the commander's tale. This makes him strongly suspect that those peddlers were the ones who annihilated the store. As he prepares to leave, he sternly reminds the commander that he'll be staying in close contact with Sergeant Kim to ensure he truly keeps his word. As he and his loyal minions begin to exit the room, the commander suddenly halts them, attempting a treacherous surprise attack with his crossbow. The MC deflects the bolt effortlessly with his bone shield, revealing he was already anticipating exactly this kind of betrayal. The lieutenant then orders the remaining soldiers to take him down, but the MC swiftly dispatches them all with a bone spear. As he charges toward the commander desperately warns him about a powerful bomb, the Abyss Concentrate, also acquired from those peddlers. He warns him, "Both of us will perish should he dare press that button." But the MC, unflustered, simply tells him to press it. He's just too curious what the Abyss effect will feel like. The commander, utterly panicked, watches on. His ultimate gambit, his last resort, has utterly failed him. Suddenly, with a crash, a skeleton shatters the window and snatches the remote. It crushes the commander's hand in its bony grip. The MC then commands the were-tiger to finish him off. After a swift decapitation, the commander falls. But the MC grimly realizes he's only at level 3. All this time, his only goal was collecting gold. Yet, shockingly, it wasn't enough in the end. Lost in thought, the MC then spots a locker. He opens it to uncover a stash of leftover supplies. Among them, the powerful werebeast vials. These can temporarily transform a person into a fearsome monster. Meanwhile, outside, the situation is tense. Hanho is diligently trying to heal Jisoo with his new skill. He asks her why she isn't using healing potions. They'd be far more efficient, after all. But, she explains, they have so many injured soldiers who need treatment, and more importantly, he also needs to practice his own skills to level up. He glances back at the minions. A pang of disappointment hits him. They still don't seem to respect him. Just then, Righty gives him an encouraging pat on the back, reigniting his flickering trust in humanity. The MC steps outside. He checks on her, asking if she's feeling okay. She assures him she's fine, but apologizes for her impulsive rush into battle. She truly believed she could match the were-tiger's power, especially as a renowned tiger hunter. Sungwoo calmly explains she lost because she hadn't chosen her character class skill yet. However, he adds, that's actually a good thing, since it means she isn't limited to fighting only one specific kind of beast. He's glad Hanho's priest class is developing so well, as it will be essential against the upcoming Lich King and his formidable undead army. Hanho can use his healing abilities, his force field for close combat, and his daggers for fighting from a distance. This makes Sungwoo realize Hanho might even surpass him someday if he continues to get stronger. Hanho stares at his robe with the most innocent expression possible and says that it looks a lot cooler than his own. Sungwoo reveals he got this new item, the Shadow King's robe, from a chest after defeating the troll boss. This legendary robe reduces damage and lets the wearer hide in shadows until they attack, or someone uses a detection skill. Hanho feels a bit left out, never having received a legendary item himself. Just then, Sergeant Kim shows up and informs the MC that some soldiers have decided to leave. To find their families, however, they decided to go to the town with them. Most of his brave and responsible soldiers died in the battle early on, and he doesn't really have enough expectations from the remaining soldiers. The MC tells everyone to head back and resume their preparations. With only 3 days left in Season 1, he knows that he has to continue hunting. The town has started to look a lot more organized, with players stationed for doing specific tasks. The MC continues to level up, but his speed isn't that fast. He realizes that it might take him forever to reach level 15. If he continues at the same pace, he can easily overpower orcs. Now, but with his current stats, he has no way of facing the Lich King. He knows he needs to reach level 15 soon to unlock the Grim Reaper's scythe. As the chapter ends, players are notified that the main story's first chapter is over. The double gold event has ended, and the restriction on traveling between areas is now lifted. A main story guide appears, congratulating players for surviving up to chapter 2. It explains that they'll soon discover the game's purpose, and urges them to get stronger to face this new world. 3 more messages pop up, informing players that this event will last 20 days, that powerful raid bosses will spawn worldwide, with valuable rewards, and that these bosses can attack safe zones. And finally, a bombshell. Angels and demons are set to make their grand entrance soon. Players can now scour the globe for crucial clues scattered far and wide about these mysterious beings. The MC instantly zeroes in on 2 critical revelations from this update. First, the colossal raid bosses, a monstrous wellspring of experience just waiting to be tapped. And second, the impending arrival of angels or demons, though he's completely in the dark about these celestial or demonic entities. Just then, Hanho suddenly urges him to check the game's app on his smartphone. he reveals that Korea's server rankings have officially dropped. Sungwoo proudly stands at third place on the Korean server, while a mysterious player, Gang Seo-kan, clutches the first place spot at an astonishing level 15. He's absolutely floored, unable to comprehend how anyone could hit level 15 with such blistering speed, especially since he's been relentlessly hunting, and only just scraped his way to level 12. But it's not just the top-ranked player that strikes him as incredibly odd. The same eerie pattern holds true for players at rank 4 and 5. They both mysteriously appear to be from the same formidable group, and they're still dominating the upper echelons of the rankings. Suddenly, Han Ho lets out a shout and tells him about an urgent online forum post from the absolutely prominent player known as the Prosecutor of Yangdongpo. This powerful figure leads Korea's largest survival community, boasting over 500 players. The prosecutor has publicly extended an invitation to the MC for a meeting, asking him to join their formidable guild, having heard whispers of his impressive prowess. He believes they can combine forces to brave this perilous crisis and unlock the game's deepest, darkest secrets. As the MC reflects on his past experiences, he can't help but wonder if there's an ulterior motive at play. Nevertheless, he agrees to meet him, come what may. Meanwhile, the prosecutor and his powerful guild seem to be absolutely thriving. One of their members excitedly suggests that they should expand their territory even further now that those pesky travel restrictions have finally been lifted. But another cautious guild member warns that untold threats lurk in the shadows outside, like monstrous raid bosses and enigmatic supernatural beings. Therefore, they should prioritize gathering more intel first. The guild leader, however, declares that no matter the dire situation, it is their sacred duty to hunt down and slay monsters, and bravely protect the innocent people, as his ultimate goal is to restore the world to its former glory. Our blindfolded warrior starts to get seriously emotional, as he truly grasps the greatness of their esteemed leader. The girl then reveals that she diligently attempted to track down the top players, specifically those ranked highest on the forums. However, she couldn't uncover a single trace of the first individual. Yet, she successfully sent a message directly to the Necromancer, acting on behalf of their entire guild. The blindfolded guy shrieks the moment he hears the name, Necromancer. Is this Hanho's notorious twin brother? He explains that the Necromancer is infamous for only undertaking missions if he receives payment up front. The girl, still fixated on her phone screen, counters, telling him he doesn't always demand a fee for everything, and when he does, it's usually quite reasonable. She recounts all the incredible deeds he's done for others, emphasizing his surprisingly strong online reputation. The guild leader declares this is precisely the reason he's so keen to meet the Necromancer himself. His group only consists of 3 people, yet he's already managed to reach an astonishing level 12. This is simply incredible. He wants to meet him, to confirm he poses no threat whatsoever to their guild's future. As he speaks, the girl excitedly interjects. The Necromancer has just replied he's agreed to meet. The leader immediately orders his team to begin preparations at once. For this crucial meeting, Hanho queries the MC. Why the sudden change of heart about meeting this prosecutor? You were so against it before. Sungwoo explains he'll inevitably have to meet him, eventually, as he might just provide valuable insights on how to efficiently level up. It would take him forever to level up at his current hunting pace. As they meticulously prepare to encounter another group of players, a biker gang, fiercely led by Tae Shang, bursts in with truly urgent news. He reports they were ambushed by strange attackers who violently abducted his friend, Yang Shik. These bandits were fiercely searching for something mysterious called the Golden Deer. Suspecting these aggressive bandits might attack their town next, the MC immediately asks Tae Shang to lead him straight to them. The bandits are brutally beating the captive, relentlessly demanding information from him. Yet, he steadfastly refuses to reveal their town's location. He's thinking to himself now, all he needs to do is wait for his friend's arrival. Just as one bandit tries to land the final blow, the biker gang bursts in, bringing our MC along. The bandits' eyes light up with excitement and aggressively demand intel on the Golden Deer. Our MC insists he knows absolutely nothing about the Golden Deer and dares to ask why they're searching for it. The bandit gets a little too carried away seeing Jisoo, expecting her to be a weak, helpless girl. She glares at Sungwoo, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and asks if she has permission to end him. The moment the MC gives her the signal, she effortlessly dodges the man's attack. She toys with him for a brief moment, and then, with a blur, slashes his hand clean off. His men watch, utterly stunned, as he screams in pain. they start pelting her with magical fireballs. She slices through their boss, then charges at them with unbelievable speed. Hanho, in his final form, also jumps into the action and furiously asks how they dare aim a crossbow at a lady. A bandit attempts to take young Shik hostage, but the MC sneaks up and quickly dispatches him. He nets a cool 8,000 gold for killing that bandit, while the rest of the bandits quickly run away. After seeing the robe in action, Hanho feels a definite pang of jealousy. Once again, Sungwoo assures him he'll absolutely let him borrow it. Later, Taesong tends to his injured friend, asking him what exactly is so special about the golden deer. He reveals that it can bestow a specific, unique item upon players. Suddenly, Jisoo catches sight of a golden deer in the distance. They immediately receive a hidden quest, capture the deer, which will grant them access to a hidden stage. The MC deploys his zombies to try and catch the deer, but it's simply too fast for them to catch. He then sends his werewolves to go after it. He chases the deer as it bolts for an alleyway. The deer stops short as it encounters a werewolf. The werewolf looks back, attempting to intimidate them, but seeing 3 undead werewolves right in front, the monster wisely decides to run away. With absolutely nowhere else to run, the golden deer is easily captured. The group earns a ticket to a hidden stage. However, our MC is worried about something else entirely. That werewolf swiftly bolted upon spotting them, a flash of fear in its eyes. Honestly, a smart move, given the sheer number of opponents they were facing. Yet, all the other werewolves they faced all acted like mindless rabid animals. Our hero can't help but wonder how such a stark difference is even possible, but with their crucial meeting just around the corner, he decides to set that unsettling thought aside for now. Every single member of the group, practically buzzing with anticipation, awaits the formidable prosecutor. Suddenly, Tai Shang spots multiple helicopters descending from the sky. Our protagonist immediately realizes that the leader intends to make an absolutely grand entrance, a flamboyant display to flaunt his unparalleled status. As the undisputed head of Korea's most powerful guild, the prosecutor coolly steps out of the helicopter, flashing a confident smile as he greets our MC. He dramatically reveals his true name, Young-hoon Choi. As their hands firmly clasp in a handshake, the mysterious blindfolded guy snaps a photo of the iconic moment, declaring it a scene that will absolutely be immortalized in history. Our MC, ever observant, begins to piece together the peculiar dynamics of the entire guild. Everyone seems to follow their leader with an almost unquestioning devotion, making him suspect there's something far deeper, far darker, at play. Even the players, in the town, are utterly captivated by Young-hoon's impressive appearance and his magnetic charisma. This only amplifies Sungwoo's suspicion, however, because the townspeople have never even met this man before, yet they're acting as if they adore him instantly. He's witnessed something chillingly similar before, in the vacant eyes of vampires, utterly willing to sacrifice themselves for their ancient lord. He can't help but wonder if he's just overthinking. As he invites Young-hoon to step inside, Young-hoon remarks that the MC's town appears remarkably peaceful. The MC modestly replies that it's nothing too special, especially compared to Young-hoon's. The prosecutor then proudly reveals that their town boasts over 30,000 residents. And that's just in that specific area. He's not even counting the full surrounding region. They're on track to exceed 40,000 people very, very soon. Hearing such a massive number, the MC inquires if more people directly benefits him, perhaps by providing more workers. Jung-hoon clearly doesn't appreciate this pragmatic take, declaring that he simply wishes to save as many lives as humanly possible. Moreover, he adds, most of the people in his town aren't exactly helpful in combat, as they're either too old or far too young. Barely a quarter of people can actually, truly pull their own weight. Sungwoo then realizes that this powerful man is likely the formidable head of a 30,000-person family. The prosecutor dramatically reveals he'd always had his keen eye on him, but initially hesitated to recruit him to his guild. However, his mind drastically shifted after reviewing the rankings. He discovered that Sungwoo's phenomenal improvement wasn't just the result of mere luck. The prosecutor then begins to open up, admitting that having so many people trust him actually makes him quite anxious. The MC, taken aback, tells him that doesn't seem like the kind of secret he'd confide in a total stranger. The prosecutor explains he lost his parents right when the terrifying apocalypse first began. Even though he survived by fiercely growing stronger, he still harbors a deep resentment towards the game. He then dramatically reveals his audacious plan to someday strike back against the game for all it has done, and to achieve that, he desperately needs powerful individuals like Sungwoo. The MC asks if he wants him to join his guild, but the prosecutor dramatically pulls out a mysterious box, stating he wants something else entirely. He reveals a shimmering prophecy stone. The moment Sungwoo touches it, he's plunged into a horrifying vision of the World Tree on Yui Island, violently destroying everything in its path. Its monstrous roots spread mercilessly throughout the island, killing everyone within its reach. Snapping back to reality, he reads a chilling description, stating that this devastating future will occur if he fails to stop the terrifying fallen ones. The prosecutor urgently explains that the World Tree is poised to utterly destroy their entire world. They both desperately need to work together if they hope to prevent this catastrophic future. It has already insidiously planted its roots on Yui Island, and there's a powerful raid boss lurking in that very area. The MC suddenly realizes he's assembling a raid party, and that's exactly why he needs Sungwoo. Sungwoo doesn't truly have a choice, especially since the fate of the entire world is at stake. Sungwoo wonders if he should mention the Lich King's future vision to Jong-hoon, but he ultimately decides against it, realizing that particular future likely won't come to pass. If he manages to get the Reaper's scythe, he agrees to work with him, but tells him that he won't be joining his guild. He also mentions that they equally share all rewards gathered from the raid. As they both shake on the conditions, Hanho bursts into the room and tells them that there is an emergency. He reveals that a group of raiders is heading towards their town. The prosecutor steps forward as he hears this, and says that his guild got the opportunity to show their strength before they started working together. Jong-hoon assembles the Crusaders team, and they all stand to face the bandits. Approaching them, the leader stops in front of them while smoking a cigar. The prosecutor calls out to the MC and tells him that it would be helpful for both of them if they knew each other's classes, since he already knows Sungwoo's class. He reveals to him that he is the Crusader commander. He receives powerful synergy by forming an order of knights, so basically, he gets stronger with more people on his side. The bandit leader asks one of his guys if the person they are looking for is the guy in the armor. The guy tells him that they are after the man in the cape and the girl standing with him. The leader smirks and explains to them that they are looking for the people who killed his men who raided the town. He came back to take revenge for them, but he still didn't expect to find a town with so many people. He gets excited as he wonders how much gold he can receive by killing all the players. The prosecutor knows that the bandits have already killed a lot of people, so he finds no reason to show mercy. He immediately orders his knights to charge into battle. It seems like the bandits have come well prepared, as they try to hit the knights using ranged attacks. They plan to wipe them out before they can even reach the melee range. But as a storm of spells and projectiles rain down on the knights, the prosecutor swiftly raised his sword, conjuring a formidable force field buff. It shielded them perfectly from every spell, much to the bandit leader's visible annoyance, but he defiantly chose to press on. His men roared forward on their bikes, charging the knights, yet their weapons proved utterly useless against that impenetrable armor. The knights effortlessly cut through the bandits like butter. Suddenly, a massive truck barreled towards them, its driver shouting a frantic warning to all the bandits, urging them to clear the path. The prosecutor, ready to defend his men, gripped his sword and began to charge his special move. The blindfolded general, screaming at the other soldiers to retreat, for he understood deeply the catastrophic power of that impending attack. Jong-hoon unleashed his cross-spear spell, unleashing immense, cross-shaped energy. Everyone caught in its devastating path was instantly obliterated. Even the trucks were utterly annihilated by this single spell. The bandits, utterly dismayed, began to panic, as none of their devious tricks were working. Amidst the chaos, a knight was struck by 2 axes, blasted away in an instant. It was the bandit leader, he summoned the axes back to him, revealing them as the legendary vortex blades. No armor, he declared, was strong enough to block them. The MC watched, a surge of worry washing over him, as the weapon radiated immense power. He knew these were no ordinary blades. As the remaining knights faltered, the prosecutor stepped forward with a confident smile, challenging the bandit leader to a duel. The leader felt insulted, scoffing, boasting his vortex axes were legendary rank items. But instead of dodging, the prosecutor stood firm, directly facing the attack. A massive explosion rocked the entire scene as the blades connected. However, when the smoke finally cleared, the blades lay completely shattered on the ground. The prosecutor, with a smirk, mocked the leader, asking if this times was his legendary item. Then, with his sword, he casually smashed the broken blades in half, leaving the leader utterly defeated. The prosecutor just snagged a phenomenal defense boost, directly tied to the number of knights in his party. making his defenses some of the absolute best in the world. The MC quickly realizes he's practically become an impenetrable, walking fortress. The prosecutor brandishes his sword again and showers all the knights with a potent healing buff. A brilliant yellow glow engulfs them, and they visibly start to regain their lost strength. Yep, this remarkable feat is also one of his unique spells. He can magically heal his allies, based directly on the sheer amount of damage he's blocked. As long as he remains on his feet, his knights are practically invincible. With the knights roaring back into the fray, he passionately orders them to charge directly at the enemy. Elsewhere, Kyung-soo and the other brave survivors are cleverly hidden away inside the building. Hanho's dad, overcome with curiosity, and proposes they take a quick look at the chaos unfolding outside. Kyung-soo, though hesitant, eventually nods in agreement, and together, they venture outside to witness the ferocious battle. A colossal cloud of smoke has now completely swallowed the battlefield. Every single knight lies collapsed on the ground, and it drastically appears the battle's momentum has entirely swung the other way. The bandit leader, realizing victory was impossible against these formidable knights, unleashed a devastating poison cloud, a sinister gift he'd received from the mysterious wandering salesman. It was ominously named the Abyss Concentrate. The prosecutor bravely held his breath as he stood unmoving within the deadly poison. His trusty shield, alas, was completely useless here. Since he couldn't possibly block poison itself, he had planned to make a dazzling display for the MC, but now realizes he truly has to give it his absolute best effort if he wants to emerge victorious. While lost in thought, he distinctly hears Sungwoo's footsteps just behind him. He swiftly turns, spotting the MC, with an incredibly wide smile on his face. He casually takes a deep breath of the poison and boldly states that he's an excellent match for these bandits. Seeing him casually stride through the deadly poison, the bandit leader becomes visibly annoyed and angrily hurls a bottle straight towards him. But surprisingly, this action has the exact opposite effect, as the MC appears to be genuinely enjoying the poison. Dude completely forgot he was fighting a necromancer. Sungwoo bursts into his awakened form, declaring them a perfect match for battle. Our MC chuckles darkly, inhaling the Abyss Concentrate. While not quite as potent as the orc chief's spell, it still ignites an awakening within him. He decides to showcase his true might. Right in front of the Liberation Guild, the bandits stare in utter disbelief, wondering how he's still standing in the poison. One of them even assumes the poison is defective, so he rips off his mask, only for it to instantly kill him. Meanwhile, Sungwoo only seems to be getting stronger. With each breath, he activates his death response skill and summons a terrifying horde of zombies. The bandits quickly realize they're up against a necromancer. Our MC wants to show them his real power, so he summons all the skeletons too. The bandits run for their lives as they see the werebeasts turned into skeletons. However, our MC isn't going to let them get away this easy. He uses his corpses to blow them sky high. Kyung-soo watches this from a distance, amazed. The MC's power and talent utterly amaze him. Hanho's mom also steps out, asking them what on earth they're doing. The bandit leader hears them and immediately calls out to all the other bandits to take them hostage, seeing no other way out. Kyung-soo tries to protect them, but suddenly Jisoo shows up. She stands in front of them, acting like a living shield. The bandits see a girl standing before them and charge at her excitedly, thinking she'll be an easy target. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't be more wrong. Jisoo slashes them with her flaming blade, and the bandit leader finally realizes she's an absolute monster. He starts to panic, and suddenly feels a blade plunge into his stomach. The MC stabs him with his blade, and snags the second ticket to the hidden stage. He now has both of the tickets, and can finally activate the stage. The prosecutor asks him what it is, but before he can even figure it out, he automatically gets sent to the hidden stage. The prosecutor tries walking into the portal, but he receives a message that he can't enter. He wonders where the golden portal leads. Meanwhile, the camera guy is still taking pictures and capturing the MC. The prosecutor gets annoyed by him and tells him that he can't take any more pictures. He tells him that there are a lot of wicked people outside, so they need to be careful about what information they release to the public. The camera guy agrees with his words and assures him that he will be more careful about what he documents. Meanwhile, Jisoo is worried about the MC. The prosecutor asks her if she knows where he is. She says that she has an idea, but refuses to tell him. Despite being affected by his likability aura, he realizes that she is suspicious of him, but she still doesn't reject him straight away. So he tries again. He explains that he might be in danger, so he just wants to know his location to help him. As Hanho begins talking, Jisoo shuts his face immediately. The prosecutor asks her if she is just going to stand around like a puppet and leave her friend in danger. She looks back at him and reveals that the MC is in the hidden stage. They are both teammates, so she trusts him to handle it on his own. The prosecutor starts to compliment her fighting skills and offers her a membership in his guild. He tells her that she will also receive a huge boost to her abilities if she joins. However, Jisoo rejects his offer and tells him that she already has a team that she can trust as she drags Hanho away. The blindfolded guy looks at her with a fuming expression, since she talked rudely to his leader. By now, the prosecutor has also realized that it's not easy to persuade these people. Meanwhile, the MC finds himself in a golden city. A notification tells him that he will receive a special reward for clearing the stage, and if he dies, his body, only to be instantly whisked back to his starting point. As he frantically tries to get his bearings, a glint catches his eye, a golden minion, glaring right at him. Just moments later, a swarm of other minions emerges, and these aren't your typical, run-of-the-mill goblins. They show absolutely no fear of him. Without a second thought, he immediately summons Righty, commanding it to teach these troublesome minions a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the Liberation Guild desperately works to heal their wounded. Their usual recovery potions are proving utterly useless, forcing them to resort to potent antidotes. Upon hearing about the antidote, the prosecutor has a sudden, chilling realization that they're dealing with a potent curse, not just a simple poison. He immediately asks the girl for her thoughts on the mysterious item. She confirms it definitely sounds like dark black magic, but she's completely baffled as to how those bandits managed to get their hands on such a thing. Her best guess is that they likely acquired it from some incredibly special store. The Prosecutor Guild remains utterly perplexed, wondering why this potent curse had zero effect on Sungwoo. The blindfolded expert, utilizing his 3-star scout class, reveals an astonishing truth. The MC was actually empowered times by that very curse. It happened right during the heat of their battle. While his stats didn't see a massive jump, he unlocked incredible new awakening abilities. Furthermore, his mana, regeneration rate, and vitality all surged at an absolutely abnormal rate. This revelation leaves the prosecutor even more utterly bewildered, as it only deepens the mystery and raises endless new questions. Manhwa then sharply questions if he actually made a deal, specifically to share all times the raid's rewards. He gravely explains that he had absolutely no choice, as it was the only way possible to convince him to join their expedition party. Upon hearing his reasoning, she cunningly requests permission to personally draft the contract. She figures he's young and inexperienced, perfect for her to take full advantage of him by crafting a contract heavily skewed in their favor. The prosecutor grants her permission to draft it, but sternly warns her not to do anything that might cause him to abandon their party. He then turns to the others, asking them for their invaluable opinions on the prophecy stones. Both of them recount it as a truly terrifying experience. He observes that while others have been thoroughly spooked by the terrifying glimpses of the world's end offered by the ominous prophecy stone, the MC seems completely unfazed. He then asks her to check if he's ever encountered the prophecy stone himself. Meanwhile, inside the treacherous secret stage, Sungwoo's minions are unleashing absolute havoc. He revives powerful golden orcs and quickly realizes they're far stronger than your typical monsters, but still no match for him. With no one left to protect, he's unleashed to fight at his absolute full strength. He doesn't have to strategize his next move, and he can do whatever he likes. All he needs to do is annihilate every monster in his path. He doesn't have to fret about his reputation or his teammates. He is truly a one-man army. As he ventures deeper into the stage, he briefly feels himself slipping mentally, but snaps back when he hears his name called. He looks around and sees all of his loyal skeleton minions surrounding him. Even with them by his side, he feels a pang of loneliness. He soon arrives at a crossroads, presented with two distinct choices. There's a much larger treasure chest on the left, and a considerably smaller one on the right. He knows the bigger chest promises greater risk, but also a far greater reward. With this logic firmly in mind, he confidently steps towards the bigger treasure, despite all its inherent risks. As he walks towards the chest, he doesn't encounter a single monster, which immediately makes him suspicious. He orders his minions to attack. Upon getting hit, the chest grotesquely transforms into a fearsome mimic boss monster. The mimic's teeth are incredibly powerful, and its bite is devastatingly damaging. The MC thinks it must be slow due to its complete lack of limbs. He's confident he can easily win against this boss, due to its perceived weakness. However, The boss suddenly attacks with shocking speed, artlessly pushing his minions back. Sungwoo is caught directly in the impact and starts coughing up blood. The boss is now even more times aggressive, and it immediately starts chasing him down. Righty valiantly fights to hold it back. As he desperately flees from the monstrous boss, our MC faces a shocking realization. He gravely underestimated this colossal boss, foolishly believing it couldn't move without its limbs. He's absolutely floored by his own overconfidence, and questions if it's a side effect of his sudden awakening. He finally grasps the sheer arrogance he displayed, believing he could conquer all without a team. He times them by his side, as their presence always keeps him sharp. Just as the mimic monster prepares to swallow him whole, his loyal minions surge forward, holding it at bay. He seizes the moment, activating his death response spell, right inside the mimic's terrifying maw, unleashing his zombies to assault it from the inside out. He quickly retreats, as his minions powerfully force its jaws closed. Gazing at Righty, he offers a heartfelt apology for failing it in their fight. The very next instant, he unleashes his corpse explosion spell to utterly obliterate the boss. The immense blast sends everyone reeling. As the smoke finally dissipates, the boss has vanished. He's awarded a whopping 1,434 points for the boss's defeat, and for successfully completing an A-rank mission. He finally understands that the boss is incredibly tough. Outer shell shielded it from all external attacks, making it utterly impossible to kill without striking from the inside. This was also why he couldn't recover his health. When Righty valiantly attacked the boss, Jang Woo absorbs a crucial lesson from this epic battle, vowing never to repeat this error. Even though their entire world has transformed into a game, death remains a very real threat. After healing up, he progresses to the next room, which turns out to be a dazzling reward room, filled with lockers he can unlock using his freshly earned points. The treasures within these lockers are incredibly rare, designed to powerfully boost a player's stats and experience. You won't find any of these game-changing items in regular stores. He considers his options for a moment, then selects an oath parchment, allowing him to forge a powerful pact with another player. Both parties are bound to fulfill the pact's conditions, or face certain death. He also snags 3 C-rank items, an upgrade stone, a strength vial, and an experience card. As a reward for absolutely crushing the hidden stage, our hero rockets up to level 13, boosting all his stats and snagging a cool 150,000 gold. He then strategically uses an agility card to gain 3 crucial points, thinking it could have helped him flawlessly dodge the boss's brutal attacks. After grabbing everything he needed, he triumphantly exits through the same shimmering golden portal. Soon after, he meets up with the prosecutor, who admits he was quite taken aback to see him suddenly vanishing out of nowhere. The MC apologizes for potentially wasting his time, but the prosecutor assures him it was absolutely worth every second. He then presents a crate brimming with potions as a generous gift. He also suggests they snap a photo and post their alliance contract online, hoping to ignite a spark of hope in everyone, explaining that true heroes like them can inspire countless others. Sungwoo agrees, even though he knows this might paint a target on his back. However, he also needs to maintain a powerful, positive image, so he figures it will all be just fine. After the picture is taken, the prosecutor boards his helicopter and majestically departs. Han Ho gazes at the sheer number of potions left for them, and can't help but be absolutely stunned. He genuinely believes the prosecutor is a good guy, but the MC still harbors his nagging doubts. Jisoo suggests it's high time they started intense training, and powered up significantly, especially now that they've officially joined the raiding party. The very next morning, they cunningly attract a massive group of goblins and orcs, using a truly foul-smelling bait, aptly named rancid wolf meat, which, by the way, was a tragically failed recipe from Hanho's mom. As the hordes of monsters charge in, the MC expertly detonates the ones that fall, unleashing a colossal, devastating explosion. This ingenious method allows them to hunt at an exceptionally accelerated rate. Meanwhile, Hanho's dad sets up a sturdy sentry post with his brand new skill, meticulously creating an impenetrable safe zone around the town. Now, they truly don't have to worry about any monsters attacking the town anymore. As they're chatting, Tyson suddenly rolls in with his intimidating biker gang, declaring he has some urgent news for the boss. The MC is visibly surprised to hear himself called boss. Tyson reveals they discovered a store in Hyeongnam, but it was already completely decimated by time someone asterisk. Sungwoo's eyes widen as he realizes that this is rapidly escalating into a serious problem. It seems someone is deliberately targeting and destroying all the stores. These precious stores are absolutely vital in this world, as production of anything is practically impossible. Without a stable source of supplies, they're forced to hunt and forage every single day, since farming here seems utterly impossible. For now, Sung-woo orders him to immediately inform Kyung-soo if he stumbles upon any other stores in the area. They must assign guards to every store they discover, or their very safety could be gravely at risk. Suddenly, he notices that some of his female friends are standing quite far away. Taesong quickly explains, it's because he actually kicked Eugene when she was possessed by a fearsome vampire lord. So now, they all think he's a brute who mercilessly hits women. Han-ho whispers to him that he might be popular online, but his reputation on the ground is absolutely terrible. For the very first time, Sung-woo is actually glad that the forum even exists. Taesong then leaves with his gang, and the MC prepares to relentlessly grind for more levels. Suddenly, however, Jisoo senses something alarming and immediately alerts everyone in the group. She urgently tells everyone to get ready, and just then, 2 terrifying werewolves burst out from nearby buildings. The MC's minions valiantly try to hold them off, but as he's about to fire at one, another werewolf surprisingly warns him not to shoot. He's utterly shocked, as he's never heard a werewolf speak before. As they continue their desperate fight against the monsters, one of the werewolves suddenly snatches Han-ho's bag, and immediately starts devouring the rancid, disgusting wolf meat they've been carrying. While the ravenous werewolves are distracted by their feast, Sung-woo's minions expertly surround them. He aims his deadly crossbow directly at them, and demands a compelling reason not to shoot. This time, surprisingly, 2 of the werewolves look to their leader and nervously ask what they should possibly do. The leader wolf calmly tells them to settle down, and declares that they still have a chance. Sung-woo wonders what in the world the wolf is talking about, since they are completely outnumbered and clearly have no chance of escaping. However, the leader wolf, suddenly, ruthlessly attacks the weakest orcs nearby, giving his companions a crucial chance to make their escape. Our MC, quick on the draw, manages to halt the leader with 2 precise arrows. Yet, despite his efforts, the other 2 manage to slip away. Witnessing the leader boldly put his own life on the line, the MC finds himself truly impressed by such fierce loyalty. His minions, without hesitation, immediately pin him to the ground, and Sung-woo demands to know why the werewolves attacked them. The leader, gritting his teeth, explains, they simply lost all control, completely overwhelmed by the scent of meat in Han-ho's bag. Our MC then presses further, asking them how they miraculously managed to return to their senses. The leader chillingly reveals they were ensnared in a quest, one that brutally forced them to hunt and devour humans. Only once they finally completed this gruesome quest did they finally return to their right minds. The MC is stunned. He had no idea there was a quest, explicitly forcing these wolves to attack humans. He simply assumed all monsters were merely acting on pure, primal instincts. He then asks the werewolf if there are more creatures like him lurking in the area. The leader remains silent, refusing to answer that question, but Sung-woo already senses what he's desperately trying to hide. He then directly asks him, are you the ones responsible for destroying all those stores? The werewolf vehemently denies it, stating that they are absolutely not responsible for destroying stores. They actively try to avoid humans whenever possible. Instead, he warns Sung-woo about another sinister group, one that is undeniably hostile toward humans and actively destroying stores to weaken players. This dangerous group, led by humans known as the Mad Scientists, is relentlessly creating dangerous items purely to harm others. The MC suddenly realizes these must be the infamous wandering merchants he's heard whispers about. He then asks the werewolf if he's spilling all this crucial information, hoping his teammates will somehow return to save him. However, the leader calmly states that he already instructed the other wolves to run away and never look back in a desperate situation like this. When Sung-woo finally presses his sword against the monster's neck, he expects him to beg frantically for his life, but the werewolf does the complete opposite. He chillingly declares he has been waiting for this moment for a surprisingly long time now. He admits that when the critical class selection event happened, he utterly distrusted the system and refused to choose a class for himself or his family. But his son? Oh, he lived for games and eagerly picked a class card, only to become the very first human prey to be devoured by the werewolf. The leader confesses he wished for death the instant he regained his shattered senses. Sung-woo knows, deep down, he simply cannot let him live, no matter how heavy his heart feels. In his final, fading moments, the werewolf laments how truly unfair this game is. He only made the choices he did because he was desperately trying to survive, and every single one ended up being the wrong choice. Sung-woo finally brings an end to his torment. Han-ho, watching, feels a pang of sympathy for him, knowing that they are all, essentially, rational beings, just striving to protect one another. Our MC, however, warns him that they absolutely cannot let their guard down. Even the looters they vanquished earlier must have had families of their own. He tells him to prepare, because they're going after the two werewolves, who managed to escape. Jisoo asks what their plan is once they find them, especially since they seem like mere kids. He tells her firmly that he isn't planning on harming them at all. He just needs to learn more about the werebeasts' territory. He knows this isn't fair. By making the werebeasts conscious, the system is deliberately creating a conflict. Even though the players don't want these monsters around, knowing they are human might cause them to show sympathy for them. However, he knows he can't risk showing mercy to creatures that might lose control at any given moment. The system programmed these beasts to hunt and to kill people, and it's shockingly evident from the quests they all receive. Sung-woo's group travels a long, arduous way, tirelessly searching for the werewolves. Suddenly, they all hear a voice nearby and quickly hide, and they spot the two werewolves, captured by a menacing group of kobolds. One kobold jokes about making delicious sausages from the werewolves, but their leader swiftly tells them not to eat them. He reminds them that they're precious gifts for their queen. The kobolds stab the werewolves with their spears, and mercilessly drag them off to their hideout. Our MC and his friends find themselves utterly perplexed. Kobolds are typically considered the weakest of foes. Yet, they've somehow ensnared two formidable, mid-level werewolves. Sung-woo speculates they might have. Perhaps they used some potent, paralyzing poison on their spears. But one mystery remains. How did they manage to bind them so securely? Amazingly, they also discover a time store times deep within the dungeon. This clearly signals the dungeon hasn't been conquered. Sung-woo urges his team. They must secure this crucial store to ensure the survival of their entire community. Suddenly, a notification flashes. This dungeon is officially dubbed the Venomous Spider Queen's Chambers, a truly deadly domain, where a staggering 124 players have already met their demise. Yet, a massive 50% bonus reward awaits those who conquer it. Han-ho's nerves jangle. They completely forgot to bring any goblins along for backup, and this dungeon seems to heavily favor the monsters. As they delve deeper into the gloom, they discover helpless people ensnared in thick spider webs, desperately crying out for rescue. Jisoo, with her blazing blade, slashes through the sticky webs, liberating the desperate, trapped players. One grateful survivor profusely thanks them, but then, in a horrifying flash, several monstrous spiders burst from his mouth, instantly killing him. Sung-woo shouts for everyone to fall back. He detonates the bodies and sternly warns everyone to stay alert, keep a watchful eye on the ceiling, because the spiders appear to be swarming in from every single direction. The powerful explosion only draws even more spiders and kobolds right toward them. The horde begins to swarm the group. However, just as despair sets in, Han-ho suddenly hurls his knife, instantly slaying one. This ignites his incredible Super Saiyan form. Completely fired up, he unleashes his devastating Berserk mode, and begins utterly crushing the spiders and kobolds alike, all while sporting a terrifyingly huge smile. This terrifying display utterly petrifies every monster. They mistake him for a demon and flee in utter terror. Our boy, however, gets little times two, caught up in his newfound power, and begins to dramatically replay Sung-woo's earlier monologue, repeating it all over again in his head. He's convinced he no longer needs his teammates, believing he can single-handedly take on everyone. Behold, he is now a true priest bandit. But the remaining kobolds quickly devise a new tactic, commanding the spiders to ensnare Han-ho. With webs from every direction imaginable, Sung-woo immediately grasps that this very tactic ensnared the werewolves earlier. They manage to bind him, if only for a moment, but Han-ho explodes free with a thunderous roar. The kobolds shriek, urging the spiders to relentlessly spray more web until they finally pin him down completely. Realizing he's utterly trapped, Han-ho snaps back to his senses and desperately calls out to the MC for help. Sung-woo unleashes an explosive burst from the corpses around them, again engulfing the unsuspecting monsters in the fiery blast. As he delivers a quick, pointed lesson about controlling his emotions, even more monsters suddenly appear. He activates his death responsibility, calling forth hordes of zombies, and unleashes them upon the encroaching monsters. He obliterates the invading monsters with a devastating explosion, allowing his team to seize complete control of the subway station. However, the path to the next station is completely blocked. He recalls that this subway connects directly to a mall above ground, where he suspects the queen might be lurking. After meticulously clearing the mall, they finally reach the boss room, but a chilling notification immediately warns them that this dungeon, notorious as a killer dungeon, has already claimed the lives of 124 players. They're even offered a small reward just for retreating now. Now, Hanho is genuinely terrified, since the dungeon is already trying to bribe them with a reward, without them even stepping foot into the boss's room. Jisoo calmly asks him if he wants to continue onward, but our boy isn't one to back down from a challenge, so he adamantly insists on pressing forward. Inside, a menacing kobold shaman greets them, revealing himself to be the dungeon boss. Sungwoo had expected the boss monster to be a fearsome spider queen, so he's understandably surprised. Hanho is equally shocked, since this shaman can speak fluent human language. The shaman lets out a chilling laugh, explaining it's because he's devoured 20 human brains. The MC realizes this game allows monsters to grow stronger by ruthlessly killing humans. The shaman then maliciously taunts them, declaring he'll soon feast on 23 human brains. Suddenly, the ground tremors violently and the venomous spider queen makes her grand appearance, joining forces with the shaman in a terrifying alliance. It appears this dungeon boasts not one, but two formidable boss monsters. The two monsters then unnervingly merge, with the shaman eerily acting as the brain, while the terrifying Spider Queen acts as her formidable, 8-legged body. Without missing a beat, Sung-woo immediately unleashes his devastating death's response spell, unleashing all of his shambling, undead zombies. His shocking strategy? To detonate these zombies in a fiery blast, before his loyal skeletons move in for the ultimate finish. However, fate has other plans. The cunning Spider Queen swiftly ensnares his shambling zombies in her incredibly tough, steel-like webs, and instead of finishing them off, she casually tosses them away. The sinister shaman cackles, then brazenly informs him that he already knew Sung-woo planned to blow them to bits. This unsettling foresight sends a chill down our hero's spine, since this cunning kobold shaman seems to have absorbed the very intelligence of the humans he's devoured. And as Sung-woo watches, stunned, the Spider Queen effortlessly blocks Hanho's perfectly aimed dagger throw. The kobold shaman boldly proclaims that he is the brilliant brain, while the monstrous queen serves as their formidable, living body. She vows to protect him fiercely, no matter the cost. As the Spider Queen launches another furious web attack, Jisoo, ever ready, slices and burns through them with her blazing, flaming sword. She flashes a confident smile, asserting that this terrifying queen, Spider, is just as vulnerable to flames as all the others. But the shrewd kobold shaman instantly retaliates, dousing the flames with his swift water magic, and cleverly keeps Jisoo at a safe distance. Simultaneously, with lightning-fast commands, our hero Sung-woo orders his minions to form an urgent defensive barrier, while specifically instructing Hanho to fiercely guard Jisoo. He reassures Hanho, a determined glint in his eye, that he has a cunning plan unfolding. As the monstrous Spider Queen relentlessly crushes his frontline minions, Sung-woo immediately activates his terrifying Necromancer powers to resurrect every single corpse, bringing them back to unlife. From above, as a gruesome rain of reanimated corpses begins to fall, he dramatically declares that their meticulously crafted nest was practically designed with him in mind. After all, decorating your own home with corpses is never a good idea, especially when you're currently battling a necromancer. The awakened minions immediately swarm the formidable boss, but the Spider Queen viciously slashes through them with her lethal, sharpened legs. Still, one brave minion manages to land a direct hit on her leg, enraging her so intensely that she retaliates by spraying corrosive poison. However, in a stroke of dark irony, the poison utterly fails to affect the undead, because they're literally just animated bones. The intelligent shaman quickly realizes this critical fact, and desperately commands the queen to stop using her ineffective poison. But it's chillingly apparent that she's losing control, a terrifying unraveling, since she's no longer heeding the shaman's desperate commands. Sung-woo, ever the strategist, knows full well that the shaman is clever enough to quickly deduce this fatal flaw. Even as this unfolds, the furious queen relentlessly tears down the first wave of skeletons. Our MC, ever relentless, resurrects even more. From the fallen bodies strewn across the battlefield, he knows he can't let this fight drag on much longer. His mana is rapidly draining, Most monsters simply fight until they're exhausted and then surrender. However, this boss is a whole different beast, as this cunning kobold knows exactly what he's doing. The kobold shaman grows enraged by the endless waves of resurrected minions, so he and the Spider Queen charge straight for the MC. The Spider Queen lunges at him, but he blocks her with a sturdy bone shield. His current stats now far exceed an orc monster's. He may not be able to match a boss monster's strength, but he knows that he can hold them off if he focuses all his energy on his defense. The Spider Queen shatters his shield again, and one of her strikes lands a direct hit. He's sent stumbling back, but he holds his ground. He expected the boss monster to inflict some damage, but as long as they can't kill him in one blow, he's perfectly fine. His minions can continue to heal his health and mana with their relentless attacks. All he needs to do is endure the pain and hold on. The queen suddenly halts her fierce attack. Sung Woo mocks them, asking if they're already tired from the fight. The kobold starts to brag about his intelligence, saying he won't continue a fight with no end. The queen gathers up all the nearby corpses, and the shaman burns them with his fireball skill. He's doing this so the MC won't be able to summon more skeletons using these corpses. Sung Woo realizes that the shaman is much smarter than he thought. His minions charge at the shaman, but he creates a force field using an air blast, keeping them at bay. Feeling confident that he's running out of minions, the shaman drops his guard, only for Jisoo Yoon to sneak up from behind and try to strike him. However, the Spider Queen is ready. She blocks her attack with her legs and protects the shaman. The kobold asks her if she was trying to surprise him. He sweeps his gaze across everyone in front of him, assessing the scene, only to realize that a crucial member is conspicuously absent. Suddenly, Hanho materializes, herding a horde of zombies behind him. He announces that he and Jisoo have been secretly toiling away on a devastating secret weapon. Just for him. The shaman, sneering, mocks Hanho for his apparent foolishness, claiming the zombies can't even approach close enough to hear them. As the shaman commands the Spider Queen to launch her attack, he suddenly realizes she's completely lost her senses. Hanho then dramatically produces the rancid meat, revealing his plan. He discloses he meticulously spread it all over the zombies. Its pungent scent is utterly irresistible to both the Spider Queen and the cunning kobold shaman alike. Because the kobold, too, is a creature of primal instinct, he's powerless to resist the intoxicating aroma of the meat. Sung Woo understands one crucial truth. No matter how cunning or intelligent the kobold may be, he simply cannot defy his inherent, monstrous instincts. The shaman frantically attempts to rein in the queen, but his efforts are utterly futile. It's already too late. Our MC bids them a cold farewell and detonates the corrupted zombies, igniting a cataclysmic, earth-shattering explosion. Meanwhile, on a completely different battlefield, the prosecutor is locked in a fierce battle against yet another boss. Monster! He expertly slashes it clean in half with his mighty sword, dispatching the monstrous, man-eating bat with ease. His loyal troops erupt in triumphant cheers for their hard-won victory, and he absorbs experience points from his valiant crusaders. He boasts enough power to relentlessly hunt any monster he desires, effortlessly gaining experience points from his entire party. He's fully aware that he hasn't claimed the top spot yet he still firmly believes he's stronger than the mysterious number one. However, a persistent unease still gnaws at him, as he wonders how Gang Shock leveled up with such astonishing speed. Even with the most formidable guild in all of Korea, under his direct command, the prosecutor still struggles to catch up to this enigmatic and shockingly fast competitor. It sends a chill down his spine. This guy is so incredibly mysterious, and he knows absolutely nothing about him. He can't help but wonder if this unknown force could become a significant future threat to the order he so carefully established. Suddenly, breaking his worried reverie, his scout frantically reports that the Korean rankings have drastically changed. The prosecutor stares in utter disbelief, unable to believe his own eyes, as he witnesses our MC not only reaching level 14, but also boldly claiming a shocking second place. Furious, he rages, demanding to know how he possibly leveled up with such blinding speed. Back with our hero. After the colossal explosion, the kobold shaman barely clings to life, severely wounded, but Hanho swiftly finishes him off with a merciless knife to the head. After brilliantly defeating the shaman boss, they rake in a massive 300,000 gold, plus a sweet 50% bonus for clearing the killer dungeon. Hanho beams with pride, thrilled to finally contribute, declaring he's no longer just a wannabe tanker. But wait, the Spider Queen is incredibly still alive. She unleashes a piercing shriek and lunges directly at him. Righty, quick as a flash, plunges a blade right into her eye, instantly felling the monstrous beast and scoring them an additional 300,000 gold. Our MC rockets up to level 14, and Righty's rank surges dramatically as well, boosting both his strength and leadership. As an awesome reward for leveling up, Sungwoo draws a new card and gains 2 more powerful minions. With his current impressive number of minions, he feels almost fully prepared for the raid. He doesn't think he'll have any trouble at all finding the legendary Grim Reaper's scythe, especially since he's so close to level 14. His first awakening is also rapidly approaching, which sparks a touch of worry within him. Jisoo tells them they should prioritize finding the store, now that they've finally cleared the dungeon. Later, they discover a mysterious C-rank store in the dungeon that surprisingly works just like a slot machine, offering tempting gold, platinum, and diamond options. Sungwoo quickly realizes that the cost for platinum rank is unexpectedly lower. In this store, after carefully reading the rules, they quickly realize it's basically pure gambling. Hanho, ever curious, wants to meet the store manager. Meanwhile, Sungwoo meticulously analyzes their chances of winning. It basically works by receiving tokens. The more tokens they possess, the higher their chances of getting a truly good item. Hanho eagerly raises his hand, insisting he wants to go first this time around, believing it will somehow magically increase his luck. Sungwoo tells him there are 3 machines, so they can all try to play at the same time. After several frustrating tries with no luck, a worrying message pops up, saying they'll receive a low-ranking item if they fail 5 times in a row, which utterly frustrates Hanho. Jisoo and Sungwoo keep spinning relentlessly, almost addicted. The game is designed to give you a higher chance of winning the more you play. I mean, that's basically how you become addicted. To gambling, they decide to go all in, until Hanho finally hits the jackpot. He wins a legendary magic scroll, which allows 1 random skill, with a 50% chance of failing. Jisoo eventually gives up as she runs out of money, but our boy isn't going to give up that easily. He also hits a jackpot and gets a top-tier item. The Shadow King's ring. It boosts agility by 3, health by 2, and summons a shadow clone that deals 50% damage. He also unlocks a special quest to collect all the Shadow King's relics, which will reward him with the Shadow King's crown. The quest is basically to gather all the items in the set, so he isn't that interested in it. Since Jisoo didn't win anything, Sungwoo gives her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. Bro didn't hurt to destroy the machines in the store. They head back to town to inform the others about the stores, as they need someone guarding them. Over the next few days, Sungwoo and his party work to make the town more self-sufficient, ready for their next raid. Hanho updates him about a new feature on the app, a live broadcast. He opens one of the broadcasting streams that seems to be online. Jisoo guesses it's a test stream, since they only see an office. The MC wonders if this was the system's idea, or the Liberation Guild's idea. He doesn't want to overthink and call it bad, but he can definitely see the potential to influence public opinion. He realizes the prosecutor could use it to rally support for his guild. He knows that he is not a bad person, but ambition can sometimes force people to make bad choices. Sungwoo's recent level up to 14 has upset his plans, making him more determined to keep an eye on him. He knows that the prosecutor will try to keep most of the raid rewards to himself. However, he's got a special oath parchment, straight from a hidden stage, and trust me, that could come in very times handy soon. Then, out of nowhere, a helicopter descends, and our blindfolded mystery man appears. He introduces himself as Min Hyun-sung, declaring he's the lieutenant of the Crusader team, and he's here to pick up the player in second place. As they soar through the air, the MC questions the safety of this aerial transport, especially with wyverns lurking nearby. The blindfolded man reassures him, explaining that their guild members are meticulously tracking every single wyvern's position in real time. The pilots admit it's not entirely 100% safe, but they simply can't pass up the incredible benefits of high-speed aerial travel. The MC immediately grasps the immense advantages of a massive guild for coordination. Things like these are utterly impossible for a small group of lone survivors like theirs. He then wonders if there's a safer alternative to flying through the air. Suddenly, a startling notification flashes across their screens, assigning a brand new, competition-style raid quest. They'll need to defeat the raid boss times solo asterisk for a truly special, one-of-a-kind reward. The final boss, you see, possesses the fearsome gladiator's blessing, reducing all strong attack damage by a staggering 90%. However, this buff becomes times inactive, times in one-on-one combat, and whoever defeats this monstrous boss times alone asterisk will earn an exclusive, special title. The blindfolded man looks a bit surprised, even shocked, after reading the message, because this was definitely not part of their meticulously crafted plan. However, he quickly calms himself, trusting his sister, the prosecutor, to handle anything asterisk. Seeing him slightly flustered, makes Hanho realize just how similar the two of them are. The MC is equally taken aback, since raid bosses are always tackled by massive groups, as they're incredibly challenging, if not impossible, to beat alone. He senses someone might be watching them, noting how, after all their extensive raid preparations, someone has suddenly thrown a massive wrench in their plans. Now, he has absolutely no choice but to directly compete with the prosecutor, and the other powerful guild members. During the raid, the player guidebook suddenly reveals a chilling message from the prosecutor, announcing that a whopping 12 groups and an astounding 1,000 players will descend upon the Yui Island boss raid. This thrilling event is broadcasting live. Once this raid wraps up, the Liberation Guild aims to hunt down monsters across all of Korea, and eventually, the entire world. Most players are absolutely buzzing with excitement about this, but some argue that our MC should be the one leading, instead of the prosecutor, due to his superior rank. As Sung-woo and his team make their grand arrival, the players are absolutely thrilled to finally see him. The moment they land, the prosecutor steps up to personally welcome them. Our MC admits he's quite impressed by the well-organized surroundings, since it all looks so meticulously organized. Suddenly, his eyes land on a camera, and he immediately suspects that the prosecutor might be using this raid for a publicity stunt. He also notices a massive group of players nearby, and can't help but wonder if he's trying to showcase the sheer difference in numbers between their teams. Suddenly, a player with vibrant purple hair steps up and brazenly mocks him for arriving with only 2 teammates. He declares that this doesn't look like a balanced alliance at all, then proudly reveals he brought 31 elite members. And if the purple hair wasn't enough to make a statement, the terms of the contract haven't even been discussed yet. So our MC wonders if the prosecutor, and this flashy purple-haired guy, planned this whole spectacle just to make him look bad. Sung-woo calmly asks the player if he'd care to introduce himself. First, the prosecutor then formally introduces the player as Gang-Yun Lee, the leader of a formidable group from Dae-hak-ro, and a well-known fire-type sorcerer, wildly popular on the forums. Sung-woo calmly states that the 3 of them always stick together as a unit. He sees no point in counting heads like this, since they're here for a boss raid, not a full-blown war. Gang-Yun is clearly annoyed, but the prosecutor quickly reminds him exactly what class Sung-woo belongs to. He emphasizes that Sung-woo is never alone, and that's precisely why they asked him to join this raid party. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy anxiously bites his nails, and the prosecutor announces that it's finally time for their meeting. They head inside for the highly anticipated meeting, which is just about to kick off. Inside, leaders from various influential groups are already gathered. Manhwa Song, the deputy lieutenant of the revered Crusaders, then dramatically announces that the raid's difficulty has shockingly increased. With this new quest, the rewards are soaring to new heights, but they have no clue what treasures await them. She suggests turning all the items into gleaming gold, then splitting it evenly among the 12 powerful leaders. The MC scans the room, a flicker in his eyes, and he instantly grasps that everyone's already in cahoots. An even split isn't always the fairest deal, he muses. Yet, not a single leader utters a word of protest. He quickly understands. This is a complete setup. They've been collaborating with the prosecutor right from the beginning. Every single one of them, linked directly to the Liberation Guild. Even if the rewards are distributed among the 12 of them, the lion's share will still funnel straight to the Liberation Guild, which means he'll be left with only a measly fraction. When Manhwa asks if anyone has objections, Sung-woo raises his hand, boldly asking her why they're dividing the rewards equally in the first place, especially when the quest demands times to face the boss alone. He passionately argues that whoever risks their very life against the monstrous boss should be the one to claim everything. Manhwa instantly points out that he was the one who initially proposed the very idea of equal rewards. Sung-woo swiftly clarifies that he desired fairness, not just mere equality. The other leaders quickly dismiss his proposal as utterly unfair, especially since they all possess vastly different strengths. They challenge him, asking if he just expects someone else to defeat the boss on his behalf. One of the leaders, Anseok-gu, rises and fiercely challenges him to a duel. Known as Iron Fist and ranked an impressive 11th, Anseok is legendary for fighting monsters with his bare hands. Sung-woo coolly brushes him off and tells him he's only enraged, because he knows Sungwoo is speaking nothing but the undeniable truth. Our hero is clearly making enemies left and right. An Seok seethes with anger, but the prosecutor slams the desk and declares that this is actually a fantastic idea. He cleverly masks his frustration, telling them that it will only make their upcoming raid far more interesting. Later that very night, An Seok unleashes his pent-up frustration on swarms of lizard monsters. As he relentlessly continues his brutal fight, an endless tide of monsters begins to appear. However, instead of retreating or backing down, he fiercely decides to go all in. Then, suddenly, explosive fireballs rain down from above, unleashing a massive explosion that utterly obliterates them. And just like that, the mysterious purple-haired guy appears, and strongly advises An Seok to stay vigilant. He warns him they'll face massive repercussions if he dies. Already, the island has transformed into a perfect breeding ground for the lizard monsters. An Seok, however, remains utterly confident that he can wipe out every single monster. Gang Yoon then brings up a crucial point. They also need to stop the insidious fallen ones, who are planning to plant the world tree seed. An Seok immediately asks if he knows their identities, but he admits he has absolutely no idea if they are players or even more monstrous entities. He stresses, therefore, that it's absolutely crucial for them to seize unquestionable control of the island immediately. The leader, brimming with confidence, believes the prosecutor can undoubtedly take care of everything, as he's known to be a man who always keeps his promises. Mere moments later, they spot a helicopter barreling toward Uido Park. An Seok immediately assumes they're going after the prosecutor, but the purple-haired guy quickly corrects him, telling him the MC is headed in that very same direction. They now dread he might even reach the boss before the prosecutor ever gets there. Trailing closely behind Seong-woo is Myung-soo Yang, a formidable archer, who was a rising talent even before the world crumbled. He muses to himself that success isn't always purely the result of hard work. Sometimes, you just need to forge the right connections and skillfully engage in some political maneuvering. People, he thinks, tend to favor those who are obedient and are easily brought into line. He knows he's certainly not the most capable, but he's utterly confident in his ability to cling to others for his own survival. Manhwa, it turns out, handed him 2 weapons and explicitly instructed him to trip the MC when he eventually went against the boss. But now, things are different. Things aren't exactly going as he expected. As he watches the MC and his team in action, he realizes his carefully laid plan is utterly falling apart. Jisoo's blazing sword and Hanho's impenetrable defense seem almost unbelievably formidable to him. He stares at them in disbelief, wondering if they've managed to tame some terrifying new monster. Moreover, to his utter astonishment, the MC is leading an entire army of armored zombies. The immense synergy he shares with the zombies is similar to the synergy of the Crusaders. As he is thinking, Sungwoo looks back at him and asks his group if they also want armor. They tell him that they don't need armor, since they are archers and dress lightly, but he equips them anyway. To their surprise, they feel lighter and more protected. With this, the MC's synergy doubles, with over 40 units. Myung-soo feels that he is helping the person he is supposed to beat. He hopes that this doesn't affect his performance. Review Myung-soo goes back to his bootlicking mode and points out that the place up ahead is Uido Station. Just past that is a park where the boss room is located. The MC feels uneasy as they get closer, because the water level is rising. The archer warns him that many lizard men are waiting to ambush them in the water, so it would be wise to team up with others. He smiles as he thinks to himself that even the Necromancer may not be able to handle these waters. Sungwoo ignores his advice, instructing Han-ho and Jisoo to step back, while his werebear minions toss the lizard men into the water. The MC detonates their corpses, killing all the monsters hiding in the water. This earns him a lot of gold, and the nearby archers watch in amazement. Once the smoke clears, the MC tells them that the path ahead is clear. Soon a helicopter arrives, and a cameraman starts recording him. Han-ho sees the helicopter and realizes it's supposed to film the Guildmaster's exploits. The camera guy can't contain his excitement as he films the MC and his skeletons. He thinks to himself that this is the footage that the prosecutor would want to be captured, since it would boost the morale of other survivors. Bro is too innocent for this world. The viewers cheer for the MC as they witness him clearing through all the monsters. However, the cameraman's assistant tells him that he has received a call from the Crusader team. As he takes the phone, he hears the voice of Manhwa, who furiously demands he turn back immediately, or face dire consequences. The cameraman can't fathom what's gone wrong, since she'd already permitted him to film other teams. She screams that her permission was only times given, so players wouldn't think they were showing bias. Terrified for his very life, the cameraman instantly pivots, rushing to film the other teams instead. The MC and his friends suspect that other teams must also be making excellent progress, which explains the helicopter moving away. The three of them finally reach the boss's room, but even though it's a park, Jisoo notes it looks more like a dense jungle. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, and a powerful beam of light erupts skyward. From the northern forest, a notification pops up. The raid boss, Lizard Man Warlord, has appeared. It boasts a formidable defense against concentrated attacks, reducing their effect by a whopping 90%. The Warlord is searching for a truly worthy challenger. For a one-on-one fight, the group spots helicopters rushing toward the boss. The MC realizes the prosecutor was just waiting for them to locate the boss, ready to swoop in and snatch the rewards. The prosecutor is even more competitive than he ever expected. The Crusader team is heading straight for the boss, completely bypassing the nearby monsters. While it's not explicitly stated in the contract that they must travel by land, he finds it hard to trust someone this fiercely competitive. Hanho asks what their next move will be, and the MC tells him that they'll have to fight their way through the monsters. As his minions begin clearing the path, he notices a mysterious green light appearing on his clothes. He knows exactly what this means. It's the C rank card from the hidden dungeon, which glows when a player has obtained enough experience to level up. With this card, the MC is absolutely thrilled as he can finally level up to 15 and unlock his first awakening. He decides to use the experience card, and just like that, he vanishes into an entirely different realm. The sensation is eerily familiar, just like touching the ancient prophecy stone. Yet, his physical body remains, seemingly adrift and floating through endless space. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, accompanied by an urgent system message. It declares him the Chosen One, the very individual who holds the reins of death itself. His mission, he must locate the legendary Grim Reaper's scythe. The quest, who is the Master of Death, now appears. Part 2 ignites on his screen. Success will grant him the first glorious stage of awakening. That is, if he can successfully seize the Grim Reaper's terrifying scythe. But failure? He risks becoming the Lich King's eternal minion. The path he chooses right now will irrevocably shape his destiny. The luminous figure within the light seems desperate to communicate. Yet, the MC finds himself unable to comprehend its strange words. He can't help but wonder, is the system attempting to speak directly to him? For some inexplicable reason, this ethereal being feels both profoundly calming and strangely familiar. He has a strong gut feeling that it means him no harm. And then, without warning, a new message flashes. He's about to witness death firsthand. But just as he reaches out to grasp the fading light, it vanishes, and he jolts awake, back in the real world. Hanho reveals he was only gone for a mere 10 seconds. This solidifies his understanding. It wasn't just a dream, it was utterly real. No mere vision, but a tangible encounter. He now knows, with chilling certainty, that he'll witness a death soon, and he desperately hopes it won't be one of his precious friends. The enigmatic message leaves him grappling with even more questions than ever before. Then, suddenly, they're rocked by the roar of a massive explosion. It's coming directly from the boss's direction. The MC's eyes widen as he realizes he has absolutely no time to stand around idling. There's no time to ponder his next move. He can't possibly complete that daunting quest right now. His only option is to focus all his might on the boss. He signals his team, urging them to sprint towards the boss. Myungsu is ordered to retreat and regroup. Immediately, they rush towards the boss room with frantic speed, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The Crusader team's helicopter has been struck, catastrophically hit, and is now a smoldering wreck. The blindfolded figure agonizingly crawls from the fiery wreckage, dazed and bewildered, wondering what just transpired. Their helicopter was brutally attacked mid-air, but they can't comprehend what exactly struck them. Then they see it. A monstrous spear, brutally impaled into the front. From the swirling flames, the prosecutor dramatically emerges and immediately begins to issue instructions. All his teammates to snap back into formation. He unleashed his blind faith zone skill mid-crash, miraculously saving everyone except the pilot. He then rallies everyone, declaring they'll exact their revenge upon these grotesque monsters. As more lizard men slither closer, the Crusaders steel themselves for an epic battle. And with 17,555 people glued to the live stream, the knights expertly and skillfully begin annihilating every monster in their path. Amidst the chaos, he glances at the prosecutor, who's already charging his formidable cross-spear attack. He mows down waves of lizard men with his spell, then urgently warns his team to brace for the relentless second wave of monsters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from the trees. Manhwa instantly realizes the lizard man. As Warlord has made its grand appearance, the prosecutor barks orders for the crossbowmen to fire, but most of the arrows merely bounce off, failing to even scratch the towering boss. As multiple attackers engage, he immediately commands them to cease fire. He hadn't expected them to inflict significant damage on the boss. But even then, their attacks barely left a single scratch. What's worse, hitting it with such attacks is futile, as it can regenerate at an alarming rate. The boss suddenly lunges directly at the knights, swinging its colossal blade and brutally slicing two of them in half. Another knight struggles, desperately crying for help, as the boss prepares to strike again. However, the prosecutor swoops in, clutch as ever, and skillfully distracts the boss. He confidently steps forward, ordering the Crusaders to handle the lesser lizard men, while he challenges the colossal boss to an epic duel. He boldly stands before the monstrous boss, declaring that times is the one it's truly looking for. The boss lunges furiously at him, but the prosecutor masterfully blocks with his sword. He quickly realizes they're perfectly matched in raw strength, yet the towering boss monster holds a distinct advantage, due to its sword's far superior reach. Still, he remains confident he can seize victory, as he undeniably holds the upper hand. In terms of lightning-fast speed and razor-sharp reflexes, the two titans exchange a flurry of fierce, explosive blows, all while a helicopter crew dramatically records their intense battle. Even the awestruck reporters are utterly captivated by the prosecutor's immense strength, as our hero seems to be single-handedly overpowering the boss. Soon after, Gang Yoon and Insok arrive, making their grand entrance. They quickly spot some familiar skeletons lurking in the trees, a clear sign that our main character has already arrived, too. Right here, on this epic battlefield, the prosecutor unleashes his devastating cross-spear skill, striking back at the boss, delivering a powerful blow. It clearly deals a massive amount of damage. However, for some utterly baffling reason, the boss just keeps smirking, and it's seriously getting on the prosecutor's nerves. He's absolutely furious and wants to wipe that smug smile right off his face. All of a sudden, the boss erupts, breathing a torrent of scorching fire. But the prosecutor swiftly blocks it with his incredible force field skill. His loyal crusaders rush in to help, but he urgently tells them to stay back. He knows the danger is far too immense, especially since the boss utterly destroyed his force field in just one devastating attack. The warlord then sheds his skin, revealing his terrifying true form, the Wandering Drake. Another dramatic notification immediately pops up, announcing the thrilling second phase of this epic boss fight. The prosecutor is utterly speechless, completely shocked to witness the boss monster's true, terrifying form, and wonders if it had been hiding its true identity all this time. I mean, come on. Bro was literally smiling through the entire fight, so he definitely gave him a subtle hint. The colossal Drake lunges directly at the prosecutor. The sheer force from just one blocked attack nearly shatters his bones entirely. The very next moment, the Drake's razor-sharp tail sword strikes, leaving him severely, critically wounded. The horrified crowd watches in utter shock as the prosecutor collapses. Manhwa, fearing the absolute worst, immediately starts to cry out, believing the prosecutor is perilously close to death. Just as the Drake closes in for the final blow, a powerful corpse explodes right beside him. Sungwoo's formidable minions crash into the fight, smashing the Drake's head with their bone weapons, while massive werebears pummel him relentlessly with their mighty fists. As the Drake roars in fury and struggles to rise, our MC plunges the masterless sword deep into its head. Everyone immediately erupts into wild cheers, as they finally realize the Necromancer is completely overpowering the mighty Drake. They are all glued to the broadcast, watching from the comfort of their homes. Even Manhwa is overjoyed to see him, knowing he can save the prosecutor from certain doom. Now, the rewards mean nothing to her. All she wants is for him to take down the boss. Sungwoo daringly leaves his sword impaled in the Drake's head, and then one of his werebear skeletons suddenly bursts onto the scene, brandishing a massive, fearsome bone hammer. Anseok instantly realizes he's about to use that hammer to powerfully drive the sword deeper into the boss's skull. The purple-haired leader is equally confident that he can easily handle this formidable Drake. Amidst all this, someone frantically informs Manhwa that a massive, monstrous swarm of lizardmen is rapidly approaching the MC's exact location. The grim truth dawns on her. This battle was rigged from the start. While a strict restriction limited the main boss fight to just one, that rule didn't apply to the waves of monsters. She shouts a commanding order, defend the MC at all costs. Every single knight, without a moment's hesitation, immediately forms an impenetrable defensive wall right in front of the MC to shield him. Hanho observes their fierce resolve and declares that they've finally realized who their true target for defense should be. Simultaneously, the werebear skeleton slams its mighty hammer down on the drake, powerfully driving the sword straight through its skull. It seems the battle is over, and the fearsome boss is finally dead. Just as the stunned spectators believe the boss is truly finished, the MC spots a faint, ominous movement. Jisoo urgently asks him, "What's happening? We clearly defeated the boss." But no. The boss begins its terrifying third phase, transforming into its most ultimate, monstrous form yet. The young host of the seed. A chilling system message then announces that the raid isn't over, and no one can leave until this boss is utterly defeated. The MC is utterly frustrated, fuming that the system constantly changes things up, specifically to confuse and trip them up. It's almost as if someone is deliberately toying with them. The valiant knights are already struggling to hold back the relentless lizardmen, monsters, but the MC trusts his friends to bravely deal with the horde. The real-time's problem, however, is the colossal boss monster, now standing menacingly right in front of him. He screams at everyone to urgently get out of the way, since the boss is about to breathe out a devastating torrent of fire. The ensuing attack is so incredibly strong, it even obliterates its own approaching lizardmen in its path. Sungwoo attempts a desperate corpse explosion, but it shockingly has no effect on the powerful boss. His werebears instantly turn to ash before his very eyes, and he struggles to conjure a viable strategy to fight back. For now, he decides to simply try and distract the boss. With his forces rapidly dwindling, he dramatically revives fallen lizard men to fight, then urgently tells everyone to retreat and spread out. He warns them they simply cannot fight the boss and the relentless lizard men simultaneously. They absolutely must deal with the lizard monsters first. Realizing the raid has devastatingly failed, they all begin a desperate retreat. As they fall back, Hanho spots the prosecutor, who appears gravely injured and struggling. As he bravely tries to help him to safety, the monstrous boss suddenly appears behind them, lunging to attack. Just then, Raidi slashes at the boss, blocking its next move. The MC then leaps out of the shadows and expertly stabs the boss right in the eye, but the boss brutally retaliates, slicing off one of his arms. It turns out he was skillfully using a shadow clone all along. The real Sungwoo grabs Hanho and sprints away. Still shocked, Hanho asks him what just happened. He explains that it was indeed a shadow clone. Even though it couldn't inflict much damage, it was just enough to cunningly trick the boss. He also realizes his clone's precise attack was effective, since he specifically aimed for the boss's eye. However, the boss doesn't seem to appreciate it one bit, as the enraged boss furiously chases after them. The MC wonders if he provoked it a little too much. Suddenly, Jisoo launches a powerful surprise attack on the boss, which buys the others precious time to retreat. Sungwoo looks back at her and sternly reminds her that he told her to retreat. However, Jisoo stands with an unwavering smile and resolutely tells him that the three of them always fight together. Hearing her incredibly encouraging words, the MC and Hanho both turn back and decide to bravely face the boss monster together. Sungwoo activates his terrifying death response, and zombies begin ominously rising from the ground. The boss effortlessly slashes through them, so he detonates the decaying corpses. Even though he confidently said they would beat the boss, he knows now that it won't be easy at all. The massive explosion he just triggered left absolutely no scratch on the boss's outer shell. Moreover, he can't defeat it from the inside, since the boss isn't devouring any of his minions. He relentlessly keeps resurrecting the lizard men, which Hanho and Jisoo are fiercely fighting, but the boss is obliterating them at an alarming rate. The boss rears back, ready to unleash another inferno of fire. Breath attack. But this time, Hanho and Jisoo are right on the MC's heels. Instead of dodging the impending assault, he braces, attempting to block it with his sturdy bone shield. He barely clings to life, surviving the brutal attack, but at a devastating cost, losing nearly all his minions. The relentless boss charges at him once more, but he's utterly exhausted, too weary to even try and run. As the boss's massive tail whips through the air, Hanho heroically leaps in front, determined to protect his friend. But the attack proves devastatingly strong, instantly obliterating his holy force field. The boss attacks yet again, and Raidi desperately tries to block, but with a dreadful crack, his sword snaps. He snatches the boss's sword, then expertly slices off its tail, It was a shocking twist. He was the main character all along. As the boss prepares to strike once more, Righty shoves Hanho out of harm's way, insisting he's fine, then utters his final goodbye before being smashed by the boss. Hanho, absolutely enraged, charges furiously at the boss. The Tiger swoops in, grabbing both Hanho and Jisoo, and swiftly carries them to safety. Meanwhile, the MC stands his ground, alone before the boss. Righty's brave attacks bought him crucial time, allowing him to recover, just enough to regain a semblance of movement. He knows the boss won't let any of them simply walk away, so he endeavors to buy his friends as much time as possible, giving them a chance to escape. He summons a sturdy bone shield and a gleaming sword, then fearlessly tanks the boss's attack head-on. Now, he and the boss clash in a desperate one-on-one battle. Manhwa and her crew watch on in mounting fear, as they slowly realize the terrible truth. Even he isn't strong enough to defeat the fearsome boss. Monster. The boss violently smashes the MC's legs with a brutal tail attack, then prepares to unleash yet another scorching fire breath attack. Exhausted, battered, and critically injured, he looks up at the towering boss, a grim realization dawning. He has failed. It seems his death is tragically imminent, a fate mirroring that of his own parents. In his fading, final moments, he sees a vivid flashback of all the friends he made, and a comforting realization dawns. It wasn't all bad after all. A profound sense of peace washes over him, knowing his valiant efforts weren't entirely in vain, and that he successfully saved his friends. The boss unleashes its devastating fire breath, slamming directly into our MC, leaving Hanho and Jisoo utterly heartbroken as a skeletal minion whisks them away. Yet, in the wake of his demise, our MC once again awakens in a mysterious, otherworldly space. He can only marvel at the miracle that he's managed to survive this long. Looking back, he felt like luck was on his side, especially with item draws or making friends. Still, he's plagued by worry for his companions, wondering if they truly survived the battle without his loyal skeletons. Suddenly, he hears a chilling voice call out his name. He looks up, only to find the Grim Reaper. Standing right before him, he grimly realizes that he must have truly died to finally meet this ethereal being. He asks if he's here to escort him to heaven or hell. He's just tired and wants it all to end. The Grim Reaper, however, simply mocks his fatigue. At such a tender age, our MC is quite surprised, wondering if the Grim Reaper is actually making fun of him. But his surprise quickly morphs into utter shock when it's sensationally revealed that the Grim Reaper is, in fact, his own father. Sung-woo, stunned, asks if he's truly real, or if the system is merely toying with him. His father retorts that his reality doesn't matter, and Sung-woo agrees, as he's dead either way. Our MC then reflects that this feels like a fitting end. He then bravely asks his father if he resents him for running away during that devastating fire. He confesses he was terrified to die and to watch them like that. He worked incredibly hard and studied diligently to become a stronger person. He tried never to take on more than he could handle. However, even after all of this effort, he still feels like he has utterly failed. His father merely laughs and asks him if this times is what he's been worried about all this time. He starts teasing him once more, claiming he thought Sung-woo was grown up by now. He then asks how Sung-woo could have possibly helped them in that desperate situation when he was just a child. Moreover, he didn't run away because he was scared. He ran because he was following his instincts. The fire had erupted suddenly while they were all asleep. Sung-woo and his father managed to get downstairs, but their mother was still trapped in her room. The MC's dad gives him a stern order. Go outside and wait for me. He specifically warns him. Do not come back inside. The MC desperately doesn't want to leave him all alone, but his dad reassures him, promising he'll save their mom. The MC tragically misunderstands the entire scene unfold. He truly believes his father abandoned both his parents. Yet, his father never wanted him to face any danger. He tells him, once more, that none of it was his fault. As the head of their family, it was his sacred duty. So, it was his ultimate job to save them all. Upon hearing this heartfelt declaration, Sung-woo confesses that he couldn't save his own family, so he feels he failed just like his dad did. His father quickly tells him, "No, you haven't failed. You managed to save me, after all." The MC finally realizes he hasn't failed either, truly, because he courageously managed to save all his friends. His dad asks if he's ready to fight him now, directly, so he can finally go back to the real world he belongs in. Sung-woo flashes a knowing smile and tells his father, "I can't just quietly go with you now, can I?" His dad points towards a dazzling, bright light, and tells him, with a solemn nod, that it's his one true path back to his own world. Before he goes, he takes one last look at his dad. He's so glad to have met him after all these long years. His father then stops him, bestowing upon him a scythe. With the powerful scythe now firmly in his hand, he receives his first grand awakening and a brand new skill. Meanwhile, back in the chaotic real world, the terrifying boss continues to wreak absolute havoc. Jisoo and Hanho still can't fathom the MC is truly gone. The prosecutor suddenly stirs awake, feeling a crushing guilt for his earlier recklessness. He notices the deep, resentful stares of the MC's friends. Deep down, he knows he utterly deserves every single one. The prosecutor still vividly remembers Hanho saving him, when he was completely unable to even move a muscle. He ponders that it was mostly due to Hanho's incredible passive skill, but he was still the only times one who came to his rescue. He had foolishly turned away from his most powerful allies, and made dangerous plans without him by his side. He knows, with chilling certainty, he must make things right, or else the entire world will surely be destroyed. Suddenly, the blindfolded guy races directly towards him. As he sees him awake, the prosecutor instantly realizes Hanho was the hero who saved him earlier, not Minhyum, which means Minhyum cruelly abandoned him there. They immediately start their urgent retreat from the battlefield. The prosecutor offers a sincere apology to our hero. He vows to protect our hero's friends, giving it everything he's got. But as they retreat, the sky abruptly plunges into darkness. They all receive a chilling warning message, announcing the Great Spirit's activation right in their vicinity. Manhwa spots an eerie green light piercing through the black fog. She can't help but wonder if our MC is behind all of this. Suddenly, our boy appears, clad like a terrifying Lich King. Manhwa and her crew are absolutely petrified, thinking he's somehow transformed into a lich after dying. But meanwhile, back with our hero, he can't actually feel anything at all. All his senses are dulled, muted, and he questions if he's even truly alive. Then, he gets a notification. He's been revived. And it's all thanks to a special Necromancer feature, which is now on cooldown for a grueling 31 days. With his first awakening, a whole new power awakens within him. He can now summon the legendary Grim Reaper Scythe, and raise massive monsters to join his undead army. He also snags a coveted secret store coupon, for being the 9th player ever to reach this incredible first awakening. Now, he can summon the Grim Reaper's Scythe once a day, for an hour, and transform into a terrifying lich. This exclusive skill lets him boost his minions by 50 and skyrocket all his stats by 10 points. Plus, he can resurrect and regenerate his undead forces as many times as his dark heart desires. With these newfound powers, he's absolutely ready to face the Drake boss. He bellows out to the Drake, challenging it directly, declaring it's time to face its terrifying second phase. Hanho and Jisoo sprint towards the boss, after witnessing the MC unleash his Great Spirit skill. The prosecutor stares at them, utterly baffled, and wonders aloud how anyone could possibly be alive after such a brutal attack. As his friends excitedly charge towards him, they notice a completely different Sungwoo standing ominously before them. He almost looks monstrous. Jisoo spots the chilling scythe in his hands, so she knows this is likely the incredible result of him completing his quest. The Drake furiously attacks his minions, obliterating most of them with a single, devastating strike. However, they are instantly resurrected again, thanks to his incredible new skill. Manhwa and her crew are absolutely buzzing with excitement to see the minions spring back to life. The Drake then unleashes a scorching, massive fire attack, but Sungwoo valiantly blocks it with his formidable shield. Just as the fiery inferno reaches the prosecutor and his friends, Righty swoops in, dispersing it instantly with a dynamic spin attack. Hanho, bursting with joy, embraces Righty tightly. Meanwhile, our boy is simply operating on another level. He coolly asks the Drake why it dared to cease its assault. It appears the formidable Drake has finally run out of health, yet our MC remains in absolutely perfect, pristine condition. All thanks to his seemingly infinite mana reserves. He swiftly resurrects even more loyal minions, and they eagerly rush forth, swarming the mighty Drake, completely overwhelming it with sheer numbers and relentless might. Then, he unleashes his weapon creation skill to forge powerful bone chains, intending to bind the colossal Drake firmly in place. He commands his minions to begin peeling off the Drake's tough outer skin. After a grueling while, they finally succeed in stripping off its outer hide. The Drake now looks utterly exhausted and decisively defeated. Our MC tells Righty that it's finally time to deliver the finishing blow. Righty delivers an incredibly powerful, decisive slash. And this time, the mighty Drake truly dies. For real. The masterless sword now indicates 4,235 days remaining before it can finally hatch the mysterious egg. Sung Woo earns a cool 1,115 Thai baht and 156 gold coins for expertly defeating the fearsome raid boss. He also proudly receives the exclusive new title, Amateur Dragon Hunter, which impressively increases his stamina by 2 and boosts his fire resistance by a significant 30%. Back in town, everyone is wildly celebrating his incredible victory. They've all been watching the intense battle live on their phones. But then, after utterly defeating the Drake, our MC simply raises his hand and commands it to dramatically come back to life. With every single player watching in stunned silence, the Drake rises again, now as a skeletal servant, immediately becoming his loyal, undead minion. The prosecutor and his allies can barely believe their very own eyes, since this unbelievable feat puts him way out of their league. Hanho, overwhelmed with emotion, instantly starts crying, and tearfully tells Sung Woo that he knew he was alive all along. Sung Woo, looking away a bit awkwardly, gently tells him that he is, in fact, actually dead. Meanwhile, Jisoo expresses her concern, wondering if he'll ever revert to his normal human form, because right now, he looks quite peculiar. One of his diligent minions quickly collects the heroic grade item, the highly sought-after Drake hide from the boss. Righty also gracefully picks up a legendary item, called the Dragon Heart, and presents it to our MC. Behold, this Dragon Heart is a powerful material, capable of crafting incredible items. Our MC also secures the legendary World Tree Seed, a divine artifact with mysterious, untold powers. This very seed is connected to the prophecy they witnessed. He quickly deduces that the enigmatic, fallen ones might seek to seize this powerful artifact. Suddenly, a photographer approaches him, eagerly asking for a few words. After the dust settled from their epic battle, the MC, ever insightful, warns him not to trust any group promising protection, as every group that welcomed survivors thus far has ultimately failed. The system constantly tests groups, and in countless instances, the challenges appear brutally unfair for solo players. He emphasizes that everyone must grow stronger, on their own, to survive this new, perilous world. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently shake, followed by a colossal explosion near Yangdongpo Station. Manhwa frantically informs the prosecutor that their base is under a full-scale attack. He immediately orders a full retreat, everyone back to the station. The MC spots the ominous black smoke from the blast, and chillingly realizes it's none other than the dreaded breath of the abyss. He questions if this could be the work of the shadowy group, responsible for those devastating explosives. As helicopters rapidly take off towards the town, the prosecutor drops to his knees, desperately pleading with the MC for help. He reveals the station is swarming with non-combatants, innocent lives he can't protect alone. He's powerless to shield them in his current state. Sung Woo knows deep down he can't simply ignore the ruthless group that is ravaging the town. He tells the prosecutor that they absolutely need to have a long talk, but given the dire circumstances, he will indeed lend a helping hand. Helicopters begin landing just outside, unable to fly directly through the dense, choking smoke. A terrified survivor urgently informs Manhwa that they were viciously attacked by beastmen, who inexplicably seem to have regained their consciousness. The MC now knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that the brutal assault on the station was orchestrated by none other than the Wandering Salesman, a sinister group comprised of conscious were-beasts, and even mad scientists. As he approaches the billowing smoke, he notices a striking detail. The smoke's color is significantly lighter. Sung Woo deduces they must have deliberately altered it, likely to amplify its devastating area of effect. The Crusader team is practically powerless to act against this insidious smoke, so he tells everyone, "I'll handle the chaos brewing within." If the werewolf's chilling last words hold any truth, this anti-human faction could spiral into a monumental threat for everyone. Sung Woo acknowledges their cunning strategy, targeting Yangdongpo Station with such precision. While the Liberation Guild's main forces are busy away on a raid, he's determined to hunt them down and uncover their true identities once and for all. As he plunges into the ominous smoke, he unleashes the mighty Drake from the abyss, ready to test its prowess. In its very first epic debut battle, the entire station is now enveloped in a thick, suffocating cloud from the very breath of the abysses itself. Meanwhile, two masked beastmen, cloaked in shadow, are casually discussing the effortless success of their attack, especially with the main forces conveniently absent. The werewolf cruelly mocks humanity, scoffing at their foolish underestimation of beastmen intelligence. The hog monster then declares, "There's absolutely no way for us to coexist with humans, not when we are a whole new species." He then anxiously asks how much longer this elaborate ceremony will demand. The werewolf monster grimly admits he has no idea whatsoever, explaining that only werbeasts who devoured mage brains fully comprehend the intricate details. They've effectively cemented their status as the true bosses. The hog is clearly disappointed, grumbling, because he only consumed an archer's brain, which limits many of his potential skills. The werewolf retorts, "You're still luckier than those poor scientists, who willingly offer their own bodies as mere test subjects for these brutal experiments." Just as they're deep in conversation, two massive, terrifying glowing eyes suddenly blaze through the windows. And then, from seemingly out of nowhere, the colossal drake skeleton absolutely obliterates the monsters. Sung-woo then calmly steps into the building, and immediately realizes why he saw so few beasts roaming the streets. They were all hiding inside the station. He then effortlessly returns the powerful drake to the abyss. The beastmen were buzzing about a ritual, which can only mean they were gathering people inside the station, without taking a single life. He can easily dispatch those werbeasts all by himself, thanks to his formidable stats. His plan? To eliminate them one by one, without stirring up a major commotion. Meanwhile, deep inside the building, a towering bull beastman rounds up roughly 200 human players. They've been given strict orders to gather as many humans as their grasp can reach. Another monster chimes in, informing him that there are just as many humans scattered across the other floors. He then presses the bull, questioning if these bodies are destined for experimentation, but the bull monster merely shrugs, claiming he has no idea. Yet, he lets slip that he overheard whispers of extracting pure experience from their very forms. The other monster is utterly dumbfounded, demanding if such a feat is even conceivable. The bull retorts that they themselves transformed into monsters, so anything is possible in this twisted world. Suddenly, without warning, a notification flashes across their vision, announcing the activation of the Great Spirit and Death's Response spells. Minions and zombies begin surging forth from the abyss, immediately assaulting the unsuspecting beastmen. A were-tiger lunges at the bull, but the bull effortlessly parries the attack. He ignites his hooves with searing flames, then charges headlong through the MC's skeleton minions, cleaving through their ranks. Knowing this is unmistakably the MC's doing, he bellows out a challenge. Sung-woo. Sung-woo, however, pierces the bull from behind with his masterless sword. The bull monster snarls, branding him a coward for such a treacherous backstab. But the MC merely scoffs, reminding him that they sprayed gas at helpless people, a deed just as utterly cowardly. Moments after felling the colossal bull monster, he swiftly revives it, binding it to his growing legion of minions. He then realizes he just raked in a whopping 30,000 gold for slaying the bull, despite being a mere level 2 himself. This sudden windfall sparks a revelation. There must be a completely different leveling system at play for these conscious werbeasts. He spots one of the trapped humans still barely clinging to life, but knows they won't endure the suffocating gas for much longer. He quickly barks orders to his minions to swiftly move the unconscious humans away from the deadly gas. Their lives depend on it. As he emerges from the station, his formidable minions in tow, the ground shakes. A chilling warning instantly flashes across his screen. A wide-range summoning spell has been catastrophically activated in the area. He has no idea what their full plan entails, but he knows he must shut them down, and fast. Sung-woo bolts towards the ominous summoning circle. Upon arrival, he immediately spots a towering werebeast, seated right at the dark heart of the summoning circle. He deduces this must be the very monster, unleashing that deadly, pervasive gas. Suddenly, one of the werewolves locks eyes with him, and frantically shouts that an astronomical reward awaits them if they deliver his lifeless corpse to the researchers. A full day has dramatically passed since then, so our MC powerfully calls forth the Grim Reaper's scythe. He simultaneously unleashes the terrifying powers of the Lich King. He's confident that just 5 minutes wielding this deadly weapon is more than enough to decimate all the werebeasts. Meanwhile, his loyal minions continue to flood forth from the abyss, clashing fiercely with the beastmen. But no matter how many are cut down, they simply rise again. The grotesque monster on the summoning circle cackles with glee as he witnesses this, taunting the MC that it's already far too late. Suddenly, a critical notification flashes across the screen. The grand summoning spell has officially been activated. The werewolf magician triumphantly stands up, and, sneering, he begins to mock them for foolishly broadcasting the raid online. It allowed them to meticulously calculate precisely how many resources they squandered trying to defeat their boss. But as he's busy gloating and prattling on, one of Sung Woo's swift minions lunges and bites the werewolf magician, then powerfully hurls him straight off the roof. Our MC then looms over him, demanding to know what monstrous entity he just summoned. The werewolf merely laughs, and chillingly declares they are all utterly finished. The entire Yundong post station building violently shatters and collapses, and a terrifying notification blazes across their screens. A fearsome raid boss is about to emerge in the area. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is desperately attempting to recover by chugging his precious healing potions. He's absolutely seething with self-frustration, furious over his own blatant overconfidence. Hanho and Jisoo suddenly spot Sungwoo's loyal minions, returning, bearing the rescued survivors to safety, and they all cheer joyously. The prosecutor thinks to himself that his methods, utterly, were wrong. He quickly realizes that forming such a massive group was a tactical misstep. It wasn't that he couldn't thrive on his own, but rather, he believed others couldn't possibly survive without his guidance. As the chilling breath of the abyss begins to dissipate, another ominous warning message flashes before them. It declares that a formidable, wide-range summoning spell has just been activated. ISU and the others immediately sprint towards the crumbling station building, and as they finally reach it, they witness the entire structure collapsing. A colossal ogre gladiator monster crashes down from above. This is the raid boss. The werewolf cackles, taunting the MC that he stands no chance against this new titan, surely exhausted from his previous brutal encounter. But Sungwoo just smirks, coolly telling him that he really should have watched the entire live stream, right to the very end, before daring to cast his summoning circle. He then triumphantly reveals that he, too, has a boss of his very own. With a powerful command, he summons the mighty Drake skeleton, which immediately lands a devastating punch squarely on the ogre champion's face. Everyone erupts in cheers, invigorated by the sight of the magnificent skeleton, as it instantly fills them with renewed hope. The werewolf can barely believe his eyes, utterly stunned that the MC had literally pulled out his own time's boss monster. Meanwhile, the prosecutor understands that if he ever hopes to stay in this relentless race, he must become even stronger than the MC. The ogre champion lets out a furious roar of pain as two of the MC's agile minions dart from behind the Drake, launching a flurry of spears right at him. The ogre, however, annihilates them both with a single thunderous clap, causing them to vanish. They're obliterated so completely that the MC can't even resurrect their remains. He instantly realizes that this ogre boss operates on an entirely different level. What's more, his Drake can't even unleash its fiery breath, which otherwise would have effortlessly toasted the ogre. Yet, the MC can still perfectly control the Drake, which is a massive advantage. The Drake seizes the ogre's hair, then delivers a powerful kick with all its might. The ogre retaliates, grabbing the Drake's shoulders, but then Righty swiftly intervenes, stabbing the ogre squarely in the eye. The mighty ogre crashes hard to the ground, and the Drake holds him firmly in place, as his loyal minions quickly close in. They relentlessly attack until the formidable boss is finally defeated. The MC levels up to an impressive 16, and pockets a massive 705,000 gold from successfully hunting down the ferocious raid boss. He chooses to supercharge his Death's Response skill. Now, for just 100 mana, he can summon 15 masterless zombies. These undead allies will stick around for a full 20 minutes, but watch out, there's a 30-minute cooldown after that. He's absolutely thrilled with his recent level up and the sweet rewards. But the crowning jewel of his success? The mighty ogre boss itself. He can now command it as his very own loyal minion. Get this, the ogre already possesses a heroic rank bracelet. It's called the Legendary Protection of the Thunder God. This incredible item devours all mana for a massive attack. Power boost. But here's the kicker. If the wielder has no mana, it costs absolutely no mana to activate. Then, it enters a 24-hour cooldown after that single, explosive use. Given that the ogre naturally has no mana whatsoever, Sungu cleverly lets him keep the powerful bracelet. Now, both of his formidable boss minions are perfectly synchronized and fighting as united allies. The werewolf monster watches this bizarre sight in utter disbelief. Our MC, Ever the Showman, declares he's an absolute expert at befriending even the most fearsome monsters. But then, with a swift move, the MC brutally stabs him with his scythe, making it clear that the silly jokes are officially over. Before the MC can even utter a single question, the werewolf monster collapses and dies right on the spot. Jisoo, Ever the strategist, shrewdly suggests that their leaders must have planted something inside them, specifically to prevent them from spilling any valuable information. The prosecutor is left utterly disappointed. This was a critical moment, as it could have given them invaluable information about the mysterious group. But wait. Sungwoo suddenly remembers the memory fragments. He cleverly uses them to delve deep inside the werewolf's mind. He resurrects the werewolf, intent on peering into its memories. Our MC ponders, realizing the system is undeniably steering them down a very specific and unfolding path. First, it was the ravenous vampires, and now it's these savage beasts. He sees the werewolf, along with other beastmen, intensely heading towards Yangdongpo Station. The werewolf is engrossed, watching the live stream of the boss raid, but another monster sharply tells him to turn it off, claiming they're practically at their destination. Sungwoo then deduces exactly why. The werewolf never finished watching the entire live stream. One of them then cautiously mentions hearing a critical rumor that their true main objective isn't just about attacking the Liberation Guild at all, but the other monster quickly dismisses him, claiming he has no idea what he's even talking about. The werewolf, burning with curiosity, truly wants to know what exactly the higher-ups are scheming to do, but the other monster quickly informs him that their sole mission is to relentlessly strike the Liberation Guild, now that the perfect opportunity has finally arrived. The werewolf then presses him for details about Yui Island, where those mad scientists were secretly attempting to build a lab. Our MC is absolutely stunned by this revelation, since it's precisely the spot where the second, terrible bad ending shockingly unfolded. As their conversation unfolds, the werewolf divulges even more about their sinister plan, just as he's on the verge of revealing something crucial about those mysterious scientists. The other beast brutally cuts him off. As our MC snaps out of the gripping flashback, his group eagerly demands to know what he uncovered. He gravely informs them that the beastmen fiercely assaulted Yangdongpo Station to seize complete control of Yui Island. He also uncovered alarming traces of them lurking in Cinderium. Now, he absolutely must discover what this sinister group is truly after. Cinderium Station, you see, is the colossal main transfer hub, connecting Seoul subway lines 1 and 2. Countless individuals depend on it for their daily commutes, which is precisely why it was perpetually overflowing with people. In other words, the entire station is absolutely swarming with humans, making them perfect test subjects for the deranged scientists. One of the mad scientists lets out a chilling laugh, as he loudly commends the monstrous creatures for constructing their vile lab so conveniently near Yangdongpo Station. It provides him with an absolutely endless supply of subjects for his gruesome experimentation. It's practically a horrifying dream come true for him. His assistant nervously informs him that they desperately need more freezers. He then loudly complains about the utterly unbearable stench of rotting corpses. The scientist casually dismisses his squeamish concerns, and chillingly tells him to just get used to the smell. The mouse monster, with a twitching nose, explains that he possesses a far stronger sense of smell, making it infinitely more agonizing for him. The scientist, clearly annoyed by his whining, sarcastically asks if he even knows how bad he smells. Then, with a cruel smirk, he asks if he truly wishes to become human again. The terrified rat monster instantly blurts out that he desperately wants to be human again, since he never chose to become a wretched werebeast. The scientist coldly turns away from him, and, with a twisted grin, suggests he simply sign up as a test subject, since the dreaded head office has already commenced experimenting. The mouse creature begins to visibly tremble and nervously stammers, asking if this is some kind of sick joke. The scientist just erupts into a fit of laughter. He then reveals he was only messing around with him. Still, he genuinely wants him to consider the incredible offer, especially since wererats like him are notoriously treated as the absolute bottom among all werebeasts. Suddenly, a panicked dog werebeast bursts into the room, breathlessly reporting that a dragon is demolishing buildings right outside. The scientist looks utterly frustrated and hilariously asks if the dog beast has been hitting the drugs. The dog, however, frantically shakes his head in vehement denial. Realizing this is, in fact, an actual emergency, he swiftly orders the dog to lead him straight to the dragon. As the scientist, along with the other werebeasts, charges toward the dragon, all pumped up with their powerful buffs, one of them urgently informs him that their raid on Yangdongpo has disastrously failed. When they finally come face to face with the monstrous drake, they're absolutely stunned by its immense size. The scientist almost collapses from sheer terror, utterly shocked to see what looks like an actual dinosaur. The MC's party then rushes inside times with the colossal Drake, and the scientist instantly realizes they're the very ones from the infamous Yui Island raid. He knows he stands absolutely no chance against that thing, so he makes the quick decision to run for his life. As he retreats, he frantically orders the dog to hold them off, while they quickly pack up all their precious stuff. As they hurry down the stairs, the were-rat suddenly stops the scientist, screaming at him and demanding to know what he's doing. The rat explains to him that he's smelling something incredibly familiar. The scientist yells back at him to move, since they still have so much important stuff to pack. As they hesitantly begin moving again, the were-rat's instincts scream danger. He heroically shoves the scientist out of the way of some boxes, flying right at him. The MC finally appears right behind them. He coolly tells them he received the Times wrong delivery asterisk, and now he's here to collect his well-deserved refund. The scientist tries desperately to play innocent and act naive, so the MC casually summons the giant orc, and reminds him that Times was the one who sent that very monster. As the MC scans the lab, he grimly notices both human and monster corpses scattered around. He had somewhat pieced things together when he saw the disturbing memory fragments of the werewolf, but now he just realized that these folks are even more times evil than he ever imagined. He then confronts the scientist, asking if he's utterly mortified that his twisted, disgusting hobby has been exposed. The scientist, absolutely livid, bristles with rage, and vehemently declares they are striving to advance the human race. He shrieks that their experiments aim to forge an even greater, superior human race. But the MC has heard enough of his insane babbling, so he mercilessly shoots him in the leg. As the mouse attempts to aid him, the deranged scientist abruptly stabs it with an experimental injection, hoping to transform it into a monstrous beast. The rat rapidly begins to grow, becoming larger and stronger. The MC swiftly summons a clone, using his formidable Shadow King ring. The two figures unleash a volley of crossbow bolts at it. The monstrous rat slashes right through the clone, and the MC realizes its attack power has dramatically amplified. However, he's instantly stomped into oblivion by the orc boss minion, dying in a flash. Sung Woo earns a hefty 13,000 gold for hunting the mutant were-rat. The scientist lies sprawled on the ground, desperately attempting to inject himself with the mysterious liquid, but before he can even make a move, the MC swiftly severs one of his arms. He chillingly warns him that if he tries anything else, he'll start slashing his lower body. The scientist begins to foam at the mouth, revealing that he sent the rat after him, so he could inject himself. Before succumbing to death, he smugly tells him his colleagues will make a nice test subject out of him. Sung Woo simply smiles, telling him he doesn't even need to get his hands dirty to discover what he wants. He dramatically reveals he'll turn him into a minion and extract his memory fragments. However, as he attempts to resurrect him, a shocking notification appears, stating he can't resurrect a living being. Bro was just pretending to be dead. What a schemer. Furious, the MC slams the scientist where it truly hurts. The scientist erupts into a high-pitched scream, and is now utterly ready to spill every secret. He frantically offers to hand over all his inventions, if only the MC will let him live. But the MC has reached his limit and coldly stabs him. Then, he revives the scientist once more, and views his memory fragment. In the flashback, he sees the scientist sitting on a chair, while a man tells him that it's time for him to earn his doctorate. He is going to make him the leader of the entire division. Sung Woo realizes that this is the man who is behind these wandering merchants. This man orders the scientist to produce large amounts of gas. He asks him if he can trust him to handle the task on his own. The scientist excitedly tells him that he can handle it, since he is the one who created the poisonous gas. He asks the man if he should make a huge batch and release it all over Yangdongpo. The man tells him that they probably won't need a huge amount, since they only need to take care of the small insects. He believes the werebeast sorcerers can handle the rest. He reveals that the sorcerers would teleport the 3 raid bosses they have captured. The MC is shocked to hear that they captured 3 raid bosses. The scientist doubts whether the werebeasts they captured can be trusted to handle such an important task. The mysterious man warns him to be careful with his words, and says that their plan can't move forward without them. He also mentions 4 beasts, who are stronger than the top-ranked players. He says that they will need them for their future plans. The MC is confused because he doesn't understand how these beasts could be stronger than the top-ranked players. They didn't draw a card and wasted a lot of their time, so they can't possibly be stronger than the players. He suddenly realizes that the werebeasts aren't human. They might even have their own way of leveling up that is different from other players. Moreover, the beasts and the scientist also received their special quests. He knows that these special quests can make someone much stronger and much faster. The scientist really wants to dissect the beasts. After hearing how strong they are, the man gives him a stark reminder. Their true goal isn't to wipe out every single player, but simply to cull a few of these pesky ants. The scientist, buzzing with excitement, springs to his feet, totally aligning himself with this grand, audacious vision. He truly believes humanity can transcend, pushing beyond limits, evolving into a magnificent new species. Sung Woo, connecting the dots, speculates, this must be directly linked to the scientist's exclusive, one-of-a-kind quest. Suddenly, a formidable white werewolf strides into the room, immediately noticing their intense conversation. Song Woo instantly recognizes the werewolf from a haunting past flashback. The scientist, trembling slightly, hastily explains that this imposing werewolf is one of the legendary four beasts and a magnificent grand sorcerer. However, the werewolf swiftly rebukes, adamantly claiming he's no mere mage. He then menacingly stalks towards the scientist, who is now desperately cowering behind the imposing boss man. He reveals that everyone mistakenly assumes he's a mage, all thanks to his distinctive staff. The scientist is utterly shocked that this creature somehow knows his name. The werewolf then swiftly strikes him with a blinding flash attack, sending the scientist into a full-blown panic. He calmly assures the frantic scientist not to fret, explaining they're embarking on a rather lengthy journey together. This spell will instantly alert the other, should either of them ever find themselves in grave danger. But in reality, with a sly, hidden agenda, he simply touched the scientist to secretly apply his psychometry spell. This powerful magic now lets him perceive the MC. Sung Woo is absolutely floored to see the werewolf here, as he never expected to be noticed by him. The werewolf, shockingly, already knows all about him, and is intensely curious, almost amused, as to how he uncovered their syndicate branch. With such astonishing speed, the MC quickly deduces this must be one of the werewolf's many spells. The werewolf locks eyes with him, an intense gaze, and boldly asks if he truly can access the haunting memories of the deceased bodies. Sung Ho points out that the Sindorum branch was utterly empty, and then questions if their main base is located elsewhere. The werewolf then gravely advises him to abandon Yongdyungpo before their escalating conflict drags on too long, confidently asserting that they will ultimately emerge victorious. The MC is visibly unsettled by this blunt warning, but desperately wants to extract as much vital information as he possibly can from this powerful beast. He boldly demands to know, "Who exactly are you people?" The werewolf's chilling reply, "Simply remember the name." The Evolutionary Society's werewolf unleashes a potent skill on him. They declare this name will soon herald the end of humanity itself. Our MC snaps out of the chilling flashback, and the terrifying realization hits him. Their enemy wields even psychometry abilities. He recalls the boss man's chilling mention of summoning 3 raid bosses back to back. He knows they'll be rethinking their strategy, especially since their first boss failed spectacularly. But he still can't afford to let his guard down even for a second. Righty hands him a mysterious map he uncovered, revealing 3 ominous locations marked A, B, and C. The first, Yui Island. The second points to Sosa, in Buchon, and the last marks Byomji Station in Anyang. He quickly notices that every arrow on the map points directly to Yui Island, strongly suggesting it's possibly the primary location for the raid bosses. He's already brilliantly defeated Drake, preventing their capture, and also annihilated the Ogre Champion. So, only one boss remains. Moreover, another sinister branch of the Evolutionary Society has emerged. Back at Yangdunpo Station, while everyone else is busy rebuilding, Manhwa arrives, eager to question him about the mission. He tasks her with uncovering crucial information about raid bosses in Buchon and Anyang. He plans to discuss the remaining details with the prosecutor. He finds the prosecutor deep in his work. The prosecutor watches him enter, then promptly asks if he's uncovered anything new. Our MC reveals a grave truth. Another devastating attack is imminent for young Dongpo, and the culprits are none other than the Evolution Society. The prosecutor, having never heard that name before, demands to know why they're targeting them. Sung Woo suspects they are the corrupted ones, mentioned during the Uido Island raid. However, he still lacks any concrete proof. The prosecutor slams his desk with resolve, declaring they don't need any proof. They attacked first, after all. If they're connected to the second ending, they must be stopped at all costs. The prosecutor then realizes they could pose a far greater threat and urgently asks for Sung Woo's help. He implores him to protect Yang Dongpo because he's the only one capable of resisting the deadly gas. For this crucial service, the prosecutor is ready to offer him a whopping 1 million gold. The MC, however, wonders if the prosecutor is trying to manipulate him with this money. But knowing he's not an enemy, he cautiously agrees. He was already planning to confront the Evolution Society anyway, and now he'll earn a fortune in gold doing it. After the meeting, he steps out to find the other leaders, chatting amicably with his friends. However, Hanho isn't looking too pleased. Everyone seems to be trying to impress Jisoo. Suddenly, Hanho gets an urgent alert from the community app. The rankings have just changed, and the prosecutor's rank has plummeted yet again. A new player, Dr. 000, now sits proudly in third place at level 15. The MC wonders if this doctor could be the elusive boss of the Evolution Society. The MC already knows that once a player reaches level 15, they undergo their first powerful awakening. He isn't sure if this awakening is exclusive to 5-star classes, but he knows one thing: the doctor has already experienced theirs. That means they've definitely already hit level 15. Sungwoo realizes he absolutely must level up quickly if he hopes to get even stronger. Meanwhile, Jisoo returns, fresh from her chat with the other guild leaders. The MC asks her how it went, and she just shakes her head, revealing it was, well, just plain awkward. Meanwhile, Hanho gets a little too emotional, turning to the MC and demanding, "Are you seriously thinking she'll change sides?" He passionately tells him she was crying her eyes out when he disappeared. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy, now assisting the MC, on behalf of the Liberation Guild, gets instantly knocked out after opening a jar. His minions are carrying these special jars, crafted by a scientist, which contain a dangerous gas called the Breath of the Abyss. Released the moment they're opened, he warns Minhyun to never touch them again. The guy then points at himself, and dramatically announces he's officially their liaison from this very moment. He then smugly tells them he carved out time from his busy schedule, just to help them out. After all, they were vital allies to their guild. The truth is, our guy just got demoted and was stuck doing grunt work. He then reveals that his guild members are actively gathering intel, the very information he desperately seeks. As they make their way toward the other guild members, Sungwoo then asks Hanho if Jisoo was truly heartbroken when he died. He leans in, whispering that she did shed a few tears. On the other hand, he only cried when Righty perished. Hearing this, the MC immediately realizes that, if he and Righty ever found themselves in a bind, his friend would undoubtedly prioritize saving Righty. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still brooding over the recent boss raid and his intense meeting with the MC. He bitterly thinks to himself that he absolutely shouldn't have charged into that raid so recklessly. He was so overly determined to lead that he stormed straight for the boss, without even bothering with the minions below. This colossal blunder could shatter his public image overnight. If word of it ever got out, most strong players now idolize the MC and Righty instead. Suddenly, the prosecutor receives an unexpected special promotion quest. It demands he train 30 Crusaders all the way to level 10. This is his golden ticket to achieving his first awakening. The prosecutor knows he must complete this quest, and fast, since this is the only way he can possibly stay ahead of the other 5-star players. However, he's already tragically lost 6 Crusaders in the last raid, leaving him with only 14, making this task utterly daunting. Still, he is absolutely determined to follow through and become stronger. He decides to immediately start hunting with his guild, to quickly train new Crusaders. He summons everyone, and dramatically declares they will begin hunting tomorrow. Manhwa counters, reminding him they need lot times of people, and precious time to rebuild the station first. She argues that it might not be the ideal moment for them to go hunting. However, the prosecutor firmly insists they must act quickly, to keep pace with the other top players, and be fully prepared for the next inevitable attack. He explains that the MC will personally handle the Evolutionary Society. He'll essentially be their guild's ultimate guardian, a true guard dog. Meanwhile, the prosecutor electrifies his guild with powerful words of motivation, instantly boosting their morale and resolve. Back to our hero, the blindfolded guy connects the MC with a keen information gatherer who's been tirelessly digging into recent events in Sosa and Byomji Guy stations. He reveals an ogre boss was spotted in Sosa, but strangely, there's been no further mention. Since the story's second chapter began, it seems clear that someone is actively trying to suppress this vital information. On the other hand, Byomji Station is completely engulfed in a swirling black fog and swarming with zombies. Sungwoo glances at Hanho, who seems to be deep in a state of enlightened focus. He assures him that the town is secure, with Tai Shang diligently maintaining the safety zone. The MC has already brilliantly conquered the bosses at Yui Island and Sosa. Now, only the formidable boss at Byomji Station remains. A cryptic post regarding the station warns everyone to steer clear due to a mysterious gas. The MC shrewdly suspects this is all a sinister byproduct of the Evolution Society's experiments, specifically involving the potent breath of the abyss. There's a strong possibility that their clandestine lab is hidden somewhere in that very area. He quickly calls out to the blindfolded guy, asking if he can perhaps borrow a helicopter. Elsewhere, in a desperate struggle, we witness players frantically trying to outrun a monstrous horde of zombies. These brave players are defending the last remaining barricade. They unleash a barrage of gunfire, attempting to shoot them down, fiercely protecting their vital shelter. However, their efforts seem to have no serious effect on the relentless, surging zombies. The players grimly realize they must take drastic action to keep the undead menace at bay, otherwise, the shelter will be overrun. They courageously decide to split them up and launch a daring attack. Standing defiantly before the charging zombies, they deliberately provoke the horde. Just as the zombies surge forward, eyes fixed on their prey, Jisoo dramatically enters the scene, obliterating several zombies with one devastating attack. The MC swiftly joins her, his ogre boss by his side, smashing through the zombies. He's activated the bracelet, granting the boss an utterly immense attack power. Other players immediately recognize those iconic skeletons, feeling a rush of relief wash over them. Their Necromancer has finally arrived to lend a hand. Back at their bustling base, the players are still anxiously waiting for the MC and his formidable squad to return. Suddenly, Hanho struts in with a triumphant smile, announcing to everyone, "Your hero has arrived." Yes, he was absolutely referring to himself. By the way, he confidently assures them that absolutely everything has been expertly taken care of by both him and the MC. The dad, however, completely ignores him, bluntly asking if he's the only one who returned. Hanho suddenly adopts a remarkably serious face, declaring that someone absolutely must stay here to protect their precious town, as they never know when the next attack might strike. Meanwhile, the other players can't help but think he's clearly been demoted. He then explains that the safety zone requires a hefty amount of gold for maintenance, so he's thoughtfully brought a mountain of gold to keep their safe haven running smoothly. No problem. He smugly adds that while they might think he was abandoned, oh no, he's got something that will undeniably prove just how much the MC truly adores him. He dramatically opens a bag, and out pops Righty, tied securely with a rope. Bro's totally using him like a Pokemon. After spotting Righty, all the players are absolutely ecstatic, placing far more trust in Righty than in Hanho, naturally. Meanwhile, over at the university hospital, a group of wide-eyed kids peek at the MC from the doorway. They are utterly amazed to see him, declaring him a true symbol of justice and truth. Jisoo glances at the children, who are still captivated by them. She expresses her relief that they managed to arrive just in time to save them all. As she speaks, the MC sharply notices some lingering blood on her face and neck. She calmly tells him that she's quite accustomed to the smell of blood by now, and simply wipes it away with her coat. They've both faced terrifying life-or-death situations, yet surprisingly, haven't really talked much about it. The MC realizes he actually knows very little about her past. He brings up her home, asking if she ever considers returning there. She tells him that her family must be doing perfectly fine, so she has no intention of ever going back. They weren't exactly the best group of people, you see, so she was genuinely happy to escape their grasp. In fact, she feels her life only truly improved after she left, though then the entire world dramatically changed with the apocalypse. Our protagonist's heart softens for her after hearing her tale. Yet, he's also relieved she won't be parting ways with them just yet. Then, out of nowhere, a figure in a pristine white coat slides the door open. He introduces himself as none other than Min Seok Han, and promptly apologizes for keeping them waiting. Turns out, this very man is the leader of their entire area. As Sungwoo reaches out to shake his hand and introduce himself, the leader casually mentions he already knows who Sungwoo is, and he's well aware of Jisoo too, though apparently her nickname isn't exactly flattering. Noticing her utterly baffled expression, he quickly clarifies that the kids around here have really latched onto that name, and offers a sheepish, apologetic smile. She quickly assures him it's completely fine, but she absolutely needs times to know one thing. Just who came up with that nickname. Because whoever it was, they're about to vanish without a trace. After a light-hearted moment discussing their nicknames, the leader then gravely informs them they must leave. He explains the dire situation. Zombies have completely overrun their area for 3 grueling days, and they're rapidly running out of any viable options. When Jisoo questions why they simply don't evacuate, he reveals a local, mysterious quest has them utterly trapped. Everyone in the vicinity received this inescapable quest. If anyone dares to step outside the building's safety, they'll be relentlessly hunted by hordes of zombies. The longer they remain in the open, the more zombies will savagely attack. With half their population being children and elders, a mass escape simply isn't a safe option. Our MC grimly realizes his group has become far too weakened. He'd wanted to help others, but he lacked any concrete, actionable plan. His current group isn't strong enough to tackle this quest. The leader insists they leave before midnight strikes, to avoid getting entangled in their desperate struggles. Sungwoo meets his gaze intently, and instantly realizes the leader is subtly begging for help. Even as he tells them to flee, Sungwoo declares he's perfectly fine with staying right here. After all, they came to help this very station. They express their gratitude for the group's willingness to help. Then, the wife figure hesitantly asks if the two of them would perhaps like to share a room. At that suggestion, Jisoo's face absolutely catches fire, and both immediately demand separate rooms. Later that night, the kids eagerly come to visit, and politely wonder if they can enter the room. Jisoo smiles warmly, inviting them all to come right in. The kids are absolutely thrilled to see the legendary Necromancer. And the powerful red demon, one of the kids bravely asks the MC if he could possibly show them one of his awesome skeletons. Sungwoo, knowing exactly what to do, realizes there's only one skeleton, that he absolutely has to show them. With a flourish, he summons Righty, and all the kids immediately declare him adorable. Later that night, as he lies in his bed, the MC can't stop thinking about the radiant smiles on those kids' faces. He simply can't believe that such pure joy and innocence can still exist in this chaotic world. Suddenly, he receives a new quest. Death comes for the city. This ominous quest gives him a stark choice. Try to escape death, or bravely face it head-on. No matter what he chooses, death will relentlessly follow him. It's the quest about the zombies, and it warns that they'll start hunting him down the moment he steps outside. But then, the quest's difficulty suddenly skyrockets. Why? Because the system has just detected a formidable player above level 15 inches the immediate area. The MC immediately springs out of bed, adrenaline surging. At that very moment, Jisoo bursts into the room and urgently tells him that something terrifying is sweeping across the entire city. With her incredibly sharp senses, she can feel chilling vibrations coming from right outside their building. It seems they are completely surrounded by hordes of zombies. A new, alarming notification warns them that the zombies will now relentlessly hunt down all-time survivors, whether they're hiding inside or brave enough to be outside. Minsok rushes over to the MC and tells him this has never, ever happened before. Normally, the zombies only hunt in the open. Sungwoo grimly explains that the quest's difficulty level has suddenly spiked, thanks to the presence of more powerful players. It's as if the system is maliciously toying with them. He immediately begins summoning his formidable minions, and tells them it's high time to fight back hard, against the very system itself. The leader then suggests sending all the non-combatants to the rooftop, for their safety. They can handle the zombies, no problem. But he knows that if the terrifying ghouls show up, they will be in incredibly deep trouble. Originally, you see, these ghouls are an entirely different, even more terrifying kind of man-eating monster. But in this world, things are a little different. They're actually a much higher class of undead, far more dangerous than your average zombies. Suddenly, the leader's kids rush right up to him. He immediately demands to know what they're doing here, as they were supposed to be safe on the roof. The terrified kids burst into tears, asking if the zombies are going to eat them. The guy fiercely assures them that he'll protect them, and reminds them they have the powerful Necromancer with them. There's absolutely no need to worry. The kids bravely wish them good luck as they leave. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the ground floor are having serious trouble keeping the relentless zombies outside. They desperately try to build a huge barricade, scraping together chairs and tables, but it's clear it won't be enough to stop them. The leader, observing the chaos, guesses there must be well over 200 zombies. In that terrifying swarm, the MC quickly realizes the space is too narrow to use some of his most devastating abilities. He tells them all to get out, shouting that it's harder to fight in a confined space like this. The leader trusts his judgment, and they all prepare to move outside. Suddenly, the zombies crash through the glass and start swarming in. He can't even use his powerful corpse explosions on them, since they aren't considered dead corpses. Instead, he summons his beast skeleton minions and equips them with sturdy shields for a strong defensive synergy. The undead receive a 30% stat decrease debuff. Due to this powerful synergy, the zombies can turn other players into undead zombies through their wounds, but his minions are completely immune. Together, his minions manage to hold the surging zombie horde back with their unyielding shields. The leader fights off zombies, skillfully using his special skill, Pressure of Valor, and cuts through even more with his devastating Tornado Blade attack. The MC notices how skillfully he fights and thinks he might be at least a 4-star knight. He commands his shielded minions to retreat, then explodes some dead zombies to violently clear the entrance. He soon realizes he needs to be much more careful, especially since there are kids inside. If he continues using his powerful explosion skill, this could cause catastrophic damage and level the entire building. Meanwhile, an army of zombies masses just outside. This escalating threat leaves the group feeling increasingly cornered. Determined, they surge outside, craving the open space needed for battle. Finally unleashed, the MC is free to deploy his most potent spells. Without hesitation, he summons his magnificent Drake. It immediately plunges into the fray, decimating zombies with ruthless efficiency. The MC quickly instructs Minsock to evacuate the remaining survivors gathered on the roof. Now that the main entrance is finally clear, he reveals there are 2 buses waiting in the underground parking, prepped for immediate evacuation. But then, the MC suddenly gets a terrifying notification. His summoned minion has been utterly annihilated. While he excels at managing hordes of enemies, this overwhelming number proves to be simply too great. He resolves to save his crucial Death's Responsibility and his devastating Grim Reaper's scythe skills for later, as he has no idea what monstrous threat awaits them next. He spins around, telling Jisoo with a grin, "It's your turn." She had been eagerly anticipating those very words. She swiftly dons her special purifying face mask, masterfully crafted and sewn by Mr. Kim himself. Then, she explodes into action, flawlessly cutting down zombies. The MC watches her dominate, observing her incredible prowess in the thick of close-quarters combat. Soon, the buses roll up, and survivors frantically begin boarding. Just as they breathe a sigh of relief, a new alert flashes. It's the ghouls. They're being drawn directly to the scent of the living survivors. Minsock urgently warns the MC that these ghouls are terrifyingly stronger than mere zombies. They're also incredibly swift, and disturbingly, they specifically target children. They absolutely must protect the kids at all costs. He recounts a painful memory. In the past, one ghoul smashed his car window and snatched his youngest son away. Sung-woo gently pats him on the shoulder and solemnly promises that it won't happen again this time. With renewed resolve, they begin to move the buses, their Drake and an army of skeleton minions flanking them, fiercely defending them every step of the way. The convoy progresses slowly, strategically keeping the precious buses shielded in the center. Sung-woo knows one thing for sure. The only way out of this desperate mess is to somehow complete their quest. However, the area around them has fallen eerily, suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, they stumble upon a scattering of fresh, dead bodies, and the chilling realization dawns. They times were attacked too. As they are walking, Jisoo quietly reveals to the MC that something is following them. The other players immediately start to panic, terrified it might be the ghouls they've been dreading. Suddenly, a ghoul ambushes them. Jisoo attempts to warn the player, but it's already too late. The ghoul swiftly kills him, then darts straight for the bus. She expertly cuts it down with her sword. Just before it can reach the children's bus, the MC quickly realizes just how incredibly fast they are, as only Jisoo could react to their sudden ambush. Then, even more ghouls start to appear, along with a swarm of grotesque zombies. Minsock's eyes are fixed wide open as he stares at the terrifying monsters before them. He then asks Sung-woo, "Do the players keep their consciousness after you turn them into skeletons?" The MC instantly realizes that Minsock wants him to turn his own corpse into a skeleton, should he fall in battle. As the leader prepares to ask for a favor, the ghouls launch their fierce attack. They all rush forward, desperate to save the children, as they're clearly the ghouls' primary target. Even with the mighty Drake fighting beside him, the MC struggles to deal with the relentless ghouls, due to their quick, unpredictable movements. Some ghouls manage to leap onto the bus roof, but the fierce werebeast skeletons swiftly take them down. The ghouls retaliate fiercely, beginning to tear apart the skeletons. Minsok furiously attacks one of the ghouls, unleashing a spell, but gets too distracted, and another ghoul sneaks up behind him. He barely manages to block its attack with his shield. Meanwhile, the MC resurrects one of the fallen ghouls, instantly turning it into his loyal minion. He's incredibly impressed by their rapid regenerative abilities. He tells the leader he'll take command from here, then dramatically summons the Reaper's scythe. He had hoped to save it for a later moment, but the situation was growing increasingly dire. With the full power of the Lich King, he begins converting all the ghouls into his own minions. He notices that Minsok is actually a surprisingly skilled fighter. All of his attacks seem perfectly calculated, as he consistently lands hits on the enemies, targeting the weakest points of their bodies. While his technique isn't quite as refined, he remarkably stands on par with the Prosecutor. In terms of raw combat abilities, together with Sung Woo's Drake and Ogre boss, they've valiantly managed to hold back the relentless horde. Our MC realizes that the only reason they're able to fight back so fiercely is the burning desire to protect their beloved families. He knows, deep down, he needs to grow even stronger. Yet, even with all this manpower, one of the monstrous ghouls manages to make it inside the bus. It immediately goes for Minsok's wife and kids. A brave old man tries to defend them, but the ghoul stabs him, instantly taking his life. Minsok desperately tries to use his Wall of Bravery spell, but it's tragically on cooldown. He doesn't want to lose anyone else now, so he charges at the ghoul with all his might, and pushes it right off the stairs. He manages to kill the ghoul, but gets badly wounded in the process. Sung Woo turns back to get a potion for him, but Minsok stops him, saying it's already too late. With his very last breath, he asks the MC to protect his family. He even tells him to use his body and turn it into one of his powerful minions. Hearing this, the MC receives an exclusive quest. Minsok died heroically on the battlefield without fulfilling his sacred duty. The MC can now command his body, but in return, he has to grant his dying wish and take care of his family. Doing so will earn him the knight's unwavering loyalty. He also has the option to dismiss the quest and leave the man to die. The MC feels utterly frustrated with the system because it's giving him a quest eerily similar to the one he received when the professor tragically died on campus. Left with absolutely no other option, he decides to fulfill his final request. Minsok suddenly finds himself floating in empty space. He wonders if he's truly in the afterlife. A Grim Reaper appears right in front of him and tells him that he isn't in the afterlife yet. The man feels a dreadful pang, realizing he won't be able to see his family again. All he ever wanted was to protect them, but the world cruelly snatched everything he held dear. The Grim Reaper then reveals a shocking truth. The MC is transforming him into one of the undead, and times will now protect Minsok's beloved family. He urges Minsok to embrace his death and release all memories, for it's finally time for his weary soul to find rest. A devastated Minsok, his heart torn asunder, pleads with the Reaper to let him cling to his precious memories, driven by his fierce desire to keep protecting his family. The Reaper assures him that someone far more powerful will now safeguard his family in his stead. Yet, Minsok declares he is far from ready to depart, as he remains the steadfast head of his family, and protecting them is his sacred, unwavering duty. The Grim Reaper, moved by his resolve, grants his fervent wish, and transforms him into an imposing skeleton knight. With every single memory brilliantly preserved, Sung Woo receives an urgent message, a notification confirming he successfully revived Minsok as a formidable death knight, and to his utter astonishment, Minsok retained his memories. This makes him one of the most truly unique undead beings the MC has ever had the privilege to encounter. He's bursting with questions, eager to understand more, but hordes of ghouls still demand their immediate attention. So, without hesitation, they plunge back into the fierce battle. As the brutal skirmish rages on, Jisoo cleaves through the ghouls with her blazing flaming sword. Suddenly, another player urgently calls out to her, exclaiming that they desperately need assistance to keep the ravenous ghouls away from the vulnerable buses. With a jolt, she realizes they've ventured far too deep into the enemy's swirling ranks. As she races frantically back towards the bus, a relentless tide of ghouls and zombies begins to encircle her. Just then, a ghoul slithers inside the bus, making a beeline to attack the wife. But Minsok, in a flash, cleaves it cleanly in half. He senses the ghouls recoiling, clearly terrified of his presence. For he is the apex predator, the most powerful type of undead. He can even feel the primal fear radiating from the other skeletons. He relentlessly continues his assault, slaughtering ghouls left and right, and dismisses them all as mere weaklings. The other players watch him in awe, utterly spellbound and impressed. They can't even begin to compare him to the common skeletons, for his raw power is simply overwhelming to behold. Noticing a few ghouls attempting to flee the carnage, he swiftly unleashes a spell to ensnare them all. Sungwoo grins, realizing he made an absolutely brilliant decision. By throwing Minsok straight into the fray against these ghouls, Minsok, however, finds himself feeling oddly incomplete without his shield, and considers seeking one out. Meanwhile, our hero checks his stats. Minsok currently stands at an impressive level 12, and proudly wields the power of a Death Knight. He commands 2 powerful spells at his disposal, one that can unleash spectral chains to bind his foes, while the other grants him the coveted power of lifesteal. Suddenly, Jisoo approaches our protagonist, announcing they've successfully wiped out every last ghoul. But then she spots him with the Death Knight and queries, "Sungwoo, what times is that?" Sungwoo, flustered, promises to explain everything later. Finally, they decide it's time for a much-needed break, but our hero knows they must reach Byomju Station without delay. Their enemies have toyed with them for too long, and now, it's their turn to strike back. As they finally arrive at the station, they immediately notice the black smoke has grown even thicker. Sungwoo then turns to Minsok, asking if he's ready to tell his family what transpired. But Minsok, hesitant, admits he's simply not ready yet. He then reminds Sungwoo that far more urgent matters demand their attention. As they press onward, they suddenly see Jisoo scrambling back towards them. She's coughing violently and gasps that her mask is utterly useless against the suffocating smoke ahead. Sungwoo grimly realizes he cannot bring her any further. With him into the perilous depths, he forges onward with the formidable Death Knight and Righty, as none of them are harmed by the choking smoke. The interior of the facility is eerily silent, and he sees no one guarding its depths. He quickly deduces that regular guards simply couldn't endure this place, due to the pervasive smoke. But he still can't fathom how they're managing to keep the formidable raid bosses securely in captivity. He speculates they must have utilized some potent magic to seal them away without outright killing them. The Death Knight urges him to pick up the pace, stressing they need to finish this quest as swiftly as possible. Sungwoo glances at him and asks if he's concerned for his family's safety. He reassures him that Jisoo is diligently watching over them. He also explains he needs to bide his time until midnight, as his Reaper's Scythe skill remains on cooldown. Our heroes are currently making their way deep inside the enemy's secret base. He knows things could get seriously ugly. As they venture further down, they stumble upon a note from the Ministry of Interior and Safety's Emergency Action Committee. The Death Knight immediately recognizes it as the government's official symbol and wonders if this shadowy group works for them. Our main character is utterly surprised to learn they might be affiliated with the very government. This only makes him trust the government even less. They press on, delving deeper inside, when suddenly, an alarming notification pops up. It's about the terrifying appearance of the Ghoul King, the raid boss. The Death Knight immediately notices that its arms and legs are already brutally severed. Next, a dire warning about an abyss rupture forming in the area, causing portals to rip open and unleash an endless flood of ravenous zombies. Sungwoo finally, figures out where all these zombies are pouring from. But as they both stand there, wondering who could possibly be behind all this, a voice suddenly cuts through the chaos from behind. It's the doctor, and he's brought company. He reveals they started spreading the gas as soon as the quest level dramatically increased, leading their test subject straight to them. He tells him they don't have to fight, as he has an intriguing proposal for him. He points out Sungwoo possesses a class related to death, while times he in turn studies death. Our MC, baffled, asks what exactly he means by studying death. The doctor then elaborates, explaining that he studies the mysterious energy of the abyss, all as part of a grand test for human evolution. He passionately believes they must break free from humanity's current shell and truly transcend themselves. Suddenly, our MC realizes that it's all connected. The doctor further explains that by capturing the Ghoul King and relentlessly experimenting with death itself, they're gaining crucial insight into a so-called happy ending, predetermined by the system. This startling revelation means the Evolutionary Society also has access to a prophecy stone. The doctor then asks him to join their grand cause, promising it will benefit him too, but our MC rejects his twisted proposal without a second thought. He confronts him, questioning if he's truly prepared to become nothing more than a pawn in their cruel game. and begin serving at his beck and call. He's utterly sickened by their monstrous human experiments and the deployment of their deadly toxic gas. He declares they have no true interest in any pretense of a greater good, but are simply sacrificing everyone else for their own gain. The doctor lets out a weary sigh, remarking that he could have introduced him personally to the magnificent world of cutting-edge science if this were the true world they inhabited. However, that's simply not the case, and seeing they can't persuade him, the doctor orders one of his men to unleash the ghoul. King Sung-woo shouts a warning, telling him not to dare, and instantly orders his minions to attack. Before the skeletons can even reach the unsuspecting guy, he finishes his pose, activating his powerful holy power spell. This causes the MC's skeletons to instantly lose 60% of their stats. The MC instantly recognizes this, noting its similarity to Hanho's powers, and fully comprehends that they are all priests. Their holy power proves a potent counter to his undead army, so he quickly tries to use his crossbow, aiming for the group. His arrows, however, stop dead before they can even reach them. The girl on the enemy team deftly uses her telekinesis, sending them hurtling straight back. He quickly manages to craft a shield, just in the nick of time to block the incoming arrows. The Death Knight charges forward relentlessly, but the guy named Shang-guk swiftly intervenes, unleashing his devastating holy pressure spell. It smashes his shield to pieces and hurls him into a room. The girl quickly tells him to be extremely careful, since her critical test tank is located within that room. Hearing this, the Death Knight quickly looks around, and immediately notices a kid's shoe in one of the large tanks, horrifyingly filled with countless people. Utterly enraged by the sight of his kid in the tank, the Death Knight immediately retaliates by using his chains, brutally strangling 2 of them to death. He fiercely declares that they have no right to live. The group attempts to use their holy power, trying to melt him, but Sung-woo quickly crafts powerful armor around him. This immediately activates a unique teamwork synergy that completely protects him from all debuffs. The entire group instantly panics, as they realize their powerful spells aren't working on the Death Knight. He is still taking damage, but he isn't getting knocked back by their potent spell. With their holy powers now completely disrupted, the Death Knight absolutely demolishes them. Meanwhile, the MC's loyal ghouls are busy cleaning up the remaining enemies. The girl scientist is utterly stunned by their defeat, confident they should have had the upper hand, all according to her intricate calculations. The Death Knight strides purposefully towards her, demanding if she controls that monstrous tank. She desperately tries to ward him off, but nothing works as he relentlessly advances. He confronts her, questioning why she used his child for her twisted experiments. Finally, he closes the distance, ending her with a single, brutal slash. This earns the MC a hefty 12,000 gold. Witnessing the fall of all his allies, the doctor decides to play his desperate final card. In a desperate bid for escape, he unleashes a bizarre, monstrous tree creature, which immediately ensnares the Death Knight. And rightly so. Sung-woo knows he must take him down instantly, unsure what other tricks this man might possess. He activates his powerful Lich King spell, savagely slashing through all the roots. The doctor hurls a blinding flash grenade, but the MC remains completely unfazed by the light. He then plunges his Grim Reaper scythe into the doctor. As he bleeds out, the doctor remarks that he picked a good card, one that lets him survive quite well on his own. However, he can't say the same for his doomed teammates. He then shockingly reveals that he's unleashed an entire army of zombies and ghouls. Outside, the Death Knight is absolutely furious upon hearing this, and yearns to finish him off with extreme prejudice. The dying man begins to babble about crafting new weapons from the system itself. Simultaneously, the Ghoul King starts to regenerate. The doctor erupts into maniacal laughter, questioning if they're still willing to fight, after losing everyone around them. Hearing this, Sung-woo immediately orders the Death Knight to finish him off. Min-sok brutally severs his head with a single slash. As he perishes, they receive a critical system notification, revealing this was merely a clone of the real-time's doctor. The MC frantically pulls out his phone and immediately checks the community forum. The 5th spot in the rankings just went blank, confirming it was a clone of the true time's doctor. They realize he still has 5 more clones lurking among the top 20 players alone. Their group has absolutely exploded in size, all thanks to his brilliant use of clones. This incredible strategy lets them chase the same objective simultaneously across multiple areas. But as Sung-woo drifts into thought, the Death Knight sharply snaps him back to reality, reminding him forcefully that they've got a much bigger problem on their hands. The menacing Ghoul King, lurking just outside. Jisoo has just pulverized a massive wave of zombies and ghouls, aided by the formidable Wandering Drake and Ogre champion. The players cautiously wonder if the nightmare is finally over, but she keenly senses even more monsters rapidly approaching. Panic begins to ripple through them upon hearing of more zombies, especially since they've already annihilated countless hordes. Jisoo, however, knows she absolutely cannot afford to lose a single one of them, not when the MC specifically entrusted her with the ultimate safety of everyone outside. Even though he might be leagues ahead of her in raw power, she's relentlessly striving to close that gap. With unwavering courage, she fearlessly charges straight into the heart of the horde. Meanwhile, the skeletons are continuously dropping left and right, because the MC isn't currently here to revive their fallen forms. But suddenly, a recently fallen minion is miraculously resurrected. Jisoo witnesses this incredible sight and immediately thinks the MC must have activated his powerful lich skill. Seizing this electrifying opportunity, she aggressively pushes back the encroaching zombies. The players excitedly shout, calling her Sung Woo's girlfriend, praising her as incredibly strong and formidable. One player even goes so far as to declare them the strongest, most unstoppable couple in all of Korea. Jisoo can't help but feel a sudden flush of shyness hearing all these exclamations. Undeterred, she continues, annihilating all the remaining zombies and ghouls completely by herself. Some players then notice ghouls menacingly moving towards the buses. They've actually managed to breach their defenses and are attempting to reach the innocent children. Just as these terrifying creatures are mere steps from the buses, the formidable Death Knight dramatically intervenes, expertly chaining and utterly defeating the ghouls. He then confidently strides inside to check on his beloved kids, asking them if they're all right and unharmed. They instantly recognize his distinct voice, then eagerly ask why he's suddenly turned into a skeleton. He hesitates for a fleeting moment, then gently tells them that the powerful Necromancer transformed him into this very skeleton. The kids' eyes light up with pure excitement upon hearing this, and they enthusiastically declare that they also want to transform into. My very skeletons look up to the MC, hailing him as the ultimate symbol of justice. Right then, our MC reunites with Jisoo, a critical encounter. He reassures her, admitting he wasn't worried about the escalating situation outside, knowing she had everything perfectly under control. He compassionately notes that she must be utterly exhausted from bravely battling all those relentless monsters. She meets his gaze, retorting that he must be equally weary, having just faced off against the formidable Ghoul King. Hearing this, even the stoic Death Knight is momentarily surprised, and our MC flashes back to the actual fight. In reality, there was barely any fight with the Ghoul King at all. The boss was simply too grievously injured and utterly exhausted to put up a struggle, falling without even landing a single attack. However, eager to impress Jisoo, he dramatically recounts it as a brutal, grueling battle. Just then, a brand new notification dramatically pops up, informing them that Chapter 2 of the main story has concluded unexpectedly. The game is now set to receive a crucial balance patch. The system heartily congratulates all players for surviving this far, and proudly lists the players' incredible achievements. In raid boss kills, Gangso Khan leads the pack with an impressive 4 boss kills, while Sungwoo secures second place with a solid 3 kills. The system commends them for their outstanding achievements, and dramatically reveals that the average level in the Korean server is now astonishingly the 4th highest worldwide. For this incredible achievement, a hidden chapter will be unlocked for the remaining time limit. But then, a chilling warning message also flashes across their screens. Massive monster armies, led by powerful, formidable warlords, will soon appear across the entire Korean server. And this terrifying event will rage on until all the warlords are decisively defeated. The Death Knight, ever the strategist, grimly realizes that it's not actually better to complete the quest sooner. Sung-woo, however, remains hopeful they'll figure it out along the way. He knows the game has an ending, having glimpsed it through the mystical prophecy stone. This new event is simply another thrilling path to reach that ultimate end. That he ponders, is the system trying to challenge a necromancer to a large-scale battle? Because if that truly happens, he will utterly crush everyone in his path. He turns back to his loyal allies, a confident smile spreading across his face, and declares that it's time for them to move out. With the quest officially over, meanwhile, back at the struggling shelter, Hanho is absolutely not amused by these relentless notifications. As he brutally dispatches the incoming minions, one after another, he declares, with an edge in his voice, "This system is clearly rigged, trying to wipe out every single Korean." But as the goblins start to relentlessly pile up around him, he makes the strategic decision to fall back into the shelter. Inside, They all brace themselves for the inevitable onslaught. As a horde of goblins relentlessly batters their protective shield, the shield takes heavy damage, prompting his dad to question, "Why did you run? You claimed you could effortlessly take down 1,000 goblins by yourself!" He reminded him of his bold, confident boasts just moments ago. Hanho's face contorts into a deeply frustrated expression, and he tells his dad he only retreated because of the others. In truth, he couldn't stand the putrid, overwhelming stench of the goblins. As they stand their ground, anticipating the worst, the relentless goblins continue to chip away at their last defense. Kyung-soo shouts, ordering everyone to prepare for a desperate battle, and sternly instructs them all to hold their critical formation. They can no longer simply rely on the MC. This is a team effort now. With the shield groaning under the goblins' ceaseless assault, Hanho, in a surprisingly emotional moment, thanks his dad for absolutely everything he has ever done for him. His dad, believing this is their final stand, starts to tear up. Wiping away his tears, he chokes out, "Then we'll face death together, my son, side by side." Hanho stares back at him with an utterly baffled expression, and calmly tells his dad, "No one here is going to die today. These pathetic goblins are absolutely no threat to me." He hurls his dagger, expertly skewering one of the approaching beasts. The moment the goblins finally breach the shelter wall, with his formidable force field now fully activated and shimmering, he lets out a manic, wild laugh, and charges headfirst into the goblin horde. He's dead set on becoming an absolute legend among all the players. Our bro literally transforms into Superman right before our eyes, and single-handedly takes on the entire, overwhelming army of goblins. By himself, he gets just a times little times two carried away, and begins to proudly consider himself the undisputed biggest badass across all of Korea. As the goblins desperately attempt to encircle him, he unleashes a devastating spinning attack, sending them all flying. Lieutenant Kim watches his incredible fight, clearly impressed by his prowess. But his dad, on the other hand, is absolutely not feeling the same way. He's utterly mortified to see his son fighting with such demonic ferocity. I mean, honestly, his dad isn't wrong about this one. Our man literally looks like a horrifying, unstoppable monster. As he mercilessly sends the screeching goblins straight to hell, suddenly, he spots Righty joining the fray, offering crucial assistance. Then, out of nowhere, the MC himself bursts onto the scene, riding his mighty Drake. Hanho's face lights up with sheer excitement at their arrival, but that excitement abruptly fizzles out. As his eyes land on the formidable Death Knight, he suspects this knight might just steal his team position. Back at their base, the team discusses the overwhelming challenges. Ever since the new chapter of Chaos began, the once safe zones have drastically weakened, as the monsters grow exponentially stronger, and survivor groups across the country are desperately struggling. The Liberation Guild, too, battles thousands of ferocious orcs. Kyung-soo reminds the MC that his presence is still vital. Sung-woo wholeheartedly agrees with him, and argues they absolutely must lend their aid, for these are the only true allies they currently have. An attack by the Evolution Society right now would be disastrous. However, it seems they might be grappling with monsters themselves. Just then, Lieutenant Kim arrives, bringing vital news that they've successfully located the primary goblin base. He estimates the main goblin base is firmly established on Mount Paludal, as the core of the goblin infestation directly aligns with this treacherous mountain, while other regions grapple with far more formidable monsters. Like the relentless orcs, their town only has goblins to confront, young Dongpo, and other regions are forced to battle far tougher monsters, such as the fearsome red orcs. He also estimates a staggering 3,000 monsters are poised to attack. Kim suggests a strategy of extreme caution, unless defeating these monsters is absolutely urgent. However, Sung-woo quickly counters, informing the group that their goal isn't simply about securing a win, but to ascertain just how much gold and experience they can amass from fiercely battling these goblins. Jang-soo is absolutely thrilled by this idea, but he's perplexed about how they'll possibly hunt all those monsters. Sung-woo then points directly at them, and emphatically states that they will be the ones to crush these monsters, and most certainly not him. He intends for them to seize this chance to massively level up. Under the cloak of night, 2 goblins guard a mountain factory. The MC expertly sneaks up on them, and dispatches them instantly. Without a sound, he's uncovered a vital piece of intel. Their leaders are all congregating inside the very same factory. This revelation significantly simplifies his mission, since he won't be forced to confront them individually. Even the most feeble goblins become truly dangerous when powerfully led by a fierce warlord. The MC, now intends to strategically eliminate their leaders, to utterly disrupt their coordination, allowing his teammates to flawlessly finish them off. With a commanding roar, he summons the ogre champion, who then unleashes a devastating assault upon the warehouse, wiping out every single goblin leader in one fell swoop. But wait, a goblin lord miraculously survives and lunges to attack. The Death Knight then turns to the MC, confessing he hasn't encountered a goblin lord in ages. Eagerly, he asks for the honor of delivering the final blow. Sung Woo, with a swift flick of his Reaper's scythe, gives him the enthusiastic green light. The goblin warlord is swiftly, decisively vanquished by the Death Knight. Our MC then performs a chilling feat, reviving the fallen goblins, transforming them into a fearsome army of his own. Meanwhile, back in town, the players frantically set up a barricade. Kyung-soo reassures them these goblins are mere stragglers, leaderless and utterly disorganized. As they fight, the players quickly realize these goblins are falling far too easily. This unexpected ease fuels their confidence, and they begin to clear them out with renewed vigor. Unbeknownst to them, the goblins are reeling under multiple debuffs, weakened significantly since losing their commanders. This catastrophic loss has left them utterly feeble. Our brilliant MC desires everyone in his town to power up and increase their levels. Most of the town's inhabitants are still weak, placing an even greater burden on their struggling community. Even with everyone giving their absolute best, the world's difficulty level is relentlessly rising. This is precisely why the MC sent Hanho back to town. He firmly believes that even the weakest, or sickest players, possess the potential to grow stronger. Some are even selflessly helping kids and the elderly level up, uniting the entire community, bringing them closer to survival. A young kid even manages to bravely slay a goblin, eventually tearing up from the sheer relief. Finally, they completely crush the goblin army, and Sung Woo receives a triumphant notification for being the primary contributor to this epic battle. Every player is handsomely rewarded with bonus gold based on their efforts. Sung Woo observes the scene from his rooftop, a quiet observer. He muses that fighting alone is still easier for him, but admits he doesn't dislike this new situation either. The very next day, he sternly informs Kyung-soo he expects everyone's level to hit at least 8. By the time he makes his grand return, he firmly explains he can't stay and protect them forever. Everyone must fight hard and learn to look after themselves. But just then, Hanho drops the bomb. The helicopter is finally here. He only had a temporary agreement with the Liberation Guild, but he's still stepping up to help them out. The next morning, as catastrophe looms, buses packed with crusaders rumble into formation. The prosecutor leans in, questioning his scout about the sheer number of monsters that have appeared. The scout tells him to hold on a moment, assuring him they'll soon hit the northern boundary. He deploys a magical drone, sweeping the area, estimating a massive 200 trolls are on the move. He tries to get a clearer view, but a sharp-eyed troll spots the drone and smashes it to bits with a hurled rock. Manhwa urgently suggests they destroy the bridge, as thousands of orcs are also pouring in from Gimpo. There's no way they can face both armies simultaneously. However, the prosecutor insists on taking on the trolls first, aiming to power up his crusaders. He knows it's a huge gamble, but he must train his crusaders to hit level 10. To finally complete his exclusive quest, he understands the immense risk involved, yet he sees no other path forward to bridge the massive gap between himself and the MC. Manhwa, despite her concerns, follows his order and begins summoning every available guard, leaving only the bare minimum behind. Back at the station, the blindfolded guy bursts in, delivering a vital update to the group. The MC's helicopter is nearly on top of them. Manhwa breathes a sigh of relief at his imminent arrival, thinking they can finally face the orcs and trolls by combining all their forces. However, the blindfolded guy relays the MC's message. The MC has given specific instructions to meet him at the orc army's location. Manhwa is utterly baffled, asking if he even informed the MC about the chaos unfolding there. He casually replies that the MC just wants to collect some bones. As the helicopter hovers ominously overhead, Sung Woo unleashes his minions from the sky. They leap down, tearing through the trolls with breathtaking ease. Now, in addition to his Drake and Orc boss, the MC also commands the terrifying Ghoul King. Both the blindfolded guy and the prosecutor gape in utter shock, as Sung Woo's army makes the massive trolls look like nothing but a swarming pile of ants. He continues his relentless slaughter of the trolls, and transforming them into his loyal skeletons. The prosecutor can only wonder if he will ever manage to surpass him. After his own powerful awakening, from afar, players from other factions keenly watch, wondering if the Liberation Guild actually called upon the Necromancer for his help. Every thrilling second of this has been live streamed. The MC's group snags yet another incredible achievement for commanding over 20 colossal minions. This powerful bonus slashes the damage they take from smaller and medium-sized enemies by a whopping 30%. As they fiercely clear through the normal trolls, the colossal troll warlord finally makes his menacing appearance. The group watches in awe as the orc charges headfirst into the MC's army. They question if he can truly handle such a truly powerful opponent. However, Sung Woo's formidable ogre champion and his other mighty minions quickly overpower the troll chief. The troll warlord has no chance to fight back at all and appears utterly and completely overwhelmed. The massive troll boss finally perishes after taking a brutal final hit from the Death Knight. Sung Woo then revives the troll chief, adding him to his ever-growing, terrifying army. He then asks the group to move quickly, as they have to meet the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanks the MC for his crucial help. He confesses he wanted to use him to buy time and get stronger, but it's clear now that he is even more incredibly powerful than the last time he saw him. He explains to him that a massive orc army is on its way, with only one bridge for them to cross. He's eager to prove his strength in this upcoming colossal battle. They have meticulously sealed off all other entry points, using powerful items and clever techniques. The prosecutor knows that the whole Korean server will be watching this monumental battle. He absolutely cannot afford to appear weak this time, otherwise it will be completely over for him. He knows that he simply has to prove himself, so he boldly decides to take the lead. As electrifying news about the MC spreads across online forums, countless people eagerly clamor to join the raid. They firmly believe that he is the undeniable future, and are desperate to help him in any way they can. Meanwhile, the Liberation Guild is now fiercely struggling to maintain its reputation, as players in other, smaller guilds are gleefully spreading the news about his achievements online. One of their informants drops a crucial tip, revealing that a massive group of survivors has eagerly offered to join their upcoming raid. With roughly 200 individuals in their ranks, 5 buses are already making their way here. Manhwa immediately decides to let this new group join them, as she plans to strategically bring them over to their side. They'll assemble a formidable army for the raid, aiming to persuade them to collaborate with their guild. She then strides confidently into the meeting room. The prosecutor requests she brief everyone on the critical mission details. She reveals that their guild has already blocked off most of the bridge, meticulously monitoring the orcs using magic drones. Sung Woo can't help but notice that all the commanders are intensely staring at him. Even Manhwa acknowledges him as the strongest among them all. Without a doubt, all eyes are now fixated on his next move. Suddenly, a crusader bursts in, announcing the unexpected arrival of a survivor from the west. He dramatically reveals that a woman flew here on a strange beast. Sung Woo ponders to himself, puzzled, remembering that they've only been able to use helicopters because of the perilous wyverns. He can't help but wonder what kind of beast she could be riding. The prosecutor rises, suggesting they all hear what this new survivor has to say, before continuing with their critical meeting. When they finally meet her face to face, the MC discovers she's riding a magnificent griffin. She quickly reassures them her griffin won't harm a soul. She then urgently asks the prosecutor for help, explaining that a large group of powerful Chinese players recently landed on Ganghwa Island. Sung Woo is utterly shocked upon hearing this news, since he hasn't encountered any players from other servers until now. Jiodong Island is described as a small landmass connected to Ganghwa Island by a narrow strip of land. The girl explains that players on Ganghwa meticulously created a safe zone on Jiodong Island. It was ideal since its small size made it incredibly easy to protect. After bravely clearing out all the monsters, they knew powerful guilds existed on the mainland, just like them, but they intentionally chose to lay low. The MC ponders to himself, finding her explanation to sound perfectly logical. Monsters and looters had completely overrun the mainland, thus it was probably safer for them to stay on their small island. It also served to encourage the island's inhabitants to coordinate and truly work together. The girl further explains that pirates had landed on their island just a few hours ago, sailing in by the dozens on fishing boats. The island's players valiantly attempted to fight them back, but tragically, they failed. The prosecutor swiftly inquires about the pirates' numbers. She estimates their ranks at around 1,000, judging by the sheer number of fishing boats, but she fears there could be even more. A wave of worry washes over the leaders, as they nervously consider that this might be a full-scale invasion, launched from the Chinese server. Manhwa, however, quickly assures them it's highly unlikely. These pirates are likely just some low-level players ravenously hunting for easy gold. Sungwoo then warns them that people like that are far more dangerous than any monster, since they specifically attack players during their absolute most vulnerable moments. They swiftly realize they must do something about them, but they also have to contend with the massive orc army. One of the commanders grimly mentions that the pirates could ride swiftly upstream and strike them simultaneously with the orc army. Hearing all of this, the prosecutor wisely suggests that they first focus on defeating the orcs. For now. Because of the orcs, the pirates likely won't dare cross over to the mainland. They will send some scouts to vigilantly monitor the river. The girl, however, sinks into despair as they tell her that they can't possibly go to the island at this crucial moment. Suddenly, Sungwoo raises his hand, proposing a daring new idea. He suggests dispatching a smaller group to swiftly take out the pirates, while the main force bravely faces the orcs. Once the pirates are utterly dealt with, the first group will then rejoin the main force and ambush the orcs from behind. In this way, they'll eliminate the pirate threat and assault the orcs from both sides. He volunteers to single-handedly take on the pirates. The prosecutor stares intently at him and asks, "Can you truly handle it alone?" He confidently replies that his skills. He's not exactly one for shining in large groups, so he'll absolutely thrive when he's on his own. He's also keen to dig deeper into the Chinese players, as he has a gut feeling this won't be their initial interaction with them. Not by a long shot. Our hero predicts the ORC leader will be lurking at the rear, so he'll handle that particular problem personally. Once he's finished tearing through the pirates, he then asks the girl to ride with him to the island, soaring on her griffin to ensure their arrival remains undetected. With a powerful beat of wings, our MC finally takes flight with the girl. She cautions him that they'll have to wait on the shore until nightfall, as the pirates possess colossal birds that act as their nocturnal scouts, constantly patrolling. On the island, we glimpse some pirates lighting a lonely lantern. They're clearly in a sour mood, grumbling, because the expedition team recently denied them access to any of the prisoners. A chilling smirk spreads across one of their faces as he insists their chance will come soon enough. When they launch their invasion of the Korean mainland, the pirates gloat, thrilled they managed to get away from the tumultuous Chinese mainland. Now they can rake in far more gold by plundering towns in these weaker countries. As their chatter continues, one of them suddenly stiffens, hearing a noise. He's a seasoned human hunter, after all, so his senses are supernaturally sharper than the rest. In a terrifying flash, the MC materializes behind them, sword drawn, and slashes through them with effortless, brutal grace. He spares one pirate, leaving him barely alive, because he wants to question him for information later. The Death Knight immediately snaps his spectral chains around him, restraining him, while they swiftly take care of the remaining pirates in the area. The pirate's eyes snap open, jolting awake to a fierce griffin's face. The girl's voice is chillingly calm, as she tells him not to worry, since she'll just feed him to her majestic bird later. Sung Woo leans closer, a dark promise in his tone, revealing he possesses a spell that allows him to plunder the memories of the dead. He offers a grim choice. Either the pirate tells them everything he knows, or he can die. And Sung Woo will just find out anyway. Meanwhile, back at their base, the leader is absolutely furious. When he hears of the sudden disappearance of his pirates, he barks orders, demanding his men find out about any escapees. Simultaneously, he unleashes one of his giant, predatory birds to tirelessly search for the person responsible for all of this. As the colossal bird begins its ominous search, the captain's lips curl into a sinister smile, because he knows they can't possibly hide on this island forever. Suddenly, one of his men delivers the chilling news: the missing men, all found dead. Right there on their ship, the captain's fury ignites as he wonders who had the audacity to dump these bodies. Right on their own turf? When they could have just tossed them into the vast ocean. Is this an open challenge? A deliberate provocation? As they scramble out, the same guy urgently updates the captain. It's not just a single ship carrying this gruesome cargo. He points a trembling finger towards a ship in the far corner, revealing it, too, is packed with bodies inside. Suddenly, that ship erupts in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. The captain and his entire crew are left, utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them. Just then, frantic cries from other people ring out, choking, infected by some sinister black gas. One of the men quickly identifies the terrifying source. It's the very gas dark sorcerers wield. It instantly paralyzes anyone who dares breathe it in. The captain, grim-faced, barks out orders. There could still be more bombs planted across the ships, so they need to get out fast. They all pile into their cars, speeding frantically towards the bridge. The captain receives frantic signals from all over the island. His trusty birds are reporting from every direction. He deduces this is a full-scale assault from the Koreans, clearly aiming to wipe them out completely. He's absolutely furious they were caught so utterly off guard, and that they resorted to biochemical weapons in this fight. He knows they must escape this island at all costs, and establish a new base for their main fleet to make landfall. He has to do this, for the sake of their general. Just as they finally begin their desperate dash across the bridge, a gargantuan minion suddenly lunges to block their path. The captain's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He never anticipated the Korean server would possess such monstrous creatures. These pirates? They hail from the second Chinese server, and because China boasts such a massive population, there are 3 servers in total, just for them. Sung Woo, though, understands the grim truth. These guys are nothing more than the advance guard. Their sole purpose is to establish a base for the main fleet. To land, the captain, enraged, springs from his car and fiercely orders his men to fight. But the moment his men emerge, the MC unleashes his terrifying legion of minions and zombies, and simultaneously, he paralyzes them all with the chilling breath of the abyss. He's expertly encircled them from both sides, leaving no escape. The captain realizes that he can't run, so he uses his bird spell, and summons the birds to fight the zombies. As the birds start attacking the zombies, the other pirates also join in. The MC realizes that these are the birds that the girl was telling him about. However, the birds are no match for his skeleton ghouls, who finish them off in a matter of seconds. Sung Woo then revives the birds and turns them into his minions. The captain knows that the situation is hopeless, so he tries jumping off the bridge and using one of his birds to escape. He knows that the minions won't stand a chance against their main army. However, the MC uses the skeleton birds to take the captain's bird down. He falls down and breaks his back. At the same time, the girl returns to the griffin and informs him that the people on the island have reclaimed their weapons and are fighting back against the pirates. She thanks him for all his help. Meanwhile, the captain wonders who he is. Sung Woo knows that the captain won't tell him anything, so he kills him. This levels him up to 17. He then uses his memory fragments to access his memories. He sees a massive ship that appears to belong to the same group of pirates. A guy standing in the front asks the crew where they should go. Sung Woo wonders if this is the general. He hopes that he won't turn out to be a madman, like the vampires or the scientists. The general tells them that the second server is being run by the elementalist, while the first server is being expanded by the self-proclaimed emperor, who aims to rule the world. He asks his crew for advice on their next move. One of the guys suggests that they can ask for outside help. The emperor immediately slashes his neck and tells everyone that they are aimlessly roaming the sea because they are not powerful and violent enough. He says that they need to devour the mainland. Like a shark hearing this, the MC realizes that the general has lost his mind. With no sane soul ever contemplating an invasion of another country to begin with, their general declares their biggest hurdle now is simply finding more lands to plunder. The mainland is completely stripped bare. Then, a lone soldier, mustering his courage, bravely proposes striking the nearby islands. This daring move would grant them dominion over the seas, ultimately enabling their re-entry onto the mainland via the strategic Korean peninsula. The general immediately greenlights the audacious plan, praising its brilliance and clapping the soldier on the back. He then pivots to his most trusted general, Ji Gong, issuing a new, vital command. Take immediate control of all islands flanking the mainland, and completely secure the entire sea zone. And do it all before the Korean players can even finish clearing out their monsters. Meanwhile, the other times pirate general, equally ruthless, is granted a small, elite unit and a swift light fleet. For this critical mission, the general further instructs him to establish a forward outpost right on the Korean peninsula itself. But there's a catch. They must absolutely avoid provoking the main Korean forces. Every last detail must be set before their arrival. He also vehemently reminds the troops to effectively utilize their pirate synergies and hoard every single piece of gold they can get their hands on. The pirate synergy, a formidable rank 3 group ability, unleashes its power only when 10,000 pirates are assembled. Once activated, it dramatically doubles the gold reaped from slain players and mercilessly causes defeated players to forfeit a whopping 20% of their personal gold. Upon hearing this chilling detail, our boy finally grasps the true, brutal reason behind the pirates' relentless slaughter. Before concluding his ominous briefing, the general grandly reminds everyone of their primary quest, that at the end of all this chaos, a righteous man shall be born. He sneeringly mocks the very idea, stating that their true path isn't that of a righteous man at all, but rather the path of a devil. The memory fragment dissolves, and our boy snaps back to reality, keenly aware that he absolutely cannot trust anyone who dares to claim they serve a greater purpose. After brutally eliminating the pirate general, he levels up dramatically, receiving 5 thrilling new card choices. Among these, he unearths the coveted Death's Response skill card, a powerful upgrade that instantly raises the rank of his main ability. Now, he can summon an astounding 25 masterless zombies, directly from the abyssal depths. A curious female player then asks what his next move will be. Calmly, he declares his next stop is Gimpo, where the real times war rages on. Meanwhile, across a different, chaotic front, human players clash with the ferocious red orcs. True to form, the orcs are absolutely raging with fury, and the squad quickly notices they appear far stronger than any normal orcs they've faced. Sayok then grimly explains that this is merely one of their elite vanguard parties, and shockingly, they've even enslaved trolls. This unbelievable sight leaves the others utterly stunned, since trolls are famously far more powerful than orcs. The sword girl fearlessly charges forward with Righty, cleaving through the trolls as they battle their way toward the orc center. A deadly storm of daggers suddenly flies through the air, unleashed by Hanho as he activates his Giga Chad form. The group battles relentlessly to push back the orc army, and the purple-haired warrior also leaps into the fray, incinerating them with his blazing, flaming sword. But just as he grows a little ×2 times bold, a deadly arrow comes hurtling straight for him. Anseok swiftly snatches it out of the air, saving him and warning him not to get overconfident. Then, he roars and charges into the fray, brutally punching down orcs left and right, bellowing for everyone to protect the mages. The human forces begin to push the orcs back, though the enemy still fights with relentless ferocity, almost seemingly reveling in the very pain of battle. Suddenly, an orc chief bursts through the front lines, but Hanho meets him head-on, undeterred, declaring that he is enjoying this brutal fight too. The steadfast shield-bearer squad holds the front line, while the priest squad deftly supports them from behind, with powerful blessing skills. A fighter suddenly shouts for everyone to look, as colossal trolls are carrying orc shamans on their shoulders. The shamans immediately begin chanting their dark spells, and the shield-bearers desperately yell for the mages to cast a protective barrier. However, they are tragically too late, and several players are struck directly by the magic, leaving them gravely wounded. Just as they think all hope might be lost, the valiant Crusader team dramatically arrives at the scene. They immediately spring into action and start carving through the enemy formation. All the other fighters also gain a renewed ray of hope and immediately decide to support the Crusader squad. Meanwhile, back in the thick of it, the prosecutor can't shake thoughts of his impending awakening. With his power so close, he relentlessly carves through orcs, one by one, his mind set on reaching our protagonist's legendary level. At last, the final soldier in his army surges to level 10, and a thrilling system message erupts right before his eyes. It proudly declares that he has triumphantly completed his exclusive quest. As a mind-blowing reward, he is granted his first stage awakening. The invading orcs abruptly freeze, their relentless attacks ceasing, as a blinding, ethereal light erupts from the prosecutor himself. The radiant glow is so overwhelmingly powerful that even veteran human players must shield their dazzled eyes. This incredible spectacle is thanks to his Holy Warzone skill, which instantly conjures a sacred area, where all healing effects skyrocket by 2% per second, all while showering every player with boosted stats. The prosecutor firmly grasps his newly glowing spear, then commands his forces to charge with renewed vigor. The human soldiers immediately begin to recover, their wounds mending at an accelerated pace under the sacred light. With every loyal warrior standing by his side, our prosecutor feels his long-lost aura surging back. He built this mighty guild for one crucial reason: to provide this world with the steadfast leader it desperately needs. And he passionately believes that this moment marks the monumental first step towards that grand goal. Meanwhile, far across the digital world, in bustling China, a frantic messenger bursts in to report to the fierce Li Wei. He urgently explains that the very bandits who once dared to wage war against them have now fled to the Korean server. This infuriating news sends the girl into a furious rage, declaring she should have wiped them out herself. When she had the golden opportunity, her loyal subordinate attempts to soothe her anger, reassuring her that it was never her fault. Furthermore, their intelligence confirms that the Koreans have already decimated their advance party. Hearing this, Li Wei's eyes gleam with realization. Korea clearly boasts some truly formidable warriors. She grows intensely curious about the legendary individual who halted those savage beasts back on the chaotic battlefield. The prosecutor, victorious, rakes in a massive 3,000 gold after definitively slaying the terrifying orc captain. With the captain finally defeated, he dramatically declares the brutal fight is utterly over. The prosecutor then grimly inquires about the casualties. The blindfolded strategist gravely reports that 3 valiant crusaders and 100 other players tragically perished. Upon hearing this news, the prosecutor still felt a pang of disappointment, because any loss, no matter how small, felt like a defeat. For human players, death is permanent, with no respawn, unlike Si Young-woo's relentless, unyielding army. An Seok warns, his voice strained, that the players are utterly exhausted and desperately need rest, or another battle will crush them. He warns that fatigue will kill them faster than any blade. But before anyone can even begin to recover, the very ground beneath them begins to tremble violently, and another massive orc army surges onto the battlefield. From the very front lines, Hanho shouts, his voice hoarse, that this is the enemy's main force. The players instantly know that this spells absolute disaster, even with the mighty crusaders fighting alongside them. The blindfolded strategist quickly suggests retreating immediately to the tight, narrow streets, where the overwhelming orc numbers would matter far less. But the prosecutor, a conflicted look on his face, hesitates. He knows, with a sinking feeling, that if they retreat now, the orcs will march straight toward Yangdongpo Station, where countless terrified refugees are huddled together. Jisoo nods grimly, agreeing with his assessment, knowing the orcs are always drawn to the most crowded areas. But the mighty leader of the Crusaders refuses to back down, and defiantly stands his ground against the charging orcs. Jisoo quickly tries to calm the panicked players, claiming they still have a hidden strategy to defeat these orcs. Then, suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocks the distance. A dead orc collapses right before a mounted, formidable warrior, its body detonating in a shower of gore, killing nearby enemies. It's our boy, and he has gloriously returned to the battlefield. In the sky above, enormous undead birds soar over the orc army, dropping horrific, explosive corpses from the heavens. Each grotesque body explodes on impact, tearing devastating holes through the dense orc formation. Soon after, the terrifying Death Knight also descends to join the battle. Witnessing this spectacle, the prosecutor comments that they've been fighting with such traditional, outdated methods all this time, while our boy is utilizing utterly modern tactics, like strategic, devastating aerial bombing. Several guilds immediately launch their high-tech magic drones to record every moment as the battle is streamed live across the entire online community forum, watched by literally thousands of captivated viewers. People immediately begin cheering for our boy, hyping him up as the awe-inspiring new Death Knight completely steals the spotlight. The broadcasters, absolutely thrilled by the epic spectacle, watch their subscriber counts skyrocket and their viewer chats explode with unparalleled excitement. The entire internet is absolutely buzzing about the Necromancer, while the Crusaders are practically fading into the background. But just then, a violent banging absolutely rattles the broadcasting room door. Manhwa bursts in, leading her Crusaders team. She immediately demands the streamers put down their weapons and cease the live broadcast at once. Otherwise, she warns, they'll be forcibly shut down. The staff erupts in protest, accusing her of attempting to control the media and suppress the truth. But she fiercely reminds them that UG Island was attacked by terrorists, using intel directly sourced from a live stream. Upon hearing this, the streamers grudgingly agree to cooperate. Still, she clenches her fists tight in frustration, as countless, private channels are already streaming the raid live, and it's truly impossible to stop them all. Soon, everyone will find out that the Necromancer is the one leading this entire fight, including their very enemies. As night falls outside the Liberation Guild camp, Righty sits quietly by the flickering fire, keeping a vigilant watch with other guild members. Meanwhile, inside, our boy lays out their harsh current situation to his friends, who immediately start to panic. They realize they're being hunted from everywhere, by monstrous threats and even ruthless pirates. Jisoo, ever calm, astutely points out that while they've grown powerful within Korea's borders, they still haven't truly grasped the world's immense scale. Korea itself is small, and compared to other powerful regions, its players possess far fewer resources. She's convinced they must relentlessly hunt and level up faster to stand a chance against what's coming. The others readily agree. Since leaving the college campus, their sole objective has been to grow stronger. But because their country is so small, gold and experience don't circulate as freely as in other nations. Our boy realizes that this ongoing war against the orcs is actually a blessing in disguise, as it offers them a golden opportunity to rake in more gold and experience. He knows, deep down, that they'll eventually have to fight other players. He's already discussed this very possibility with the prosecutor himself. Once they've cleared out enough monsters in their server, they'll eventually migrate to other servers and begin battling other players. He can't grasp where this game truly ends, or who their ultimate final boss will be. As night deepens, one of the Crusaders picks up a strange sound outside their camp. His partner insists there's nothing out of the ordinary, but moments later, thick, monstrous roots burst from the ground, spreading wildly through their camp. Jisoo suddenly rushes into the hero's camp, urgently warning him about the imminent threat. But before anyone can even react, a red orc appears from behind and lunges straight at her. She and Righty respond instantly, cutting it down together as the Crusaders raise the alarm, informing everyone that the orcs have infiltrated the camp. Confusion spreads rapidly, as players wonder how they're even getting inside. It isn't long before they notice the shocking truth. The orcs are literally using portals. Their army begins marching relentlessly toward the prosecutor's section of the camp. The prosecutor, enraged by the interruption, activates his ultimate skill and transforms the area into a holy war zone once more. Once again, holy light floods the camp, and every human player receives powerful divine buffs. He zones into his newfound power and feels his level surge. He starts fiercely punching the orcs, alongside his trusty archer friend. The purple-haired mage also joins the fray, unleashing his intense flames to utterly destroy one of the portals. This ignites a spark of hope within Anseok, and he feels his determination swell. Buffed by the prosecutor's formidable aura, the big man follows up with his devastating cross-spear skill, tearing through red orc warriors and destroying another portal. The blindfolded guy reports that 2 portals are already gone, urging everyone to focus on the remaining ones. The prosecutor searches for them, but finds nothing, only to realize that our boy and his loyal undead army have already annihilated the rest. Despite both having reached their first awakening, the sheer difference in their power is absolutely overwhelming. Soon after, they stumble upon a peculiar rock, billowing black smoke. This appears to be the very core responsible for generating those ominous portals. The moment the blindfolded man picks it up, a fiery red warning flashes before his eyes. It cautions him that the object pulsates with immense dark energy, and prolonged contact could lead to his very corruption. Suddenly, a new mission window erupts before all the players. This urgent quest reveals the Orc Lord is deep in a massive, dark, black magic ritual. If they fail to stop him within 30 hours, every single orc will plunge into a demonic state, gaining enormous, terrifying buffs. Our hero recalls that the boss he battled back at the campus was also a dark sorcerer orc. He quickly realizes this upcoming battle might be strikingly similar. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, "This is going to be one heck of a fun battle for me." Just then, the blindfolded man receives an urgent, frantic call from the deputy leader, warning him that wyverns are approaching incredibly fast. Moments later, several monstrous wyverns soar majestically across the sky, beginning to circle ominously above their camp. Iron Fist and the others quickly scramble inside to hide, desperately hoping the wyverns will simply pass them by. After the colossal beasts finally move on, Manhwa turns back to the prosecutor, strongly advising the troops to remain hidden a little longer, as there's a strong chance the wyverns might circle back around. The man knows they truly don't have much time to waste, but there's nothing he can truly do about their current predicament, so he reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, Han-ho nervously asks if they are truly strong enough to take on these wyverns. Jisoo admits they might be able to handle 1 or 2, but certainly not dozens of them. The alpha male and his terrifying pack dominate the Korean skies, and fighting them now would be absolute suicide. The entire camp falls into a tense, chilling silence as the monstrous shadows continue to glide ominously above. Our hero desperately wants to hunt them down, but he still can't devise a truly safe strategy. After what feels like an eternity, the group finally notices that the terrifying monsters have flown away. With a sigh of relief, they cautiously start moving again. Our hero's friend then brings up the dire Gimpo situation, explaining that the entire area is rapidly transforming into a wasteland, chillingly similar to the catastrophe that struck Yuji Island. As they venture just a bit further, the deputy leader delivers urgent news that the orcs are massing at Gimpo Airport. This can only mean they're gearing up for an all-out war. Seeing the growing excitement, our boy warns them to stay vigilant, since it could be another cunning trap. The prosecutor acknowledges this, but they have no time to hesitate. So, he suggests going all in with their main army, and crushing them in one decisive strike. Even though they're up against an army, several times their own size, they simply can't afford to back down, since a devastating, wide-range, black magic spell could be activated, making the orcs terrifyingly stronger. The prosecutor turns to our boy, and suggests kicking off the fight with his corpse. Explosion. Since the enemies are all standing clustered together, he believes it's the perfect opportunity. However, when our hero unleashes his blast, his explosion is instantly blocked by a mysterious force field, conjured by one of their dark sorcerers. Even though they successfully blocked his attack, the orc army still doesn't advance, making him realize they must be waiting for that devastating spell to take full effect. This means our players will be the ones forced to initiate the attack. Before they charge, Manhwa urgently asks if there's any way to minimize their heavy losses, because even if they emerge victorious, it might not truly benefit them in the long run. Hearing this, our boy then asks the prosecutor if he's worried about other lurking enemies. He assures him there's absolutely nothing to fear, and he should just focus on strengthening his own army. The guy asks him what he means, and our boy immediately explains that scattered groups of survivors are gathering everywhere because terrifying new monster armies are invading from multiple directions. The real problem, he explains, isn't merely the monsters. It's that there's no stable organization to protect or lead these survivors. The prosecutor promises that, as long as no truly large-scale threat appears, he will form a powerful alliance to give people a much-needed sense of safety and order. Meanwhile, our hero ponders another pressing concern. The rogue faction targeting Korea is formed by defeated players from a Chinese server. Dangerous remnants indeed. Left unchecked, they could become a truly devastating threat. He believes they must be hunted down before they can grow even stronger. He knows that, sooner or later, they'll face even more formidable forces from abroad. The stronger their own side becomes, the more intense conflict they'll attract. To survive the epic wars ahead, they'll desperately need an organized system, something far grander than their current base in Suwon. The prosecutor also begins his own grand planning, envisioning a nationwide community of survivors. Realizing this would help him grow with his abilities, our hero decides to lend his full support, knowing a unified front will benefit them both immensely. In truth, each man is subtly using the other to achieve his own ambitions. Jisoo, watching from the side, simply feels a wave of relief that the icy tension between them has finally thawed. With their alliance now firmly in place, they pivot their focus directly to the imposing ORC army. Songwoo mentions they desperately need a strategy to minimize their casualties, suggesting a swift sniping attack soon after. The Liberation Guild and the prosecutor's main forces begin marching directly toward the menacing orcs. The players grimly think they're marching straight to their deaths, but Jisoo radiates an unwavering confidence. Before long, the massive ORC army begins its terrifying charge forward. The prosecutor quickly commands his troops to form up. Tanks surge to the front line, while mages strategically move to the middle to prevent any flanking attacks. One of the younger mages trembles, hesitating, but his comrade reminds him there's absolutely no turning back now. To ignite their morale, the prosecutor shouts powerful encouragement, reminding everyone present that they've already survived countless, seemingly hopeless battles. This fight, he declares, is only the opening salvo of many greater wars to come. His words ignite through the ranks like wildfire, and the players roar with a fierce, renewed energy. He then activates his devastating holy war zone, enveloping his troops in a radiant divine light as he boldly declares their certain victory. The orcs' outer shield finally cracks and shatters, allowing mages to unleash devastating waves of fireballs that explode furiously across the battlefield. While incredibly powerful, these blasts barely thin the enemy's overwhelming numbers. The orcs crash into the front line with brutal force, but the tanks valiantly manage to hold them back. As they attempt to circle around the flanks, the spearmen swiftly reposition to block their advance. Orc shamans emerge next, their staffs glowing ominously, raising them high to cast their dark spells. Human mages quickly take their defensive positions, ready for a fierce magical duel as orc rhino riders charge. They try to break through the formation's defenses, but the spearmen expertly pierce their mounts and hold the line. The human army fights with incredible ferocity, pushing the orcs back inch by agonizing inch. Then, the orcs reveal their monstrous siege weapons, and flaming projectiles launch menacingly into the air. The prosecutor immediately counters this assault with his formidable zone of blind faith, creating a massive, shimmering barrier that shields his entire formation from harm. He orders his soldiers to hold their ground steadfastly, aiming to lure the orc main force even closer, since they need the orc lord isolated to finally defeat him. Meanwhile, our boy is soaring high above their army with a girl who skillfully controls the magnificent griffin. He gives her the signal and dramatically drops from the sky, activating his powerful awakened form. The orcs notice him, but it's already far too late. He immediately summons his colossal ogre skeleton, making it unleash the full power of the attack power bracelet. The shamans panic, desperately raising their magic shields, but the ogre channels the raw power of thunder, God's blessing. It smashes through them with overwhelming, earth-shattering force. The impact obliterates the shamans instantly, leaving nothing behind. From a distance, the prosecutor watches in utter awe, realizing this is the precise sniping operation our boy had mentioned earlier. Amidst the shattered debris and chaos, the orc lord dramatically appears, badly wounded but still alive. The necromancer taunts him, a smirk on his face, asking if he's upset to see their leader so exposed. The rest of the orc army quickly makes their frantic way back to protecting him. The blindfolded foe instantly notices and commands his men to ambush them from behind. Simultaneously, our boy unleashes the Great Spirit's power and Death's full responsibilities. He transforms the battlefield into his personal playground. This lethal combination triggers a hidden synergy, because his commander, Skeleton Knight Righty, now leads over 30 undead units. Two more incredible synergies soon activate. Giants, boosting power when 50 or more heavy joint-type units are present, unleashes its might. And Armored Knights, which triggers when over 50 of his soldiers don heavy armor. Meanwhile, Hanho, riding his majestic griffin, hurls a glass bottle brimming with the breath of the abyss into the very heart of the orc army. When it shatters, dark poison spreads like a suffocating fog, instantly claiming dozens of lives. Meanwhile, our boy nonchalantly strolls through the deadly mist, as if it were a pleasant morning breeze. He fixes his gaze on the orc boss with a chilling smile, then summons two of his most powerful, undead warriors for a friendly chat with the brute. Both Righty and the formidable Death Knight charge forward. The orc lord barely manages to block their relentless strikes, but his focus slips for a fatal moment. The Death Knight seizes the opportunity, slashing savagely across his chest, while Righty expertly leaps and drives his blade straight for the orc's neck. In a powerful final motion, the Death Knight ensnares the orc boss with his chains, then swings his massive sword in one clean, devastating arc, slicing the orc lord completely in half. Our boy rakes in a colossal 900,000 gold from the battle, and the dragon eggs hatching. Time plummets to just 3,180 days. Righty grows visibly irritated, because the Death Knight landed the decisive final blow, claiming his kill. With the orc lord's death, the entire orc army's morale absolutely collapses. Human players brilliantly seize the moment, effortlessly cutting through the disorganized red orcs. The blindfolded guy, and several members of the Liberation Guild, hop onto their bikes and furiously rush forward, eager to finish off the remaining stragglers. The prosecutor finally allows himself a moment to relax, confident the remaining orcs can now be easily hunted down. They escape without major losses, but this calm won't last. Suddenly, Min Hyung's phone blares with an urgent emergency alert. He sprints to the prosecutor's side and breathlessly reports that the magic drone scouts have just spotted wyverns, heading straight for their current position. The prosecutor instantly demands to know their proximity. The informant quickly explains that the scout team who sent the warning is barely 3 kilometers out, meaning the wyverns will arrive at any moment. Realization hits hard and fast. They've been tricked. The wyverns must have patiently waited until the human forces abandoned the city, where there are no tall buildings or fortified defenses, and are now planning to strike in the exposed wasteland. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders a full retreat. All players are commanded to move inside the airport terminal immediately and take shelter without delay. Some hesitate, momentarily confused by the sudden command, but before they can even question it, another chilling message arrives from the system. The notification confirms their absolute worst fear. The field boss Wyvern, the alpha male of its kind, has ominously appeared near their location. However, the warning comes a harrowing moment too late, and one of the monstrous wyverns manages to snatch a helpless player from the ground. Our boy won't let them get away without an epic fight, so he sends some of his own undead birds soaring into the sky, carrying gruesome orc corpses. As he waits for the wyverns to eagerly take the bait, he orders the prosecutor to load the mighty ballista. It doesn't take long before one of the wyverns goes for the corpses, and our boy immediately uses his ability to explode it right in its mouth. As the monstrous beast plummets to the ground, the Crusader team relentlessly pelts it with spears. At this critical moment, our boy orders his Drake skeleton to finish the job. With the combined, valiant effort of everyone, they finally manage to take down their first wyvern. This victory also ignites a spark of hope in the other players, as they realize they can triumph even against these wyverns. Our Necromancer immediately makes use of this opportunity, and swiftly adds the fallen wyvern into his own army. He climbs atop its mighty back, and orders the fearsome Death Knight to join him. Both of them ride the reanimated wyvern high into the sky, and with this incredible addition, they finally have a way to soar through the skies. Though, admittedly, it's not exactly the smoothest ride out there, but since they're already up in the air, our hero decides it's the perfect time to hunt down some monsters. He spots a lone wyvern, completely secluded from the rest of the flock, and makes the bold decision to go for it. As they swiftly position themselves atop the massive beast, the Death Knight unleashes his chains, binding it firmly in place. However, before our hero can deliver the final blow, another wyvern cunningly sneaks up on them from behind, nearly catching them completely by surprise. Our hero barely manages to escape its clutches, while his loyal knight expertly finishes off their original target. The knight urgently calls out to him as he plummets downwards, so our hero quickly adds the fallen wyvern to his growing undead army, simultaneously snatching his knight right out of midair. Without missing a beat, he lunges toward the other attacking wyvern, and alongside his trusty ally, Righty, he hurls his skeleton commander directly into the monster's gaping maw. But somehow, Righty incredibly manages to evade certain death, and slashes the wyvern fiercely across its entire body. The other undead wyverns swiftly join the frenzied fight, ultimately finishing off the monstrous creature. With this epic kill, our hero now boasts 3 magnificent wyverns under his command. As he surveys the vast ground below, riding his newly acquired skeleton, Field Boss Wyvern, with a manic glint in its eye, stares down at him from above. Our hero wisely decides that they should only target enemies who are truly separated from their main group, since attempting to attack the entire horde would be absolute suicide. As he gazes intensely into the distant horizon, a deafening roar echoes powerfully above him. All the wyverns instinctively raise their heads toward the ominous sound, and he watches in awe as an entire flock of monstrous creatures soars upward. Down on the ground, people begin to spot the massive wyverns, gathering menacingly around their fearsome leader, who then dramatically begins to fly directly towards our hero. The Death Knight immediately senses the escalating tension in the air, and grimly wonders if things are truly about to get much, much worse. Observing the formidable swarm, our hero estimates that around 30 terrifying wyverns are now completely surrounding them, making any form of escape nearly impossible. Accepting this grim reality, he deliberately takes out a jar filled with the ominous breath of the abyss, and declares that if they can't possibly flee, then they simply must destroy them all. The Alpha Wyvern lets out a gut-wrenching, powerful cry, commanding the others to unleash their full-force attack. And with that, the wyverns charge forward with devastating speed. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes the abyssal spray from the jar. A terrifying dark smoke billows, engulfing the very sky. The wyverns immediately start gagging and retching uncontrollably. Our boy keenly observes their retreat after a single inhale, and a wave of relief washes over him. While not potent enough to completely incapacitate them, their bodies instinctively recoil, retreating since they are repulsed by the sheer foulness of the substance. The Death Knight dryly remarks that it just smells utterly disgusting, as the creatures hover warily at a distance. Our boy, ever the provocateur, taunts them further, demanding if they plan to loiter there indefinitely. He boldly claims to possess an endless supply of jars, though in reality, only a mere 1% remains. The Alpha Wyvern finally lets loose another deafening roar, but this time, it's a clear command to retreat. The entire terrifying group follows her lead, and vanishes rapidly into the far distance. Our boy pulls off his mask, a victorious smile spreading across his face, declaring the intense battle officially over. Now, they can finally begin reviving their fallen undead. His formidable undead army assembles before him. All the other players are absolutely spellbound, having never witnessed such a diverse assembly of monsters, gathered in a single, formidable location. The prosecutor arrives at the chaotic scene, realizing Song Woo's earlier confidence regarding the pirate threat wasn't arrogance after all, He now firmly believes our boy is entirely capable of managing all external threats, and chooses to place his trust in him. The triumphant team celebrates their hard-won victory, raising their hands high in pure exhilaration. The system then announces that the fourth monster, Warlord on the Korean server, has been successfully conquered. Our boy, of course, is named the main contributor. Checking the leaderboards, his friend is absolutely furious that he's still not in first place, despite being the primary contributor. Hearing this, our hero reminds them that while rankings matter, their true focus should be on getting stronger and leveling up. He then chooses a reward card that boosts physical strength by 3 vital points, believing it will significantly aid him when battling against other powerful players. Reflecting on recent events, he recognizes that far too much information about his formidable powers has now spread, making him a prime, dangerous target. And then, in a flash, he pulls out a mysterious ring, glinting with a dark purple gem, radiating an ominous, palpable dark energy. The system instantly identifies it as the legendary Black Pearl Ring, an item of heroic rank, boosting magic damage from curse spells by a potent 10%. However, a stark warning appears, cautioning that the ring's dark power can harm users who possess insufficient resistance. He knows this ring will be incredibly useful, since he wields both the Curse of Death and Death's Response. Yet, he can't help but wonder. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. What might have happened if he had waited for the completion of that forbidden, dark magic spell back then? Perhaps he could have obtained something as mighty as the Devil's Bloodstone. Gazing at the grieving crowd, mourning their losses, he reflects deeply, realizing that stopping the spell was absolutely the right choice, as it could have led to unimaginable disaster. The scene then dramatically shifts to one of the bustling guild buildings, where members are intensely discussing the battle's grim aftermath. Out of all participants, a mere 492 souls are still alive. Someone grimly mentions that the entire Songdong district has been utterly wiped out. Hearing this, the prosecutor sharply corrects them, stating that, although countless lives were lost, the survivors have undoubtedly grown stronger. He warns that such devastating battles will inevitably happen again, insisting they must forge a bigger, stronger organization for the next time. Standing silently behind the group, Shang-Wu agrees wholeheartedly in his thoughts, admitting the man's words, though harsh, ring undeniably true. One of his friends is already at level 15, while the other is at level 12. Even though they both rank quite well on the leaderboards, they still can't undergo awakening because of the low star class they initially chose. Suddenly, he overhears Hanho loudly complaining about the unfairness, how others received cards with 4th and 5th stars, while his own card is a measly 1 star, blaming it all on terrible luck, of course. Seong-woo, holding up 2 fingers, playfully reminds him that he had 2 times chances, yet still picked the weakest card both times. His friend grumbles, urging him to keep it down, insisting the universe is secretly on his side, working in its own mysterious ways. Just then, a squadron of knights bursts into the building. One of them swiftly reports to their commander, announcing they've discovered a bizarre new store at the airport. But as they drew nearer, they were abruptly halted by a mysterious notification, blatantly stating it was off-limits. Hearing this, our boy can't help but smirk, utterly captivated by the notion that something so clandestine could be hiding incredibly rare items. The other suckers quickly chime in, insisting they absolutely must investigate that store, regardless of any off-limits warnings. Upon finally reaching the enigmatic location, they're met with a massive, glowing purple wall adorned with bizarre, intricate patterns. Our boy observes that both the store and system icons he sees look distinctly peculiar. Anseok and the purple-haired guy attempt to step inside, but both are swiftly denied entry by a stern message, informing them they'll need a secret store coupon to pass through. To enter? Our boy confidently steps forward, suddenly realizing he possesses that exact, rare coupon. He snagged it as a special reward during his initial awakening, a prize bestowed upon only the first 50 awakened individuals, which, he deduces, means that the prosecutor most likely doesn't have the coupon himself. As the others watch him casually stroll inside, they absolutely erupt in fury, demanding to know why he always gets the VIP treatment. Inside, he keenly surveys the place, utterly intrigued by what kind of secret this enigmatic shop might be concealing. Spotting a screen in front of a lone chair, he settles in, instantly recognizing this place is utterly unlike any normal store he's ever seen. The system's voice booms, announcing that 5 distinct items will soon appear, one by one, and he must decide within a mere 10 seconds whether to buy each one. he can't help but frown, wondering if this intense time limit is designed to pressure him into buying this mysterious stuff. Then, the first item flashes onto the screen. It's a golem creation parchment, a special ranked, one-use item. This parchment can summon a golem using whatever materials are nearby, with its composition shifting based on the immediate situation. The jaw-dropping price? A cool 1 million gold. Realizing he only has times 10 seconds to decide, he lets out a yelp and frantically checks his balance. Turns out, he still has over 1.2 million gold to his name. Without hesitation, he immediately snatches it up. Up next, a tantalizing set of 3 cure-all potions appears. This precious package clocks in at a hefty 2 million gold. But since his impressive current skills already shield him from most illnesses, he coolly decides to pass. Then, the third item materializes. It's a mysterious, captivating black orb, known as a skill rank booster potion. This isn't just any item. It's a special ranked consumable, designed to elevate any skill's rank. The price? A staggering 3 million gold. While its dazzling effect is incredibly tempting, our hero can't help but hesitate, realizing prices are steadily climbing with each reveal. Buying it now could mean missing out on something even grander later. And just like that, the Shadow King's bracelet emerges. This legendary ranked item promises to significantly boost strength, endurance, and agility by 3 whole points each, and allows its user to instantly teleport to any shadow within 100 meters, with a 10-minute cooldown. And the formidable price tag? A cool 4 million gold. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatches it up and slips it on, absolutely thrilled to finally find an item connected to the Shadow King's successor quest. With this incredible find, only one more relic remains. Now, buzzing with anticipation for the ultimate reveal, our hero leans forward as the screen glows brilliantly. The very last item unveiled is a powerful resurrection scroll, designed to revive a player in a chosen location. He ponders to himself, remembering how he himself resurrected during his epic battle with the Drake, realizing that was the sole reason he managed to defeat it. Despite its daunting 31-day cooldown, it truly remains an astonishing skill. However, it's not without its drawbacks. Firstly, that lengthy cooldown makes frequent use impossible. Secondly, resurrecting mid-battle could be incredibly risky. Appearing in the exact same spot against a formidable boss might just pave the way to another swift defeat. Thirdly, this scroll works only on him, meaning he can't actually revive his cherished friends. As he envisions their faces, a poignant thought, he admits they are the only people he truly trusts. After careful consideration, he concludes the scroll is absolutely vital. To survive this brutal world, they must grow stronger, and to grow stronger, they must boldly take risks. The resurrection scroll will be their ultimate, last safeguard. With just 1 second blinking on the timer, he swiftly taps the screen, locking in his crucial purchases. The system then dramatically announces that the store will vanish in a mere 10 seconds. As he stands in the rapidly fading magic circle, he grins, utterly satisfied he's secured every last thing. Meanwhile, over with the formidable prosecutor, he's been busy successfully establishing the brand new Metropolitan Players League. At this very moment, his elite hunters are battling fierce monsters, expertly capturing the smaller, more manageable ones, and dragging them back to their secure base. Elsewhere, Shang Wu's team is finally enjoying a well-deserved break by the pool after relentlessly hunting every single day. Our boy scratches his head in agreement, but swiftly reminds them that even during their precious rest, they absolutely must keep gathering vital information. Suddenly, the spirited Griffin girl bursts onto the scene, dropping the bombshell that the pirates have finally arrived. Jisoo sighs, lamenting that their fleeting break is already tragically over. The prosecutor also receives urgent intel about these pirates, and immediately presses the Necromancer. How exactly do you plan on dealing with them? Our boy suggests a brutal strategy. We should destroy the pirates before they even get a chance to reach our precious coast. Hanho smirks, wisely retorting, the pirates wouldn't dare attack us head-on if they had any brains. The fierce sword girl, however, strongly argues that the enemy has undoubtedly learned from their past mistakes and might very well unleash brand new tactics this time around. She firmly believes the pirates have been secretly gathering intelligence on Korea, and not just from public broadcasts either. They've been getting help from others as well. Curious, she playfully teases her friend, asking if he's also been secretly collecting information. Our boy nervously admits it, and quickly explains that these pirates are essentially ruthless plunderers, who were unceremoniously chased out of mainland China. They're being led by the infamous General Jigong and General Ing. Hanho, recognizing the names from popular games, cracks a joke about their choice of name, wondering why they picked it, instead of some truly famous general names. Our boy believes they are actively brainwashing players, as the players basically worship them as gods. He vividly recalls from their captured memories that new recruits were forced to drink a vile potion, brewed from grotesque, poisonous centipedes. This is very likely how they're brainwashing them. Hearing all of this unsettling intel, the prosecutor wisely suggests going after their leaders first. And with that, they all decide to mobilize to Gyodong Island. With Drakes now at their command, reaching their destination will be a breeze. Just before their departure, the prosecutor adds that he's truly banking on our hero for this mission. Our protagonist confidently reassures him about the pirates, but then drops a chilling warning. The Evolutionary Society could be plotting something sinister. The prosecutor's face contorts with fury at this revelation, as he despises them just as much, declaring fiercely that he'll deploy every single person he can muster to keep a vigilant eye on them. Later that very night, the group finally makes landfall on the mysterious island and immediately questions a plump man, his head wrapped in a bandage, asking if he genuinely saw a pirate ship. The man vehemently insists he witnessed it with his own eyes. The Griffin girl then turns to her father, questioning if he's truly certain, and he snaps back emphatically that the previous leader of the travelers was tragically devoured by those menacing black birds. There's absolutely no way he wouldn't recognize those ships. Turns out, her dad is now the valiant new leader of Gyodong Island. His fury over the pirates was so intense, he actually abandoned his monster hunting to focus on them. The man claims he spotted a ship in the vast sea, more than 12 hours ago, sailing straight towards the coast of Gangwon province. He grimly warns that the pirates are likely still aiming to seize their precious island. The girl thoughtfully agrees, adding, they absolutely cannot ignore the possibility that the pirates might strike somewhere else entirely. She suggests a potential attack from the island's southern flank. Hearing this, Hanho puzzles aloud, wondering why this would be a bad thing, since the south has virtually no players, only dangerous monsters. Maybe the pirates are actually doing them a favor? Our boy immediately shoots down that idea, stating they might just come for this time side, sooner or later. They aren't planning on stopping at the south of this island, mark my words. He then turns to the islanders, asking if they intend to stay put, and every single one of them fiercely shows their anger, declaring they're absolutely ready for vengeance. Hearing their unwavering resolve, he makes a crucial decision: to leave the island and prepare for the inevitable arrival of the pirates. He shrewdly predicts their next target will be Gangwon's coast, or a nearby island, and his frustration visibly mounts. He grimly realizes that an even larger pirate fleet is set to arrive soon, especially since they just decimated their advance guard. But before they can even depart, his team is buzzing, eager to ask locals where to find a store or a blacksmith. Suddenly, a frantic man in a yellow jacket bursts in, map clutched tight. He shouts a warning. The pirates have already stormed the island and are gearing up for a full-scale assault. Hyen's father looks utterly stunned, asking, what exactly should they do now? Our boy thought these pirates were just scouting, but this feels like a reckless, all-out assault. Then, with a confident smirk, he concludes, these pirates either know nothing about him, or simply don't take him seriously. In that case, they need to move, and they need to move fast. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, we're introduced to a man wearing sunglasses at night. This guy is narrating their entire journey, explaining they're currently storming across the sea to conquer the Korean peninsula. And as he speaks, the live chat absolutely erupts with insults and threats. He's not surprised by the rage, though, because they were completely driven out of the second Chinese server. But he thinks those critics will soon learn who the real winners are once these pirates capture Korea and gift it back to China. Then he turns his attention to the Necromancer, calling him a vile villain and stating that it was He who utterly annihilated their advance guard recently. However, he's brimming with confidence that they absolutely will not be defeated this time. The guy claims the advance guard was just a minuscule part of their massive army, and they won't be intimidated by the Necromancer. He even mocks Li Wei, brazenly calling her a nasty elementalist. Laughing wildly, he then declares they'll enslave Korea, then march straight to Manchuria. He challenges anyone brave enough to dominate the first server and come face them there, promising they'll meet in Manchuria. He then vows to record the Necromancer's ultimate death and broadcast it live to the entire world so that everyone knows the Red Revolutionaries are far from dead. But before he can continue his boastful speech, Massive explosions suddenly rock the fleet. One by one, the ships ignite in fiery bursts, as corpses, glowing with an eerie blue magic, rain down from the sky, detonating on impact amidst the growing chaos below. A colossal, dragon-like creature soars majestically through the night sky, radiating dark energy, while our boy stands triumphant upon its back. And right away, the pirates quickly identify him. It's the notorious Necromancer. General Ji Gong, ever the sharpshooter, takes precise aim with his sniper rifle and unleashes powerful shots that shred times through the enemy fleet. The pirates, now utterly desperate and terrified, recognize their general's presence and rally for a desperate counterattack. But then, some of their fallen soldiers' times begin to eerily rise again. The general quickly commands his magicians to conjure a formidable defensive barrier, and a massive, shimmering blue shield envelops their entire fleet. Meanwhile, our boy looks down at them, a truly menacing smile spreading across his face. The pirates then notice something shocking. The Necromancer is retreating asterisk. The general thoughtfully strokes his beard, admitting they've suffered far too many heavy losses, far too quickly. He mutters that the Necromancer wields exploding corpses as weapons, and has even ruthlessly slaughtered General Ignang's birds, transforming them into his loyal, undead minions. He had initially believed the intel from Korean captives was sufficient, but now he grimly realizes it was anything but asterisk. Even so, sending scouts ahead was undeniably the correct first move. The frantic streamer guy nervously reports their devastating losses: 8 ships destroyed, and far too many men. The general, utterly unfazed, coldly replies that they have plenty of pawns left to play, bro. He even scolds the camera crew for capturing footage that will only make them lose aura and damage morale. In a swift attempt to lift morale, the streamer suggests recording another battle instead, one that unequivocally shows them utterly defeating the Necromancer. The general agrees, his voice booming with enthusiasm, declaring they will chop off the Necromancer's head, and proudly display it for the entire world to see. He then turns to one of his trusted men, named Huai, and orders him to swiftly prepare a minigame for their next move. Their cunning plan? Invade Gongwa, register the minigame, and then eliminate the Necromancer once and for all. Still stroking his beard thoughtfully, the general inquires if they can reach the island safely, and the man confidently assures him, no problem at all. Meanwhile, our boy makes a triumphant landing on the island, greeted by thunderous cheers. But he knows, deep down, there's absolutely no time to celebrate. He grimly realizes that this pirate organization is far times larger than he ever could have expected. Their initial scouting group alone boasted over 1,000 men, and now, nearly 3,000 more pirates are rapidly approaching. He vividly recalls that during the earlier, brutal battle with the orcs, they only had a mere 800 people on their side. He can't help but wonder about the true scale of this organization. And this isn't even their main army. Even with China's massive population losses, since the very start of the game, they still commanded overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, the island leader steps forward, informing him that they are ready to set sail for Gongwa, determined to stop the pirates. In moments, they push off in their own boats to defend against the looming threat. At the same time, our boy soars there on his wyverns. He knows the island only holds a meager 258 people, and among them, only 100 can truly fight. This grim reality is mostly due to the pirates' first invasion. He orders the leader to assign as many people as possible on lookout, warning that pirates could strike at any moment, just as they did last time. He believes he can handle this situation himself, but he still needs people to monitor the area. Even though the coastline stretches too far, nevertheless, they decide to dedicate all their manpower to scouting the sea. Nearby, Hanho chats with a group of spirited kids who eagerly insist that they'll fight too. Proudly, they proclaim, telling him they've already reached level 3. The Griffin girl then explains that many of these determined young fighters lost their families to the merciless pirates. Some even witnessed their parents fall before their very eyes, which is exactly why they burn for revenge. Jisoo understands their raw emotions, but if they're forced to use kids in battle, then they've already suffered a devastating loss. Our boy then turns to the Griffin girl and asks for her smithy, since he has plenty of materials he's eager to combine. Meanwhile, a group of pirates stealthily sneaks onto the island, wearing full diving gear. Their purple-haired leader checks to ensure everything is ready, then instructs them to head for the woods. After reaching their pre-selected location, the leader prepares to plant a mysterious flag. One of his men thinks this is total overkill, but the leader coolly explains that they employed this exact tactic back in China and managed to defeat enemies who drastically outnumbered them. The flag then activates a minigame generator. An intriguing mid-ranked event flag appears, designating a specific zone as the battleground. This flag cleverly divides the entire region into 3 distinct zones, promising powerful buffs for every area successfully captured and bestowing the coveted title of Conqueror upon whoever manages to claim all 3. The captain agrees it feels a bit over the top, but he figures the general just really doesn't want them to fail. Everyone in the vicinity, including our Necromancer, receives the system's urgent message about this new minigame. Simultaneously, the Griffin girl picks up a frantic radio transmission from her dad, warning that pirates have terrifyingly reappeared on the southern coast. Hearing the sheer chaos erupting over the radio, our boy frowns. The pirates' sudden arrival perfectly coincides with the minigame's activation, and it all feels far too deliberate. He strongly suspects the pirates might have orchestrated this, cunningly using the game's timing to their strategic advantage. The system then dramatically informs them that an occupied territory is already in the area. Thinking lightning fast, our boy deduces they'll need to seize all 3 occupied territories to triumph in this game. However, it's far from easy, as the pirates significantly outnumber them. While he's deep in thought, his Tamu Giga Chad proudly struts in to offer help, boldly claiming the prestigious title of Game Master. Our boy, however, can only think of him as the Dagger Doofus, the absolute goofball who drew a 1-star card not once, but twice. He glares at him with utter disgust in his eyes, moments after hearing him grandly declare himself the Game Master. In response, Hanho loudly shouts and calls him utterly friendless, which, of course, makes our boy burst into tears after this quick spat. After that amusing interlude, he finally starts explaining his brilliant plan. The scene then dramatically shifts to the fierce sword girl and Songwoo, swiftly riding their magnificent summoned creatures toward an ominous orange flag, clearly marked as Zone B. Our boy quickly deduces that this has to be the central zone of the entire minigame area. With their agile wyverns, they possess a clear, undeniable advantage in speed over the pirates. Their primary objective, to swiftly secure the most challenging spots. Upon reaching the flag, the Necromancer anticipates a swarm of monsters to appear, but shockingly, there are none. The system then boldly announces the start of occupation, granting them a tense 100 seconds to successfully hold the flag. During this crucial phase, their powerful skills are completely disabled, rendering them unable to attack. Suddenly, mysterious purple chains erupt and rise from his very body. He recalls the Game Master's prior warning. If monsters are nowhere in sight, a timer or a tricky puzzle must be lurking, and since he nailed the first part, they're betting his other prophecies will also ring true. He'd specifically warned them the pirates would likely try to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. And wouldn't you know it? That's precisely what happens. The pirates immediately spot only 2 figures brave enough to stand in the occupation territory and charge in like a stampede, certain they can take them down without breaking a sweat. Jisoo plants herself outside, ready to defend against the onslaught, for a crucial 71 seconds, radiating pure confidence that this is precisely all the time she'll ever need. She unleashes a furious whirlwind, slashing through their ranks, showing absolutely no mercy to any pirate. A chilling fear rips through their ranks as they grasp the crushing reality. She's simply unbeatable, so they quickly pivot, deciding to go for the Necromancer instead. A wave of pirates nearly reaches our boy, but our girl activates her incredible footstep tracking ability and swiftly cuts them down from behind. No matter what they try, it seems they simply can't get past her. Meanwhile, General Ji Gong rallies his massive army, all set to utterly dominate Zone A. He's a firm believer that victory always belongs to the side, with overwhelming numbers and undeniable strength. While he's a cannon shooter in this world, strategy is his undeniable core strength. Ever since he was a child, he dreamt of becoming a professional chess player. However, even after a staggering 50 years of trying, he frustratingly remained an amateur. Now, with the world in this chaotic state, he has a glorious second chance to lead his men to ultimate victory. He even pities his opponents, knowing they have to face someone of his caliber. His grand delusions, however, shatter in an instant. The moment a Stark system message flashes before his eyes, ominously informing him that Point B has been completely captured by the enemy, granting them a massive buff, a 30% increase in defense, and a potent 5% boost to their health. And reoccupation is impossible for a long 5 minutes. A wave of shock washes over the pirates, but the general, surprisingly, remains utterly calm, coolly claiming he had already expected them to occupy at least a single zone. Moments later, another ominous notification appears, delivering the crushing news. Zone A has fallen too. This sends the general into an absolute rage. He slams his fist, demanding answers immediately. Grinding his teeth, he wonders if the Koreans somehow managed to uncover the game's secret rules. This was a reward for a very special quest, after all. Despite his burning frustration, he rallies his troops, reminding them they still hold a massive advantage. In sheer numbers, he dispatches a separate team to seize the other zone, while he personally spearheads the assault on Zone A. As the general and his bloodthirsty pirates march toward Zone A, they suddenly halt, utterly bewildered. The ground is absolutely covered in monster corpses. The streamer's suspicion immediately spikes. He's thinking, the Necromancer's team might have placed these here, on purpose. The general instantly realizes this is a devious trap. The Necromancer could detonate these corpses at any moment. He barks orders for his men to detour around them, rather than risk triggering a fiery explosion. However, as they meticulously avoid one gruesome pile, they discover another menacingly blocking their path. Pure, unadulterated rage boils in the general's chest. As he brands his own men as cowards, he commands them to incinerate every single corpse with fire magic to blast a clear path forward. Meanwhile, deep within the zone's occupation area, the sword girl asks, a tremor in her voice, "What on earth are we supposed to do, now that our trap has been completely exposed?" Our boy calmly reassures her, it's all part of the grand plan. They're not using the corpses as a mere defensive wall, but as makeshift scouting towers, designed to pinpoint enemy locations with sound. It might seem like an obvious trick, but the pirates' times have to burn their way through, if they want to advance, buying the team crucial time. If everything utterly fails, they'll simply retreat and regroup. The girl looks at him, uncertainty clouding her gaze, asking, how are we ever going to win this game? If we retreat from our own zone? My man just laughs, a knowing glint in his eye, and speaks like a true League of Legends champion. It's not always times about winning, you know. Sometimes, it's just about absolutely enraging your opponents. He points triumphantly toward the forest, now blazing fiercely with fire, and declares that, since they're outnumbered, they simply need to maintain balance and not lose a single player. His necromancer friend and his minions will swiftly handle the rest. Meanwhile, the general and his pirates finally reach Point A and immediately spot the notorious Dagger Doofus. Perched high upon the hill, he taunts them with a wide, mocking grin, calling them absolute fools for fearing mere corpses. His words deeply sting the general, who roars in furious anger. Our guy knows he has to tilt them with a barrage of trash talk, and this is his absolute favorite part of the game. Not to be outdone, the general steps up his own game and fires back by calling him a dwarf in response. Our quick-witted dagger boy retorts by calling him an old fart, which seems to be the final, devastating nail in the coffin. As the general starts wildly waffling about Korean etiquette, he furiously orders his men to open fire, and the dwarf swiftly retreats. With him gone, the pirates easily take control of Point A. Over the radio, the general contacts Huawei, asking about Zone C. Our guy informs him they are currently in that very zone, but are directly facing the fearsome Necromancer. He then turns his attention back to the Necromancer, and audaciously calls him brave for facing them, despite being handicapped by the occupation territory. The squad leader furiously rushes toward our boy, absolutely determined to kill him, before the occupation timer runs out. Since our boy is essentially disarmed, watching him calmly holding the flag, the leader thinks to himself that anyone who's ever captured points before would know. They are utterly defenseless in this very moment. Our boy stands there, seemingly like a fool, but just as they close in, they receive a sudden system notification, blaring that the spot is utterly unoccupied. Our boy lets out a sly, triumphant grin, as the enemy finally grasps that it was all a cunning trap. Though he truly doesn't want to admit it, he knows that Hanho's fake flag plan was utterly brilliant. He had been holding a fake flag all along, luring them right into his cleverly set trap. Now that the enemy has fallen perfectly into his palms, he unleashes all of his terrifying skeleton minions. With his back quite literally to the wall, the leader unleashes a desperate, powerful spell that summons gigantic sea monsters into the area. The entire area floods in mere seconds, and terrifying monsters, like fish creatures, begin to swim through the murky water. With the entire battlefield now submerged, the antagonist calmly observes that the Necromancer clearly didn't anticipate an underwater showdown. The pirates dramatically cast off their cloaks, then surge towards the fallen fish, following his command to utterly obliterate all corpses. He states that if luck is on their side, they might even take down the Necromancer himself. Unlike his crew, he doesn't gain the swimsuit synergy bonus. Just as they begin to scour for his body, our boy dramatically calls out from above, revealing he's very much alive. It turns out he used his new shadow bracelet item to teleport safely to one of his wyverns. The antagonist rages, absolutely furious that although he escaped, many of his precious undead were annihilated. He orders his troops to open fire, confident. Our boy, however, crafts sharp spears from bone armor, declaring that they aren't the only ones who can move freely. Underwater! His spears soar, missing the pirates entirely, and instead strike the surrounding fish, instantly killing them and converting them into his new minions. Witnessing this spectacle, the pirates loudly complain it's unfair. At this very moment, one of the general's scouting drones hovers ominously overhead. The squad leader spots it and quickly contacts the general via radio, desperately requesting backup. However, the general coldly states that he will use their valiant struggle as a vital lesson for his own future battles against the Necromancer. After delivering this chilling message, he cuts the transmission. He strokes his beard thoughtfully and muses that sacrificing subordinates, while regrettable, is entirely worth it for the valuable information he's gained about the Necromancer. Looking at the tactical map, he concludes that with strong defenses at Point A and troops boldly advancing through Point B, they can confidently ignore Zone C for now, which is precisely where the Necromancer is located. He decides to seize this perfect opportunity to capture the dwarf and the rest of the Korean players. However, once again, his grand delusions are spectacularly shattered when the general receives crushing news. His forces have failed to capture Zone B, apparently. Two monstrous entities have completely wiped them out. Furious, the general hurls his laptop across the room, shouting in utter disbelief as he witnesses this devastation. The streamer guy nervously asks what they should do next, but our man has no strategic moves left to play. For now, he orders his remaining troops to retreat back to the main base. Back at Zone B, Jisoo coolly wipes her blade clean, while standing victorious among piles of dead pirates. The Griffin girl and the other islanders cheer wildly for their hard-won victory. The girl even throws a rare compliment Hanho's way, praising him for not being completely useless, like always. The sword girl then asks if they should keep pushing forward, or perhaps change their plan. He thinks for a moment before saying, they absolutely must finish this quickly. He explains that in games like this, it's usually better to let the enemy crumble after massive losses. But in this time's case, they just have far too many unknown variables at play, so it's better to attack immediately. He then turns to the girl holding a walkie-talkie and asks if the Necromancer can hear them clearly. When our boy confirms, he tells him to crush the enemy with absolutely everything he's got. The enemy scout drones quickly notice him moving, and the streamer informs the general that the Necromancer is now heading directly their way. The general is stunned, but tries desperately to stay calm, reminding himself that they still have more troops in reserve. But another soldier rushes in, panic-stricken, saluting and reporting that not only the Necromancer, but also other formidable Korean players from Point B are advancing rapidly toward their position. The general is dumbfounded hearing this news, as he believed he could easily take both zones by simply teleporting a small group of soldiers, while the Necromancer and his friends were away. And once they secure the occupation buffs, there'd be no way they could be beaten, given their overwhelming numbers advantage. With these strategic thoughts in mind, he sends his pirates charging through the forest, but they are immediately stopped by colossal skeleton minions. The general knows that these minions stop working if they are too far away from their master, so he orders his men to teleport to Zone C, thinking all their minions must be defending the other zone. However, when his soldiers finally teleported, they were met with the terrifying sight of a giant robot. Straight out of a nightmare, like something from Terminator, the robot boomed, announcing itself as the legendary warrior Necrogan. This made the pirates wonder. Were the bad guys here? Fighting a legendary warrior certainly made them question things. Suddenly, one of the pirates noticed the robot was actually made of clay. This meant it wasn't a legendary warrior at all, but a mere golem. Hope surged through them. They swarmed it, attacking from all sides, throwing rocks and striking with their swords. But to their utter horror, the golem regenerated asterisk. Instantly, it grabbed one of the attackers in its massive hand. The soldiers screamed that the man had been taken hostage, but the golem declared, chillingly, that it didn't need to take low-level beings like them hostage. Its only duty was to eliminate all inferior beings. From Zone B, A huge wave of mana burst from its body, sweeping away the troops like dust. The golem's sole weakness? Its heavy mana consumption. But our boy compensated easily, thanks to the formidable Chaos Crystal. The general slammed his fist on the table, eyes glued to the Necromancer on the screen, absolutely furious. His strength didn't match their earlier data times at all, asterisk. He realized the Necromancer had grown times stronger in such a short time. Regret hit him hard for telling the Heavenly General. They could easily win this now. The front lines were collapsing. Under the relentless undead assault, he yelled for his magicians to prepare their attacks. One of his monsters got frozen in ice, but another immediately burst forth from a wave of mana, slicing through soldiers with a deadly sword. Terrified troops scattered as the commander screamed for them to focus on killing the Necromancer, believing that defeating him would end everything. The system suddenly displayed Descendant of Warriors. Synergy. This boosted stats for those wearing the same shaman armor. The pirates charged forward, supremely confident that with this boost, they believe they can finally take down the Necromancer. But just as they close in on him, our boy effortlessly carves them down with a swing of his scythe. Blood splatters across the horrified faces of their comrades. He merely smirks, admitting he might be weaker than his powerful minions, but he's still vastly superior to all of them asterisk. These low-stat pirates are absolutely no match for him, so he effortlessly cleaves through them with his deadly scythe. The general starts visibly shivering, watching his entire pirate army utterly decimated, right before his eyes on screen. He screams at the streamer to stop showing their catastrophic losses, demanding to display something that would actually boost morale. They've sent their strongest warrior, a high-rank elite, to reclaim Zone B, so they expect sometimes good news, at least from one of the zones. But when they switch on the broadcast, they see only Jisoo standing alone in the zone. The streamer guy laughs mockingly as he mocks the Koreans for leaving their base completely defenseless and vulnerable. But as the drone swoops closer for a better look, it captures a truly shocking, gruesome sight. Countless bodies scattered across the forest floor, including their supposedly strongest warrior's lifeless corpse. Suddenly, the girl notices the buzzing drone and swiftly slices it down with her gleaming sword. The broadcast abruptly ends, cutting back to Zone C. The pirates had hoped that capturing Point B would grant them crucial buffs to survive longer. Amidst all this chaos, someone opens up the broadcast and sees that their most powerful warrior is undeniably dead. This absolutely crushes any remaining sliver of hope they had left. Desperate, the general charges into battle himself, vowing to kill the Necromancer with his own two hands. He spots our boy, standing calmly among his minions, and fires a freezing cannon round directly at him. At first, it looks like he managed to block it, but soon his body begins to rapidly freeze. The general, elated, prepares to fire another round and freeze him completely solid. Just then, our feisty dwarf friend bursts from the bushes and immediately starts trash-talking the old man. The general turns his cannon towards the dwarf instead and shoots, but he dodges with effortless grace, laughing. As the general suddenly realizes, with dawning horror, that something is terribly wrong, the Necromancer suddenly materializes right behind him, delivering a chilling warning to never take his eyes off his enemy. Our boy then slashes him with his sword, bringing this battle to an end. All this time, the drones are relentlessly broadcasting this entire spectacle straight to the Heavenly General. The old man fumes at the streamer guy, but he's just diligently following his orders. The Heavenly General ruthlessly brands him a failure, but he casually mentions that he's still surprisingly satisfied with this situation, since they've gleaned valuable intel on the Necromancer. He then chillingly repeats his own familiar line, declaring that he can always sacrifice more pawns. And with that, our boy decisively ends the old man's life, and then boldly challenges the Heavenly General to dare step foot in Korea, if he truly wants to test his luck. Meanwhile, the intense battle rages on across the island, with the pirates fiercely clashing against the Korean players. They strategically decide to ignore the skeletons, and aggressively go for the players instead. One of them brutally kicks a boy towards his pirate friend, and moves in to finish him off with his gleaming knife. But suddenly, a blaring system notification loudly announces that the Korean team has captured Point A, instantly granting them a powerful buff. The kid, who was just being mocked, suddenly feels his power surge. He effortlessly grabs the guy by his wrist, and decisively finishes him off with ease. It isn't long before all the other pirates are defeated, as well, since the buff is simply too overpowered. The Necromancer calmly walks toward the yellow flag, planted firmly at one of the bases. As he places his hand on it, he muses on how truly strange it is that people who lost their power, struggling within their own country, would then want to invade a different country. If the system then prominently announces that the game will end in 8 hours. Our boy grins, knowing that's more than enough time to finish everyone off. They manage to swiftly finish off the rest of the pirates. Before it gets dark, some of them are even captured alive. Nearby, a Chinese reporter speaks solemnly into his microphone, admitting to his army's stunning defeat. Behind him, our boy stands silently, thinking to himself that this might finally change the minds of people who so ardently supported these pirates. The live stream's chat explodes as everyone starts buzzing about him. They're all shouting he looks like an emperor. Intrigued, our hero asks, "Who is this emperor?" The reporter quickly explains it's a high-ranking player, hailing from the first Chinese server. He dominates the entire region, from Shanxi to Beijing. Our necromancer can't help but wonder, why on earth are people comparing Emmy to him? And the reporter muses, "It's probably because you both command armies of minions." Our hero reflects on this, realizing most high-ranked classes are all about leading others. From what he's seen so far, the Heavenly General also commands massive groups, so his class must be something similar to that. But he quickly points out he summons undead monsters, not people, so he doesn't see the resemblance at all. When he asks what class the Emperor actually is, the reporter reluctantly admits he has no idea, and that's totally understandable, since a top player, like him, naturally, wouldn't reveal much valuable info about themselves. While our hero is deep in thought, Hanho is already gleefully looting the Emperor's corpse. He snags a couple of dwarf hand cannons, but promptly gives them both away, preferring to simply throw things to pieces. Aside from that, he snatches every single item he sees. Our hero sees this and instantly calls Hanho a thief. Before a sudden realization hits him, he's no different. He quickly turns the Emperor into his newest undead minion and accesses his memory fragment. Moments later, he finds himself plunged into a tense meeting room aboard a sleek, black military ship, sailing across the high seas in this vivid vision. The general and other key leaders are discussing a newly discovered angel statue, found deep in the south. They excitedly report it's the very first time they've found anything other than the infamous devil statues from the first server. Our hero instantly realizes this must be tied to future game updates, likely involving both angels and demons. The general then explains that only the Heavenly General touched the angel statue, triggering a secret quest whose details remain completely unknown. The streamer guy becomes incredibly frustrated, seeing that the Heavenly General doesn't fully trust the old man. However, there's a catch. The guy reveals the General's master plan will be unveiled right after they capture Seoul. He then dramatically unrolls a scroll, emblazoned with a circular symbol, explaining that once they've conquered the island, by winning the minigame, their team will activate it within Seoul. Everyone is absolutely floored by this revelation, and the streamer can't help but ask, "Are you seriously talking about deploying the demonic gate?" The general confirms it with a chilling nod, stating it will last a full 24 hours, which is more than enough time for them to obliterate the entire area. The memory ends in a blinding flash, and our boy can only wonder why this particular memory was shown to him, as it doesn't seem immediately useful. Still, he resolves to search for the ominous scroll mentioned within the vision. Just then, the girl arrives, majestically riding a griffin, reporting that her scouting mission is complete. According to her intel, most of the pirate ships are retreating back to China, apart from a stubborn few who may be waiting until the minigame concludes before making their final escape. These remaining ships are heavily guarded by powerful sorcerers and protected by a massive, impenetrable force field, making them incredibly difficult to attack at sea. Hearing this, our boy can't help but crack a confident smile, as he has just the thing for this exact situation. Meanwhile, the pirates are on high alert, bracing for an inevitable attack. One lookout spots ominous, glowing undead birds in the sky, and screams a desperate warning to the others. The captain screams at the necromancer, claiming he won't be able to pull off a corpse explosion at sea. Our boy knows it's far too much trouble trying to extract them from the sea, so he opts to unleash his formidable underwater forces instead. Moments later, the panicked soldiers on the ship notice unsettling movement beneath the waves. Alarmed, they let out desperate shouts, as long, mermaid-like undead burst forth from the water. The undead immediately launch their terrifying assault on the pirates, but the enemy still believes they can hold their ground. However, all their hope is utterly crushed when a massive, terrifying undead sea serpent erupts from the ocean depths. It took our boy an entire grueling hour, and all his undead forces to finally defeat this monstrous beast. As the enemy barrier flickers under the relentless assault, the terrified crew suddenly realizes they must swiftly obliterate these skeletons and protect their mages at all costs. A few soldiers foolishly underestimate the threat, seeing only a paltry 2 skeletons, but then Jisoo steps onto the ship. With just one chilling look at her, they instantly know their doom is upon them, for she is famously known as the Red Demon. The Griffin girl reminds our boy that the minigame is nearing its end, so he confidently declares that it's time for them to make their grand landing on the ship. They swiftly board the captured vessel, where the islanders are diligently gathering items and sorting supplies. Our boy and his squad can't get enough of the incredible items left behind by the fleeing pirates. Hanho even unearths a charger with a surprising 68% charge remaining. He excitedly explains that they discovered a whole bunch of them in the engine room, which was undoubtedly powering the ship. But still, they know the pirates must be hoarding even more valuable treasures somewhere, so they decide to check the captain's cabin and find a locked safe, which they promptly open. Our boy uncovers the very same demonic gate scroll he encountered within the memory fragment. The item's description ominously mentions that the recommended level for using this perilous item is level 35, which is way times above the Necromancer's current level. He quickly realizes why the pirates wanted to wield it as a devastating attack weapon. Despite the immense danger, he's undeniably thrilled by the promise of massive rewards he could reap through this scroll. Still, he carefully puts the item away, realizing it's far too risky for now. But when Jisoo then peers into the safe, she discovers another intriguing item called the Sworn Safe. This allows the owner to forge a binding contract with a multitude of people, and essentially collect a percentage of all their earned gold. And, true to form, our boy instantly sees this as a golden opportunity to make even more money. Just then, a triumphant system notification appears, informing them that they have officially won the minigame. Everyone cheers wildly as they eagerly receive their well-deserved rewards. They receive a whopping 1.5 million gold and experience, which instantly allows our Necromancer to level up to an impressive 19. The system then grants him a mysterious, random skill card. And just like that, he unlocks the Poisonous Cloud, a formidable black magic spell that conjures a toxic rain cloud for 10 minutes, draining 30 mana. He clenches his fist, absolutely buzzing with excitement, especially as his friends also snag some fantastic items later on. Later, our intrepid group takes a much-needed breather in a quiet corridor, while their trusty dwarf friend scrolls intently through his phone, desperate to catch up on the latest forum news and rumors. The first headline to grab his attention shouts about the grand formation of the Metropolitan Players League. Apparently, most of Seoul's survivors are now converging in Yangdongpo, and with this news coming straight from the Liberation Guild itself, it's predicted to expand at lightning speed. He knows full well these survivors are powering up rapidly, and can't help but wonder how anyone plans to unite them all. The next news isn't really news at all, but a direct message from their buddy, Kyungsu, who casually mentions that the average level of residents in their humble town is already pushing nearly level 8. What's more, he's personally hit level 11, which naturally makes Hanho puff out his chest a bit, considering he's a whopping level 14 himself. Our boy even proudly dubs himself the idol for the failures. He rolls his eyes dramatically but keeps reading, diving into the last juicy piece of news. The Necromancer has shockingly reached level 19, tying for first place with the legendary Gang Seok. Moments later, the dwarf friend hilariously reveals it was all just a prank, and that the other guy is already crushing it at level 20. Our boy practically aims his cannon gun at him in mock outrage, but Jisoo quickly reminds him, he's still a friend, you know. She's intensely curious about this mysterious first-place player, because everyone knows about the infamous Shang Wu, yet no one has ever heard a peep about this other guy. Despite his ridiculously high level, our boy realizes the man is definitely out there hunting, no doubt about it. He just has no idea where. As he ponders this mystery, the dwarf friend suddenly spots a sleek new sword glinting on Jisoo's belt. He immediately demands to know when she acquired it. She proudly explains it's a brand new sword she just recently obtained, and according to its incredible item description, it possesses the power to deactivate spells, using its own unique, potent wavelength. Suddenly, outside, the players hear a distinct helicopter approaching fast, and immediately call out to our main squad. Turns out, it's a whole crew of guys from the Liberation Guild, led by that enigmatic blindfolded guy. First, he congratulates them all on their epic victory against the pirates. Then, he drops a bombshell. The top-ranked player himself has actually arrived right here in Yangdongpo. What's more, he exclusively mentioned that he only wants to speak with our Necromancer. This isn't just a chat, it's about something that could decide the very fate of the entire nation. Hearing this electrifying news, our hero coolly tells the lieutenant to have him wait. He's got some crucial items and upgrades to finalize, meaning a quick detour to the smithy is essential. This news makes the blindfolded guy visibly nervous, as he worries the Hashon ranked player might be seriously offended by such a delay. Our boy, however, simply couldn't care less. He powerfully reminds him that their league is just kicking off, so they absolutely need to flex their strength. As our hero strides away, the guy shivers, wondering if this is actually a political maneuver between the two highest-ranked players. Meanwhile, back at the Liberation Guild headquarters, someone updates Manhwa on the entire chaotic situation. She's furious at the blindfolded guy, because he utterly failed the one simple task she sent him to do. But now, there's nothing left to do but impatiently wait. She then turns to notice the prosecutor, completely tensed up in agony. He simply can't help but feel utterly overwhelmed by the sheer aura of the one ranked player. The scene dramatically shifts to a helicopter, landing with a flourish in Yangdongpo. Our boy steps out, absolutely dripped out from head to toe, powerfully clutching a wicked crossbow. Everyone stares in stunned surprise, feeling his immense aura, even from a distance. Then, Siya crosses his arms, commenting that he looks quite different indeed now. His phenomenal advanced gear is then revealed. He's wielding the powerful dwarf repeating crossbow, and is cloaked in the legendary Shadow King's robe, masterfully crafted from genuine dragon scales. After completing all these incredible upgrades, he now feels utterly ready to face the top-ranked player. Later, as their vehicles cruise along the road, Hanho gazes out the window, deep in thought, and remarks on how dramatically the world has transformed. Jisoo points out that while the scenery looks familiar, the sheer number of players has exploded. The blindfolded guy then explains that an astounding 6,000 new people have joined in just a few days, with many of them quickly forming smaller groups. Crowds of players and countless tents now completely fill the area. Our boy, ever the strategist, believes this massive population will prove incredibly helpful once they've established a proper, fortified base. However, the group soon spots armed figures, clad in stark uniforms. They're quickly identified as members of the Reconstruction Alliance, mostly players from nearby regions, who brazenly refuse to submit to the main alliance. Some are even ex-soldiers, making them appear incredibly organized and lethally dangerous. The man explains this rival group isn't just opposing them politically. They're actively challenging the alliance instead of supporting it. The Necromancer grimly realizes that even in this new world, conflict and division still ruthlessly persist. Upon their arrival at the new guild headquarters, they immediately notice a player, boldly demanding to meet the Hashon player. As the mysterious, blindfolded figure approaches, the demanding man whirls around and declares that they have no right to stop players from meeting. The lieutenant coolly explains that the rank 1 player simply isn't interested in meeting anyone, but the man is absolutely not ready to listen. He even brazenly uses the Necromancer's name to support his outrageous claim. But the next moment, our boy dramatically arrives, catching him completely off guard. Calmly, he declares that he joined the alliance by his own choice, not through some manipulative scheme. The opposing man smirks, implying he's simply too young to realize he's being used. The Necromancer leans forward, his gaze piercing, eyes cold, as he warns him to think carefully before speaking, because those who insult him rarely walk away unharmed. The man visibly backs off in fear, but mutters darkly that they won't give up so easily. Later, he learns from the lieutenant that the disruptive individuals causing trouble are, indeed, from the Reconstruction Alliance. They strongly suspect these agents were dispatched by the Alliance's chairman, a man whose identity remains a total mystery. Even though he constantly manipulates events, from the shadows, no one truly knows who he really is. They decide to remain exceptionally cautious of the group, since other malicious groups might be lurking behind them. The Necromancer finally ascends to the upper floor to meet the prosecutor, who looks barely clinging to life. The guy, frail yet determined, mentions he has many questions about the mysterious Chinese server, but first, he desperately wants him to meet someone crucial, since it's about the very fate of the entire country. No one has dared to speak with him directly. So, they're banking on our boy to pull through and succeed. Their entire future could hinge on this very conversation. As he strides confidently toward the meeting room, The system suddenly blares a dire warning. An unknown, insidious energy is eroding the very air around them. The prosecutor's brow furrows, a deep frown creasing his face. He mutters, admitting he has no idea what's causing this strange phenomenon. Our boy feels his formidable power rapidly draining away, as the system abruptly announces that all his skill levels have plummeted. The prosecutor practically panics on the spot, urging him to move faster before this mysterious energy completely overwhelms them. Inside, a faint, ethereal light emanates from the table, but instead of the formidable top-ranked player, he's greeted by a tiny, cake-loving fairy, fluttering excitedly. The prosecutor demands an answer, shouting, "Where is Gang Sok?" The fairy zips away, rushing to alert number one that the formidable necromancer has finally arrived. Moments later, the massive door swings open wide, and the imposing figure finally makes his grand, first appearance. His aura is so overwhelmingly powerful, our boy can barely even stand still under its immense pressure. Before he can even begin to comprehend what's happening, a sudden, shocking system notification informs him he is currently facing a true, divine being, and that he's barely even qualified to stand before such a being directly. This mind-blowing revelation absolutely stuns him to his core. The man calmly introduces himself with an unsettling tranquility, explaining with a knowing smile that the necromancer is now witnessing his genuine, true form. Still reeling in utter disbelief, our boy finally grasps that this man, the legendary #1 player, isn't merely human, he's a demigod. He desperately tries to make sense of the system's outrageous classification, thinking that such a celestial being must wield a formidable 6-star card, a power level impossibly far above his own current standing. While our boy scrambles to fully comprehend and figure out who exactly this impossibly powerful person truly is, he suddenly notices with a jolt that the prosecutor has already discreetly slipped out of the room. Just being in his overwhelming presence makes him incredibly nervous, as if an unseen force is constantly applying immense pressure on his very soul. Meanwhile, the mysterious guy casually, almost airily, asks him for a drink. Our boy, still processing, politely requests a simple glass of water, while the excitable, small fairy loudly demands a Sprite. After smoothly handing them their requested beverages, he then turns his gaze directly to the necromancer, declaring he's eagerly wanted to meet Korea's blazing rising star. Shang Wu studies him with intense scrutiny, his eyes immediately fixating on his intricate rings and gleaming bracelet. Realizing that his opponent's equipment is clearly of the absolute highest, most elite rank. However, our boy himself isn't exactly wearing anything cheap or ordinary either. Our host thanks him for making the trip. He then admits he was captivated by his performance, especially during the fierce battle on Yui Island. He even fondly addresses his fairy butterfly, mentioning that she seemed to enjoy it as well. This instantly makes her visibly annoyed, but she still can't help but praise the necromancer. Her big question: can she ride his incredible bone drake? Later, our hero boldly asks if she has any items, which predictably makes her even more absolutely furious. The guy readily confirms her possession of one, explaining it's purely for his own amusement and entertainment. As he's constantly finding himself alone, the necromancer then cuts straight to the chase, pressing him about the crucial item that could determine the very fate of their entire country. Gang Sok playfully teases him about his impatience, then begins revealing details about a mysterious prophecy stone, which revealed to him the chilling 15th bad ending. Upon hearing this revelation, our hero instantly remembers encountering a prophecy stone himself. From our hero's stunned reaction, the guy realizes that he, too, is familiar with these enigmatic stones. He elaborates, explaining that some prophecies kick off the very moment someone becomes aware of them. This means simply uncovering a prophecy crystal can instantly trigger the prophecy itself. In his specific case, merely touching the prophecy stone unleashed a terrifying dungeon known as the Hell Gate. The recommended level for clearing this dungeon is a daunting 27, but that's not even what truly troubles him. His real times problem is that it absolutely must be cleared. In a party, to illustrate this grim reality, he conjures a pulsing, glowing white crystal in his palm, and urges our hero to take a closer look. The moment the necromancer touches it, a blinding blue sphere instantly forms, forcefully pulling him into a vivid vision. He suddenly finds himself plunged into a past memory, just moments before the guy touched that very prophecy stone. The instant he makes contact, the stone shatters violently, and the system ominously notifies him that a terrifying level 1 Hell Gate has been unlocked. From the newly opened gate, monstrous beings begin to emerge. First, a gigantic stone giant with limbs engulfed in burning flames, then, black hellhounds with menacing, glowing red eyes. The city surrounding them burns and crumbles into ruin. The system blares a grim warning. This is the future that awaits. If the hellish moving armor isn't stopped in time, just as suddenly, the terrifying vision fades. The guy asks, "Have you seen enough?" Dropping the bombshell that this game might actually be trying to obliterate their world. The man declares, with a serious tone, that, while he can tackle any monster solo, taking down the hellish moving armor by himself just isn't possible. He can't destroy it in two places, at once, or it just instantly regenerates. The guy then reveals this is precisely why he came here. Our boy knows this guy loves playing solo, and he's convinced he's the only player capable of handling a level 27 dungeon. The top-ranked player further mentions that the two terrifying monsters are already making a beeline for this city, and he's basically the only player who can defeat them. He could have just let them raise the city, but he's hoping they can take down these monsters together and split the reward before they become even more powerful. Our boy frowns, sensing how utterly detached he sounds, almost as if he isn't even a part of all this. His offer to help sounds more like a cold favor than genuine teamwork. With a serious expression, the Necromancer asks about the promised reward. The guy replies that it will be a legendary item, but here's the catch. It'll only be ×1 item, meaning only one of them will actually get it. To solve this problem, the man suggests playing a game, even mocking our boy a little in the process. The Necromancer realizes that this guy clearly doesn't take this world seriously, and with a sigh, he accepts his challenge. Later, he shares all this alarming info with the prosecutor, who complains that these disasters are now happening, one after another, calling it absolutely absurd. He glares at Manhwa, who confirms the monstrous sightings in Pyeongtaek and Ansung. She explains that wherever these monsters pass, they leave nothing but scorched ashes behind, making rebuilding those areas utterly impossible. Our boy can't help but think about the people in Suwon, since the monsters might even rampage through that town next. The prosecutor knows he had no choice but to work with the top-ranked player, and assures him that he will evacuate everyone in Suwon. He hates how he can only help behind the scenes, and desperately hopes that someday he'll absolutely reach their level of power. Despite their shaky alliance, he still doesn't fully trust the top-ranked player. So for now, he's throwing his full support behind the Necromancer. The main group finally begins to move out, with the top-ranked player leading the way. He pauses on their journey and inquires, "Are you truly planning on bringing your friends along?" warning that death might await them. Jisoo confidently assures him it's perfectly fine, as they've tackled countless perilous missions, always emerging even stronger than before. Upon hearing this, the guy commands his pet to instantly teleport them to Osan. The fairy cheerfully greets the Necromancer's friends, but when our boy Hanho tries to greet her back, she promptly kicks him right in the face, loudly declaring him a total loser. She then conjures a colossal magic circle, and the group teleports to their precise destination. Our boy is utterly impressed by this incredible item, and the top-ranked guy confesses it's his absolute favorite function of the fairy, aside from feeding her, of course. Now it's time for them to split up, so he hands him an item that will let them communicate instantly via the fairy. As soon as our boy puts it on, the guy steps through a portal and vanishes without a trace. The dwarf is certainly impressed by the top ranker, but he definitely doesn't feel the same way about that. Pesky fairy, outright calling her a moth. Moments later, the three of them soar high above the city, astride their mighty skeleton wyverns. The fairy keeps chattering away, communicating with our boy, as they swiftly glide over the city's towering buildings. Jisoo suddenly spots several hellhounds on the ground, relentlessly chasing a terrified group of people. Just then, the fairy urgently warns them about the monstrous fire giant, who's already hurling massive fireballs at airborne enemies. This vital warning, however, comes a little too late, and as soon as the group spots the menacing fire giant, a scorching fireball comes hurtling directly their way. They have no choice but to leap from the wyvern. In a desperate attempt to save their lives, they barely manage a crash landing, using another skeleton for cover. Now that they're on solid ground, they must confront the ravenous hellhounds. The girl swiftly draws her sword, and begins furiously slashing through the pack. Our boy provides critical support from behind, firing his crossbow, and calls forth the Death Knight. Then, Righty leaps into the fray, relentlessly cutting down the hounds. Witnessing this fierce display, the Death Knight realizes he, too, must unleash his power. So, with his chains, he expertly gathers all the hounds, and, with a single powerful swing, cleaves them with his sword. The Necromancer urgently shouts that they need to escape this place, and fast, as the colossal giant could arrive at any moment. He can't afford to waste his precious awakened state here, but losing his valuable minions is simply not an option. Suddenly, an idea sparks. He spots a narrow alley, and quickly orders everyone inside. Still, their eyes remain fixed on the distant fire giant, and no strategy to defeat him comes to mind. To hold the monstrous behemoth at bay, he summons forth a few troll skeletons, but they are effortlessly demolished. He dispatches more, hoping they'll detonate upon impact, but the fire giant appears utterly unfazed. Amidst all this chaos, our dwarf king stirs back to consciousness, his mind hazy, trying to grasp his current surroundings. After just one look, he groans. "Can I just pass out again?"